Chapter 1. The First Encounter with the Unknown. Wanwan, Wanwan, Pear. Suddenly, Wanwan awoke from her slumber, a voice calling her name reverberating in her dream, the figure indistinctly familiar. Yet it bore a striking resemblance to Lin Wei, and she had lost count of how many times she had heard Lin Wei summon her name in nightmares, a persistent ache gnawing at her heart. Wanwan descended from her bed and approached the table to pour herself a glass of water, attempting to calm her racing thoughts. Her maid, Linger, draped a cloak over her shoulders. "Miss, the night air is chilly, you should cover yourself." "Did you have a nightmare?" "I'm fine, Linger," Wanwan replied. "By the way, how long has the general been away? I feel so disoriented with this illness." She furrowed her brow, pressing her hand against her temple, still experiencing a dull headache. "Miss, the general has been gone for 3 months." Linger spoke cautiously, aware that there had been no news from Lin Wei for a considerable time. 3 months? Has it truly been that long? "Linger, accompany me to the study. I wish to write him a letter. Of course, miss, but take your time, don't rush." Linger supported Wanwan as they made their unsteady way to the study, unable to suppress a sigh. "How wonderful. Miss, you are recovering, and when the general returns in triumph, it will surely bring great joy. Our household will finally be filled with liveliness once more." A faint smile graced Wanwan's lips. "Let us hope for that. Reflecting on the time when I first met him, I could never have envisaged our current circumstances. Life is merely a dance of fate." In the era of Southern Chu, the populace enjoyed prosperity, and the Prime Minister Su Pushing held a formidable reputation in the capital. His family boasted 2 sons and 2 daughters, an enviable situation indeed. Yet, as has been tradition, the eldest was given precedence, establishing a hierarchy. The eldest son, Su Yuheng, was born to the first madam, who tragically died during childbirth. From a young age, Su Yuheng exhibited independence and determination, diligently pursuing academic accolades. The second son, Su Yuxuan, was born to the second madam and had an older sister, Su Wani. The second madam's favored status led to a certain arrogance in her children. The youngest daughter, Su Wanwan, was born of a concubine and endured much humiliation from the second madam. When she was merely a teenager, her mother, Lu, succumbed to illness. From that point onward, Su Wanwan bore the title of a lady of the manor. Yet her life was far from enviable. She had hoped that maturity would bring a better existence. But who could predict the whims of fate? "What splendid weather today, miss. Shall we stroll through the streets?" A charming maid pushed open the window, her face radiant with delight. "Linger, it's you again. Last time, you led me out and my elder brother caught us red-handed. Fortunately, father was not home, otherwise we would have faced dire consequences." "Oh, miss, remaining cooped up indoors is dreary. It would be far better to step outside and uplift our spirits, wouldn't it?" Seeing the pleading look in Linger's eyes, Wanwan relented. "Very well, I can never resist your persuasions." Thus, Wanwan and Linger set forth from the manor, disguised as young men to avoid detection. However, Wanwan's striking features were difficult to conceal, prompting her to deliberately deepen her voice as she spoke. "Ah, Linger, come quickly. It has been too long since we ventured out, and the cosmetics have transformed with delightful new shades." Linger quickly pulled Wanwan aside and whispered, "Miss, do not forget we are currently MEND. It would not be appropriate for you to constantly gaze upon women's possessions." Upon hearing Linger's words, Wanwan finally realized the situation. The vendor then addressed her, saying, "Young sir, are you perhaps intending to gift something to your beloved? Rest assured, the cosmetics I offer are sure to delight any lady." Startled, Wanwan politely declined the vendor's offer. No, dear shopkeeper, I'm merely browsing, just browsing. Make way, make way." A group of individuals rushed toward them, appearing to be in a great hurry, as if there was an urgent matter at hand. Among the throng was a stern-faced man, whose expression seemed to tell a multitude of untold stories, yet remained enigmatic. Wanwan stood transfixed, captivated by the scene before her. A sense of fate tugged at her, as if she might somehow be intertwined with them. Despite the fact that they were strangers, she gently tapped her head, reminding herself to stop indulging in fanciful thoughts. After a considerable time, having finished their stroll, Wanwan took Linger by the hand and headed back to the residence. To avoid detection, they deliberately slipped in through a side entrance. However, coincidentally, just before their return, Su Wani, who was on her way home, caught sight of them and, having had a contentious relationship with her sister, decided to inform their father. As dusk fell, Wani approached Su Xiang's study, where she overheard a conversation inside. This time, the Lin family will also send representatives to the birthday banquet. General Lin's son, Lin Wei, has been stationed at the border for years, making it a rare occasion to meet. Our Su family and the Lin family share a long-standing friendship. Therefore, I instruct you to ensure that this banquet is executed flawlessly. Ultimately, while the banquet itself is of minor importance, gauging the sentiments of the ministers is paramount. Understood, my lord. I will see to it personally. Outside the door, Wani heard the name Lin Wei, which struck a familiar chord within her. Upon reflection, could he possibly be the elder brother of Heng she had met in her childhood? His given name was indeed Lin Wei. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, he had dedicated these years to guarding the borders and protecting the nation. His heroic deeds had spread throughout the capital. Countless young ladies in the city had long admired him, some to the point of losing their appetites over thoughts of him. Now, he had reached the age for marriage, but who among them would be fortunate enough to become his bride? Wani pondered to herself, my father places great importance on reputation. If I were to directly approach him regarding my sister, I would not only gain nothing, but might also appear petty. It would be wiser to find a way to broach the subject through others on the day of the banquet. Since a Heng would be attending, after so many years apart, she wondered if he would remember her. It would be best for her to prepare, perhaps to showcase her talents at the banquet. While she did not seek to astonish everyone, it would undoubtedly enhance her standing. With that thought, Su Wani returned to her room, secretly delighted yet apprehensive that others might discern her excitement. The moonlight was bright, and the evening breeze was gentle, as if everything was quietly unfolding, leaving her to wonder what the future held. Chapter 2. Unaware of the passage of time, in the autumn night, under the hazy moonlight, a gentle breeze wafts through the air. Inside the room, a few flickering candle flames dance, barely illuminating the surroundings. On such nights, the count of hours is lost. Su Wanwan, as is her custom, is hunched over her desk, engrossed in a tale. For a long while, she cannot help but be moved by the characters and their stories, tears glistening in her eyes. Perhaps it is a reflection of her own experiences, or perhaps it is her nature, but each time she reads, she finds herself empathizing with the characters, sharing in their joys and sorrows. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knock interrupts her reverie. Come in, Wanwan responds, returning to reality. Looking up, she sees Linger approaching with a bowl of ginger soup. Miss, please drink some warm soup. Your health is already delicate, and with autumn approaching, you must not catch a chill, she says, moving towards the window. Linger glances at the window, realizing that Wanwan has not changed her habit of reading with it open. She murmurs in complaint, Miss, how many times must I remind you not to open the window so wide? The night air is chilly, and you may fall ill. Be cautious of catching a cold. All right, Linger, do not fuss over me. You are still so young, yet you speak like an old woman. I see the moonlight is hazy tonight, and the air is pleasant. I simply wish to breathe in some fresh air. It's nothing to worry about. Wanwan replies as she closes the window. Only then does Linger notice the tears shimmering in Wanwan's eyes and immediately grows concerned. Miss, what is the matter? Seeing Linger's worried expression, Wanwan hastily wipes her eyes with a handkerchief. It's nothing, Linger. I was just moved by the story in the book. Upon hearing this, Linger breathes a sigh of relief. Miss, tales are merely fabrications. You have always had a strong capacity for empathy since childhood, so it is understandable. Wanwan exhales deeply. Linger, do you believe that such a love, unyielding even in death, truly exists? What kind of obsession would that entail? Linger ponders this for a moment. Obsession? Why do you say that, miss? Is love merely an obsession? Wanwan offers a faint smile. Perhaps, yes. Lovers unable to be together, weathering the vicissitudes of life. As time passes, love inevitably gathers dust. When they meet again, the heart is still laden with reluctance. Noticing Wanwan's lingering sadness, Linger quickly offers comfort. Miss, we are of similar age, and I too do not comprehend such matters of the heart. It is said that love arises unexpectedly and runs deep. Yet I believe that such purity is rare. One must also consider family. Marriages are often dictated by parental arrangements, are they not? Wanwan gives a wry smile. Linger, you speak the truth. It is precisely because of family that one must adhere to such arrangements. Had I been born into humble circumstances, perhaps I could have sought a more sincere love. Some loves are built on mutual respect, some are silent sacrifices, and others are acts of redemption. In this vast world, there are those who would face all adversities for the sake of another. Such earnest love is likely beyond my grasp. Yet, one must also confront reality. I am not merely myself, but also bear the responsibility for my family's reputation. Even if I feel a lack of presence in this household, it remains my duty, and I cannot resent it. Furthermore, I have never believed that, as a woman, I should anchor my entire life on romantic attachments. Ultimately, that would be improper. No matter how admirable others may be, they do not truly belong to me. Perhaps, indeed, but it can only remain a thought. My dear lady, do not dwell too much on sorrow. After all, one might encounter a kindred spirit in a suitor, so let us embrace optimism. By the way, have you decided what to prepare for tomorrow's birthday banquet? Linger inquired. Seeing Linger speak thus, Wanwan wished to alleviate her concerns, managing to conjure a faint smile that resembled more of a bittersweet grimace as she replied languidly, "The birthday celebration is for father, yet he has never favored me. What does it matter what I prepare? In this household, apart from my elder brother, I feel no warmth." Noticing Wanwan's melancholy, Linger comforted her. "How could that be, my lady? Precisely for this reason, you must summon all your spirit. I have heard that many distinguished young gentlemen will attend tomorrow, peers of your age, and perhaps suitors handpicked by the Prime Minister himself." Su Wanwan lifted her gaze to Linger and playfully nudged her forehead with a finger. "You, always lost in thoughts of marriage. I wish to enjoy my youth a bit longer. My sister excels in music. Surely she will dazzle tomorrow. I shall merely prepare a simple dance, perhaps the pear blossom dance. Besides, I have no desire to wed at this moment." "The pear blossom dance? That suits you well, fresh, melodious, and elegantly fierce. But how can you dismiss the notion of marriage? If you reach the appropriate age without a spouse, you may be drowned in the spittle of the outside world. I shall find your dance attire and tidy it up. Enough of your chatter for one night. You should return to rest, dear Linger. My lady, you only scold me. I have yet to see you finish your ginger soup. I shall not leave until you do." Linger retorted, adding, "It is all the fault of the second madam. Had it not been for the incident regarding the matriarch's memorial tablet, you would not have knelt in the rain for 3 days. That chill seeped into your bones, and now, every gloomy day, you suffer from headaches. It was such a cold rain during winter. All right, Linger, let the past remain in the past. There is no need to dwell on it. I do not mind. As long as my mother's memorial tablet remains in the ancestral hall, I can speak to her when I wish. What I endured in the past is not of paramount importance. My lady, it is your kindness that has allowed the second madam to bully you so. Had you not fallen ill with your erudition and physical constitution, you might have become a lady-in-waiting. It is a pity. Enough, Linger. Were you not here to console me? Why do you only deepen my sorrow? Look, I have finished my soup, so you can rest easy now. Please, return to your rest. You have worked hard all day." Linger glanced at the empty soup bowl and slowly departed. As she left, Su Wanwan opened a window slightly. The night sky, with some clouds dispersing, allowed moonlight to filter in through the window, casting a flickering glow in the room, while a gentle breeze rustled outside. She found herself restless, unsure whether her thoughts were consumed by the impending changes in her life or influenced by the tale she had read. Tossing and turning, a thread of melancholy lingered in her heart, difficult to quell. Now of marriageable age, her fate was not her own to decide. Despite bearing the title of the Prime Minister's daughter, her years had not been particularly joyous. Perhaps in the future, she would simply acquiesce to her parents' wishes and the matchmaking of others. The truth remains, and why should one indulge in excessive worry? Simply seeking peace and smoothness in life may well be the most favorable outcome. Time, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. I wish to navigate life with a gentle breeze. In the third chapter, titled A Melody of Falling Pear Blossoms, envy of all, the sun shone brightly, and the commotion outside was quite lively. Linger pushed open Su Wanwan's door and, noticing her lack of preparation, hurriedly approached. "Miss, why have you not yet gotten ready? Today is bustling with activity. Many guests have arrived, and the other maids have taken the opportunity to sneak away to see the young gentleman in the front yard. Should we not join them? Su Wanwan stretched lazily. Linger, you know I have never been fond of such occasions. With the second madam and my sister present, they will surely not miss me. My presence would only serve to dampen the mood. It is better to seek a moment of tranquility. When it is time to perform, I shall fulfill my duties. Linger pondered for a moment. Very well, then I shall keep you company, Mississippi. In the front yard, guests mingled and the atmosphere was filled with vibrancy. Su Wani weaved through the crowd, pondering, didn't I hear that Brother Ahung would be here today? Yet, there is no sign of him. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that once the performance commenced and guests settled, she would undoubtedly see him. After a while, the person in charge of the program struck a drum to signal for silence. All guests took their seats, and a hush fell over the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the birthday of the esteemed Lord, and our eldest daughter, Miss Wani, will now present a piece for your enjoyment. Please lend her your quietude. Dressed in resplendent attire, Wani took the stage, beginning her performance while searching the crowd. At last, she spotted a solitary figure in a corner. A smile graced her lips as she thought to herself, it must surely be Brother Ahung. Only he possesses that ethereal aura. Perhaps distracted by her thoughts, she mistakenly struck a discordant note, and in her fluster, one of the strings snapped, prompting hushed murmurs among the guests. Some could be heard commenting on how the eldest daughter was strikingly beautiful, yet her skill seemed wanting, perhaps merely a pretty face without substance. Wani felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She glanced once more at the distant figure, who had not lifted his gaze throughout, suggesting she held little allure for him. As she descended from the stage, aware that the next performance would be by Su Wanwan, she felt she had already disgraced herself at the banquet and resolved that no one else would steal the spotlight. Summoning a maid, she requested a bottle of styling oil, which she discreetly sprinkled on the stage before the next act. Before long, Su Wanwan appeared in a delicate light green long gown, fresh and elegant. Her outer garment, a white piece adorned with feathers, flowed gracefully, and hidden in the cuffs were artificial pear blossom petals, for in autumn, fresh petals were nowhere to be found. Guests raised their heads, exclaiming, the eldest daughter is stunning, while the second daughter is refreshingly graceful. They are indeed remarkable. As the music began and the dance commenced, Su Wanwan took a step toward the center but stumbled. Realizing the precarious situation, she slowly removed her outer garment and laid it on the ground. Having discovered that her shoes were now coated in oil, opting to dance barefoot, she found her movements became lighter and more ethereal. The guests fell silent, and in the distance, Lin Wei slowly lifted his head, captivated by the spectacle before him, his eyes sparkling with awe. On the sidelines, Su Wani observed Lin Wei gazing at Su Wanwan on stage, a surge of resentment rising within her. It was supposed to be her moment to dazzle the audience. Yet Su Wanwan had stolen the limelight. Tomorrow, the entire city of Kyoto would undoubtedly buzz with gossip, proclaiming the eldest daughter of the Su family a mere ornament, while the second daughter possessed both beauty and talent. With this thought, Wani devised a plan. She beckoned her maid, Linner, instructing her to invite her cousin for a stroll in the garden, claiming she needed to speak with him. Yes, miss, Linner replied. The cousin Su Wani referred to was a distant relative, a debauched scion indulging in all vices, and he had even set his sights on Su Wani. Wani decided to turn the tables, intending to take advantage of his drunkenness. As the dance concluded, Su Wanwan was intercepted by Wani, who informed her, elder brother is looking for you. He wishes to meet in the back garden. Upon hearing this, Wanwan promptly departed. Upon reaching the designated area, Wanwan called out for her brother several times, but received no response. Suddenly, she felt someone embrace her from behind, reeking of alcohol. My dear Wani, I've liked you for quite some time. I heard you wanted to see me alone today. Have you reconsidered? I've told you before. Staying with me will only bring you fortune. Su Wanwan struggled free from the embrace, exclaiming, Cousin, please clear your head. I'm not Wani, I am Wanwan. At that moment, the inebriated Lu Zichen could hardly distinguish between the two cousins and lunged to grasp Wanwan again. She forcefully broke free. Coincidentally, Lin Wei, who preferred to avoid commotion, happened upon this scene in the garden. He stepped forward, prying Lu Zichen away and delivering a punch to his eye, causing Lu Zichen to collapse to the ground. Servants, drawn by the commotion, rushed in to drag Lu Zichen away. Regaining her composure, Su Wanwan realized that the individual before her was indeed the person she had encountered on the street that day. He had come to the birthday banquet as well. "Are you all right, second miss? I am Lin Wei, accompanying my father to the Lord's banquet today." Wanwan lowered her head and replied, "Greetings, Mr. Lin. Thank you for your assistance. I am quite well." She then sneezed, perhaps due to the thinness of her dance attire, which had left her slightly chilled. Observing this, Lin Wei removed his cloak and draped it over her shoulders. In that moment, Wanwan was deeply touched by this act of kindness, though she quickly regained her composure and expressed her gratitude. At that instant, Lin Wei and Su Wanwan locked eyes. Lin Wei gazed at Wanwan's face and found himself captivated, unable to articulate the feeling, yet sensing it was something extraordinarily special. Before long, Lina rushed in. "Miss, there you are. What happened? I couldn't find you for just a moment, and your hair is in disarray." As she spoke, she began to tidy Wanwan's attire and hair. Wanwan pushed Lina's hands away, signaling her to remain silent. Seeing this, Lin Wei promptly said, "Since the second miss is unharmed, I shall take my leave." With that, Wanwan watched as his figure receded into the distance. Lina noticed that Wanwan had yet to collect herself and gently nudged her. "Miss, he has already gone quite far. Do not linger in your gaze. Calm yourself, linger. Let us return to the house. I feel a bit chilly." "Ah, yes, miss. I had yet to inquire why your fine long robe was left upon the ground. With the weather turning brisk, you must take care of yourself." "It is nothing. I noticed some oil on the table, likely the fragrance of osmanthus." "Osmanthus? Could it be that?" "Enough, linger. Let us refrain from conjecturing without evidence. We should hasten back." At that moment, Su Wanwan, who was on stage, had already surmised that this matter was related to her sister. However, she did not wish to squander her emotions over trifles, and thus interrupted Linger from continuing. Considering the event had already passed, pursuing it further seemed futile. It was better to let it be. Lin Wei returned to the front courtyard and took a seat. A nearby guard, Duo Lin, upon seeing Lin Wei's return, quickly whispered to him, "Young general, the master has summoned you to the Prime Minister's study for a discussion." Lin Wei furrowed his brow and replied, "Understood." The Su and Lin families were historically intertwined. The Su family valued scholarship, while the Lin family esteemed martial prowess. Together, they had contributed significantly to the imperial court over the years. Naturally, amidst the intricate political landscape, both families had also accumulated enemies, and they had consistently aligned themselves with the crown prince. The crown prince was characterized by his benevolence and humility, yet his indecisiveness was well known. Conversely, the third prince, Prince In, was decisive and ruthless. The two factions had been at odds for many years, each commanding their own supporters. Lin Wei's return to the capital was not for a prolonged stay, but rather to convey the intentions of the neighboring nation of Qing Tai regarding an alliance. However, he was aware that Qing Tai, under the guise of seeking unity, was secretly conspiring with traitors within the court to assassinate the crown prince, aiming to incite turmoil within their own land. As for the prime minister's birthday banquet, after the festivities, he would convene with several ministers in his study. Do you recall when you were but this tall? Now, after many years, you have grown into a young general capable of safeguarding our homeland. I dare not accept such flattery, Prime Minister. I merely fulfill my duties to maintain stability in our region, which pales in comparison to your unwavering dedication to the Emperor." "Ha ha," laughed Prime Minister Su. "Hunger, you flatter me. I am but a humble scholar. How could you know that I do not yearn for the valor of a general?" At this moment, the old General Lin could not help but chuckle, remarking, "You remain unchanged over the years. Your verbal wit is as relentless as ever." Laughter filled the room. Lin Wei then produced a jade pendant from his chest and inquired, "Prime Minister, with your many informants in the court, do you recognize this pendant? I found it during a recent hunt. It may serve as a token of communication between the border tribes and those within the court." The Prime Minister took the pendant and responded, "Very well. I shall have someone investigate its origin and inform you when the time is ripe." Lin Wei returned to his seat. Nearby, the tall official, Gao Qingyu, caught a glimpse of the pendant revealing a hint of alarm. Coincidentally, this was noticed by the Prime Minister's guard, who discreetly signaled to Prime Minister Su. Gao Qingyu was a civil servant under the Crown Prince, and by all rights should not have been privy to such information, having been recommended by General Lin to serve in the Crown Prince's residence. The unusual circumstances warranted further scrutiny. Yet to avoid alarming anyone, the discussion was adjourned for the day. Soon after, the gathering was dispersed, and the Prime Minister's residence returned to its usual tranquility. Previously, Wanwan intended to inform her father that Su Wanwan had disguised herself to go out on multiple occasions. However, she reconsidered and decided that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, if her father were to discover the matter of the osmanthus oil, it would only bring her misfortune. Thus, she chose to let the matter rest. That evening, as Su Wanwan reflected upon those events in her room, she glanced at the cloak by her desk and instructed Linger to have it thoroughly cleaned. Contemplating the day, she would return it to Su Hong. The situation seemed to have reached a resolution. Whenever she recalled her first encounter with Lin Wei, Su Wanwan found it hard to fathom that such a brief meeting would lead to a significant portion of her life being intertwined with his. Linger had always been an essential presence by Wanwan's side, a childhood friend whom she had never regarded as a servant, but rather as a sister. Linger had witnessed all of Wanwan's joys and sorrows over the years. Before Wanwan's marriage to Lin Wei, Linger had even felt a sense of regret for the unfulfilled connection between Wanwan and Su Rukin. Initially, Linger had fervently hoped that her young mistress and Su Rukin would be able to share a lifetime together. Time had flown by, and Linger found herself curious about Su Rukin's place in Su Wanwan's heart. "Miss, do you still remember Master Su Rukin?" Linger inquired, her question stemming from the fact that Su Rukin had inquired about Wanwan's well-being through an intermediary, having learned of her illness. Wanwan slowly responded, "Of course I remember him. How is he? I suppose he remains as carefree as when we first met." Chapter 4. A chance encounter becomes friendship. Speaking of Su Rukin, even though they had formed a connection back at the residence, the distinction between him and Lin Wei lay in the fact that Wanwan had known Lin Wei first, followed by Su Rukin. The day after the banquet, Linger knocked on Su Wanwan's door. "Miss, you have received a letter." Wanwan, perplexed, wondered if it could be from Lin Wei. Upon receiving the envelope, she observed the prominent characters inscribed, "A letter from Su Rukin." Having spent most of her time within the confines of the residence, Wanwan was not familiar with the outside world and was curious about the identity of this individual. She asked Linger, "Do you know who Su Rukin is?" Linger pondered for a moment before responding. "Su Rukin? He seems to be a well-known gentleman in the capital. His poetry widely celebrated in the taverns of the city. But, miss, what could he possibly want with you?" At that moment, Wanwan shared Linger's confusion. Slowly opening the letter, she found a poem inscribed within, a melody of falling pears and delicate attire. At first sight, a graceful dance unmatched. Noble houses rarely favor such, yet a mere glance can break one's heart. Uncertain if we shall meet again between the pavilions and the buildings outside. After reading, Wanwan pondered how such poetry could emanate from a renowned gentleman of the capital. It seemed too simplistic and somewhat trite for someone of his stature. At that moment, she was filled with a mix of surprise and curiosity, thinking that a true gentleman would never compose such overtly straightforward and somewhat pedestrian verses. 3 parts astonishment, 7 parts curiosity. This best encapsulated Wanwan's current sentiment. Linger, standing nearby, was puzzled and asked, "Miss, what does this mean?" Unperturbed, Su Wanwan replied, "Master Su is inviting me to meet at Chang'an Tower." Chang'an Tower? I've heard it's a favored gathering place for scholars and poets in the capital. Miss, will you accept the invitation? After a moment's thought, Linger added, "Do you wish to go?" Though reluctant to go, curiosity beckoned her to uncover the identity of the enigmatic Su Gongzi. "Miss, are you not curious?" asked Linger. With a playful smile, Wanwan replied, "Of course. Tomorrow, we shall meet the legendary Su Gongzi." Linger grinned in agreement. The following day, just shy of noon, Wanwan and Linger ventured to Chang'an Tower under the pretense of shopping. Wanwan, having never visited this establishment before, felt a surge of intrigue, for her previous escapades primarily revolved around markets, leaving tea houses and inns unexplored. Upon entering, a young attendant approached, inquiring, "Miss, do you have an appointment, or are you here alone?" Wanwan responded, I have an appointment. Is Su Ruching available? The attendant replied, Su Gongzi is on the second floor to your right. Please, this way. As they ascended, they entered a sunlit loft adorned with open windows, overlooking the bustling street, a truly refined setting. Upon their arrival, Su Ruching greeted them warmly. Miss Su, how delightful to see you. Wanwan offered a polite nod. Su Gongzi. They took their seats beside the window, and Su Ruching, with a hint of pride, remarked, I anticipated your visit, Miss Su. Wanwan smiled knowingly. Why is that? Shouldn't I be the one asking you, Su Gongzi? Su Ruching chuckled. You jest. I have heard you are renowned in the capital as a gentleman of great charm. Yet your letter lacked poetic finesse and seemed somewhat lacking in decorum. How can one judge the heart's depth upon first meeting? I am merely curious about the truth behind the rumors surrounding you, Su Gongzi, for your demeanor suggests a cleverness that exceeds the tales. Wanwan's sharp words revealed no mercy, as she sought to discern if he was truly gifted or merely a frivolous dandy. Su Ruching laughed heartily. Miss Su, your wit is indeed keen. In our brief exchange, it feels as though you have unmasked me entirely. His demeanor remained unperturbed. Instead, he appeared even more amused. I wouldn't dare presume, he continued. From our first encounter, I sensed you were unlike ordinary women, unfazed by joy or sorrow, composed in adversity. Only through contrast can connections deepen. Su Ruching's pride was palpable, indicating he was not the frivolous character he might have appeared to be. Catching Wanwan's curious expression soften, he declared, Since you were so astute, I consider you a friend. Miss Su, recognizing that her sheltered life in the Prime Minister's residence limited her opportunities for friendship, Wanwan pondered for a moment before responding, Very well. I too would be honored to be your friend, Su Gongzi. In that case, let us toast with tea instead of wine. Let us drink this cup to our newfound friendship. Wonderful. Today brings me great joy, Su Ruching exclaimed, his gaze lingering on Wanwan with a hint of admiration. Su Ruching was inexplicably drawn to Su Wanwan, sensing a subtle connection between them. Perhaps it was the ethereal and enigmatic aura that surrounded Wanwan, or the hint of melancholy beneath her delicate features. Or maybe it was the fact that, unlike other noble ladies, the daughter of the Prime Minister exuded no pretentiousness. There was an undeniable urge to draw closer, to understand, to protect, and to witness her smile. Miss Su, you are truly exceptional, Su Ruching suddenly remarked, leaving Su Wanwan momentarily at a loss for words. Did Su Gongzi often speak in such an elusive manner? Exceptional? This is the first time someone has described me in such a way. In the household, you seem to take a liking to me. My father shows little affection, and my sister harbors no love for me. Perhaps that is what makes me unique. A shadow of disappointment crossed her face as she sighed. Noticing her expression, Su Ruching felt he had misspoken. Oh no, Miss Su, please do not overthink it. I simply find you to be quite remarkable. If I were to liken you to a celestial being descended from the heavens, you might accuse me of being overly sentimental. At this, Wanwan chuckled softly. Su Gongzi, I dare say you are rather special yourself, perhaps more eloquent than the fortune tellers on the streets. Really? Do my words seem so untrustworthy in your eyes? Su Ruching responded, bemused by her sarcasm. No, not at all. However, it is getting late, and I must take my leave. Su Gongzi, Su Wanwan replied, apprehensive that lingering too long might lead to unfounded gossip. Very well, let us part ways here. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. I wonder if Miss Su would grace me with her company to admire the moon and partake in the Lantern Festival? Su Ruching inquired. Allow me to ponder this. After all, venturing out is no trivial matter. I must have sufficient reasons to do so. I will certainly inform you should I receive any news, Su Wanwan replied, though she secretly hoped to attend the Lantern Festival. Agreed, it is settled then. With that, Wanwan and Lingner bid farewell to Su Ruching and return home. In the midst of life's bustling dreams, Wanwan felt an inexplicable fate entwining her with Su Ruching, as if they were long-lost friends destined to know one another for eternity. Miss, are we truly going to the Lantern Festival? But how will we manage it? Must we disguise ourselves as men again? Lingner queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Seeing Lingner's expression, Su Wanwan surmised that the girl was eager to adorn herself, perhaps in anticipation of meeting someone special. She teased, Indeed, We should strive to look as unappealing as possible to avoid detection. Linger took her words to heart and was about to display a disapproving look when Wanwan quickly added, "Just teasing. We must dress beautifully, for you, Linga, are truly the fairest of them all, deserving of a charming suitor." "Oh dear miss, you jest again. I have no desire for a suitor. I wish to remain by your side for eternity," Linger said, linking her arm with Wanwan's, her tone playful and affectionate. "Ah, do not. I certainly do not wish to endure your chatter for a lifetime. Rest assured, we shall select some lovely jewelry and garments upon our return home. You, Linger, are the most beautiful," Wanwan said, gently ruffling Linger's hair. "Ah, no, 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 my dear lady, how could I possibly wear your garments? You have been exceedingly kind to me. There exists a distinction between master and servant. Be cautious of the idle gossip of others." Linger quickly waved her hands in denial. "I have never been one to concern myself with the trivialities of others' chatter. Linger, you are my sister, having grown up together, in my heart. There is no separation of master and servant. Just be at ease and embrace your role as my little sister." "Very well, let us proceed home." "Thank you, my lady." Linger joyfully linked arms with Wanwan as they returned to the residence. As they passed through the front courtyard, they faintly overheard Wan-yi discussing something with their father. "Father, please allow me to meet Brother Ahong. The Lantern Festival is approaching. You could invite him, couldn't you?" "Very well. There is no harm in young people spending time together. In a few days, I shall arrange for you to meet him. As for the Lantern Festival, I shall not interfere," their father replied. Upon hearing this, Wanwan turned to Linger and whispered, "Linger, in a few days we can attend the Lantern Festival without worry. Both father and sister's attention will be on the young general. We can venture out freely." "How wonderful, my lady." "Knock, knock, knock. My lady, there's a letter for you," Linger exclaimed joyfully as she entered. "A letter?" Wanwan inquired, puzzled. "Oh dear, my lady, have you forgotten? Today is the Lantern Festival, and it is a letter from young Master Su." "Oh right, Ling. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Let's tidy up, and we shall head out later." "Certainly, my lady." "Wait a moment. Linger, take this," Wanwan said as she removed a pearl hairpin from her hair. "Oh no, my lady. This was a birthday gift from the eldest young master. How could I accept such a precious item?" Linger protested. "Take it, I insist. You know I do not place value on material possessions." "Consider it a festive gift for the occasion," Wanwan replied. After a moment's contemplation, Linger reluctantly accepted the silver hairpin, delighted as she hurried to change her attire. As night fell, the flower market was illuminated as brightly as day, bustling with people, a sight Wanwan had not witnessed in quite some time within the cold and quiet confines of the minister's residence. Meanwhile, a smile graced her previously somber face. My lady, over there, they're setting off fireworks. Let's go see," Linger exclaimed, pulling Wanwan along. In their haste, they collided with an approaching young woman. Dressed in a high ponytail, with a dark red undergarment and a light blue cardigan, her attire was impeccably neat, revealing no creases. She bore an air of elegance and confidence. "I apologize, dear sister. My younger sister acted rashly. Please do not take offense." Wanwan quickly stepped forward to offer her apologies. Upon seeing the strikingly graceful Wanwan, Situ felt an instant kinship. "No need to call me sister. Greetings, I am Situ. "Greetings, Miss Situ," Wanwan replied. "Ha, just call me Ware. Everyone does. I have no particular hobbies, but I do enjoy making friends with handsome men and beautiful women. If you don't mind, we shall be friends from this day forth." Wanwan was taken aback. She had never encountered someone so straightforward. Yet, observing Situ's candid demeanor, she agreed with a smile. "Miss Situ, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I have arranged to meet a friend at the Moon Viewing Pavilion, if you do not mind. We could join forces." Wanwan responded, "Oh, is that so? That sounds delightful. I happen to be out alone today, so this would be a splendid opportunity to make new friends. Let us proceed." Upon crossing the bridge and arriving at the Moon Viewing Pavilion, they beheld a young gentleman clad in white, gazing at the moon by the water's edge, his garments fluttering gracefully, exuding an ethereal charm. "Ah, it appears to be a dashing young man. Wanner, could he possibly be your suitor? I hope I am not intruding," Situ remarked, raising an eyebrow. In that moment, Situ bore little resemblance to a maiden, embodying instead the spirit of a mischievous boy. "Dear Miss Situ, Please do not jest. There is nothing of the sort. This is Master Su, merely a friend. Wanwan endeavored to clarify, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings. Hearing Situ Yu's remark, Su Rukin smiled gently, pondering that perhaps it was a case of unrequited affection. You jest, my lady. Indeed, Miss Su and I are friends. Might I inquire as to your name? This is Miss Situ, whom I just met on the street. Seeing her alone, I extended an invitation for her to join us in moon gazing. Wanwan introduced. Master Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Situ Yu. Situ Yu greeted Su Rukin with a natural grace. Good day, Mississippi. I am Su Rukin, he replied. Beneath the moon viewing pavilion, the trio exchanged laughter and light-hearted banter, the gentle breeze adding to their merriment. At that moment, Lin Wei happened to pass by across the street and took notice. Observing from a distance, his companion, Duo Lin, inquired, Master, is that not Miss Su? Shall we not go over to greet her? There is no need. Simply seeing her is sufficient, Lin Wei responded, leaving Duo Lin perplexed by his master's sentiment. Chapter 5. Wandering the Jianghu. Only love for freedom following the Lantern Festival. Situ Yu and Su Wanwan grew increasingly familiar with one another. Given that Situ Yu was inherently amiable, Wanwan regarded her as a friend. In Situ Yu, Wanwan recognized the courage and sincerity in a woman that she had never encountered before, qualities that she admired deeply. Situ Yu's presence brought a delightful vibrance to Wanwan's otherwise mundane life. One day, Su Wanwan was idly swinging in the courtyard, her gaze vacant, likely from boredom. Hey, Wanwan? Wanner. Initially, Su Wanwan thought she was imagining things, but upon looking up, she found Situ Yu perched on the wall, grinning broadly at her. The sight filled Wanwan with initial joy, followed by surprise and exasperation. She mused to herself, it takes a bold spirit to scale the walls of the residence in broad daylight, especially as a woman. However, recalling Situ Yu's fearless nature, it seemed entirely reasonable. Miss Situ, do come down quickly. What if you fall? She chided, simultaneously calling for Linger to fetch a ladder. Just as Linger was about to bring the ladder, Situ Yu had already leaped down from the wall with a single bound. Brushing the dust from her hands, she triumphantly declared, Wanner, it seems the walls of this residence are not as high as they appear. I scale them with ease. Situ Yu twirled around with a flourish, assuring Su Wanwan that she was unscathed and quite at ease. Wanwan could only smile in resignation. Indeed, no wall could ever pose a challenge for you, Miss Situ. I have told you so, Wanwan. Do not refer to me as Miss Situ any longer. It sounds rather awkward. Alas, I have always been averse to such formal titles as Miss or Mister. They come across as rather pretentious. Observing Situ Yu's look of disdain, Wanwan chuckled and said, Haha, very well. From now on, I shall call you you. Ah, that is much better. It sounds far more pleasant to the ears. Ling, noticing that they were still standing, had already brought over some pastries. Miss Situ, please come over and take a seat. I have prepared chestnut cake, osmanthus cake, and orange tea. At the mention of food, Situ Yu's interest was instantly piqued. Orange tea? How refreshing. Wanner, I did not know you enjoyed orange tea. Ling chimed in, indeed. Our young lady has a unique palate. While others favor Longjing, jasmine, or chrysanthemum tea, she prefers the distinctive orange tea. As Ling's words grew increasingly extravagant, Su Wanwan interjected, each to their own. Everyone has their preferences. I do genuinely enjoy the refreshing taste of orange, especially with honey, which adds a delightful twist. You must try it, you. All right, I shall give it a try. She took a sip. The subtle fragrance of orange. With a perfect balance of sweet and sour, quite delightful. By the way, Master Lin's cloak has long been cleaned. When shall we send someone to deliver it? Ling, recalling the matter, intended to inquire further with Su Wanwan. Before Wanwan could respond, Situ Yu began to regard her with a curious gaze. Wanner, just how many young gentlemen do you know? First it was young Master Su, and now it's young Master Lin. Which one truly holds your heart? Igriquer, you yist. I do not know so many young gentlemen. None of them are connected to me. I have only met Master Lin a few times. We aren't even friends, really. As for young Master Su, you've seen him as well, but he is merely a friend. Wanwan hastily clarified, not wishing Situ Yu to misunderstand. Yet Situ appeared unconvinced. Is that truly the case? Wanner, I have not met Master Lin, so I shall refrain from making assumptions. However, I have seen young Master Su, and his gaze towards you is certainly more than that of mere friends. Outsiders can perceive such things clearly. All right, enough teasing, you error. What about you? Do you have a romantic interest? What romantic interest? Ah, merely past affairs that are best left unspoken. Situ replied dismissively. Wanwan grew even more curious. This seemingly carefree woman must have a wealth of stories. So you do have one, then? By your demeanor, it appears there may be quite a few. At Wanwan's inquiry, Situ initially smiled shyly. But then a sorrowful expression emerged on her face, an emotion Wanwan had never seen before. From the moment she first encountered Situ, she had been captivated by her carefree spirit, and now, witnessing this unexpected sadness was striking. Situ calmly said, "You may find it amusing, Wanwan, but I have indeed had my share of romantic interests, more than one, in fact. Yet I have never encountered someone truly sincere enough to promise a lifetime together. It has always been this way in the past, and it remains so in the present. Is it possible that it is due to a lack of love? It is not so. I once waited an entire day in the pouring rain for a person, only to be met with a severance that left us never to see each other again. I had thought perhaps I was unworthy of their family, attributing our mismatched fates to incompatibility. Later, I encountered someone of equal standing, yet I felt no affection from him. Life, while long in some respects and brief in others, ultimately compels one to seek a genuine connection. However, after enduring so much, a mutual fondness, compatible background, a shared understanding, each faced their own helplessness, and, in the end, none could withstand the relentless passage of time. Having spoken, Situ promptly stuffed a piece of chestnut cake in her mouth, attempting to quell the bitterness in her heart with its sweetness. She chewed a few bites, but found it impossible to swallow as she once had. Witnessing her friend in such a state, Su Wanwan felt an indescribable pang within. She had never imagined that the seemingly carefree Situ would endure such emotional turmoil. Yet, she was at a loss for how to console her. After all, she had no personal experience to draw upon. Her understanding of love was limited to the tales she had read, and while she had envied the sincere affections depicted in those stories, she would lament the characters' misfortunes. Now, with such a narrative unfolding in her own life, her initial surprise had given way to acceptance. Gently, Su Wanwan placed a hand on Situ's shoulder and said, "Though I cannot fathom the heart-wrenching pain you have endured, those days are now behind you. The future holds promise, and you shall surely encounter someone with whom to share your life. Do not be disheartened. Yes, Wanner, I share your sentiment. I have always believed that one must look forward. I firmly trust that true love exists in this world. It may not last forever, but its existence is undeniable." Situ replied, her heart, though heavy, still oriented toward the light. Seeing her friend maintain such an optimistic demeanor eased the worry that had gripped Su Wanwan's heart. Just then, Linger returned from watering the flowers and spotted Su Yuhang approaching. She hurriedly set down the watering can and dashed to inform Su Wanwan. Given their recent preoccupation with preparations for the imperial examination, it had been quite some time since the siblings had last seen each other. Miss, I just saw the eldest young master coming this way. It has been ages since he last visited," Linger exclaimed. Su Wanwan beamed with joy. "Brother is here. Indeed, it has been far too long. I recently read several books and found some parts quite perplexing. I was hoping to discuss them with him." Upon hearing that Su Wanwan's brother was arriving and seeing her delight, Situ felt that the bond between the siblings must be strong. Initially curious about who this brother was, she wondered if he might be a dull bookworm, given Wanwan's intention to seek his counsel. Considering this, she decided it best to excuse herself. "Wanner, since your brother is here, I shall take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation. Do not mind me," Situ said, already stepping away. "Hey, you error. I wanted to introduce you to him. Why are you hiding?" Su Wanwan replied, feeling somewhat resigned. Su Yuhang approached slowly. "Wanna look? Your brother has brought you something delightful." "Brother?" Su Wanwan smiled and rushed to his side. "Let me guess what it might be. Certainly, it is not food, as I discern no scent, nor could it be clothing, for it lacks such bulk, and it is even less likely to be a hairpin, having already presented one previously. Alas, dear brother, please disclose it directly. I am at a loss. Ha ha. Truly unable to guess? Where has my astute sister gone? Su Yuhang jested. Astute? How could I dare to claim such intelligence before you? Dear brother, in my eyes, you are the wisest person in the world. When have you become such a smooth talker? No more beating around the bush. Here, Su Yuhang handed a finely crafted peace pendant to Wanwan. This is a peace pendant. I have been busy and unable to visit you often. May this pendant ensure your safety and serve as a source of psychological comfort. I know your days in the residence are not particularly pleasant, but safety is indeed a blessing. Thank you, brother. I truly adore it. It is of a style I favor. You understand me well. With that, Wanwan smiled faintly, for in this family, her brother's affection enveloped her in warmth. Concealed behind the rockery, Sitiyu quietly observed this scene. She had not anticipated that Wanwan's scholarly brother was rather handsome. Exhibiting an air of martial prowess rather than the frail demeanor typical of scholars, radiating a refined yet bold spirit. At that moment, she regretted not having made his acquaintance sooner. However, there would be ample time in the future for such an introduction. Chapter 6. An unexpected confession since the Lantern Festival. Su Wanwan and Su Rukin had been exchanging letters frequently, and over time, it became evident to Su Wanwan that Su Rukin harbored feelings for her. Yet she hesitated to provide a definitive response. One day, while strolling together, they approached the commotion of a quarrel. A man was gripping a woman's arm tightly. Observing their attire, the man wore coarse fabric with visible patches, his features harsh, displaying a hint of roguishness, while the woman, clad in purple satin, was strikingly beautiful. It was clear, even to an outsider, that they bore no familiar relationship, giving off an impression reminiscent of the abduction of a virtuous lady. Stop! Is there no way to discuss this civilly? In broad daylight, what kind of man resorts to bullying a woman? Su Wanwan exclaimed indignantly, stepping forward to intervene. The man bellowed in response, "Who are you to meddle? She owes me money. If she cannot pay, she must come with me. Who do you think you are to interfere? Is it merely about money? How much does she owe you? I shall compensate her," Su Wanwan declared, her focus solely on aiding the woman, momentarily forgetting her own meager funds. Yet her resolve remained steadfast. "Oh, you wish to compensate? She owes me 200 taels. You pay up, and I will release her," the man retorted with a smug grin, as if calculating his next move. "No, I appreciate the kind offer, but he is deceiving you. I only borrowed 20 taels from him, and now he demands 200. Do not fall for his trick." The woman, exasperated yet somewhat resigned, gazed at Wanwan. Su Wanwan was acutely aware that the man likely did not possess 200 taels, yet his demeanor suggested he would not relent without securing his payment. She approached Su Ruching and softly said, Mr. Su, could you lend me 200 taels? I haven't brought that much money. I'll repay you next time." "It's all right. Wanwan, take it. No need to return it," Su Ruching replied, handing her a banknote. Wanwan took it and gave it to the man, thus resolving the matter. "Are you all right?" Wanwan gently inquired of the woman. The woman stepped forward to express her gratitude. "Thank you, I'm fine." "That's good to hear. Sister, please return home early." "All right. By the way, my name is Yang Wanning. If you need anything in the future, you can find me at the flower garden on the main street." Su Wanwan had no idea who she had saved, nor did she know what the flower garden was. After exchanging a few words, they bid each other farewell. Su Ruching observed Wanwan standing before him, her expression revealing no emotional turmoil. Of course, Wanwan was unaware that the flower garden was a renowned establishment in the capital. Having rarely visited even ordinary taverns and tea houses, how could she possibly know? Su Ruching furrowed his brow. "Wanwan, do you know what kind of place the flower garden is?" "Huh? What kind of place? Is there something amiss?" Wanwan asked, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a place where many men linger," Su Ruching replied. "A place for romance? Could it be related to Sister Yang?" Wanwan thought, but refrained from commenting further. "I don't perceive anything wrong with Sister Yang. On the contrary, upon our first meeting, I found her to be humble and courteous." Su Wanwan had always preferred not to discuss others behind their backs. She trusted only what her own eyes could see and the feelings she experienced. Thus, Su Ruching chose not to elaborate further. "By the way, Mr. Su, I will repay the money I borrowed from you as soon as possible." "Ah, There's no need, Wanwan. I am genuinely happy to help you. Perhaps, if you don't mind, I could lend you for a lifetime, Su Ruching whispered, yet Su Wanwan heard him. A lifetime? She exclaimed, her eyes widening. She had envisioned numerous scenarios to confess her feelings, but this sudden turn of events had disrupted her plans. Su Ruching gazed at Su Wanwan. Wanwan, I do not know how you will feel about what I am about to say. However, I wish to make it clear that since our first meeting at the Su residence, I have been infatuated with you. Though we were strangers then, I felt an inexplicable attraction towards you, and your image has lingered in my mind. Through our time together, I have grown more certain of my affection for you. Su Wanwan felt somewhat flustered by this unexpected confession, yet she was aware of her own feelings. She had never liked anyone before and was unsure of what true affection entailed, but she did not dislike the person before her and felt open to the possibility. All right, I think we can give it a try, Su Wanwan responded decisively, which surprised Su Ruching. Really? Wanwan, you agree? He exclaimed, his joy evident as he stammered, I don't know how to express this. Su Ruching was as delighted as a child, and it was hard to imagine that such a scholarly gentleman would be rendered speechless in front of the one he cherished. From that moment onward, Su Wanwan and Su Ruching interacted harmoniously, frequently brewing tea and composing poetry together, enjoying a delightful period of companionship. Chapter 7. The unexpected turn of events. The period of tranquility was short-lived. One fateful night, the authorities suddenly besieged the residence of the Prime Minister. The officers issued an arrest warrant for the family, citing that Prime Minister Su was suspected of colluding with remnants of the previous dynasty, plotting treason, a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. However, considering the family's long-standing contributions to the court, the incarceration of the female members was spared. In the span of a single night, the father and elder brother were imprisoned, leaving only the female relatives in the estate, weeping and wailing. Wanwan rushed over upon hearing the commotion, but alas, she was too late to see her father and brother. Mother, what has happened? Where's father? And my brother? Wanwan's heart raced with anxiety, yet she felt utterly helpless. The second madam displayed no compassion, shoving Su Wanwan aside and scolded her loudly, blaming her for the calamity that had befallen the family, exclaiming that it was surely her ill fortune that brought such unjust suffering upon them. The following day, Su Wanwan went to seek help from Lin Wei, fully aware that her father would never engage in such treachery. Surely, Uncle Lin would assist them. However, during this time, aside from the young General Lin Wei, the rest of the Lin family had already departed the capital en route to the border. Is anyone there? Please inform them that I, Su Wanwan, have urgent matters to discuss with Uncle Lin. Miss, General Lin is not at home. Only the young general remains temporarily in the capital. However, he has yet to return, came the response. The young general was already aware of the previous day's events. He understood that this was a deliberate scheme orchestrated by someone within the court. The officers were also using the jade pendant seized earlier as justification, leaving the Su residents unable to provide sufficient evidence to prove their innocence. Lin Wei had been grappling with the situation and, after an exhausting night of investigation, he returned home, only to find Su Wanwan, her face streaked with tears, utterly inconsolable. Miss Su? Lin Wei stepped forward, fully cognizant of the depth of her sorrow. Young Master Lin, I beg you, please find a way. My father and brother have undoubtedly been framed. You know this, don't you? Wanwan, overwhelmed by desperation, cast aside her pride to plead with Lin Wei. I understand, Miss Su. Please do not panic. I will find a solution. Return home and rest. I will inform you as soon as there is news. Do not worry. Although Su Wanwan grasped his words, how could she possibly remain calm? Su Rukin had also heard of the incident early that morning. Anticipating Wanwan's distress, he hurried to the Su residence. Upon arrival, he noticed her dejected demeanor as she was about to leave. Wanwan, are you all right? He inquired, concern etched on his face. At that moment, Wanwan wished to ignore everyone and remain silent. Su Rukin embraced Su Wanwan gently, reassuring her with soft pats on her back. Do not worry, Wanwan. It will be all right. Meanwhile, Lin Wei continued to investigate the matter of the jade pendant, seeking to uncover who had leaked the information. The entire Su household was in turmoil, with many servants having fled under the weight of the charges of treason. The second madam was contemplating arrangements to send Su Wanwan back to their ancestral home in the southern city. In an instant, the once magnificent Su residence appeared to have withered overnight, like a fallen tree scattering its monkeys. Situ, who had initially planned a leisurely trip south in a few days, rushed to the Su residence upon hearing the news, eager to see Su Wanwan. Though traversing the realm, the accusations of treason weigh heavily upon her. Although she possesses numerous friends, she remains, after all, a wanderer of the Jianghu. In dire circumstances, her only recourse may be to seek out Li Zexu. Speaking of Li Zexu, he is the son of the king of Yongkong and the sole legitimate heir in his family, with an elder sister, Princess Li Xiangan of Anha. Apart from her Jianghu companions, it is Li Zexu whom Situ is most familiar with. He was once her lover. After their separation, Li Zexu had mentioned that if ever there were insurmountable troubles, she could reach out to him at any time. While Situ has always wished to avoid entanglements of the past, in a moment of urgency, she finds herself uncertain of who else might assist Wanwan. Li Zexu was delighted to see Situ again. Where, what brings you here? Have you come to a decision? Are you willing to be my concubine? You know I wish to marry you as my legitimate wife, to have you as my noble consort, and eventually as my queen. Before Li Zexu could finish his words, Situ immediately interrupted him. There is no need for further frivolities, Li Zexu. I have never aspired to be a queen. I seek you out for another matter. Are you aware of Su Xiang? Before Situ could elaborate, Li Zexu's face paled in terror. He stepped forward, attempting to silence her. Oh dear, this is not a topic for you to discuss. Su Xiang is accused of treason. How could a mere heir like myself influence such matters? Please, cease your words. Treason? You too believe in such slanderous fabrications? Had I known what sort of person you were, I would not have sought your counsel. I am merely humiliating myself. Situ retorted in anger. As a noble heir, I have no authority over this affair, but as an outsider, I feel compelled to offer a few thoughts. The matter of the jade pendant is significant. The patterns upon it are of foreign origin. How could a chancellor, accustomed to court life, acquire such an item? Even if he spoke, he could not clarify. However, what if this jade pendant originated from the residence of General Lin? The young general and his family guard the frontier. Possessing foreign artifacts is hardly unusual. How it came into Su Xiang's possession remains a mystery. That is all I can convey. The rest is for you to consider. Situ, somewhat enlightened yet perplexed, contemplated returning to the Su residence to discuss the matter with Wanwan. Upon learning that this incident involved Lin Wei, she resolved to consult him. Lin Wei was indeed aware of the pendant's origin, yet he had not anticipated that it would bring such calamity to the Su residence. Young general, I understand this predicament weighs heavily upon you, but it appears you are my family's only hope. My father and brother are unjustly imprisoned. I beseech you to assist us. With that, Wanwan knelt, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, yet feeling utterly powerless. Miss Su, please do not act this way. Rise, Lin Wei urged. To be frank, this issue stems from my lack of foresight. The pendant was originally entrusted to Su Xiang by me, and given its implications for matters of state, it cannot be dismissed lightly. However, it is no longer merely a question of my acknowledgement. With her gaze lowered, Su Wanwan understood that even if Lin Wei were to claim the pendant as his own, what justification could he provide? An unintentional oversight? Such a ludicrous rationale would hardly silence those who conspire in the shadows. In the court, where treachery and intrigue abound, it is not merely a matter of a few words to evade scrutiny. Should those with ulterior motives exploit the situation and amplify rumors of collusion between the Su and Lin families, it would indeed be counterproductive. The emperor is particularly wary of factional disputes. Although Su Wanwan is relatively uninformed about external affairs, as the daughter of the minister, she can glean insights into court matters from her everyday experiences, especially since she often studies military strategy. After some contemplation, Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt as she addressed Lin Wei. I apologize, General, for my hasty and incomplete considerations. Rescuing my father and brother is of utmost importance. Yet if this entangles the Lin family, even if they are freed, they would never forgive me, nor would I forgive myself. The emperor, being wary of factional strife, would not be lenient with anyone. Lin Wei was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman could contemplate the complexities of court politics and factional rivalries. There were indeed solutions, but he was reluctant to complicate matters for Su Wanwan, as he deemed such solutions to be less than ideal. However, gazing at the sorrowful expression on Wanwan's face, he quietly remarked, "There are indeed options, but I do not wish to burden Miss Su." Upon hearing that there might be a glimmer of hope, Wanwan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed up at Lin Wei. Trembling slightly, she inquired what might that be. "I assure you, General, I will not be troubled by it. Please tell me." Lin Wei hesitated, uncertain whether he should articulate what was on his mind. Regardless of the method, if it could save my father and brother, I would welcome any suggestion. With some embarrassment, Lin Wei replied, "The only solution would be a marriage, an alliance between the Su and Lin families." "Marriage?" Wanwan was taken aback. "Indeed, marriage. If the jade pendant symbolizes our bond. I have often been at the frontier, sending a jade pendant adorned with foreign designs as a token of affection. The exquisite jade I have seized in battle, gifted to my beloved, would surely not raise suspicion. It would not be seen as collusion between our families, but rather as a testament to our mutual affection, with the coincidence of you being the daughter of the Su family. However," he continued, "as the esteemed third daughter of the minister, a private engagement would tarnish your reputation. And without the consent of parents or a matchmaker, you would be relegated to the status of a concubine, which is decidedly unfair to you." Su Wanwan was astonished by this sudden proposal of marriage, yet it indeed presented a viable solution. Yet, considering this path would mean betraying Su Ruching and shattering the dream of a shared future they had once envisioned. However, if she did not take this course of action, what would become of her father and brother? What of the reputation of the Su family? Sacrificing her own honor and happiness to save her family seemed a price worth paying. "I accept, General. If it can secure the safety of my father and brother and restore the Su family, my reputation is of little consequence. Yet, I fear I may owe someone an explanation. I must first clarify matters with him. Please wait for me. I will hasten to marry you." Lin Wei was somewhat puzzled by Wanwan's words, unsure to whom she referred. After Wanwan departed the estate, he dispatched someone to follow her, both to ensure her safety and to ascertain the identity of that individual. Meanwhile, Su Ruching remained at the Su residence, awaiting Wanwan's return. Pushing open the door, Wanwan's expression was grave. "Aiken, I'm sorry. I don't know how to explain. I have something very important to do. I'm sorry. Let us part ways." Su Ruching was taken aback by Su Wanwan's sudden words. He could not comprehend why she would say such things or why she wanted to abruptly sever their connection. He found it hard to accept. Stepping forward to grasp Su Wanwan's hand. "Wanwan, what has happened? Please tell me. Let us think of a solution together. Don't start with talk of parting. Do you even understand what you're saying?" His anxious grip tightened around her. Su Wanwan resolutely wrenched her hand free, declaring, "It's none of your business, Aiken. Just go away, the farther the better. I am not someone worthy of your protection. Let's never meet again." With that, she closed the door, tears streaming down her face. Inside, she shouted for Su Ruching to leave quickly, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle her sobs from reaching him outside. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, upon hearing from the attendant about the situation with Su Wanwan, felt a pang of melancholy. He was unaware that Su Wanwan had already given her heart to another. His previous intentions of proposing marriage were born from the belief that if she had no attachments, providing her with a temporary home would be beneficial. Lin Wei's emotions were complex, uncertain if his current decision would aid or harm Su Wanwan. He could only proceed step by step. Regardless, Su Wanwan had firmly resolved to marry Lin Wei. Situ Yute felt guilty for not being able to assist Wanwan and, upon seeing her sobbing, asked with concern, "What's wrong, Wanwan? What happened? Where did you go just now?" Su Wanwan wiped her tears, calming herself. It was not the time for crying, and she needed to cooperate with the general's strategy swiftly. I'm fine. Could you please convey a message to the heir of the Yongkong prince for me?" Situ Yute was puzzled about Su Wanwan's intentions towards Li Zexu, but agreed nonetheless. "It's fine, just say it, Wanwan. If it's within my power, I'll handle it." Presently, the sudden rumor would hardly be credible. If the royal family's offspring were already aware, it could spread like wildfire, creating confusion. The Yongkong prince has never engaged in court factions. remaining indifferent to fame and fortune. However, as far as I know, the heir maintains a close relationship with the crown prince. Beware. Just tell him that I have long been in love with General Lin and that we have privately pledged ourselves to each other. My father, General Lin, and Master Li are all interlinked. Just convey this, and I believe the heir will understand. What? You and General Lin? In love and pledged to one another? Wanwan, do you realize what you are saying? What about your reputation as a young lady? Yes, privately it may not matter, but if it becomes common knowledge, the consequences could be dire. Sitayut urged Su Wanwan not to commit such folly. Moreover, what about Su Rukin? What do you plan to do? You two truly share mutual affection. I can hardly accept you doing this. Rest assured, you err. I have already spoken to Aiken. From now on, it's a clean break. Never to meet again. I am unworthy. He deserves someone far better. I'm not the one who suits him. Su Wanwan, have you lost your mind? Can you truly be so heartless? Abandoning the one you truly love to marry a general devoid of affection. How will you navigate the latter part of your life? Will you be left with lifelong regrets? Have you ever considered Su Rukin's feelings? I am aware that you harbor resentment towards me. If blame is to be assigned, it is entirely my fault. I have wronged Aiken. Su Wanwan, you are being foolish. Situ. Despite his anger at Wanwan's reckless self-sacrifice and his complaints regarding her unfairness to Su Rukin, is ultimately paying for Su Wanwan from the depths of his heart. The following day, Situ resolved to confront Li Zexu, expressing her grievances. I should never have sought you out. I was merely idle. This is all your fault for your ill-conceived schemes. Now, Wanwan has revealed to me that she and Lin Wei had secretly pledged their lives to one another long ago. Truly in love. You handle this as you see fit. Li Zexu's countenance displayed little emotional fluctuation, as if he anticipated the situation. How can this be attributed to me? This is the best course of action available. From what I observe, you are not well versed in court matters. Indeed, I am not. As a mere commoner, how could I comprehend the vast ambitions of a prince from a noble house? I have conveyed your message. We part ways here. I'll wait. You, do not leave just yet. Let's converse a while longer. Li Zexu's hand, outstretched in an attempt to retain her, was withdrawn. The crown prince, having learned of the matter, issued commands. In a brief moment, court officials buzzed with speculation during the morning assembly. The emperor had already been informed of the jade pendant incident through his close attendants and was aware that it would inevitably be discussed during the morning court. Minister Su, a veteran in the court, had contributed significantly over the years. If there were legitimate reasons to protect someone, it would naturally be preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. However, the notion of having a concubine without a wife could not escape public scrutiny. Prior to this, the emperor had summoned Princess Anha into the palace. Among the many offspring of the royal family, you have always been my favorite. Do you understand why? For years, the Yongkong Prince's family had refrained from engaging in factional disputes. When the emperor ascended the throne, the Yongkong prince willingly relinquished power to him, forging a profound brotherly bond between the two. Consequently, the Yongkong family enjoyed a period of peace. Times have changed, and soon it will be the domain of a younger generation. Various factions within the court are already stirring. Should the alliance through marriage cause the Su family and the general's household to unite, the balance of power could tilt dangerously. If there were an imperial authority to counterbalance, they might not become too audacious. Li Xiang, much like her father, harbored a distaste for political machinations. Yet born into royalty, many matters are dictated not by desire, but by necessity. She had prepared herself to sacrifice her marriage at any moment. For her, whether through marriage or alliance, it was her destined path. Her sole wish was to ensure her family's tranquility, and she had weighed the implications of her family's peace against her own marital happiness. She understood the emperor's unspoken intentions, but had not anticipated that her day as a bargaining chip would arrive so swiftly. Your Majesty, an comprehends. An is willing to share your burdens. As a noble daughter of the royal family, since the day of her birth, she was destined to sacrifice for her family's sake and serve the emperor. This was her duty and her privilege. Splendid. Truly, you are my dear and intelligent, resolute, and understanding of the greater picture. To silence the court officials, many matters must be preemptively planned. due to Lin Wei's memorial. Coupled with rumors and the submissions of certain officials in the court, a conclusion regarding the matter of Su Xiang is expected to be reached soon. As for the union between the Su and Lin families, His Majesty has dispatched a close attendant to convey the edict. The esteemed Princess Anha is dignified and graceful, humble yet rational, and is to be wed to General Lin Wei of the Lin family as his principal wife. Furthermore, the third Miss Su Wanwan, possessing both talent and beauty, is to be recognized as a secondary wife. The two are to assist General Lin, exemplifying marital harmony for all to admire. Upon receiving the decree, Su Wanwan sat on the ground, her eyes devoid of spirit. Sima Yu, unable to bear the sight, exclaimed at the injustice of it all. Being relegated to a concubine and married on the same day was an unbearable affront. Su Wanwan replied softly, "You err. Do not speak too loudly. Walls have ears. The path I tread is of my own choosing, and I cannot blame others." In the 11th year of Zheng Yuan, after the Su family's treason was investigated and found innocent, the following day marked the grand wedding. Princess Anha, Li Xiangan, and Su Wanwan were to be married to General Lin Wei. The day was filled with the cacophony of firecrackers, the streets adorned with jubilant scenes, and the air resonated with cheers and the sounds of celebration, creating an atmosphere of collective joy. Yet, the faces of the three remained expressionless, even sorrowful, as if caught in a surreal dream or a theatrical performance. At the Chang'an Tower Tavern, Su Ruqing drank to excess, mockingly labeling himself the greatest fool in the world. It seemed as though the entire world found solace, the Su family exonerated, the Lin family taking wives, and the royal family marrying off daughters. As the raucous day drew to a close, a tipsy Lin Wei made his way to Su Wanwan's chamber. He did not lift her veil, but instead sat quietly on a stool. After a while, he spoke slowly, "I am sorry, Miss Su." Su Wanwan, having felt emotionally vacant throughout the day, was taken aback by his apology, and tears suddenly streamed down her cheeks, fortunately hidden by her veil. She quickly wiped her tears and replied, "General, you jest. You owe me no apologies. It is I who should be grateful to you." Lin Wei was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. After a pause, he suggested, "You must be weary after today. Rest early." With that, he shakily closed the door and wandered in the courtyard for a while, regaining his composure before heading to Li Xiang'an's room. "Princess, may you be well," he greeted. "You yist, Jeanette. We are now wed. We are husband and wife. You may call me Aner. Since I have become your wife, I owe you my respect." Lin Wei was slightly taken aback by Li Xiang'an's words. Indeed, it seemed as if everyone was merely fulfilling the roles imposed upon them, with no regard for desire or worthiness. All was fate, particularly for those caught in the throes of a dream. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment, only to feel a sense of absurdity, as if he had let down two individuals simultaneously. The next day, Lin Wei accompanied Li Xiangan to visit his family. Prince Yongkong wished for a private conversation with Lin Wei and asked Li Xiangan to step into the outer courtyard. As Prince Yongkong began to speak, Lin Wei, momentarily distracted, interjected nervously, "Oh no, Your Highness, please call me Ahung. Since I am married to Xiangan, you are my elder. It is only fitting that you use my childhood name." "Very well. You know I have never been fond of these empty titles or renown." The prince replied, "Born into royalty, life demands a cautious approach. I hold no fondness for political machinations. My sole desire is for the health and safety of my family. For an ordinary household, this may seem simple, yet in the realm of the royal court, one is constantly under the scrutinizing gaze of countless eyes, eagerly anticipating any misstep. Aner is my only daughter. In the past, my wish for her was to lead a life of happiness and tranquility. However, she is now reluctantly entangled in a marriage that she should not have been involved in. I believe we both understand the Emperor's intentions, a balance of power among three factions. Given the circumstances, I do not expect you and Aner to be a perfect match. My only hope is that you will ensure her safety for a lifetime. Can you fulfill this promise?" Lin Wei swiftly raised his hand in salute, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, Lin Wei understands. And my humble self will certainly safeguard the princess's well-being." "Good, that is reassuring. The affairs of the court are ever-changing. I am uncertain whether you align with the crown prince or have ties to Princeton. We both understand who our enemies are, and rather than hastily selecting a leader, it is imperative that you unite against external threats. The matter of the jade pendant is merely a pretext. The true turmoil lies with the traitors within. Currently, among the military generals, your Lin family and the Chung family hold the greatest prestige. Do you know how to investigate this matter? Yes, Your Highness, I understand. Lin Wei affirmed. Very well. That is the best response. At that moment, Li Xiang'an had already arranged lunch and entered, saying, General, Father, please have your meal first. The words of the prince sparked a thought in Lin Wei's mind. Honor, I have pressing matters to attend to today. You all enjoy your meal. It is urgent that I take my leave. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Wei urgently instructed his subordinates to thoroughly investigate all individuals present during the discussions at the Xiang residence, scrutinizing each detail. Su Wanwan returned home alone that day. Upon her arrival, she was met with Su Wani's mockery. Oh, sister, did you come back alone? Is Brother Aheng not with you? Before she could continue, the second lady admonished Wani to be quiet. Wani refrained from calling him Aheng. The young general is now Wanwan's husband. Please be mindful of your words. Su Xiang, unable to tolerate the exchange, interjected, Both of you be quiet and return to your rooms. Wanwan, I'm sorry this matter has implicated you. It is nothing, father. You're being too serious. This is merely my duty. You need not feel guilty. I've always believed that you and my elder brother are innocent. Before long, Lin Wei arrived, slightly delayed. Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise. She had thought Lin Wei would not come, having previously told their father that he had urgent military matters. Su Xiang also appeared astonished. Hunka, what is this? Did you not have military duties? Noting the surprise on everyone's faces, Lin Wei realized that Wanwan had lied to create an excuse for him. He cast a guilt-ridden glance at Su Wanwan, as if to silently apologize. Wanwan shook her head in response. Lin Wei quickly recovered, saying, Oh, it is like this, Uncle Su. Lin Wei indeed had military matters, but I completed them ahead of time and arrived late. My apologies. Ha ha ha, no worries. You still call me Uncle Su? Upon hearing Su Xiang's question, Lin Wei promptly corrected himself. Yes, father. That is correct, ha ha. This hurdle had been crossed, and Lin Wei's arrival provided Wanwan with some comfort, alleviating her solitude. After all, they were now married, and she could no longer enjoy the same ease of being alone in the residence. However, for the two of them, their interactions were always tinged with a subtle awkwardness. Lin Wei was acutely aware that Su Wanwan had affections for another, and he felt he was hindering her genuine happiness. Yet, given the circumstances, he was uncertain how to approach Su Wanwan. As for Su Wanwan, she understood that their relationship was merely transactional. Thus, she did not harbor expectations for Lin Wei to bestow affection upon her. Rather than being respectful partners, they resembled more like business associates. Chapter 10. May my heart find peace shortly after their marriage. Lin Wei received orders to return to Yong City. The situation at the border was tense, and the neighboring country loomed menacingly as usual. He instructed Ah Chang to prepare his belongings and brief the steward. Unlike before, this time he had to bid farewell to the princess and Su Wanwan. One day, Lin Wei and Li Xiang'an strolled through the garden. Princess, my deployment is uncertain in duration. During my absence, I hope both you and Wanwan will take care. Lin Wei's expression was indifferent, his tone calm. Li Xiang'an nodded in agreement, assuring the general, though I have yet to meet Wanwan, I believe we will get along well. After all, our presence in this residence is already fate. Indeed, that is good, Lin Wei replied. Nearby, a maid sweeping the courtyard caught sight of this scene and began to whisper, Wow, the princess and the young general are indeed a match made in heaven. A hero paired with a beauty destined to become a celebrated tale. The princess exuded grace, embodying the demeanor of a lady of the house. Yes, it is truly wonderful, yet it is a pity that our general has taken on a burden. The third miss of the Xiang family. While it sounds flattering to be a daughter of the Xiang family, she is merely a concubine. It tarnishes the general's reputation, leaving him open to whispers that he is a dandy, marrying the princess yet still entangled with the Xiang family. Alas! Shu, lower your voice. Be cautious of being overheard. Such idle gossip may draw reprimands from Lady Li. Though the maid spoke softly, Su Wanwan, who happened to pass by, overheard. She had known of Lin Wei's impending departure and had gone to the temple to seek a talisman for his safety, intending to deliver it to him promptly. Lingya, unable to contain her frustration, was about to confront the gossiping maids when Su Wanwan restrained her. "Let be, Lingya. Do not stir up trouble. Let's return. Miss, why are we going back? You sought the talisman early this morning. Will you not deliver it to the young general yourself? I doubt he would care much for it." Su Wanwan murmured softly, glancing at the retreating figures of Li Xiangyan and Lin Wei. She felt acutely that she was the superfluous one in this equation. Perhaps that was always the case. Her sensitive nature made her feel insignificant, and the transactional nature of her marriage led her to believe that Lin Wei and Li Xiangyan were the ideal couple, harmonious and in sync. Thus, at this moment, Su Wanwan resolutely reminded herself not to be the third party in this unwelcome scenario. After a moment's contemplation, she turned back with Linger. On their way, Linger sensed Su Wanwan's distress and timidly inquired, "Miss, where are we headed?" "To the Southern Grove," Su Wanwan replied softly. The Southern Grove was the most isolated section of the general's estate, housing a seldom cleaned wooden cabin. It was a place Lin Wei frequented during his time in the capital for martial training, but with most of his time spent in Yong City, it appeared somewhat desolate. Moreover, Lin Wei cherished a serene and undisturbed place for her martial practice, thus instructing her servants to refrain from cleaning it. Su Wanwan recalled that Lin Wei had once casually mentioned this location, prompting her desire to visit. The forest boasted a refreshing atmosphere, abundant with trees. However, at its heart stood an ancient tree, appearing venerable, its rough bark shedding layers from the passage of time, revealing intricate textures. The branches were dense, suggesting it had witnessed nearly a century of existence. Linger gazed in awe at the magnificent tree and exclaimed, "Miss, behold, this tree is so grand and ancient." She stepped forward, attempting to embrace the tree, estimating it to be at least 5 times her size. Observing Linger's charming demeanor, Su Wanwan chuckled softly, her brows easing. For reasons unknown, she found herself perpetually comforted by Linger. Su Wanwan retrieved a talisman and tied it to the nearest tree branch, murmuring, "May you be safe and may all go well." At that moment, Su Wanwan regarded Lin Wei merely as a friend, assisting her companion. Lin Wei, having bid farewell to Li Xiangyan, intended to meet Su Wanwan at the south courtyard, unaware that the room was devoid of occupants. The maid tasked with tidying the courtyard informed her that the secondary madam had seemingly gone to the garden and had yet to return. Lin Wei mused that perhaps she was merely taking a stroll. Having missed her earlier, she decided to return to her room to prepare for departure. Chung had long been waiting at the entrance with the horses, and upon seeing Lin Wei emerge, he casually handed her the reins. Lin Wei cast a lingering glance back at the residence, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Chung inquired, "General, have you left something behind?" Lin Wei shook her head in response, "Nothing of consequence. Let us set off." Thus, the group spurred their horses forward, leaving the quietude of the estate behind. Though Li Xiangyan and Su Wanwan shared a husband, they had yet to meet since entering the household. Li Xiangyan had heard numerous whispers from the maids, labeling Su Wanwan a beauty who would bring disaster and insinuating that she had beguiled Lin Wei, while questioning her lowly origins and questionable character. Such gossip, when absorbed in excess, could easily tarnish one's impression. Yet, despite Lin Wei's admonitions, Li Xiangyan felt compelled to pay Su Wanwan a visit. "Pinger, summon Granny Li to assist me in procuring several bolts of silk. Remember to select only the finest and choose a few vibrant colors. Nothing too plain," she instructed. Granny Li was a woman Li Xiangyan had taken in a few years prior, lacking children and appearing quite pitiable, yet she was eloquent and efficient in her duties, thus becoming a close confidant. When Granny Li dispatched someone with the brocade, she did not hesitate to inquire about her mistress's intentions. "Madam, were you sending these?" "To the south courtyard." "Madam, is this a gesture of goodwill towards the secondary madam? If I may say, it seems unnecessary, ordinarily. She should come to pay her respects to you. However, the general's residence differs from other noble households. Since the late General Lin, such customs have been abolished to prevent discord among the womenfolk. Must the princess personally visit a third miss from a humble family?" Li Xiangyan shook her head. Signaling Granny Li to cease her commentary. "There is no need for further discussion. I have my own intentions," she replied. After completing her prayers, Su Wanwan returned with Linger. The following afternoon, Li Xiang'an arrived at the south courtyard bearing the silks. Without prior notice, Linger was startled when she pushed the door open, only to find the First Lady before her, nearly gasping in surprise. Li Xiang'an gestured for Linger to remain silent, as she merely wished to enjoy a quiet stroll. The only sound in the room was that of Linger opening the door, which did not catch Su Wanwan's attention. At that moment, she was seated by the window, engrossed in a scroll, her gaze shifting gracefully. The gentle breeze caressed her hair and brushed against her profile. Li Xiang'an, observing this scene, felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity. She was taken aback by Su Wanwan's ethereal beauty, characterized by a serene demeanor and an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a painting. Yet, she found it perplexing that such a beauty was rumored to possess a seductive charm, although she had never interacted with her. Li Xiang'an trusted her instincts and judgments more than the tales spun by others. "Are you reading, Sister Wan?" Li Xiang'an inquired softly as she approached. Hearing the voice, Su Wanwan turned, hastily setting aside her book. A frown crossed her brow as she collected her thoughts. "Sister, is that you, Your Grace?" she exclaimed, quickly rising to offer a respectful bow. "Do not be so formal, Sister Wan. I merely came to pay you a visit. I did not bring much, having only heard from the maidservants that you are a beauty. Thus, I thought to present you with some fine silks to compliment Your Grace. However, upon seeing you today, I realize that my selections appear somewhat ordinary against your extraordinary presence. Ultimately, it is I who have underestimated your elegance." Upon hearing Li Xiang'an's words, Su Wanwan felt a twinge of anxiety. "Your Grace, you flatter me. Your gifts are inherently exquisite. It is not that they lack merit, but rather that I feel unworthy of such splendid attire. Please do not belittle my worth, dear sister." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, each deflecting compliments. Noticing the time, old Madam Li interjected, "Your Grace, it is getting late. We still have to visit the money shop and the fabric store, not to mention matters awaiting attention at the tavern in the East City. It would be prudent to become acquainted sooner." "Understood, Madam," Li Xiang'an replied. "Thank you for the reminder." Su Wanwan then spoke, "If you are busy, Your Grace, I shall not keep you." Although the Lin family is known for its martial lineage, they also possess substantial business interests, making them quite prosperous. The flourishing lives of the common people during the Southern Chu period can be attributed to the king's mercantile policies. The ruler of Southern Chu had a far-reaching vision and broad insights, implementing proactive commercial policies and promoting trade relations with foreign nations, including marriage alliances. Although the political ideologies of various nations were not entirely harmonious, they found common ground in the mutually beneficial principles of commerce, leading to a thriving commercial environment in Southern Chu. While Lin Laoi served as a military general, his wife, Lady Lu, hailed from a family of merchants. Thus, over the years, the prosperity of the Lin family was bolstered not only by Lin Wei's military exploits, but also by other industries supporting the family's legacy. The tavern and fabric store had long been managed by Steward Gao and Lin Pingkong, while the money shop, being of utmost importance, constituted the foundation of the Lin family's wealth, thus consistently overseen by cousin Lu Simu. Prior to Lin Wei's marriage, the family's assets were diligently managed by appointed individuals. Now that Lin Wei is wed, the First Lady remains the reigning princess of the court. Thus, it is inevitable that the responsibilities will eventually be transferred to Li Xiang'an. Consequently, the most urgent task for Li Xiang'an at present is to swiftly familiarize himself with the family's enterprises. The money house, being the most intricate and untouchable aspect of the family business, cannot yet be assumed. However, the fabric shop and the tavern remain within the realm of his understanding. As a result, for an extended period, Li Xiang'an is preoccupied with managing the family affairs. Meanwhile, the Lin residence is primarily overseen by Mama Li, who instructs a multitude of maids and servants. Daily matters of the household require Mama Li's attention, leading her to become somewhat haughty and dismissive, particularly as she has long harbored animosity towards Su Wanwan. Consequently, she occasionally resorts to finding fault and causing trouble. The idle gossip circulating within the residence is largely instigated by Mama Li as well. Nevertheless, Su Wanwan has always preferred to avoid conflict, seeking instead to lead a tranquil life each day, remaining indifferent to the rumors and criticisms that do not pertain to her. Until one day, when Su Wanwan's cold illness recurs, rendering her bedridden. Seeing this, the maid Linger is filled with deep concern. She intends to go to the kitchen to prepare some medicinal soup and pastries, but upon opening the door, she is intercepted by several younger maids. One of them steps forward and admonishes her. "Where are you off to, Sister Linga? Mama has given instructions that unless it is urgent, the side lady cannot step outside the south courtyard. This is the newly established rule." Newly established rules? Linger's anxious gaze reveals her confusion and disbelief. How is it that we were not informed? This is the Lin residence, not a domain where Mama Li can unilaterally dictate terms. Even the young general has not imposed such rules. How can a mere servant presume to establish such unreasonable regulations? Step aside. Oh dear, Sister Ling, you must be careful what you say. If Mama Li hears you, you could be in for a reprimand. The entire Lin residence is now under the control of the First Lady, and Mama Li is her favorite attendant. Her words carry the weight of the First Lady's authority, and her rules are the First Lady's rules. Indeed, one must consider the master when reprimanding the dog. Linger retorted angrily. "What did you say? Who is the dog? How dare you insult? I did not call anyone a dog. Step aside. I must prepare medicine for my young lady. If anything were to happen to her, could you bear the consequences?" "Oh, who is so disrespectful of the rules?" A familiar voice echoed from a distance, and upon closer inspection, it was Mama Li. Before Linger could react, Mama Li struck her across the face, leaving a vivid handprint on her cheek. Following this, Mama Li scornfully remarked, "Such an ill-mannered little maid, just like her mistress, utterly unrefined. What did you say? You may speak of me, but do not dare to speak ill of my young lady. Is she someone you could disparage? What of it? A neglected concubine's daughter dares to think herself worthy of our general, and has the audacity to compete with our princess for a husband? How absurd!" Linger, filled with indignation, attempted to claw at Mama Li's face, but was restrained by two younger maids, escalating the situation into chaos. Perhaps the commotion became too loud, as Su Wanwan, lying on the couch, struggled to rise, supporting herself against the wall as she made her way to the door. Leaning weakly against the door, she inquired, "What is happening?" "Lingia? Nothing, my lady. You should return and not catch a chill. I will go brew some medicine for you. Do not waste your efforts. It is futile today. No one should dare to step out of Nanyuan," Li Momo said fiercely. "Madam, this girl is unruly and unmanageable. It would be best for you to confine her and discipline her properly, lest she brings shame upon herself." Su Wanwan, already lacking strength, breathed heavily, observing the current situation. She presumed Linger would not be allowed to leave today. Since entering the residence, Su Wanwan had been cautious and reserved, fearing any misstep might lead to trouble. She decided to take a step back. With a wave of her hand, she signaled Linger to return. Then, in a weakened voice, she expressed her gratitude to Momo, acknowledging her own negligence in managing Linger and pleading for understanding, stating that their disturbance had inadvertently troubled Momo. Seeing Su Wanwan's humble demeanor, Li Momo could not press further without appearing unreasonable. So, she exclaimed, "Oh my madam, your words truly humble this old servant. You indeed possess great understanding and decorum." However, as she spoke, her gaze turned cold towards Linger, signaling the attendant to release her. Linger shook her arms and hurried to support Su Wanwan, who leaned against the door. Concerned, she asked, "Miss, are you all right?" Su Wanwan gently wrapped her arm around Linger's shoulder and managed a smile. Observing the pallid complexion of Su Wanwan, Li Momo felt it inappropriate to continue her torment and left with the other maids and servants. Before departing, she muttered quietly, "A concubine's daughter can never rise to prominence. She has only just entered the residence, and already she brings misfortune." Linger assisted Su Wanwan into the room and quickly wrapped her in a blanket. Although it was already late spring, an unexpected chill had left Su Wanwan trembling, curled up in the covers. Linger looked at the scene before her, feeling both heartbroken and helpless. "Miss, they're treating you so unfairly. How can they speak of you in such a manner? I am truly incensed. In the past, although life in the Xiong residence was not luxurious, at least there was care when one fell ill. Reflecting on her days in the Xiong residence, though Su Wanwan was the third daughter, born of a secondary wife, her mother was not favored, and as a result, her father also paid her little attention. While her life was not one of luxury, it was certainly free from want, with access to medical care when needed. Perhaps having grown accustomed to a simpler lifestyle, Su Wanwan possessed a certain resilience, yet her frail health made her appear delicate. Now residing in the Lin household, with Lin Wei absent and Li Xiong'an preoccupied with the affairs of the fabric shop and tavern, the household was already sparsely populated. Consequently, while Li Momo could not be said to wield absolute power, she effectively acted as the head of the household behind the scenes. She established the rules, overseeing affairs as she deemed fit, particularly looking down upon Su Wanwan's background. During this time, Su Wanwan had endured considerable criticism and neglect from her. It is worth mentioning that in the past, when her illness flared up, it was difficult to endure without medication. Uncertain if it was due to moving from her previous residence, she managed to improve somewhat after 3 days. The illness, which could not be treated, meant that meals were not provided regularly, and the maids responsible for cleaning the courtyard had been dismissed. For an extended period, only Ling and Su Wanwan shared their lives together. Perhaps Su Wanwan had always preferred this tranquil existence, as her spirit gradually improved. Chapter 11. The return time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 3 months had gone by. In the mansion, Lin Wei's letter had arrived, conveying that all was well and she would return in less than 10 days. Li Xiong'an had also become quite familiar with the household, bustling about with the various affairs. The days of Granny Li's tyranny were drawing to a close. Miss, the weather is splendid today. When shall we venture out for a stroll? I feel utterly stifled after such a long time. Thankfully, the general will be back soon. Once he returns, let us see how that Granny Li dares to bully us. Ling exclaimed, growing more animated with each passing moment. Su Wanwan glanced at Ling, offering a faint smile for comfort. Indeed, it has been quite suffocating for you, Ling. In a few days, I shall take you out. There is no rush. Let us wait a little longer. As they spoke, Lin Wei arrived unexpectedly. Perhaps due to her daily training, she moved with a lightness that set her apart from others. Su Wanwan, still engaged in conversation with Ling, was unaware of Lin Wei's entrance. How long has it been since you last went out? You two seem particularly lively, Lin Wei observed. Upon seeing her, the smiles on their faces tightened, followed by a flurry of nervousness. Oh, nothing, Ling stammered, shaking her head like a rattledrum. Su Wanwan rose, exclaiming, Why has the general returned today? No one informed us, and we are unprepared. Ling quickly fetched some tea. With a discreet glance, she signaled for Ling to leave. As Ling walked away, she muttered, The maids in the courtyard have all been sent away by Granny Li, so of course, no one would inform us. Those heartless wretches would be glad if we perished. Though her voice was low, Lin Wei caught the words. Ling, what did you just say? What do you mean by death in life? What has transpired? She turned to Su Wanwan, who appeared even more slender after months apart, her garments seeming slightly looser. Lin Wei furrowed her brow. Ling, during my absence, has anyone treated you harshly? Seeing Lin Wei's concern, Ling was about to launch into a lament, but Su Wanwan quickly interjected. No, General, you are overthinking it. I have been quite well. For reasons unknown, Lin Wei felt an inexplicable sense of distance from Su Wanwan, a sentiment that had lingered from the past to the present, as if an unseen barrier separated them. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Wei took her leave. Since Su Wanwan was unwilling to divulge any details, Lin Wei did not press the matter further, but discreetly instructed a Chung to inquire about the conditions Su Wanwan had endured in the Lin residence. Upon learning the truth, Lin Wei understood the nature of Su Wanwan's recent experiences. However, since Su Wanwan had not articulated her struggles, it was evident she wished to spare Lin Wei from concern. After much contemplation, Lin Wei decided to let the matter rest. With everything proceeding smoothly, there was no urgency to return. Having overheard the conversation between Su Wanwan and Lin Wei felt compelled to take Su Wanwan out. Not only would it serve as a welcome distraction, but it would also silence the gossip of the household staff, who were prone to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. As summer approached, Su Wanwan donned a delicate light blue gauze gown, adorned at her waist with a jade pendant shaped like white pear blossoms and a pink tassel hairpin gracefully tucked into her hair. She appeared both elegant and ethereal. When Lin Wei sought her out, Su Wanwan was leaning by the window, painting bamboo. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her attire. The clear waters bring forth lotus blossoms. Naturally unembellished, a line of poetry sprang to Lin Wei's mind, perfectly encapsulating the picturesque scene before her. In a moment of distraction, she suddenly remembered to call out to her, Wanwan. Having not ventured outside for quite some time, Su Wanwan was pleasantly surprised by the freshness of the air, a smile gracing her lips. Linger and Su Wanwan strolled together, observing their surroundings. Lin Wei, noticing a jade bracelet with a subtle green hue at a nearby shop, paused to admire it, realizing it complemented Su Wanwan's attire perfectly. As Su Wanwan and Linger shared laughter along the street, a familiar figure appeared not far ahead. The gentle yet strong profile was unmistakable. "Isn't that young Master Su?" Linger exclaimed. "Miss, it's Su." Before Linger could finish her sentence, Su Wanwan grasped her arm. She was fully aware that it was Su Ruching. She merely wished to avoid an encounter that would only deepen her sorrow. A gust of wind swept by, causing Su Ruching's fan to slip from his hand. Just as he bent down to retrieve it, he caught sight of Su Wanwan's silhouette. Ignoring the fan, he hurried towards her. "Wana, is that you?" he called out, and Su Wanwan instinctively reached out to grasp the young woman beside her. Realizing she could not evade the situation, she turned, her brows slightly furrowed, a hint of awkwardness reflected in her smile. "What a coincidence," she replied. "Yes, quite the coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here today. You know, I went to the Su residence looking for you, but they turned me away, claiming I was mad. Did you know, Wanner, I've been thinking of you constantly during this time?" Before he could finish, Su Wanwan raised her hand to signal him to cease his words, as curious onlookers turned their heads in their direction. Having just purchased a bracelet, Lin Wei had intended to catch up with Su Wanwan, but unfortunately witnessed this scene. He retracted his hand, concealing the bracelet, and stepped aside, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Perhaps she had always harbored feelings for Su Ruching. Only in his presence would she let down her guard and bridge the distance between them. Reminiscing about the respectful camaraderie they once shared, Lin Wei felt a sudden pang of disappointment. The decorum they upheld now felt like an emotional barrier. Disheartened, he tucked the bracelet into his sleeve and returned home alone. Su Wanwan wished to avoid further entanglements with Su Ruching on the street, particularly as she was now married to another. Taking a step back, she indicated for him to stop speaking. The joy of her outing had dissipated, and she hurriedly made her way home with Linger, perhaps due to her inner turmoil. She failed to notice Lin Wei. Upon returning, she was informed that the young general had already arrived home. Earlier, Li Xiang'an had prepared dinner, anticipating the return of the three of them together. Now, seeing Lin Wei return alone, seemingly preoccupied, she refrained from asking too many questions. Lin Wei remained lost in thought. Despite Li Xiang'an urging him to eat, he disregarded her pleas, instead consuming glass after glass of wine. Despite her attempts to persuade him, she could not sway him. When Su Wanwan returned home, the servants had already informed her of Lin Wei's presence. Since she was with Li Xiang'an, she felt it would be inappropriate to intrude. Moreover, her spirit was somewhat troubled, so she declined the dinner invitation and retreated to her room early. As her maid delivered the message, Lin Wei coldly mused to himself that perhaps he was merely being overly sentimental, casting a glance at Li Xiang'an, ultimately concluding that they were indeed being overly sentimental. Having spoken, Lin Wei rose and made her way alone towards the garden. Li Xiang'an, perplexed, could not fathom why Lin Wei had uttered such words, nor did she understand why Su Wanwan had left dinner. The inexplicable behavior of the two left her utterly bewildered. Just as she contemplated following to support Lin Wei raised her hand to stop her, asserting, "I wish to walk alone. It's nothing." Heeding this, Li Xiang'an refrained from pursuing her. Lin Wei wandered aimlessly, eventually sitting in a secluded corner of the garden. The moonlight was resplendent. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the shadows of the trees danced playfully. The courtyard was enveloped in silence, so profound that the chirping of cicadas could be distinctly heard. The stillness accentuated her solitude. At that moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She was acutely aware that Su Wanwan's heart had once belonged to Su Rukin, and it likely still did. What did marriage matter? One could confine the body, yet not the heart. She felt a deep sense of pity, not only for Su Wanwan, but also for herself. She was uncertain whether she had genuinely fallen for Su Wanwan, but her feelings for her were undoubtedly distinct. Su Wanwan evoked in her a sensation unlike any other. Though they appeared to coexist in a facade of mutual respect, an invisible barrier separated them, and her true feelings eluded expression. From the very beginning, she could sense Su Wanwan's emotional distance, yet she was reluctant to witness her sorrow. Having already seen her slender form, how could she remain indifferent? The following day, whispers among the maidservants reached her ears. They spoke of a favored one abandoned by the general in the streets, of the disdain from the servants, and of the bullying from the matron. A concubine was, after all, but a concubine, unworthy of respect and unable to live with dignity. Upon hearing such remarks, Lin Wei found her fists clenched unconsciously. With a fierce declaration, she proclaimed, "From this day forth, anyone who dares to gossip within this household shall be expelled from the general's residence." The maids quickly grasped the gravity of her words and scurried away. She pondered the days she had been absent and what Su Wanwan's life had entailed during that time. Her intention had been to ensure Su Wanwan was free from worry and live a life of peace and joy, yet she had failed on all counts. The servants, narrow-minded and bullying the weak, would not dare to disrespect someone of the princess's stature, but Su Wanwan was different. The only solution was to grant her a voice, ensuring she would no longer be subject to unwarranted humiliation. Chapter 12. An undertaking. After returning to the capital for several days, there were no pressing matters at hand. On this particular day, Lin Wei invited Su Wanwan to accompany her to the money shop, intending for Lu Simu to instruct her as well. Having a task at hand was certainly advantageous, preventing them from languishing in melancholy within the residence. The money shop was, after all, the foundation of the Lin family's wealth. Even Li Xiang'an had, in recent months, become more acquainted with the fabric shop and tavern, neglecting the money shop. This establishment had been managed by her father since his youth, and it had prospered. Whenever refugees arrived, the shop would allocate funds for temporary relief. For many years, it had been her cousin Simu who oversaw these affairs. As Su Wanwan listened, she nodded in acknowledgement. You've come." "Oh, no, I should address you as General," Lu Simu remarked with a smile as he approached Lin Wei. Lin Wei returned the smile, saying, "Cousin, you jest again. What does it matter whether I am called General or not? You know I have never been fond of such mundane titles. Just teasing, What brings you here today? And who might this be?" This is Wanwan." "Wanwan, this is Brother Simu," Lin Wei introduced them. Having spoken, Su Wanwan performed a gesture of respect befitting a junior, her countenance illuminated with a gentle smile. The sorrow still lingered, and the yearning had not faded. Surely, her cousin must also bear a multitude of affection and hope. Lu Simu gazed upon the woman before him, never having anticipated that others merely regarded her with admiration, while he himself felt a deeper affection. She was the first to articulate such sentiments. In that instant, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, ultimately responding with a smile. Lin Wei's words shattered the atmosphere. "Cousin, the reason I have come today is to request that you take Wanwan to familiarize her with our money house when you have the time. I am seldom in Kyoto, and Wanwan has a task to undertake. It would seem more prudent this way." Su Wanwan raised her eyes to glance at Lin Wei, her previously ordinary gaze now imbued with warmth. Lu Simu readily agreed. Although Lu Simu and Lin Wei did not often meet, their bond was undeniably strong. Lu Simu held great respect for Lin Wei's dedication to protecting the nation, while Lin Wei admired Lu Simu's effortless navigation through the competitive realm of Kyoto. In a sense, they were akin to the missing pieces of one another's character, sharing similar stances on matters of significance, embodying the essence of confidants, friends, and kin. "Cousin, do not underestimate Wanwan. Though she is a woman and appears delicate, Her grace and virtue are qualities Lin Wei has only now expressed, and in front of her cousin. He felt a moment of embarrassment, even lowering his voice slightly. Lu Simu perceived the subtlety and quickly interjected. All right, Ahung, no need to worry. I will certainly assist my sister. You rascal. Lin Wei playfully punched Lu Simu's chest, and they both erupted into hearty laughter. Observing that the two might delve into reminiscences, Wanwan gracefully stepped aside to explore the Lin family money house. Since her marriage, Su Wanwan had endured the scornful whispers of the household servants, coupled with her frail health, leading to a prolonged period of languor. Now, with her health restored and a purpose to pursue, her heart felt lighter, and a smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, Lin Wei and Lu Simu strolled through the long corridor of the back courtyard, engaged in conversation. Ahung, it is rare to see you at the money house. To speak candidly, I have heard various rumors. However, seeing your sister today, she does not seem to align with what has been said. Are you both well? Huh. You cannot hide anything from you, Brother Simu. I am seldom here and only recently became aware of these matters. I have wronged Wanwan by marrying her. The world is often shallow, easily swayed by gossip, which spreads like wildfire. You are a wise man, and in due time, the true nature of Wanwan will become evident. Understood. I shall rest assured. Ahung, I comprehend. After speaking, the worry in Lin Wei's eyes diminished somewhat. In the days that followed, Wanwan visited the money house daily. From initially recording ledgers to later managing event logs, she became well acquainted with the operations. One day, Lu Simu sought to meet with Su Wanwan. Cousin, what brings you to seek me? Su Wanwan inquired, puzzled. Lu Simu replied with joy, Wanwan, today, you shall accompany me to meet someone. Who? Su Wanwan asked. Her curiosity piqued. It is young Master Chung. In mid-last month, he deposited a substantial sum at our money house on a staggered payment plan, amounting to the profits of our establishment over 3 years. This time, young Master Chung has come to discuss the forthcoming sums. He is still deliberating whether to deposit the funds in Wenji Bank or with us. If the negotiations go well, it would signify a considerable profit for us. Is it appropriate for me to attend? Su Wanwan felt a bit flustered by this sudden arrangement. How could it be inappropriate? Lu Simu cast a firm glance at Su Wanwan. Having never dealt with the specifics of banking matters, Su Wanwan naturally harbored some concerns. She spoke up, Wenji Bank? But isn't that under the name of the left chancellor? Ha. Seeing Su Wanwan's inquiry, Lu Simu chuckled and replied, naturally. Su Wanwan pondered for a moment. The left chancellor and her father have never seen eye to eye. In a business of this magnitude, while publicly everyone would appear to compete fairly, privately, there would undoubtedly be covert rivalry. She felt quite anxious, but ultimately accompanied Lu Simu to the meeting. After some casual conversation and with the assistance of Su Wanwan, young Master Chung quickly decided to finalize a contract with Linji Bank. Everything went smoothly. The next day, the more Su Wanwan thought about it, the more something felt amiss. She approached Lu Simu for clarification. Cousin, I can't shake the feeling that something is off regarding young Master Chung. After much contemplation, I want to discuss it with you. Lu Simu raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it, Wanwan? What do you feel something is amiss? Yesterday went quite smoothly. Yes, precisely because it went too smoothly, it feels wrong. For a patron of young Master Chung's stature, there were no hesitations, no conditions. Even when dealing with a newcomer like me, he found no faults. When things seem too good to be true, they often are, cousin. You should consider it carefully. Having just stepped into the banking world, Su Wanwan felt uneasy about encountering such a significant patron. You make a reasonable point. But where could the issue lie? On the surface, everything appears to be proceeding well. Currently, we can't identify any flaws. We can only take one step at a time, Lu Simu replied. Su Wanwan recalled the account books she had reviewed in recent days, murmuring to herself, young Master Chung cousin. Do you know the origins of this young Master Chung? Lu Simu pondered for a moment before responding, I have only met young Master Chung a few times. I've heard that his ancestral home is in Beicheng, and his family has been engaged in commerce for generations, but I know little of his background. After hearing this, Su Wanwan remained deep in thought. Beicheng? Chung? Cousin, a few days ago when I was reviewing the account books, I vaguely recalled that the Minister of Revenue, Minister Chung, had deposited 30,000 taels of silver with us. However, as far as I know, Minister Chung has always been close to the Left Chancellor. Why would he not deposit with Wenji Bank, but instead with us at Linji? Upon hearing Su Wanwan's words, Lu Simu began to contemplate. Indeed, Wenji is considered our rival. The Left Chancellor and Minister Chung are allies, yet the funds were deposited with us at Linji. Unless at that moment, Su Wanwan and Lu Simu simultaneously exclaimed, "Unless the money is tainted." Lu Simu then realized that this matter might warrant further investigation. Yes, the Left Chancellor and Minister Chung have always been on good terms. Yet the funds did not go through Wenji. Minister Chung also hails from Beicheng. Could it be that young Master Chung has some connection to Minister Chung? Wanwan, what you have mentioned is indeed quite significant. I will immediately give instructions to investigate the background of young Master Chung. All right, Wanwan responded in agreement. As Su Wanwan pondered the matter, a fleeting recollection of that day as events flashed through her mind. Though she had not been fixated on the young Master Chung, she felt an inexplicable sense of his presence in her peripheral vision. Was he truly observing me? She mused, only to immediately dismiss the notion, reminding herself that they were strangers and he could not possibly be paying her any heed. It was best to leave things as they were and await news from her cousin. Upon returning home, Lin Wei encountered Su Wanwan and noticed the contemplative expression upon her face. He approached her with concern, inquiring, "What troubles you, Wanwan? Are you well these days?" Despite her desire to alleviate his worries, Su Wanwan managed to muster a faint smile, replying, "I am perfectly fine, General. You are overthinking." Sensing her reluctance to confide, Lin Wei refrained from pressing further. "Very well then. Please take care of yourself." "Thank you, General," Wanwan responded, and as she walked away, Lin Wei instructed a Chung to investigate any recent occurrences at the money house while discreetly avoiding the side consort. He wished to prevent her from overthinking, as he recognized her tendency to dwell on matters, which often hindered her happiness. Additionally, he harbored concerns about potential issues, for the general's household business could easily fall prey to scheming individuals. Thus, he deemed it prudent to conduct a discreet inquiry. 3 days later, Linger hurriedly approached Su Wanwan with a letter in hand. Miss, here is a letter addressed to you. Please take a look." "A letter?" Su Wanwan questioned, intrigued. The envelope bore the bold inscription of Chung Wenyuan. The letter read, "Dear Miss Su, I hope this message finds you well. I am Chung Wenyuan. 3 days ago, we had a brief encounter at Lin's money house, where we exchanged but few words. I wonder if you would honor me with your presence. In a few days, I shall celebrate my birthday and have invited many friends to gather at the Chung residence. It would be my utmost honor if you could attend." Upon finishing the letter, Lu Simu approached her. "What news? Whose letter is this?" "Ah, it is from my cousin, Chung Wenyuan. He has invited me to his birthday celebration. However, our acquaintance is scant, just a fleeting encounter, leaving me uncertain of his intentions," Su Wanwan replied, perplexed. Lu Simu recalled Wanwan's previous remarks and responded, "Indeed. I have inquired about this Master Chung over the past few days. There appears to be nothing amiss. He seems to match the rumors surrounding him. Rather enigmatic." Wanwan, still puzzled, remarked, "So, we remain entirely uninformed about him? Perhaps we should accompany each other to the Chung residence in a few days to observe the birthday festivities. The more guests present, the greater the chance of uncovering inconsistencies. It may prove advantageous for us." "You're correct, Wanwan," Lu Simu agreed, instructing his subordinates to prepare a birthday gift. Soon, the day of the celebration arrived. Though the Chung residence was not as grand as the general's, it was still a substantial estate befitting a wealthy merchant of Chujing City. The gardens and courtyards were exquisitely arranged, with serene ponds enhancing the elegance of the surroundings. Most of the guests arriving to pay their respects were merchants, with few familiar faces from a court. Lu Simu and Su Wanwan attended together, surveying the scene without noting anything amiss. The attendees wore cheerful expressions, basking in the festive atmosphere. From a distance, Chung Wenyuan caught sight of Su Wanwan, adorned in a delicate lavender gown that danced gracefully in the breeze, evoking the image of a beautiful maiden ethereal and apart from the world. He recognized her instantly. "Miss Su," he raised his voice, "Master Chung, happy birthday. Today, I have come with my cousin. Although we are not well acquainted, it is indeed an invitation." Su Wanwan maintained a pleasant demeanor, her tone amicable and her smile radiant. Chung Wenyuan noticed Lu Simu beside him, and the smile on his lips waned slightly. Yet he still managed to muster a semblance of warmth. "Brother Lu, it is a privilege to have you here. All guests are welcome. Please take a seat." The two settled down. After a few rounds of wine, Chung Wenyuan leaned closer to Su Wanwan and said softly, "Miss Su, I have something to discuss. May I have a word with you in private?" Wanwan looked up, a hint of confusion in her eyes, yet she instinctively replied, "All right." She turned to her cousin Lu Simu. "I shall be back shortly." Lu Simu nodded in response. They traversed through a lengthy corridor, arriving at a pavilion. Outside the pavilion lay a pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers, a truly picturesque sight. "Miss Su, please be seated," Chung Wenyuan remarked, noticing her gaze fixated on the lotus flowers in the pond. At that moment, Su Wanwan snapped back to reality, managing to form a faint smile. Chung Wenyuan broke the tranquil silence, inquiring, "Miss Su, do you find this view to your liking?" Wanwan glanced back, seemingly hesitant. "Yes, it is lovely. However, may I ask the reason for your summons, Master Chung?" Chung Wenyuan chuckled softly, looking down as he replied, "Ah, there is nothing of great consequence. I merely found the noise over there too distracting and sought a quieter place to gather my thoughts. You do not mind my bringing you here, do you?" Initially expecting something of great importance, Su Wanwan felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. She responded nonchalantly, "Not at all. Does Master Chung not enjoy lively gatherings? If you prefer tranquility, you could simply gather with your closest family and friends." Su Wanwan perceived that although he wore a smile, it did not radiate genuine joy. Chung Wenyuan, however, was subtly shaken by her unexpected remark. Since he could remember, he had not experienced the concern or affection of family, save for a nurse who had accompanied him from childhood to adulthood. In his eyes, she was not merely a caregiver, but a motherly figure. Just half a month prior, she had passed away due to illness, leaving his emotional support in shambles. "Family?" he scoffed. "Miss Su, you jest. I have no family to speak of. Friends? Mostly from the business realm. As for sincerity, sometimes even I find it difficult to discern the genuine from the feigned. Over time, the false can appear true, and what is real can seem false." Perhaps it was the sorrow that arose from excessive joy, or perhaps it was his accustomed observation of others' insincere flattery and sycophancy. Su Wanwan surmised that his outlook was rather bleak. "Master Chung, perhaps you're being overly pessimistic. At least these individuals are genuinely present in your life, are they not? Only sincerity can yield true affection. If everyone were to wear a mask of duplicity, what value would there be in maintaining such so-called bonds? It is better to find solace in solitude, is it not?" Chung Wenyuan discerned her underlying message, yet he was unable to attain the true detachment and peace she suggested. He could only respond with self-deprecating humor. "Indeed, you are right. That is why I seek refuge here for a moment of tranquility." "But why me?" Su Wanwan questioned, perplexed. "I am not well acquainted with you, yet it seems you do not mind." Upon first encountering Su Wanwan, he found himself captivated by her presence on several occasions. Indeed, even I cannot articulate the reason behind this fascination. It is an instinctive feeling, a genuine sentiment. You are unlike any of those around you. Your gaze is pure, sincere, and resolute. Although our meetings have been few, I yearn for the prospect of friendship with you. My intuition tells me that you are a companion deserving of heartfelt sincerity. Wanwan regarded him with curiosity, pondering how such a fleeting encounter could warrant the label of friendship. She replied earnestly, "You flatter me, young Master Chung. Such assertions are misguided. If young Master Chung is not one to easily trust others, then why does he extend such trust to me?" Chung Wenyuan observed her skepticism, noting that she seemed to possess a strong sense of boundaries. He then spoke, "I believe in the connections forged by fate, yet I place greater faith in the understanding that grows with time." With that, he fixed his gaze upon Su Wanwan, his eyes brimming with emotion. Wanwan, already uncomfortable with being stared at so intently, quickly averted her eyes and responded, "Indeed, as time reveals the strength of a horse. So too does it unveil a person's true character. Miss Sue, it appears you're not one to easily place your trust in others, he remarked. Wanwan met his gaze with a smile and inquired, "Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion, young Master Chung?" Chung Wenyuan offered a wry smile. "Oh, it is merely a feeling, nothing more." "A feeling, indeed. Perhaps it stems from my frail constitution since childhood, which may have imparted upon me an air of detachment. Yet, in truth, I have always envied those with robust physiques and vibrant spirits, those who embody vitality." As she spoke, her eyes seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Chung Wenyuan jested. I had not anticipated that Miss Sue would favor such individuals. Though he was neither a delicate scholar nor a physically imposing warrior, years spent in commerce had endowed him with an air of affluence. In his eyes, Su Wanwan was a blend of clarity and elegance, vibrant yet not gaudy, animated yet composed, tranquil yet not silent. She exuded a sense of stability, intelligence, restraint, and nobility. Each aspect resonated with the admiration he held within. From the moment he first beheld her, his heart was stirred with ripples of affection. Yet, at this moment, he felt a vast chasm separating them in their respective ideals. He self-deprecatingly remarked, "The person you admire, Miss Sue, is likely to be a chivalrous hero or a youthful general. I am merely the merchant," often referred to in common parlance as one steeped in the scent of copper. Realizing that their conversation might have strayed into inappropriate territory, Wanwan replied, "Young Master Chung, you are too humble. Everyone has differing tastes. It cannot be said that one is right while another is wrong. What one admires and aspires to is, for each individual, their own truth, albeit a narrow one. You, young Master Chung, embody an air of nobility, and it is only natural that you appreciate those of similar stature." Upon hearing this, Chung Wenyuan's eyes suddenly brightened with excitement, and he grasped Su Wanwan's hand eagerly. "Is that truly your belief? And what of you? Would you appreciate me?" Seeing him overstep, Wanwan quickly withdrew her hand and lowered her gaze, saying, "Young Master Chung, you jest. I'm already married to another. Such behavior is improper." Chung Wenyuan grasped the sleeve of her garment once more, his urgency palpable. "Then what does that matter? I do not care. You could seek a divorce. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself irresistibly drawn to you. Every gesture, every word you uttered captivated me. Enough. No more words, Chung Gongzi. You have crossed the line." Su Wanwan halted him from continuing, pushing Chung Wenyuan away and swiftly turning to leave. As she glanced back, Chung Wenyuan's gaze was filled with desolation, his hand still suspended in midair. He lowered his hand and clenched his fist tightly. He dispatched a servant to inquire about her situation. "Lin Wei? It was merely a matter of encountering her first." Su Wanwan wore a serious expression. Seeing this, Lu Simu asked, "What is wrong, Wanwan?" "Cousin, I'm feeling a bit unwell." "Let us return," she replied. Alahite. "Let us go," Lu Simu responded. Throughout the journey, Wanwan remained silent, leaving Lu Simu uncertain whether to inquire further. After much hesitation, he finally asked with concern, "Are you all right, Wanwan? What did Chung Gongzi say to you?" Snapping back to reality, Wanwan replied, "It's nothing, just for a moment, I found it hard to accept. Initially, I wondered why the transaction with Chung Gongzi proceeded so smoothly, given my unfamiliarity with him. Today, I understand." "Understand what? What happened?" Lu Simu inquired, puzzled. Su Wanwan lowered her voice, saying, "Chung Gongzi confessed his feelings to me." "What? A confession?" Lu Simu exclaimed in shock. Although he was aware that Su Wanwan was indeed charming, she was already the concubine of Lin Wei. Such a reckless declaration, disregarding the circumstances, was truly astonishing. He then offered her comfort, saying, "That must have startled you, Wanwan. Rest well when we return, and it is best to limit your interactions with him. Do not worry. I will arrange for someone else to handle future matters. Just avoid him for now." Thank you, cousin." Wanwan thought to herself, "What a ridiculous day this has been." Chapter 14. A close call. Thankfully you appeared since Su Wanwan married into the Lin family. Her encounters with Situ Yu had become exceedingly rare. However, true to her nature, she still found ways to scale the walls of the courtyard. As for why she preferred not to use the front gate, she simply felt that climbing the wall offered a greater sense of freedom. After all, in the world, the only true love is freedom. One day, having just vaulted over the wall of the Lin residence, she passed by a narrow path and spotted a man with an injured right arm. He struggled to cover his wound, but blood flowed profusely from it. Noticing his pale complexion, it was evident he had lost a significant amount of blood. Sityu approached and gently pushed his shoulder. "Hey, are you all right? How did you get hurt?" When the man did not respond, she nudged him again with her foot. "I'm talking to you. Don't die on me." Though she typically preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, abandoning someone in distress was not her style. Thus, Sityu lifted the man's shoulder, resting it on her own, and began to assist him toward a nearby pharmacy. After walking only a few steps, the man struggled to open his eyes, groggily pushing Sityu away. "Who are you? Where are you taking me? Hey there, get a grip. I'm here to save you. If you don't get to the clinic soon, you might not make it. Don't worry, I have no intention of selling you off." Though he spoke otherwise, Sityu could not shake the feeling of misfortune. If one were to be abducted, it would be preferable to be taken by a gentle, considerate, and handsome man. However, upon glancing at the icy demeanor of the man in his arms, with piercing eyes that seemed to harbor a murderous intent, he thought it best to avoid any entanglements. The man staggered, attempting to push Sityu away. "I won't go to the clinic. Let me go. Get away." Sityu, perceiving the man's ungracious attitude, could not contain his ire. "You ungrateful wretch. I offer you help, and you refuse it? If you won't go to the clinic, do you plan to await your demise? Or are you perhaps a fugitive? Preposterous. If you don't understand, then cease your baseless conjectures. Let me go." The man's tone was resolute, laced with impatience. In a fit of anger, Sityu pushed him, causing the man to stumble and crash against the wall. Seeing him unable to regain his footing, Sityu hesitated, contemplating leaving, but ultimately returned to assist the man once more. "Fine, I shall refrain from bickering with you, an injured soul. If you refuse the clinic, I shall at least escort you to a nearby, dilapidated room. Rest assured, it is abandoned and uninhabited." At this, the man ceased his struggles, and together they slowly made their way to the small shelter. He leaned against the wall and sat beside a rickety bench. Sityu addressed him. "Hey, Ice Face, remain here while I step out. If you wish to live, trust me." As he spoke, Sityu mused that Ice Face was an apt description, for the man appeared utterly lifeless, akin to a mere ice cube. The clinic was just across a narrow alley, quite close indeed. Upon returning with the medicine, Sityu spotted a familiar silhouette in the street. Did she not just leave the Lin residence? Where was one headed? Curiosity piqued. He hurried back to the dilapidated building. "Here, the wound ointment is for you. Apply it yourself. I have matters to attend to." He could not resist a parting jab. "Ice Cube." The man raised his face, the light streaming through the door crack illuminating his features, revealing a tremor at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps the wound was painful, yet he managed to utter 2 words, "Thank you." Once the door closed, a faint voice could still be heard from within, "Manly woman." Sityu had barely taken a step when he pushed open a small crack in the door. "What did you say, Ice Cube? Who asked the manly woman? Were it not for my pressing matters today, I would show you just how formidable a manly woman's fist can be. Farewell." With a resounding slam, the door was shut. The injured man, observing her relentless demeanor, silently turned away. Sityu, with agile strides, soon found himself stealthily following Su Wanwan, noticing her enter the Chung residence alone, leaving her maid linger waiting outside. The Chung residence? Never had Wanwan mentioned it. What could this mean? The more Sityu pondered, the more perplexed he became. For Su Wanwan rarely ventured out alone. She would at least have Linger accompany her closely. Amidst his confusion, he heard a commotion nearby. Looking around, he saw a group of soldiers embroiled in a dispute with street vendors. Among them was Lin Wei. Lin Wei? What was he doing here? He seemed to be in the midst of something urgent. Sityu approached for a closer look. Meanwhile, the Chung residence stood with its gates firmly shut. Linger anxiously awaited Su Wanwan's return. It has been so long. Why hasn't the young lady come out? Surely nothing untoward has happened? Ugh, Miss Su is remarkably astute. Surely, fate has its favor upon her, and she shall encounter no misfortune. Initially, Su Wanwan received a letter from Chung Wenyuan, which aimed to discuss a potential collaboration with the moneylender. Aware of her own limited understanding, she politely declined. Su Wanwan wished to avoid excessive entanglement with the Chung family. I appreciate the kind intentions of Master Chung. However, my involvement with the affairs of the moneylender is merely ancillary. All significant decisions must be made by my cousin. Should it be a matter of collaboration, I am willing to offer my assistance in making introductions. As she spoke, the smile on Chung Wenyuan's face gradually faded. Why? I agreed only out of respect for Miss Su. Now that you refuse, does it not undermine the dignity of both parties? Wanwan, flustered, responded, Master Chung, you jest. I am merely conveying the truth. Conveying the truth? Is it not that you wish to avoid excessive connections with me? Chung Wenyuan questioned while pressing closer to Su Wanwan until she retreated to the edge of the table. She reached out to brace herself against the tabletop, attempting to leverage her strength to escape, only to be seized by Chung Wenyuan, who pinned her down. He forcefully held her shoulders, rendering her immobile. Master Chung, you have overstepped your bounds, Wanwan cried out. I'm a married woman. My husband is Lin Wei. Please show some respect. As she spoke, she struggled fiercely to free herself from his grasp. Chung Wenyuan, agitated and somewhat obsessive, felt incensed by her disdain and her loud reproach. He retorted angrily, Lin Wei is merely his concubine. Everyone knows the legitimate wife is Princess Anha. Your status in the Lin household is hardly more esteemed than that of a mere servant. Accompany me, and you will become the most esteemed mistress of the Chung family. Suwanwan scoffed coldly. At first, I believed Master Chung to be unlike those debauched young masters, astute, noble, and courteous. It appears now that it was merely a fade. Truly, a gilded exterior concealing a wretched core. Struggling, her disheveled hair brushed against her cheek, her eyes glimmering with both fury and sorrow. What did you say? Chung Wenyuan's expression twisted further into a grimace upon hearing her words, igniting a flicker of hatred within him. In a fit of rage, one hand tightened around Su Wanwan's throat, while the other grasped at her waist, tearing at her clothing. At this moment, Su Wanwan's astonishment turned to rage, then despair. Tears streamed down her face. She could scarcely believe that the refined and affluent gentleman she had encountered was now revealing a visage akin to that of a demon. The belt around her waist was torn apart by Chung Wenyuan, causing her outer garments to slip away. Without the constraint of the belt, her inner attire hung loosely, the crimson strap on her shoulder catching the light. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. Outrageous! Shameless! Lin Wei's face flushed crimson at the sight before him. Without hesitation, he delivered several blows to Chung Wenyuan's face. Blood instantly flowed from the corner of Chung Wenyuan's mouth. Wiping away the blood, he turned to see Lin Wei and derisively exclaimed, Who do you think you are to strike me? Before he could finish, Lin Wei retaliated with a swift kick, sending Chung Wenyuan crashing to the ground. That's right, it's you I am striking. Seeing Chung Wenyuan incapacitated, Lin Wei turned and lifted Su Wanwan into his arms. He draped his outer robe over her shoulders. At that moment, Su Wanwan was in a daze, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Tears cascaded down to her lips, dampening her light-colored lipstick. Disheveled strands of hair fell across her shoulders, with barely visible shoulder straps. Lin Wei dared not meet her gaze. Fearing her embarrassment and feeling sorrow for not having taken her away from this dreadful place sooner, Chung Wenyuan felt he had gained nothing but suffered instead. Frustrated, he raised his voice, addressing Lin Wei. Is this your grand display? You're nothing but a lowly, illegitimate daughter, merely bearing the title of a noble lady. You are but a discarded plaything to me. Did you think yourself a treasure? At that moment, Su Wanwan had lost much of her strength, perhaps due to being choked moments before, leaving her weak and breathless. Yet, she mustered the strength to shout at Chung Wenyuan, You despicable coward! Anger and sorrow overwhelmed her. Leaving no room for explanation, Lin Wei, attempting to console her, said, Do not say such things, Wanwan. Conserve your strength. We will leave at once. It is my failure to protect you. Lin Wei's self-reproach and anger were evident, and Su Wanwan noted them, imprinting them in her heart. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Wei recognized that Although he was a young general with numerous achievements for his country, in the capital, countless eyes were watching him with keen interest. Moreover, the prince was not above the law, as commoners were equally liable for their actions. No matter how much he yearned to slay Cheng Wenyuan, reason and responsibility held him back. He drew his dagger and thrust it before Cheng Wenyuan, the blade's gleam reflecting the fear in Cheng's eyes. He wagered that Lin Wei would not dare to kill him, yet he was fearful of the consequences of that gamble. Closing his eyes, he braced himself, but the next moment, Lin Wei turned and left. Lin Wei cradled the unconscious Su Wanwan in his arms, his gaze vacant, as if he were in a trance. Outside, Sita Yu and his subordinate, He Chung, witnessed the scene with astonishment. What has happened to Wanwan? General Lin, Sita Yu inquired with concern. A Chung stepped forward. General, what about the lady? Lin Wei regained his composure and commanded, return to the residence and summon the physician. A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside, whispering among themselves. It was evident that the situation would only escalate, inviting further rumors and speculation. Upon returning home, Sita Yu held Su Wanwan's hand while the physician examined her, explaining to Lin Wei that she had been overly frightened, compounded by her physical weakness and insufficient vitality. A few calming and restorative prescriptions would suffice, and she would recover fully within half a month. Very well. Thank you, Lin Wei replied, relieved to hear there was no serious harm. Before long, Su Wanwan awakened. Glancing at Sita Yu with a furrowed brow, she raised her hand to stretch, and Sita Yu, anxious, exclaimed, Wanwan, you are awake at last. Do you have any idea how frightened I was? Had I known you would encounter such danger, I would have scaled the wall to follow you. Su Wanwan's melancholic gaze flickered as she softly replied, It's all right. I'm fine now, so do not worry. I was careless, misjudging his character, thinking him a gentleman, only to find he was a scoundrel. Lin Wei observed everything, his words caught in his throat, and he ultimately swallowed them back. Rest well, he urged. Su Wanwan nodded, her eyes expressing gratitude. Thank you, General. Lin Wei merely replied with a simple. At this moment, the dynamics of their relationship became somewhat delicate, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Both were at a loss for words. Sita Yu remained inside the room. Miss Situ, I appreciate your efforts. With that, he took his leave. Wanwan, are you all right? Is everything fine? Sita Yu finally expressed his concern. I'm okay, really. Everything is just fine, so please don't worry. Wanwan reassured him. Well, that's good to hear. Wanner, you have no idea how harshly they speak outside, but I believe in you, Sita Yu said, holding Su Wanwan's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with worry. Chapter 15. Rumors about a fortnight had passed, and Su Wanwan had nearly recovered her strength. On this day, she ventured into the garden to bask in the sunlight. In the distance, a few maids tidying up the courtyard were engaged in hushed gossip. One of the maids remarked, Do you think the side consort was truly sullied by that scoundrel? Another chimed in, It's highly likely. This tale has spread through every street and alley, laden with details. When the general carried his wife out, her shoulder strap was exposed. It was quite scandalous. What? Such a scene is unfathomable. The general is also to blame. He was far too ostentatious with so many witnesses present. Everyone saw everything. What more is there to say? Linger rushed forward, pointing accusatorily at one of the maids. Which of your eyes witnessed this? On what grounds do you slander my lady? The maid fell silent, while another muttered softly, Everyone is saying it. Can one act without facing scrutiny? Repeat that. Linger raised her voice. The maids, frightened, fell silent. Just as she intended to assist Su Wanwan, she turned to see only her retreating figure. Linger hurried over. Don't take it to heart, miss. They're merely spouting nonsense. Linger, tell me, do I now resemble a rat scurrying through the streets? Su Wanwan gazed at Linger with resignation. Of course not, miss, Linger quickly replied. Su Wanwan smiled faintly, choosing not to speak. In the distance, Lin Wei stood by a tree, observing the scene unfold with clarity. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words of comfort. Simply uttering, Do not take it to heart, Su Wanwan offered a respectful nod and departed. Lin Wei, for reasons he could not articulate, was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sorrow, as if he were conversing with himself, or perhaps inquiring of Chung beside him. Have I erred? If I had not allowed her to go to the pawn shop, would any of this have transpired? Chung listened, bewildered. General, what do you mean? Are you worried about the side consort? To be frank, the recent rumors have been quite vile. Do you believe them? Lin Wei merely shook his head, murmuring, "It is my fault." From that point forward, Su Wanwan remained confined to her room for nearly a month. She wished to shield her emotions from the malicious gossip. Each mention of it vividly resurrected the events of that day, leaving her restless. Lu Simu recognized the profound impact this incident had on Su Wanwan. Having not seen her for a considerable time, Li Xiangyan remained preoccupied with the Lin family's fabric shop and tavern. Due to her status as a princess, many matters proceeded smoothly. Even when occasional disturbances arose in business, those involved were deterred by the prestige of the Yongkong Wangfu and dared not act out of line. After all, the matter of Prince Yongkong relinquishing his position has circulated among the people for quite some time, despite not being explicitly stated. The reason the current emperor does not harbor any apprehensions towards the Yongkong prince's residence is likely due to a desire for caution. After all, Prince Yongkong had surrendered all military power. As a valiant general who expanded territories and triumphed in battles, Prince Yongkong is not only deeply devoted to loyalty and righteousness, but also cherished by the populace. However, he is acutely aware of his own limitations in governance, lacking both profound knowledge and the ability to mediate among various lords. And he is unwilling to turn against his own kin. Over the years, his prestige and the respect he commands in the hearts of the people have only grown. After the tumult, Lin Wei took Li Xiangyan to meet Lu Simu. Brother Simu, now that Anur manages the household affairs adeptly, should any matters arise at the money house, you may seek Anur's assistance. Lu Simu understood the implication. Most likely, Su Wanwan would no longer visit the money house. I understand, rest assured, he replied, nodding in acknowledgement. After Lin Wei departed, Lu Simu accompanied Li Xiangyan and explained the matters concerning the money house, occasionally engaging in light conversation. He spoke earnestly. My bond with Ahung has endured since childhood. Over the years, I have come to know him, understand him, and respect him. Yet, it is only after his marriage that I have increasingly felt envy. Li Xiangyan, puzzled, inquired, "Oh, why does my cousin say this?" He smiled. With the princess by his side, a discerning and wise wife, and a learned and understanding concubine, how could I not feel a pang of envy compared to my current solitary state? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangyan momentarily lost herself in thought, revealing a trace of melancholy, and offered a wry smile. "Cousin, you only speak half the truth." "Half?" Lu Simu asked, perplexed. "Why does the princess say so?" Li Xiangyan proceeded to elucidate. "On the surface, we treat each other with respect, and the general is kind to me. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that an unfathomable chasm exists between us, as if an invisible gorge separates us. I can never truly discern his heart, nor can he bridge the gap to reach mine. Rather than mutual respect, it feels more like a superficial harmony." Lu Simu was taken aback and inquired, "Why do you say that? Are you implying that Ahung does not harbor affection for you, nor you for him?" Li Xiangyan was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard. "Affection? Cousin, you jest. Marriage is a matter of parental arrangement. Initially, I was not well acquainted with the general. How could we speak of mutual feelings? However, in the days that followed, I gradually came to know him, drew closer to him, and even yearned to understand him, yet all my efforts were in vain. At first, our relationship was like a contract, each respecting the other's space. Yet, the general is truly a remarkable person, making it hard not to admire him. It's just that he is one whose heart is warm beneath a cold exterior. Indeed, matters of the heart require mutual affection," Lu Simu murmured. Li Xiangyan, picking up on his sentiment, continued, "Initially, I believed it was my inadequacy, knowing that the general harbored feelings for Miss Wan. I even secretly envied her. But later, I realized that perhaps the situation is not as it seems. Between the general and Miss Wan, there also seems to be an invisible barrier. A man as admirable as the general, why would Miss Wan not be fond of him?" Lu Simu, intrigued, asked, "Are you suggesting that Wanwan does not have feelings for Ahung?" Li Xiangyan smiled helplessly and remarked that Su Wanwan was a person of deep sentiment and heavy thoughts. "I once believed that they shared a profound understanding and commitment, yet what is observed may not necessarily reflect reality. Cousin, Many matters are merely superficial. Lu Simu found himself at a loss for words to comfort Li Xiang'an. Strangely, he felt a sense of relief. He had initially thought that Su Wanwan and Lin Wei were deeply in love, only to discover that this was not the case. Su Wanwan did not harbor feelings for Ah Heng. In truth, during the time spent with Su Wanwan, Lu Simu had already developed a fondness for her. But he had been suppressing these vague feelings, especially since she was already married to Ah Heng, making it unthinkable for him to entertain such notions. Now that he realized Su Wanwan did not have affections for Ah Heng, his previously restrained heart suddenly yearned to be free. He was certain of his feelings for Su Wanwan and silently vowed to protect her from that moment onward. Chapter 16. A Resurgence. Isolated and alone not good. The officials are coming. The young servant shouted as he rushed in. Lu Simu waved his hand, signaling the servant to halt. What is it? Reporting to the master. The officials have arrived, claiming they are here to inspect illicit funds. Outside, Situ happened to pass by. Upon seeing the Lin family's money shop surrounded by officials, she felt perplexed and prepared to evade. Just behind a nearby wall, she spotted the man in black whom she had saved previously. The surrounding officials were clamoring loudly, following orders from above, stating that there had been reports of the Lin family's concealment of treasury funds and collusion with thieves to steal from the state treasury. They were ordered to investigate immediately without error. Situ, witnessing this scene, thought to herself, what? Stealing treasury funds? How could General Lin possibly be involved? What slander are they attempting to attach to the general's residence? I must quickly inform Wanwan. At that moment, the man in black seized the opportunity while Situ turned away, covering her mouth and signaling her to remain silent. Shoo! She pushed him away and whispered, What are you doing? Who are you? Is this matter related to you? The man reprimanded her. This has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Matters between the court and the general's residence are beyond the purview of a mere commoner like you. A commoner? Situ was provoked by his words. Angrily, she shoved the man. This does concern me. Who are you to dictate my actions? Are you the vile person who fabricates rumors and informs on others? I saved you once, and this is how you repay me. The man was at a loss for how to defend himself, his face flushed with anger. Truly ungrateful. If you wish to court disaster, I shall not stop you. Court disaster? What do you mean? Explain yourself. Situ grasped the man's collar, her voice urgent. With that, the man pulled Situ into an alley, furrowing his brow as he said, Treasury funds or the general's residence? Which one do you think you can meddle with? Situ managed to calm down somewhat and replied, But General Lin is the husband of my friend. I cannot stand by and do nothing. What? The husband of your friend? You are acquainted with the princess? The man questioned, puzzled. Oh no, not the princess. She is the daughter of Minister Su Wan'er, my close confidant. Sigh, what am I even discussing with you? Move aside. I must go find Wan'er. With that, Situ pushed past the man and headed straight for the Lin residence. Just as she was about to leave, she turned back and grasped the man's arm. By the way, what is your name? The man stammered in response. I am Yin He. Yin He, I shall remember you, exclaimed Situ, who hurriedly departed in a flurry. The man observed Situ's half-believing demeanor, his brow betraying a hint of impatience. This was the first time he had encountered such a reckless and unruly woman, resembling a boisterous tomboy. Yet, Situ could hardly fathom that this icy figure before her was none other than the formidable princein, Li Yin-he, a fierce rival of the crown prince. Li Chengyi, from a young age, princein had been fiercely competitive, perhaps a result of his mother, consort Shun, passing away early in his life. He grew up lacking a sense of security. In his childhood memories, his father always favored the crown prince and consort Lu. Given his scarcity of affection, he believed that only by becoming stronger would his father bestow upon him the same favor. He took the great martial artist, Sun Shi, as his master, honing his skills admirably. Additionally, he received education in literature and propriety from a learned minister. To say he was both erudite and martial is no exaggeration. His sole aspiration since childhood was to stand at the pinnacle of power, as he felt this would free him from the need to appease others, allowing everyone to instead heed his wishes. He harbored envy for his elder brother, Li Chengyi, who enjoyed their father's affection, the queen's companionship, and the support of the masses. Even the servants would occasionally speculate that the future king would undoubtedly be the crown prince, for after all, Chang'e would inherit his father's legacy. Yet, he refused to believe such notions. He was determined to seize whatever he desired, willing to fight for it or take it by force. In his eyes, the world must belong to him. On the surface, the minister appeared aligned with Princeton, yet secretly he was amassing troops and training an army, biding his time to establish himself as a sovereign. Li Yanhe, an astute individual, recognized the minister's duplicity, but due to the latter being his mentor, he felt compelled to show him a degree of respect. In recent months, the Ministry of Revenue had been lamenting excessive expenditures and a depleted treasury. Consequently, the emperor dispatched the crown prince to investigate the matter thoroughly. Dissatisfied with their father's inclination to attribute all credit to the crown prince alone, Princeton also planned to conduct his own covert investigations. His prior injury, saved by C2U, occurred when he was discovered while infiltrating the minister's estate and was struck by a hidden arrow. To avoid alarming anyone, he ventured forth alone without attendants, fortuitously encountering C2U, leading to subsequent events. Little did he anticipate that this woman had connections to the Lin family. However, the lead he had painstakingly uncovered now intertwined with the Lin family. Thus, the minister, the Lin family, the crown prince's residence, and Prince Anne's estate were all interconnected. For the moment, he was at a loss regarding how to proceed and decided to follow C2U, intending to extract information from her, as he could not directly involve himself in matters pertaining to the Lin family. Upon witnessing C2U enter the general's residence, he mused that the tomboy had indeed spoken the truth. She was genuinely acquainted with the Lin family. Chapter 17. Regret of the past. What? You say the officials are going to seal the money house? Wanwan exclaimed, feeling somewhat at a loss. C2U nodded in affirmation. I was initially headed to the front street shop to purchase something when I saw a throng surrounding the money house. I must go and see, she insisted. Just then, Su Wanwan and C2U collided with Lin Wei, who was approaching. Wanwan, you should refrain from going out these days. I have matters to attend to. Lin Wei attempted to resolve the issue discreetly, wishing to avoid involving others in the household. I'm already aware, General. I refuse to remain idle. As for this matter, I believe I may have an inkling of the perpetrator. Her conjecture is likely correct, yet it is unwise to draw hasty conclusions. Given the previous disturbances at the literary residence and the myriad of rumors that have circulated, Su Wanwan has not ventured outside for quite some time. She has been unwell and appears quite frail. Now, with affairs at the General's residence at hand, her decision to step out surprises Lin Wei. There is no time to ponder further. The group hastily arrives at the money exchange, where her cousin, Lu Simu, is also present. Upon seeing Su Wanwan, a ripple of emotion stirs within him, and he glances at Lin Wei. After an extensive search, the officers finally haul out several boxes, which upon inspection, indeed contain the treasury's silver. The leading officer steps forward and declares, the evidence is right here. What further excuses can you muster? Lu Simu approaches to examine the silver closely, comparing it against the ledger. He points to the entries and states, my lord, this sum belongs to a client who has deposited it as a 3-year fixed term. Oh, even if it is a fixed term, is there any proof? The officer inquires. Yes, I shall retrieve it at once. Upon returning with the deposit slip, Lu Simu is taken aback. The depositor's name is missing. However, by the total amount, it is evidently the sum previously deposited by Cheng Wenyuan. Recalling that Su Wanwan had remarked on the simplicity of the deposit, he realizes the scheme that has been set in motion. He exchanges a knowing glance with Su Wanwan, both understanding the unspoken implications. Yet now, without any proof, they must cooperate with the investigation. Su Wanwan, holding the deposit slip, implores, my lord, this was indeed the money of a client. But I do not understand why the signature has vanished. I beseech you to grant me time to clarify this matter. The signature has vanished? Who do you think you are fooling? Surely the fingerprint seal has not mysteriously disappeared as well. You must take the person into custody today. Very well. I shall accompany you. Su Wanwan asserts resolutely. Lu Simu immediately interjects. My lord, this matter is of my own making. It does not concern my sister. Today's events are due to my oversight, and I should be the one to face the consequences. As Su Wanwan attempts to argue, she is halted by Lin Wei. The officers have sealed the money exchange. General, this matter is due to my lack of foresight, not my cousin's fault, Su Wanwan says, filled with concern and helplessness. Wanwan, do not blame yourself. I will uncover the truth behind this. Your health is fragile, and a prison is no place for you. Your cousin only wishes the best for you. Su Wanwan feels a deep sense of guilt, lamenting that since her involvement with the money exchange, she has contributed little and instead brought trouble upon the Lin family. Lu Simu, undeterred, willingly faces imprisonment. On one hand, he trusts Lin Wei to uncover the truth, while on the other, he seeks to protect Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan regrets her earlier decisions. Had she not gone to the money exchange, had she not encountered Chung Wen-yuan, and had the subsequent events not unfolded, the rumors surrounding the general's residence and the closure of the money exchange would not have occurred. She is engulfed in profound remorse. Lin Wei hesitates, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, whispering, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine." With Lin Wei accompanying Su Wanwan home, Situ Yu feels a sense of relief. Suddenly, she notices a shadow dart past at a distance, prompting her to pursue it for clarification. Just as she is about to catch up to the figure in black, her leg is abruptly tugged. Turning back, she finds a person lying on the ground, blood staining their calf. "Lift your face," the man shouted. "Why are you so meddlesome?" Upon recognizing the man's visage, she realized it was none other than the ice block. "Yinhe, how are you here? Let me be clear. I have no enmity with you. Are you cursed with misfortune, or is your fate clouded? Every time we meet, you appear half dead." As she spoke, she kicked Yinhe's hand away, exclaiming, "Get lost. Don't obstruct my view." Just as she attempted to depart, Yinhe pleaded, "Help me, you meddlesome woman." He clutched at Situ Yu's garment, preventing her from leaving. Situ Yu wore a look of disdain, struggling against him. "If you wish to save your friend, then you must first save me. Otherwise, brace yourself for the consequences." "What do you mean?" Situ Yu pondered, wondering if this ice block possessed knowledge or perhaps evidence. No matter, she resolved to take him away first. While supporting him, she muttered, "Encountering you is truly unfortunate. You better keep your word, or I shall stab you." And he limped along, his leg bleeding as he overheard Situ Yu's murmurs. With a cold smile, he retorted, "Could I possibly deceive you? Humph. Truth be told, no one has ever been so disrespectful to me. Born and raised in the palace, I have tasted the warmth and chill of its inhabitants. Yet at my core, I remain a prince, deserving of respect. Ironically, it is this very respect that has rendered me friendless. Others merely fear the weight of my power. But you are different. Despite being a rough woman, you are spirited, daring to speak your mind and act boldly, exuding an air of fearlessness. Upon closer inspection, you possess a striking beauty imbued with vigor." In a moment of distraction, and he found himself entranced. Situ Yu waved her hand before his eyes. "Ice block? What troubles you?" Snapping back to reality, Yinhe's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "Nothing much. Let us go." "Ah, you ice block can still smile? I thought your heart was like ice, your body akin to a frozen cave, radiating nothing but indifference. Yet here you are, injured and still smiling? You must be a fool." As Situ Yu teased him, Yinhe retracted his smile. "What do you know, rough woman?" At that moment, the sun began to set, casting a warm glow upon the two, creating an oddly harmonious scene. Lu Simu had already been imprisoned. Lin Wei was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. On the surface, it appeared to be a frame-up, but in truth, it could very well incite public unrest. If the world learned of the theft from the general's residence, who would benefit? The minister? Meanwhile, in the Wen residence, the minister was seething with rage, reprimanding his subordinates for their incompetence. "You can't even handle this minor affair. What use are you to me? Not only have you failed to apprehend the thieves, but you have also allowed them to steal from my estate. I suggest you pray this doesn't fall into the hands of the Lin family, or else you shall all pay with your lives." The assembled attendants bowed their heads, too afraid to speak. The chief guard stepped forward, trembling as he said, "My lord, this was the failure of my men. Rest assured, we shall identify this culprit and deliver him into your hands." The minister fumed, "Then hurry and do it." "Lin Wei, intending to seek out Wen Zheng, happened to overhear this and departed. It seemed her suspicions were correct. This matter was indeed related to the Wen residence. Chung, please investigate who the nefarious individual that recently escaped from the Wen residence is. Perhaps he possesses what we seek. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. The light was dim, with the candle flames flickering uncertainly. Situ Yu carefully tended to Yin He's wounds and noticed a bloodstain on his chest. As he reached to touch it, Yin He grasped his hand. Do not move. Situ Yu replied with a frown. I merely wish to ascertain your injury. What are you thinking? Initially, Yin He had not given it much thought. He merely wanted to prevent her from touching him because a letter was concealed within his collar, evidence of Wen Xiang's collusion with Wen Yuan to frame the Lin family. This matter was of great consequence, and he wished to shield Situ Yu from involvement. Fearing misunderstandings, he was apprehensive that once Situ Yu learned of his royal identity, their current uninhibited interactions would cease. He then placed her hand on his waist and drew her closer, wrapping his other arm around her waist. Situ Yu stumbled into his embrace, and their gazes locked, their shadows dancing intimately against the wall, thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. And he broke the silence. I was not thinking of anything. What about you? With such proximity, Situ Yu's eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. Why you? Do not stand so close. She lowered her gaze, attempting to evade Yin He's stare. Oh, and he tightened his hold around her waist, leaning in slightly, and casually remarked, Why do you still blush? Aren't you supposed to be the tomboy? Situ Yu pushed him away with both hands, turning to exclaim, You shameless creature. He then seized her hand once more, pulling her back towards him with determination, declaring, Situ Yu, listen well. I like you. What? Situ Yu gazed at him in astonishment. She had never anticipated that after such a brief acquaintance, someone would confess their feelings to her. It was utterly unexpected. She immediately covered Yin He's mouth, saying, Do not speak. It seems the fever has muddled your mind. I shall fetch a physician for you. Rest well. With that, she dashed out the door, hands cupping her face, awkwardly wishing to distance herself from the situation as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Chung conducted his investigation and soon located the dwelling of the man in black. Shortly after Situ Yu's departure, Chung arrived with his men. Hearing the commotion, Yin He instinctively grasped a knife just as the door swung open. Chung, sword in hand, locked eyes with Yin He, and everyone was taken aback. Chung then sheathed his sword, saying, What? How is it, your highness? I pay my respects to the Prince of Yin. He also lowered his knife. Ah, it's you. No need for such formalities. Did Lin Wei send you? His information travels swiftly. Chung replied, I was investigating the man in black, never expecting him to be your highness. I beg your forgiveness for the intrusion. I have not condemned you. Yin He replied, You may leave. I wish for today's events to remain confidential. Return and inform Lin Wei that what he seeks is with me. He must come to retrieve it in person. Understood. My lord, I apologize for the disturbance. Chung promptly departed with his entourage, and he was well aware that Lin Wei was affiliated with the crown prince. Though he was proud and ambitious, driven by a thirst for power, these were merely facades. Simultaneously, he was a person who valued talent, embodying a complex contradiction. Some individuals believe that one must resort to any means necessary to achieve their objectives, while others perceive a cold exterior concealing a warm heart. There are also those who regard him as having a heart of stone, making communication difficult. He has long hoped to win over Lin Wei. Yet Lin Wei has always remained loyal solely to the Crown Prince's faction. Lin Wei is aware of Prince An's intentions, but has consistently rejected them both overtly and covertly. Given the current circumstances, he finds himself compelled to meet with Li Yinhe once more. On this day, in the secluded estate of Prince An, Lin Wei arrives in haste. The estate is sparsely populated, and the tranquil courtyard is filled only with the occasional chirp of birds. You have arrived, General Lin, Li Yinhe remarks coolly. Lin Wei bows slightly and softly responds, Yes, your highness. A prolonged silence ensues, during which Lin Wei furrows his brow before finally breaking the stillness. Your highness, you must be aware of the purpose of my visit today. I also understand that you are unlikely to part with your information easily. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter? Li Yinhe lets out a cold laugh. Ah, Lin Wei, You truly are devoid of any sentiment towards me. What if I were to propose exchanging this evidence for your future allegiance? Lin Wei gestures dismissively, saying, Your Highness, why must you jest at my expense? I am merely a martial general, unable to navigate the intricacies of court politics or engage in verbal duels with the scholars. My heart is solely devoted to the welfare of the people at the borders. I yearn for enduring peace in the southern Shu. I fear I would be of little assistance to you, let alone offer my allegiance. Li Yinhe had anticipated this outcome. He recognized that Lin Wei would never submit to him, yet he still voiced these words. Despite being foreseen, a flicker of anger simmered within him. Since you have sought me out today, you must be aware of the mastermind behind this affair, correct? Lin Wei replied, Indeed, Your Highness, we are both well aware. Oomph. Li Yinhe scoffed, patting Lin Wei on the shoulder. Very well, your stubbornness is noted. If it were not for my genuine desire to befriend you, I might feel differently. Li Yinhe contemplated that if it weren't for his rivalry with the crown prince, if he didn't aspire for dominion over the realm, perhaps he and Lin Wei could have been brothers. Return home now. In 3 days, someone will deliver the evidence to you. For the time being, it remains of use to me. Then I express my gratitude. Your Highness, Lin Wei replied, although he could not guarantee that Li Yinhe would follow through on his promise. He recognized there were no other options available at present. After all, the decision to give or withhold rested solely with Princeton. Chapter 18. I wish for your trust ever since that day when Sityu once again rescued Li Yinhe. He did not wait for Sityu to visit him in the small room. Noticing an improvement in his condition, he departed early, leaving no trace by the time Sityu returned to seek him out. On the table lay a note inscribed with the words, Sevenly Pavilion outside the city. Sevenly Pavilion? What scheme is this ice cube concocting now? He departed without a word, leaving behind a puzzling note. Did he know anything about the treasury case? No. I must find out the truth. Sityu hurriedly made her way there and, from a distance, spotted a figure clad in white standing in the pavilion. She thought to herself, could it be him? In their previous encounters, Li Yinhe had always appeared draped in dark garments, his face concealed. This figure, though, bore a striking resemblance to him, yet she hesitated to confirm. The young man stood with his back to her, his garments fluttering in the breeze. After a moment, Sityu approached the pavilion. Excuse me for the interruption. May I inquire, Your Excellency? Before she could finish her question, the young man turned and glanced back, a smile gracing his lips. Sityu's eyes widened in astonishment as she stepped back. At that moment, she confirmed that the person before her was indeed Yinhe, the ice cube. She had never looked closely before, but now, under the scrutiny, his smile was indeed quite charming. Coupled with his attire, it accentuated his refined demeanor, embodying the essence of a graceful young gentleman. Yet, his expression remained stern, exuding an air of severity that deterred any approach. Fortunately, Sityu's vivacious and carefree nature prevailed. Oh, I must say, you look much more agreeable in this attire, she remarked, casting him a challenging glance, hoping to provoke him into retreat. However, Yinhe was unfazed. Instead, he took a step closer, wrapping an arm around her waist, his face drawing near as he inquired, What of it, then? Their gazes locked, and Sityu felt her cheeks flush. She had intended to tease him, but unexpectedly found herself in a vulnerable position. Yinhe, too, was taken aback by this shy side of the usually boisterous girl. He grasped her hand and gradually leaned toward his chest, attempting to explore beneath her garments. Sityu quickly pushed him away, exclaiming, What are you doing? You. Seeing her flustered state, Yinhe chuckled. What's the matter with me? With that, he casually produced a sealed letter from his chest, teasing, I merely wish to retrieve this. What did you think? Upon seeing the envelope in his hand, Sityu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I wasn't thinking anything of the sort. Don't turn this against me, she retorted, muttering under her breath. What do you care what I think? You look quite dashing today, so I have nothing to lose, a smile breaking through her facade. And he waved his hand near her face. What are you laughing about? Quickly, she replied, Nothing. Now, tell me, what brings you here today? And he adjusted his collar and replied calmly, The other day, you asked why I wouldn't allow you to partake in the treasury case. I understand your loyalty to your friends, But this matter is not something you can simply charge into. It involves the court. While it may seem merely a concern of the general's residence, there are deeper implications involving the crown prince's residence, the minister of culture, the chancellor, and the prince of it. Which of them can you afford to confront? To be frank, I am a guard of the crown prince's residence, and my inquiry into this matter is under a covert mission. The evidence is indeed in my possession. Situ Yu gasped in surprise. A guard of the crown prince's residence? And he nodded. Yes, otherwise why would I repeatedly don my night attire? He did not wish for Situ Yu to discover his true identity, especially now that it was entangled with the treasury case. Thus, he fabricated a plausible identity to explain his past actions. Choosing the crown prince's residence was also meant to clarify the connection between the general's and the crown prince's residences to avoid any awkwardness between them. As the identity of the prince of an was too distant from the general's residence, it was better described as an adversary than anything else. Though Situ Yu remained skeptical, this identity did lend credence to his story. Despite her hesitations, Situ Yu finally said, I shall tentatively trust you, but how does this relate to your visit today? Li Yinhe furrowed his brows slightly as he handed the envelope to Situ Yu, saying, Take a look at this, and you will understand. Upon receiving the envelope, Situ Yu grasped the essence of the matter and, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Can I take this? It means a great deal to me. Li Yinhe pressed his lips together and replied, Of course, I want you to trust me. In that moment, Situ Yu had no time to engage in further conversation. She hurried towards the general's residence, waving her hand as she rushed off, uttering, Thank you. I have something to attend to, so I'll go ahead. Situ Yu knew that Su Wanwan had been preoccupied with this issue, neglecting her meals and rest. She also recognized the significance of this evidence. Wanwan, Wanwan, she called out, hastily searching for Su Wanwan. Wanwan steadied her, asking, What is the matter, you? Don't be anxious. Quick, look. Situ Yu urged. Su Wanwan took the envelope, her hands trembling slightly. They exchanged nods of understanding. The two prepared to present the envelope to Lin Wei. Upon seeing the envelope, Lin Wei read it, then folded it back with a calm expression. Su Wanwan inquired, Why is the general so unfazed? It seems as if he was already aware of this letter. Indeed, Lin Wei responded. Both Situ Yu and Su Wanwan were equally astonished, almost in unison exclaiming, Lin Wei then elucidated, I was already aware of this envelope. I even sought it out. However, the person informed me that it would inevitably arrive in 3 days. He did not hand it directly to me, which puzzled me. Now, it seems that this person shares a profound connection with Miss Situ, does he not? Situ Yu, initially bewildered, now comprehended the meaning behind Yinhe's words. I want you to trust me. He had previously met Lin Wei. Why must the message be conveyed through her? It was merely to ensure that she believed his earlier words were spoken from the heart. Worry and fear are genuine feelings. Even affection? At this thought, Situ Yu wished to cease her contemplation. Having been hurt in love before, she truly did not wish to plunge once more into the quagmire of emotions. Her heart was in turmoil, yet her mind was consumed by the phrase, I want you to trust me. In Chapter 19, patience leads to resolution. Having obtained the evidence, Lin Wei and Su Wanwan exchanged a knowing smile. Su Wanwan felt relieved of excessive psychological burdens, while Lin Wei hoped she would not succumb to deep self-reproach over the matter. Although Situ Yu was oblivious to her own feelings, she was perceptive regarding others. She recognized Lin Wei's affection for Su Wanwan, understanding her joys and sorrows. However, it seemed that Su Wanwan had yet to fully acknowledge this. Wanwan, you've been married into the Lin family for quite some time. Do you not sense General Lin's affections for you? He cares for you, and we all see it. Situ Yu remarked. Su Wanwan smiled softly, replying, I know. How could I not? You know? Situ Yu had thought Su Wanwan was oblivious, lost in her own confusion. Then why do you maintain such distance from the general? She asked, perplexed. Su Wanwan seated herself, calmly saying, do you understand? After all that has transpired, I'm not a mere puppet. I simply do not have the courage. Situ Yu, puzzled, responded, Do not have the courage? Wanwan, you are so beautiful, and so many men are enamored with you. What is there to fear? Su Wanwan smiled helplessly and replied, Being favored by men is not something to take pride in. For most men lack insight, seeing only with their eyes. In contrast, being appreciated by women is far more gratifying, as they tend to look with their hearts. Rather than being admired for superficial attributes, I cherish the resonance of souls. I have encountered many who profess their affection for me, yet they fail to respect me. They're drawn only to my exterior and seldom inquire about the thoughts that lie beneath the surface. What they desire is nothing but these fleeting illusions. It is rather tragic, for people speak of seeking love while lacking it entirely. Their words are mere grandiloquent veils shrouding their true sentiments. General Lin is different. He considers my needs, empathizes with me, and respects me, disregarding the malicious gossip as if it were non-existent. Yet, I find myself afraid now. I fear I cannot bear this affection. I dread disappointing him and, even more, causing him distress. Thus, I find contentment in this state. Situ Yu, upon hearing her words, paused thoughtfully, realizing that he too shared such fears, anxiety over gains and losses, and the inability to offer promises. He also dreaded the notion of a fleeting dream. I understand. Warner, he said, gently squeezing Su Wanwan's hand. After Lin Wei obtained the evidence, he did not submit it immediately. Instead, he visited the prince's residence to relay the chain of events. Upon learning of the matter, the prince comforted him, saying, "Ahung, you have suffered." Lin Wei replied, "Your Highness, such words are unnecessary. I wish to avoid any rift between us, as this letter is from Prince and to his subject." Li Qingye patted Lin Wei's shoulder and remarked, "Ahung, you still do not trust me enough. Since childhood, you have always been a person of deep thought. We grew up together. How could I not know what kind of person you are? Why would I not trust you? If you had intended to support Yanni, you would have done so long ago. Why go through the motions with me? I have told you in Suxiang before that I do not wish to vie for power or engage in pursuits I do not favor. Yet, you argue that the people crave a peaceful life and that Nanchu needs stability. You believe Yanhi is unfit, driven by a lust for power and a ruthless heart. But he is my brother, and I believe he was not born this way. I have always desired to have a good relationship with him." Lin Wei nodded in agreement and added, "Ahung understands. Ahung means no ill will, only seeks to reassure your highness." Lin Wei continued. Li Qingye smiled and replied, "Humph, you all fear I might abandon my duties. Both you and Su Xiang are alike. Rest assured, I will remain steadfast. I am still your elder brother Qingye, and you shall continue to be my younger brother Ahung." Both men wore smiles that had long been absent. With the evidence undeniable, the emperor's wrath erupted. The correspondence between Minister Wan and Minister Cheng lay starkly on the emperor's desk. Minister Cheng, trembling with fear, struggled to articulate his defense, while Minister Wan maintained a calm demeanor. "Your Majesty, I was merely aware of this matter and had no involvement whatsoever," he asserted. Minister Cheng, as the Minister of Revenue, had allowed others to slander General Lin. These letters merely reflect his request for guidance. Yet I, a humble official, truly cannot comprehend how Minister Cheng dared to act on his own accord. Enough. General Lin, the backbone of the nation, has been unjustly maligned by your ilk. Minister Cheng, I deem it unnecessary for you to retain your position. Resign and return home to enjoy your twilight years. In light of your years of service, I shall spare you the hardship of exile to desolate lands. As for you, Minister Wen, your failure to report the truth and your protection of others who committed this crime warrants a 6-month salary suspension. Return home and reflect upon your past misdeeds. Everyone anticipated a severe punishment, yet the outcome was merely a resignation and a fine. The Crown Prince intended to advocate for Lin Wei's justice, but was halted by Lin Wei himself. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Wei was met with the news by Su Wanwan, who comforted him, saying, "General, you have suffered greatly." Lin Wei lifted his gaze and inquired, "Why do you say so?" Su Wanwan replied, "What crime is it to embezzle the treasury? The truth has now been revealed, yet His Majesty has only imposed a resignation and a fine, merely to save face while still constraining the general's household. Throughout history, many have overshadowed their sovereigns with their accomplishments. Which ruler has ever been truly unafraid of a general's success? When the general was wronged, all merely watched the spectacle, and the unsavory rumors circulated, yet the emperor turned a blind eye to it all. Enough, Warner. Your understanding brings me solace, Lin Wei said, grasping Su Wanwan's hand. She refrained from further speech. The two exchanged glances, enveloped in silence, as if their hearts resonated in unison. This was part of the reason Lin Wei had prevented the crown prince from continuing his pursuit of justice. At that moment, their hearts felt a tad closer. Once seeming distant and intangible, now drawing near, very near. Lin Wei softly reassured, "Do not worry, Wanner. Time will mend all things. It shall pass." Su Wanwan responded, her head unwittingly leaning against Lin Wei's shoulder, her heart now resting beside his. Chapter 20. What is meant to come will eventually arrive the following day. Su Wanwan ventured out to purchase clothes, aware that the season was changing. Lacking suitable attire, she had not walked far before sensing someone trailing her. As she passed a nearby ironware vendor, the reflected light allowed her to vaguely recognize the figure following her. They seemed familiar, yet too indistinct. Perhaps I am overthinking it, she mused. Never mind, it is best to continue on. Arriving at a fabric shop, she found it conveniently located not far from the Lin family's establishment, making it an ideal place to explore. As a concubine, her public appearances were rare, known only to those within the household. Upon entering, a clerk promptly approached to assist her, while nearby 2 young servants whispered among themselves. One remarked to the other, "This guest is truly beautiful. She must be the wife of a prominent family." The other retorted, "Indeed. I wonder if our rumored concubine can rival her beauty." "The concubine? Isn't she the reputed seductress?" "Surely, this lady is different. She exudes the grace of a refined lady of high birth, unlike our concubine, who is perpetually entangled in affairs outside, lacking such elegance." "True enough, ha ha ha. Who can say for certain?" The young servants continued their lively chatter. Though they whispered, their voices were loud enough to be heard. Linger, hearing this, stomped her feet in anger and interrupted their conversation, muttering about the master's wife's servant. It was truly astonishing. Having never even met the lady, they spoke like gossips. If the master found out, he would surely tear their tongues out. One of the young servants, displaying clear impatience, retorted, "Miss, we are merely engaging in idle chatter. It doesn't concern you, does it?" Unable to contain her indignation, Linger shot back, "Impudence. Do you know who my mistress is?" Yet before she could finish, Su Wanwan interjected, shaking her head to signal that Linger should not provoke trouble. Linger, feeling frustrated, fell silent. As they exited, Su Wanwan comforted Linger, saying, "All right, do not be upset. I know you mean well, but let others talk. There is no need to defend against baseless accusations. Time will reveal true character. Without experiencing something firsthand, how can one know the ultimate outcome?" Linger nodded, understanding, "I know, but it is simply infuriating. Hearing is but a notion, seeing is believing. When they eventually meet the mistress, they will surely regret their words." Before they could finish their discussion, a man brandishing a knife appeared, pressing it against Su Wanwan's neck, causing Linger to gasp in shock. "It's your fault, you wretched woman, for ruining my plans." The voice belonged to Cheng Wenyuan. After hearing Lin Wei speak of the treasury case, Cheng Wenyuan had long evaded capture, hiding in the capital. The notion that the most perilous places are the safest indeed held true. "Is it you? What do you want?" Su Wanwan exclaimed in panic. Cheng Wenyuan snarled, "It is you who has caused me to wander the streets with nowhere to go. If you cannot let me have peace, then I shall ensure you do not have it either." He then loudly called out to passers-by, the knife never leaving Su Wanwan's neck. The crowd began to gather. In a frenzied outburst, he shouted, "Look, this is the side consort of General Lin, the second daughter of the Su family. She is morally corrupt, having seduced me. Do not be fooled by her lofty demeanor. At her core, she is as vile as a common harlot." Tears streamed down Su Wanwan's cheeks as she murmured, "You lie. Do not listen to him. He is mad." Bystanders began to murmur and gossip, including the young servant from the fabric shop who had previously spoken so boldly. Suddenly, someone charged through the crowd. "Stop! Put down the knife!" Cheng Wenyuan glared, barking, "Who do you think you are? This is none of your business. Get lost." Tears blurred Su Wanwan's vision as she shook her head, striving to regain her composure. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Su Rukin. "Ashen, do not come any closer. Wanwan." Chung Wenyuan then sneered. Look, everyone can see that this wretched woman has lovers everywhere. He pressed the knife closer to Su Wanwan's neck, drawing blood, and taunted Su Rukin, still hoping to be a hero. The crowd halted, their voices rising in a cacophony of speculation. In the ensuing chaos, Su Rukin wrested the knife from Chung Wenyuan's grip, but in the scuffle, he was stabbed in the arm, blood pouring forth. Fortunately, the officials arrived in time to apprehend Chung Wenyuan. Overwhelmed by panic and sorrow, Su Wanwan fainted. Su Ruching, disregarding the injury to his arm, lifted Su Wanwan and departed. After taking only a few steps, Lin Wei arrived in haste. He attempted to take Su Wanwan from Su Ruching, but was met with a stern rebuke to step aside. The two brushed past each other, and Su Ruching turned back to declare, I care not who you are. From this moment forth, I shall not permit anyone to harm Wanwan. If you cannot protect her, then kindly let her go. Lin Wei, momentarily at a loss, wore an expression of palpable despondency. A Chung nudged his arm, saying, General, the madam, let us depart. It is my failure to care for her. Lin Wei, after saying this, cast a distant glance at Su Wanwan's figure. In the medical quarters, by the time Su Wanwan regained consciousness, it was already dusk. She slightly opened her eyes and murmured, Achin, what happened? Su Ruching, upon seeing her awake, expressed his delight. Wanwan, you are awake. How do you feel? The doctor mentioned you suffered from excessive fright and need ample rest. Noticing the bloodstains on his attire, Su Wanwan inquired, Your injury? Su Ruching tugged at his sleeve and replied, It is nothing, merely a minor wound, no need for concern. As Su Wanwan attempted to rise, he admonished, What are you doing, Wanwan? You need a rest now. She insisted, I am fine. I must return. The general will worry, and I do not wish to bring him trouble. He countered, What time is it? Wanwan, is your safety or the reputation of the general's household more important? She responded, Chun, you do not understand. I owe him. And what of me? Have you considered my feelings? Do you love Lin Wei? Look me in the eyes and say it. Stop this, Chun. You dare not speak it. You still love me, do you not? Su Wanwan's eyes brimmed with sorrow. Do not push me, Chun. I am a harbinger of misfortune. Whoever draws near me shall suffer. Please leave. No, Wanwan, you're the only one in my heart. Do not cast me away. I implore you, he pleaded. Release me. Su Ruching, wake up. I am now another's wife. And so what? Ask yourself if you're truly content. Su Wanwan. The two, emotions volatile, exchanged heated words, revealing their shared anguish. We are no longer possible. Achin, you deserve a better woman. Let go. Yes, I do not love Lin Wei, but I no longer love you either. Let it go. It is for the best for both of us. Su Ruching, disheartened, recognized the finality in her resolve and departed alone. Su Wanwan leaned against the edge of the bed, murmuring, What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Chapter 21. Let us separate. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Su Wanwan continued to toss and turn, unable to find sleep. Each recollection of past events plunged her deeper into self-reproach. It seemed she could not accomplish anything, a burden to others. All dangers had become the burdens of those around her. She could not discern the path ahead and did not wish to tarnish the reputation of the general's household. The following day, she sought out General Lin Wei and declared, Let us part ways. Lin Wei was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Wanwan, what did you just say? For a moment, he thought he had misheard. Su Wanwan then resolutely stated, I am sorry. The fault lies with me. I have been utterly wretched, and it seems everything has stemmed from my presence. Once, when the maids and young servants in the household referred to me as a burden or a harbinger of misfortune, I chose to disregard their words. Rumors circulated that I was seductive and unfaithful, entangled in frivolous affairs outside the home. Yet I remained impervious to such slander. At home, accustomed to the cold glares of my sister and the indifference of my father, I had long grown apathetic. I once believed that as long as I did not acknowledge these accusations, they could not harm me or those around me. However, ever since I entered the Lin residence, with its general's esteemed reputation, the formidable presence of the military household, and the weighty matters surrounding my cousin and the treasury, I was compelled to confront the unsettling possibility that perhaps I was the source of these troubles. I never intended to bring harm to anyone. Su Wanwan gazed at Lin Wei, despondently articulating the words that had once pierced her heart. The tears on her face had nearly dried, yet they could not quell the sorrow within. Her complexion was pale, and her eyes lacked their former luster. Lin Wei grasped Su Wanwan's hand, offering words of comfort, urging her not to dwell on such thoughts, for those days were behind them. "No, I am truly sorry," Su Wanwan replied, gently pushing Lin Wei's arm away. "Is it because of him?" Lin Wei inquired cautiously, recalling the affection that had shone in Su Rukin's eyes on that fateful day. "Who?" She waved her hand dismissively. "It does not pertain to anyone. I understand that marrying me is a kindness from the general. You are my benefactor." Lin Wei's heart tightened at her words. Was that all he was to her? A benefactor? The moments they had shared together had seemingly culminated in such a label. His heart ached, and he could only softly ask, "No, Wanwan, how do you know?" Before she could finish, tears streamed down Su Wanwan's face, her emotions overwhelming her. In that moment, she likely could not absorb any further words. Lin Wei's love for her felt trapped, difficult to express. Seeing her in such distress, he longed to set her free. "Very well, Wanwan. Regardless of what lies ahead, I hope you can emerge from this and live freely. You have endured too many constraints. There are still many who love you. Please take care of yourself." "Thank you, General," she replied. Upon hearing this news, Ling anxiously inquired, "Miss, why do you suddenly wish to divorce?" Su Wanwan, resigned, replied, "There are too many things between us. I do not wish to bring further trouble to the General's household. Moreover, I do not love the General, and he does not love me. Our previous mutual respect was genuine." Linger was at a loss, her concern for Su Wanwan evident. She had always been tough on the outside, yet soft-hearted within. "But miss, where do you plan to go? Have you truly thought this through? You cannot leave me behind. Wherever you go, I will follow. Since you insist on following, I cannot persuade you otherwise. However, the days ahead may be filled with hardship, Linger." "Do not say that, Mississippi. I am not afraid of hardship. I only fear you suffering. Rest assured, I will bear any burden for you." Su Wanwan, despite her tears, managed to show a hint of a smile. Their separation was not made public, merely formalized through a written agreement. For the time being, Su Wanwan yearned to escape to the mountains and waters, seeking solace away from these entanglements. Meanwhile, Lin Wei remained preoccupied with official duties, yet his thoughts often wandered. Each time he recalled Su Wanwan's resolute decision, his heart ached anew. He had always believed that she still harbored feelings for Su Rukin, and that he was the catalyst for their separation. He failed to protect her, plunging into a deep abyss of self-reproach and guilt. Lin Wei and Su Wanwan shared a fleeting connection, yet fate never favored their bond. With their parting, both embarked on their own paths. Chapter 22. Mutual understanding and promises. Su Wanwan's departure seemed to restore an air of tranquility. Lin Wei's smiles diminished, transforming him once again into the aloof and sagacious young general. Li Xiangyan remained as industrious as ever with the affairs of the manor, occasionally casting a sorrowful glance at Lin Wei's silhouette in solitude. The following day, life continued as usual, with Lin Wei upholding the responsibilities of the household. When Sitayu learned that Su Wanwan had left the Lin residence in pursuit of her own life, he genuinely wished for her future happiness. "Go, Wanner," he urged. "The vast world outside holds a place where you may find inner peace. Should you ever yearn for us, remember to return, and do not forget." Observing her reluctant demeanor, Su Wanwan comforted him. "I understand. The same goes for you." They exchanged knowing smiles. Su Wanwan added teasingly, "Have you truly thought this through? Not coming with me to the ends of the earth for a little escapade?" Sitayu, initially burdened with a frown, soon let a smile grace his lips. He glanced back at the carriage not far behind them and softly replied, "No, Wanner, I have someone dear to me here." Su Wanwan looked puzzled before comprehension dawned upon her. Playfully, she remarked, "Have you swiftly found someone to share your life with? Weren't you once preoccupied with my elder brother? All right, stop teasing me. Previously, I was rather abrupt. Besides, a person like your elder brother will surely be paired with a lady from a prominent family. As someone who cherishes freedom, I shall not intrude. To be honest, I once pondered if you might become my sister-in-law, but it seems that possibility has slipped away. They both chuckled. Though he was a guard, Situ had already envisioned a future. If the opportunity arises, I shall resign from my post. We could wander the world together. He could hunt on horseback while I wield a sword amidst the blossoms. We would find a quaint cottage and share the joys of cooking together. As he spoke, happiness radiated from Situ's face. Seeing her friend in such spirits, Wanwan felt reassured and ready to depart. In the distance, Li Yinhe awaited Situ. Although uncertain of how far their journey would take them, he wished to cherish her for a lifetime. She illuminated the shadows of his days like a beacon of light. He was aware that his identity would eventually be revealed, yet in that moment of bliss, he felt content. The budding affection between them rendered them fearless in the face of future trials, and for now, the smiles they wore were genuine. Situ, though loath to part, found solace in Wanwan's unwavering resolve. Now that his heart belonged to another, his spirits lifted. "Are you back?" Li Yinhe inquired, gently taking Situ's hand. Situ grasped it tightly. "Yes." Wanner left with a heavy heart, seeking herself. "But I'm glad for her. Now that I have you by my side, life feels wonderful." Li Yinhe smiled. "You didn't promise me before. I thought you didn't care for me. What made you come around? Once, I was unaware of your true identity. What if there exists a vast disparity in our social standings? You, a noble or royal, and I, merely a commoner. Even if you were indifferent to such distinctions, your family would surely mind. I have never fancied the notion of my fate resting in another's hands. I relish the sensation of steering my own destiny." Upon hearing this, Li Yinhe suddenly appeared lost in thought, unsure how to reveal his true identity. "Yet, was not you the daughter of a wealthy merchant? Even if I were a prince, she would still be worthy." "What? A prince?" Situ pointed at Li Yinhe's forehead and said, "Stop dreaming. How could a mere guard entertain such lofty dreams? Besides, what is so great about being a prince? I have no desire for that. My heart belongs to my guard." Li Yinhe, aware that she would not favor his status, mustered a faint smile and embraced Situ. Yet, he remained uncertain how to explain his identity to her in the future. A person so enamored with freedom would surely chafe under the constraints of societal norms. Thus, the carriage continued on its path, gradually fading into the distance until it vanished entirely. For a long time thereafter, she would be in a state of exuberance while he laughed. Life in the city had never been so splendid. Chapter 23. A meeting in the flower garden. Due to pressing matters, Li Yinhe had not seen Situ for quite some time. One day, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette. "Is that Yinhe? Hadn't he gone out on official business? Why is he still in the capital?" The more Situ pondered, the more perplexed she became, prompting her to follow him to discover the truth. That figure entered the flower garden. This isn't. Although she often acted carefree, she had certainly heard of this flower garden, a favorite haunt of men. Previously, she had donned attire resembling that of men. But since being with Yinhe, she had grown fond of feminine garments and hairpins. Today, she wore a vivid red dress, adorned with a golden tassel phoenix hairpin, a gift from a Yinhe some days prior. Situ had playfully remarked, "Why gift me such a dainty hairpin, especially a phoenix one? I'm not some princess from palace." To which Yinhe replied, You look beautiful in anything, even more so than the princesses of the palace." Unexpectedly, he possessed such a silver-tongued charm. Their smiles bloomed like flowers. To complement the golden phoenix hairpin, she had chosen a striking red dress, enhancing her radiance. Would her attire be too ostentatious for the flower garden? After all, she was a woman. She thought to herself, "Never mind, I shall proceed as I please. Who decrees that revelry is solely for men? Can't a woman indulge in wine and merriment? Today I must see what this place truly is." As she stepped inside, a throng of young women surrounded her. The leading matron exclaimed, "Oh, how lovely you are! More dazzling than the girls in our garden. Are you here to drink or to enjoy yourself?" Situ pushed past the girls and approached the matron. "Here is a silver note, a token of respect. I'm here to find someone, so I kindly ask for your assistance. I require neither the company of gentlemen nor wine. Once I locate my acquaintance, I shall take my leave." The matron appraised Situ, noting the exquisite hairpin and red dress, surmising that she hailed from a wealthy family. though the silver note she offered was modest. As Sitayu discerned her hesitation, he retrieved a handful of silver coins from his pouch. Surely, this will suffice? The smile on his mother's face was radiant. Yes, yes, it is sufficient. Please proceed, my dear. In the brief exchange that followed, she found herself unable to keep pace with the figure of Yen He, who had already departed. Thus, she had no choice but to linger near the loft in search of information. Li Yin He had come to the flower garden to seek out Yang Wanqing, the celebrated courtesan. While she was ostensibly a courtesan, her true role was to gather vital intelligence regarding the court's ministers for Princeton. After being abandoned by her beloved, who had once achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations, Yang Wanqing fell into despair, contemplating death on several occasions. Ultimately, she was roused from her stupor by the admonishment of a kind-hearted woman on the street, who implored her, "Is your life to be forfeited for the absence of man? You are young, with a promising future ahead. Do not squander your beauty." By a twist of fate, Li Yin He rescued her from the clutches of danger, thus transforming her into a crucial informant. This newfound purpose instilled in her the will to live. Henceforth, it was only men who sought her demise. She vowed never to shed tears for them again. In the past, she had contributed significantly to intelligence regarding the ambitions of Minister One, the Treasury scandal, and various corruption cases. She skillfully maneuvered through the elite of the capital, nobility, wealthy merchants, and influential officials, gathering countless secrets. However, she harbored no romantic feelings for Li Yin He. He had teased her on several occasions, saying, "People claim that beautiful women are enamored by heroes who save them. Since I have rescued you, do you not harbor such thoughts?" She could only respond with a wry smile. "Since I was cast aside by a heartless man, I have come to regard the men of this world with indifference. They are nothing more than players in a farce. Genuine affection holds no value in the face of fame and power. I have become far more enlightened than before. Your rescue, my lord, is a debt of gratitude, not of love. You are a confidant and a friend to me. Moreover, with so few kin left in this world, you are akin to an elder brother." Li Yin He patted her shoulder, saying, "It is splendid that you can think this way. Do not worry. With a big brother like me, you shall only know abundance and joy." Perhaps he had once viewed Yang Wanqing merely as a servant to fulfill his needs. Yet having witnessed the gentler aspects of life, he now regarded her as a sister. The two often met in the flower garden, but on this particular day, Sitayu happened to witness their encounter. As they engaged in light conversation, a cup of tea was inadvertently knocked over. Wanqing instinctively reached for a silk cloth to dab at his garments. This scene was fortuitously observed by the passing Sitayu, who was struck with disbelief. Initially, she had perceived only a silhouette that bore resemblance, but the truth was undeniable. It was indeed Yen He. The sight before her was even more vexing. She called out to him, "Yen He?" Li Yin He turned around, astonished. "Well, is that truly you?" "It is you, Yen He. You told me you were busy with state affairs, yet here you are." "No, you must allow me to explain where. What is there to explain? I witnessed it with my own eyes. What is her identity?" Situyu's anger flared as she pointed accusingly at Yang Wanqing. In a moment of panic, Li Yin He faltered, wishing to clarify, but unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Observing the turmoil, Yang Wanqing bowed respectfully and said, "Since you two are acquainted, I shall not impose. I take my leave. You may discuss matters at your leisure." The room was left with only Yen He and Situyu. Li Yin He was at a loss for words, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. He wished to conceal his identity as Princeton from her, yet he did not want her to misunderstand. "Wanqing is my friend. My visit today is merely a meeting between friends." "Friends? Do you believe I would be persuaded by such a claim? Where are we?" "The flower garden. Open your eyes and behold. Who in their right mind would come to this place to make friends?" "Yen He, you truly disgust me." With that, Situyu stormed out, followed closely by Li Yin He. He understood that no amount of explanation at that moment would suffice. She would not believe him. As Su Wanwan departed, Situyu found herself bereft of someone to confide in. She never anticipated that Yen He, a paragon of virtue, could act in such a manner. This thought caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. That day, she drank herself into a stupor, with Yen He trailing behind, concerned for her safety, yet hesitant to approach. Knowing that he could not clarify the situation, Li Yanhe carried the inebriated Situ, while she cried out, "You deceitful Yanhe, you appear virtuous. Yet you're no different from those vile men, fickle and untrustworthy. Why venture to such a wretched place like the flower garden? Is that woman truly so beautiful? Can she compare to me? No, I refuse to accept that." Situ shook her head, conceding, "All right, I admit she possesses some charm. Yet, that cannot justify your deception." As he bore Situ, he reassured her, she is truly just a friend. Our relationship is nothing more than that. Do not misunderstand. A friend? A sister as lovely as that would wish to befriend you? Who would believe such a tale? You are just as fickle, deceiving me, claiming to be busy with official matters. With that, Situ succumbed to unconsciousness, mumbling, "Yanhe, you great deceiver." Li Yanhe, feeling helpless, hurriedly took her home. He prepared a hangover remedy and sat beside her bed. When she finally regained consciousness, she coldly inquired, "What are you doing here?" "Leave. I do not wish to see you." Li Yanhe had anticipated her icy demeanor. He tucked her blanket around her and said, "Take care of yourself. Things are not as you imagine. When your spirits lift, feel free to reach out to me." Situ turned away, tears streaming down her face. She wished to conceal her disheveled state from Li Yanhe and pretended to be indifferent. It was only after he had closed the door that she sat up and wept bitterly into her blanket. Li Yanhe had not gone far and heard her cries. Yet he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for them to mend their rift, so he departed. Days passed, and Situ remained troubled, with no outlet for her emotions, while Li Yanhe, preoccupied with his own affairs, found himself in a standoff with her. Dressed in male attire, Situ ventured to the flower garden to seek out young Wanwan. "Is it you? Sister, have you resolved your misunderstandings with young Master Li?" Situ, puzzled, asked. "Young Master Li? Are you referring to Yanhe?" Young Wanwan, noticing her confusion, realized that Prince N had not revealed his true identity to her. Merely mentioning Yanhe's name, she then adjusted her response. "I am unaware of which young master you seek today, or which Yanhe you will pursue tomorrow. Many young masters frequent this place. I cannot discern which one you mean. Moreover, I am unwell today and must refuse visitors. However, my mother insisted that a young master was adamant about seeing me, and I could not decline, which is why I am here. It turns out you are the sister." Paid no heed to the trivial matters at hand. His sole purpose today was to seek you out. On that day, why did he come? And what is your relationship with Yanhe? Young Wanwan leisurely settled down, sipping her tea before softly responding, "There is no special relationship. That gentleman is my savior. He extended a helping hand during my lowest moments. To me, that is all there is to it. I do not dare to aspire beyond that." Upon hearing these words, Situ immediately regained his composure. "Then why? Are you inquiring why he is here with me? You worry too much, sister. I have known him for many years and have never heard him express affection for any woman. However, in recent times, I have heard your name from him countless times. I am quite pleased. He has become much gentler now. In the past, he was more often cold, rational, and heavy-hearted. We are merely old friends. He has never mentioned my existence to you, out of concern that you might overthink it. After all, a connection with a courtesan is not widely accepted. Thus, the misunderstanding from that day was clarified, and Situ calmed himself. Initially, I too was curious about what kind of woman he would be drawn to, 1 part spirited, 1 part heroic, 2 parts radiant, and 2 parts chivalrous. Upon meeting you, it all became clear. Although the misunderstanding had been resolved, a heavy feeling still lingered within. Situ had no time to say much more and took his leave in haste. On his way back, he unexpectedly encountered Li Yanhe. They collided head-on, and she turned her face away, allowing a single tear to cascade down her cheek. Yanhe approached her side, softly murmuring, "You truly misunderstood me. I have no one else. My heart belongs solely to you." I do not know how to explain. Before he could finish, Situ embraced his shoulders and began to weep. "Fool, what is the purpose of your long tongue? Speak up. How am I to know if you don't tell me? I am not the unreasonable type. Being friends with a courtesan is not something to be concealed. Do you think I would mind? Do not forget, I am of the rivers and lakes." Yanhe chuckled through her tears, holding Situ close, her lips curving upwards in a smile. "You already know you are." "Thank you. Thank you for understanding me. See too, you cupped Yanhee's face in his hands, saying sternly, from now on, you must not hide anything from me. Your friends are my friends, and your family is my family. You must let me know if anything arises. Otherwise, we cannot continue this path together. Although Yanhee felt joy from having cleared the misunderstanding, C2U's words sent a chill through her heart. He had yet to reveal his true identity. If one day she were to discover who he truly was, would C2U still wish to accompany her on this journey? She lacked that confidence. She feared loss, and even more, she feared that this secret could not be sustained for long. Yet at that moment, all she desired was to see him smile, just to see him smile. Chapter 24. A serendipitous encounter amidst tranquility since leaving the capital. Su Wanwan found herself in a quaint place known as Shuiyin Town. This locale, though less bustling than the capital, offered a semblance of stability. The townsfolk here lived in comfort and prosperity, enriched by the proximity to the canal, which in turn attracted merchants for waterborne trade. For Su Wanwan, arriving in this town felt akin to discovering a hidden paradise. The silver she carried was still sufficient, supplemented by the jewelry and trinkets she had brought along. For the time being, they could enjoy a period of tranquility. Su Wanwan cherished serenity and had an affinity for mountains and rivers. Thus, she decided to rent a house nestled at the foot of a mountain, conveniently close to a stream. It was indeed a picturesque place, abundant in both mountains and water. Linger, aware of Su Wanwan's frail constitution and persistent cold ailments, took it upon herself to handle the heavier chores, such as fetching water and chopping wood. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan busied herself with laundry and cooking, as she delighted in exploring the art of gastronomy. After a long day, although both were fatigued, the joy radiating from their faces was unmistakable. Sweat dripped from Linger's clothes, prompting Su Wanwan to call out, "Hurry and wipe off your sweat, Linger. Let us take a breather. You're drenched." "It's quite all right, Mississippi. I feel invigorated now, with hearty meals and restful sleep. After a day's labor, not only do I stretch my limbs, but I also have leisure to admire the scenery and enjoy the bustle around us. Life here is much more fulfilling than in the manor." As soon as Linger uttered those words, she suddenly realized her misstep. Oh no, she thought, why did I mention the manor? I brought up the Mrs. Sorrow once more. Oh, my careless tongue. Observing Linger's furrowed brow, Su Wanwan chuckled softly. What is the matter? Are you worried I might feel disheartened? Fear not, for we now dwell in this idyllic paradise, and all past grievances ought to be cast aside. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready. At that, Linger's expression relaxed. Yes, miss, she exclaimed, laughing heartily as she scampered off to fetch bowls and chopsticks, inquiring, "What are we having for dinner today, miss? What culinary delight have you concocted? Do not flatter me too much. We are striving for self-sufficiency, and our meals are rather simple. As long as we are satiated, that is sufficient," replied Su Wanwan. Linger nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, as long as we're full, that's all that matters. Come, let us eat and have some soup. Don't rush, there's more to come. When I have the chance, I'll head to the market to procure some vegetable seeds, and we can plant leafy greens in the front yard. How refreshing that would be. That is a splendid idea. Vegetables grown by our own hands will surely taste delightful. Noticing how much Linger relished her meal, Su Wanwan quietly approached the stove to retrieve a food box. Guess what this is? What? Linger asked curiously. Su Wanwan lifted the lid, and Linger exclaimed, chestnut cake. Miss, what did you make this? She eagerly took a bite and declared, it's delicious. Su Wanwan patted Linger on the back, advising her to savor it slowly. There is plenty to go around. Earlier today, while I was out washing clothes, I encountered Mrs. Gu from next door. I saw her gathering chestnuts on the ground, so I offered to help. She was grateful and gifted me a bag of chestnuts. I thought we hadn't team-made pastries in a while, so I decided to prepare chestnut cake. Now it makes sense. This chestnut cake is truly delightful. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Just as they were enjoying this peaceful moment, a knife clattered onto the table, startling both Linger and Su Wanwan. They looked up to see three masked men shouting, "Robbery! Hand over all your valuables." Linger clutched Su Wanwan in alarm, exclaiming, "Miss? What? What are these bandits doing here?" The three thieves erupted in laughter. Bandits? One of them, brandishing a large knife, retorted, "Little sister, we are not mere bandits. We are robbers. Do you understand?" The other two joined in with another round of boisterous laughter. One of them said, "Stop the nonsense, Erdiosi. The matter at hand is urgent. Hurry up. Bring the money." Erdiosi stepped forward to take a look before returning to where the other two were standing. "Brother, I just took a glance. Those two women are quite beautiful. Clearly not country girls. Their skin is delicate and tender." "Oh? But did you examine them closely?" "Yes, thoroughly." "Brother, you should take a look yourself." The leader turned to call for the other. "Lao, San, let us go have a look." "All right." "Brother." Su Wanwan and Linger remained huddled together as two masked individuals approached to scrutinize them. They exclaimed, "What a beauty! I have changed my mind. We shall not rob them of their wealth, but their beauty instead." "Ha ha ha ha." Su Wanwan attempted to steady herself and said, "Esteemed brother, my sister and I are all alone here, merely cultivating some fruits and vegetables to get by. We are both unfortunate souls. If it is wealth you seek, we will part with all our silver. We humbly ask you to show mercy. Go away. Are you trying to feign poverty here? You two are delicate and tender, and by your accents, you are not locals. Your demeanor betrays you as not being simple country girls. You wish to elicit our sympathy." Lao San whispered to the leader, "Brother, we haven't completed our task yet. Let us see some wealth and leave quickly, or we may endanger our lives." The leader pondered this and found it reasonable. Then he addressed the beauties. "I have important matters to attend to today, so I shall not reminisce with you now. We shall return on another day. Kulme, enjoy a life of luxury with us." "Ha, brother, this is all our silver. It is right here." Wanwan placed the silver on the table. "Erdiosi, search the house." The leader and Lao San held the two captives outside. Erdiosi rummaged through the house and emerged with some gold and silver ornaments. "Brother, these jewels are worth a considerable sum." Linger was beside herself with anxiety. "No, those are our lifeline. You have robbed us of them. We will be left to starve." Linger's tone grew increasingly frantic, her voice softening. However, the trio completely disregarded Su Wanwan and Linger's pleas. They hastily packed the ornaments and silver notes, leaving as if they were pressed by some urgent matter. All their valuables were taken, even the silver notes. Linger fell into despair, and Su Wanwan stood frozen in place, soon regaining her composure. "Let us go, Linger. We must leave this place at once. All our money is gone, and if we do not depart now, our situation will become even more perilous when they return." Linger nodded in agreement. "All right. I will gather our things immediately." There was no time for further thought. The sudden turn of events did not even leave Su Wanwan with the luxury of sorrow. It dawned on her then that even in a secluded paradise, poor security would not allow for a peaceful existence, but rather would pose a significant danger. It seemed they would need to find a new residence once again. Chapter 25. Silence and uncertainty. What? We lost them. Lin Wei looked at Achung with a blend of anger and worry. Achung wore an expression of guilt, unsure of what to do, acknowledging that it was due to his subordinate's incompetence. Originally, the personnel assigned to the task were diligently monitoring the situation and were aware of the residence of Lady C. However, due to the urgent circumstances surrounding the investigation, reinforcements were summoned. Upon our return to the modest abode in Shuiyun town, we discovered that she had already vacated the premises. It turned out that after receiving the divorce decree from Su Wanwan, she insisted on leaving, and Lin Wei could not compel her to stay. Thus, he secretly dispatched individuals to quietly safeguard her. Unfortunately, as the investigation into the quartz trader had just yielded some leads, the focus shifted to Shuiyun town, and all personnel were allocated to pursue that inquiry. Now that both ladies had departed, they left behind no valuable information. It had been quite some time since returning to the capital, and the military affairs at the border still required attention. If there was any further delay in returning, unforeseen complications might arise. The emperor, with subtle hints, had been mentioning matters regarding the border, seemingly urging Lin Wei to return and address these issues. Given the confluence of events, Lin Wei had no choice but to prioritize military duties at the border. He then instructed Achung and others to continue gathering information about Su Wanwan's whereabouts in Shuiyun town, ensuring their safety and dispatching messages via carrier pigeons as soon as news emerged. Devoid of monetary resources and jewelry, The two had no option but to seek refuge in a bustling part of the town. Linger lamented, "Miss, it seems we are utterly destitute. Where shall we stay in this town?" Su Wanwan reassured her, "Fear not, we shall start anew." With that, she removed a silver-inlaid jade hairpin from her hair. Initially, during the inventory of dowry jewelry at the general's mansion, there had been a pair of gold-inlaid jade hairpins. But Su Wanwan felt they were too ostentatious and opted for a single, more modest silver-inlaid jade piece. Linger, disheartened, remarked, "Miss, this is your only adornment. Without the hairpin, how will you style your hair? It was the one you cherished the most." Embracing Linger, Su Wanwan gently patted her shoulder and said, "Given our current circumstances, we have no alternative. I shall part with this hairpin for some silver, and we will find a place to stay. As for the hairpin, a wooden one will suffice." "Ah, this is too much of a sacrifice for you, miss," Linger protested. "Enough of calling me Mississippi. From now on, let us refer to each other as sisters. You shall call me Wan Jia, and I shall call you Linger Mei." In the past, Su Wanwan had always treated herself well, and given their years of companionship, Linger had long regarded her as an elder sister. "Wan Jia," Linger called out with a hint of tears in her voice. "Alas, Mei," with her decision made. The two proceeded to a pawn shop to exchange the hairpin for some funds and subsequently chose the cheapest instead. Lying on a somewhat cramped bed, Ling, curious yet puzzled, asked, "Wan Jia, have you ever regretted your choices?" Su Wanwan turned to meet Linger's gaze and sincerely replied, "Not at all." Thus, despite the trials they faced, the two drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, they resolved to seek employment to sustain themselves. Linger inquired of the inn's young attendant, "Innkeeper, do you require any assistance? I am willing to help. I can clean, wash dishes, attend to guests, and handle any miscellaneous tasks." The shopkeeper regarded Linger with disbelief and inquired, "My dear young lady, your appearance suggests you are not of humble origins. With such delicate skin, you must surely hail from a prominent family. Am I mistaken?" Linger, biting her lip, lowered her gaze and hastily replied, "There is no need for concern, esteemed owner. I am indeed capable of work. I require no wages, merely sustenance and shelter. My sister and I can stay here." The shopkeeper, taken aback by her willingness to forego payment, acquiesced to her request. Filled with joy, Linger hurried to find Su Wanwan. "Sister, we shall have food and a place to stay. I have just secured a position at the inn, albeit menial tasks. But at least we need not worry about being without a home." Su Wanwan had also been eager to find a means of survival. Yet she felt a pang of sympathy upon learning that Linger had already accepted the innkeeper's offer. "There's no need to rush. We still have some spare coins. I apologize for any inconvenience, Linger." Linger shook her head, insisting, "I feel no inconvenience. These days have been the happiest of my life. To earn my keep through my own labor feels profoundly gratifying. Since you have made your decision, I shall accompany you. I too will speak with the innkeeper." "No, sister, your health is fragile. I have already made arrangements for our meals and lodging without compensation, and the innkeeper has consented. No wages?" Su Wanwan gently ruffled Linger's hair, acknowledging the good intentions, but recognizing that such an arrangement could not be sustainable in the long term. Consequently, she approached the innkeeper herself, offering her skills in making chestnut cakes and fruit teas. After some persuasion, the innkeeper agreed to give her a trial, resulting in a delightful assortment of pastries. After sampling them, the innkeeper nodded in approval and agreed to retain her services. Wanwan joyously conveyed this good news to Linger, though feeling a twinge of concern for her sister, encouraged her, "I am truly happy for you, dear sister. Now we can rest assured for a while." Why do you call me miss again? Did I not say that we are sisters now, not mistress and maid?" Linger, realizing her oversight, laughed and said, "Oh, yes, yes. I got carried away with joy." Sister Wanwan. The two found themselves fortuitously blessed, finally securing a stable place to reside. Meanwhile, Lin Wei remained ensconced in the military, preoccupied with his duties. Only amid the busyness could he suppress the memories of Su Wanwan that crept into his mind during moments of solitude. He had yet to receive any letters delivered by carrier pigeon, rendering Su Wanwan a distant echo in his life. In the ensuing chapter, the Emperor's grave illness. It had been over a month since Lin Wei's departure. Although the court appeared tranquil, the matter of the jade pendant had yet to be resolved, and the hidden traitors within the court remained elusive, well concealed without revealing any incriminating signs. However, a sudden summons for numerous imperial physicians sent ripples of anxiety through the capital. The emperor, already in poor health, had long relied on medicinal remedies to sustain him, but now his condition had deteriorated perilously. In the scramble for power, the crown prince, Prince In, and other royal offspring hastened to attend to the emperor's illness. While they publicly feigned loyalty, their true intentions were to seize the opportunity to secure their own claims to the throne. Prince In, being the only prince who had been granted a title, held a slightly elevated status over his brethren. In terms of attending to the emperor, only the crown prince and prince were deemed worthy of entering the inner sanctum, leaving the other princes and princesses to watch helplessly from the sidelines. Both individuals were eager to attend to the ailing. The crown prince, already close to the emperor, secured the opportunity due to his mother's influence. Although Prince and had not been particularly intimate with the emperor in his youth, the emperor unexpectedly wished to remain by his side, possibly aware of his dwindling time. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had not the chance to confer with Sityu beforehand and could only meet hastily. "Your Error, I have pressing matters to attend to during this period, and I cannot see you often. Once I resolve these issues, I shall return to you. In the meantime, I have acquired a residence in the southern part of the city. If you wish, you may move there," he declared. Sityu was taken aback and inquired, "What has transpired? Why have you procured a residence? Are you not a guard of the crown prince's estate? Wherefore do you possess the means for such acquisitions?" And he turned aside, saying, "Over these years, I have tirelessly served the crown prince and have earned considerable merit. With my capabilities, acquiring a residence for future marriage and family is only reasonable." Sityu pondered this, realizing the truth in his words. The crown prince's estate was vast, and the rewards might equate to the expenditures of an average citizen over several months. Furthermore, he often returned home in night attire or bearing injuries, with the numerous matters he dealt with appearing perilous. Thus, earning a handsome reward was justified. After ensuring Sityu's well-being, he hurriedly packed his belongings. A subordinate reported, "Your Highness, your luggage is ready for departure at any time. However, your residence?" He gestured for the attendant to cease speaking. "It matters not. I am aware of my own circumstances." Suddenly, a sound emerged from behind the curtain, unmistakably the clattering of a teacup upon the floor. He turned to find Sityu frozen in place, her face a mask of disbelief. He reached out to her. "Do not approach," Sityu cried out, her voice trembling. "Your Highness? Entering the palace?" And he appeared flustered, stumbling over his words, unsure how to explain. The previous scene had been entirely overheard by Sityu. "Speak. Is today's incident yet another misunderstanding? Do not tell me your Highness is merely a name to you." "You err." Sityu reflected on the name Yanhe. She had often heard it mentioned in connection with the royal family when she was with Li Zexu, the current crown prince, Li Qingye, and Prince and Li Yanhe. Yanhe? I should have realized it sooner. I was truly foolish. The one residence, the Xiang residence, the general's estate, the Yongkong prince's treasury. Previously, she had known where the evidence lay. Yet who could have awaited the general's estate? The more Sityu contemplated, the more incredulous she became. The person before her was not merely a guard of the crown prince's estate. "You are Prince In, Li Yanhe. What guard of the crown prince's estate? Vowing to love but one for a lifetime, to accompany me across the world, you to cook and I to wield my sword." These were mere deceitful words. "You have disappointed me gravely." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Li Yanhe implored, It is not as you perceive. I am Li Yanhe, yet I have not deceived you in our conversation." In a state of despair, Sityu cried out, "At this point, what more can you possibly argue? You are a noble prince, while I am merely the daughter of a merchant. How could I ever be worthy of your royal lineage? Your future bride shall undoubtedly be of high birth, not someone like me. Why do you continue to pursue me? It is not as you think, you err. I desire not the company of the aristocracy. I shall persuade my father, the emperor. Trust me." Sityu shook her head, declaring, "All along, you have deceived me. The notion of establishing a residence and marrying is nothing but a facade to mislead me. Now that we have arrived at this juncture, Li Yinhe could only express his true feelings. I understand that you are unable to forgive me in the short term, but with the Emperor's grave illness. Although I am now on par with the Crown Prince, the true ruler of this realm has yet to be determined, and I must strive for it. C2U laughed incredulously, perceiving the cold, unfeeling man before her, who spoke only lies, was far from the one she admired. She questioned, "What are you saying? Your father is ill, and you attend to him. Is it not the duty of a son? Born into royalty, do you not possess familial affection and filial piety?" Li Yinhe grew flustered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I must become the true sovereign of this realm to have the right to act according to my desires, allowing us to be together for eternity." C2U, increasingly irate, retorted, "You are merely using your quest for power as an excuse. Your ambition to seize power is not a justification for our union. Establishing a residence is not a means to confine me." Seeing her agitation escalate, Li Yinhe realized that further explanations were futile. Thus, he hastily replied, "It is too late, I must take my leave, but I shall return for you." A group of individuals hurriedly departed, leaving C2U alone, seated on the floor, weeping loudly. Deceived and left in the dark, she released all her grievances in tears, causing even her maidservant to hesitate in offering comfort. Chapter 27. A blade aimed at the imperial city, C2U wandered aimlessly through the streets. Her thoughts a tumultuous whirl, unable to find clarity. She was uncertain how to confront her feelings or how to face Li Yinhe. As she pondered, a group of individuals obstructed her path. The leader stepped forward and inquired, "Might you be Miss C2? Our master wishes to meet you." C2U, still bewildered, responded, "Master? Who are you and how do you know me? To understand the matter at hand, simply accompany us." Compelled by an inexplicable force, C2U followed them into a carriage, which rocked gently as it traveled, seemingly for quite a distance. They passed through several checkpoints, managed by designated personnel, and she lacked the presence of mind to observe her surroundings. In a daze, she arrived at her destination, where she was called, "Miss C2, we have arrived. Please follow me to meet our master." Trembling, she was assisted from the carriage. Upon raising her eyes, she gasped, This is the Imperial Palace?" The leader coldly replied, "Come." Miss C. Tuesday, surrounded by attendants and flanked by the carriage, she felt she had no choice but to move forward. Having just endured the pangs of heartache, her spirit felt fragile and her mind was clouded. She did not comprehend whom she was to meet, why she had been brought to this place, or how Li Yinhe had kept her in the dark for so long. All of it left her feeling lost, and she could only continue onward, traversing the long corridors, passing through one door after another. As the passing palace maids and eunuchs bowed their heads in reverence, the atmosphere was profoundly solemn and serene. It was so tranquil that one could effortlessly discern the melodious chirping of birds. After a prolonged silence, one of them addressed Situ, saying, "Miss Situ, we have arrived." Upon opening the door, she beheld a woman adorned in splendid attire, seated gracefully upon a chair. The room exuded opulence, and judging by the woman's attire and the lavish decor, it was evident that she was no ordinary consort of the court. The woman spoke slowly. "You are Situ?" Overwhelmed by the palace's solemnity and grandeur, Situ replied softly, "Yes," and then, with curiosity, inquired, "And you? Are you the Empress?" Only then did the woman slowly open her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "You are indeed a clever girl. No wonder you have captured Yin He's affection." The Empress was the mother of the Crown Prince, while the mother of Prince and Li Yin He had passed away long ago. The curiosity regarding how the Empress knew her name consumed Situ. She continued, "Your Majesty, why do you know of me? I am but a humble commoner. You honor me too greatly. As for what you mentioned about Yin He, that was merely my past misjudgment, and from now on, we shall remain strangers. I fear I am unworthy of such connections within the imperial city. I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned to depart, only to be halted. The Empress appeared to have anticipated this very scenario, displaying no sign of surprise. She continued in her calm demeanor, "Do you understand? Although I am the Empress, I have only the Crown Prince as my child. The world believes that I am blessed to be the mother of the crown prince, showered with favor in the harem, and that this is a most fortunate circumstance. Indeed, once one possesses something, the fear of losing it emerges. To speak candidly, I have a deep affection for children, particularly those who are intelligent. When Princeton was a child, he was astute and clever, yet his demeanor was excessively aloof, always giving off an impression of distance. It pained me, as I endeavored to draw near to him, but he consistently rebuffed my efforts, even harboring resentment in his gaze. He could have shared his father's love with Pear, yet he perceived it as a rivalry for paternal affection between us. From that moment, I knew that there was no fate for us as mother and son in this lifetime, nor was there a bond of brotherhood with the crown prince. Situ listened quietly as the empress spoke, saying nothing in response. Observing her attentiveness, the empress continued, "However, you must understand. Being born into royalty is not akin to the life of an ordinary citizen. Ultimately, there will be strife among us, fathers and sons, brothers and siblings. I do not wish for Pear to become a perpetrator of fratricide, especially since he is inherently kind-hearted and generous. To be frank, an excessively benevolent person cannot make for a good ruler." After absorbing the empress's words, Situ remained perplexed. She inquired, "Your Majesty, after all that you have shared, I still do not grasp the reason you summoned me." The empress smiled. "Your disposition is quite charming. No wonder Yin is fond of you. You are unrestrained and fearless, which others would never dare to question the reigning empress." Situ awkwardly chuckled. "Ah, Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am but a simpleton, unaware of palace etiquette. If I have caused any offense, I beg your forgiveness." The empress waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of that. We have digressed. Are you aware that His Majesty is gravely ill?" Situ nodded in acknowledgement, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation. The queen continued, regarding Yinha, "This child possesses a profound mind and is resolute in character. If any upheaval occurs within the palace in the future, I hope Miss Situ can persuade him." Situ then suddenly comprehended the implication, pondering that after all this time, the intention was to keep her here as a hostage. Should Li Yinha rebel, she would be the first to be eliminated. Immediately, she let out a cold laugh. "So, Your Majesty desires me to serve as a hostage to persuade Li Yinha? Should he contemplate rebellion, I would become his Achilles' heel?" The queen nodded, then shook her head, asserting, "My intentions are benevolent. It is not as despicable as you suggest. Miss Situ, I merely believe that when the day of conflict truly arrives, the crown prince may lose his life. This is not mere paranoia. It reflects the reality of the situation. When power and positions are at stake, individuals can become dangerously ruthless, especially within the royal family." Situ nodded in understanding. "I grasp your concerns, Your Majesty, but I have severed ties with him completely. I fear I may be of no assistance to you." The queen shook her head. "You are still young, dear child. Emotions cannot simply be discarded at will. One day, you'll come to understand." Thus, Situ felt that her entrance into the palace was both unexpected and absurd, especially as she found herself in the presence of the queen, entangled in this power struggle. She murmured to herself, "This is truly ridiculous." Although the crown prince and prince had been chosen to attend to the emperor's illness for several days, Li Yinha had not seen the emperor. Instead, it was solely the crown prince who frequented the inner chambers. When inquiring with the emperor's personal eunuch, the responses were consistently, "Do not rush, Princeton. His Majesty is gravely ill and has only permitted the crown prince to enter the inner palace for discussions. Once the crown prince's matters are resolved, it will naturally be your turn." Li Yinha, already discontented, grew even angrier upon hearing these words. Nevertheless, he clenched his fists and restrained himself. The Minister of Culture, inciting further discord, advised Prince to prepare for action and not to miss the opportunity. All the ministers and skilled guards were ready, awaiting Prince An's command. Li Yinha, however, calmly replied, "There is no rush. Let us wait a bit longer." A guard responsible for watching over the South City courtyard brought news that Situ had already departed and had been taken away by palace personnel. Unable to suppress his inner fury any longer, Li Yinha resolved to take action that very night. Outside the palace, Li Yinhe and his entourage advanced with great intensity, their torches illuminating the gleaming swords. In his hand, he held the heart-seeking sword bestowed upon him by his master, aimed directly at the imperial city. The queen received the news, and Situ also became aware of the unfolding events, her heart racing. Is he truly plotting rebellion? This is his father and brothers, she thought in disbelief. The group arrived at the tower to survey the surroundings. Li Yinhe looked up at Situ standing atop the tower, a surge of anger swelling within him. The queen? Once again, it is the queen. Your son has already usurped my father's affection, and now you seek to take away my only light in these mundane times. You err. Thus, do not blame me for disregarding this so-called familial bond. Tonight it all ends. Situ, witnessing Li Yinhe and his entourage surrounding the palace gates, sword in hand, stood beside the queen, contemplating. Li Yinhe, what manner of person are you? I find myself increasingly perplexed by you. Are you aware of the true significance of the queen's desire for my presence here? Why must you persist? Is this palace truly your utmost desire? What are the affections of the past? Ultimately, I have misplaced my trust. Chapter 28. Always yours within the imperial city. The emperor lay upon his couch, while Crown Prince Li Qingye administered his medicinal soup. The two conversed with calmness. Li Qingye had long been informed by the eunuchs that Prince An was conspiring to rebel, and the situation was dire. Yet he remained unperturbed, as though he had foreseen the events that would culminate in this moment. Outside, with the Empress Dowager's support, he assumed there would be no mishaps. Given that his father had long been unwell, he could not bear the weight of such news. With these thoughts in mind, he maintained his composure and dismissed all those who had come to convey messages. Within the hall, only the emperor and he remained. The emperor observed as his son patiently fed him spoonful after spoonful of the broth. The guards entered and exited, their expressions fraught with anxiety, already aware of the unfolding circumstances. Yet, the father and son chose not to address the matter openly. After a while, the emperor could no longer restrain himself, saying, "Year, my days are numbered. You are the crown prince." Before he could finish, Li Qingye interrupted. "What are you saying, father? Your health is paramount. Let us discuss such matters once you have recovered." Tears began to fall as he turned away, not wishing his father to see them. For his father had always taught him that a man should not shed tears lightly. The emperor raised a hand, gesturing toward the table. "This place has been my refuge for many years. Weariness, toil, anger, and solitude. I have grown accustomed to it and found solace. In my youth, when I was merely a prince, my brothers and I lived in harmony. However, from the day I ascended to the throne, I have come to understand the meaning of being utterly alone. You possess a kind heart, but it is a pity you were born into royalty. Your mother and I only wish for your life to be filled with peace and fulfillment." Li Qingye nodded. "I understand, father." In truth, to utter a most heretical thought, he did not desire the burden of being crown prince. He did not wish to live a life steeped in power, suffering, and solitude. Yet, Minister Su insisted he must accept the mantle of crown prince, destined to become a wise ruler. Ahung also urged him, wanting him to work for the welfare of the people. And then there was the empress. Although she did not force him, he could not bear to see her disappointment. Those who loved him and whom he loved were all propelling him forward, but who inquired about his own desires. He wished only to remain by his father's and mother's side, living a life of tranquility. Li Qingye took the emperor's hand, his gaze filled with sincerity. "Father, do you understand me?" The emperor gently ruffled his hair and replied with a smile. "Silly child, I am your father. How could I not understand you?" Yet Yinhe, he does not comprehend. Li Qingye, puzzled, asked Yinhe. The emperor stared blankly at the table. He should be arriving soon. "Father, how do you know?" "Silly child, before I became emperor, I too had brothers. Yinhe is not like you. He has always been competitive and self-reliant, eager for battle and martial prowess. I know that one day he will come." Thus, the two fell into a profound silence, lingering in unspoken thoughts until a resounding voice shattered the stillness. "Father, I have arrived late." Li Yinhe, consumed by a tumult of emotions, stormed into the inner hall, his voice raised in indignation. Witnessing the profound bond between Li Qingye and the emperor, he could no longer suppress the fury that surged within him. With a swift motion, He thrust his sword into Li Qingye's chest, causing blood to gush forth. The emperor, upon witnessing this gruesome scene, coughed up a deep crimson blood in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Yinhe, you wretched child, you have disappointed your father immensely." After being pierced, Li Qingye felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body collapsing weakly to the side, overwhelmed by an inexplicable anguish, and he began to spout blood. A nearby guard in a panic cried out, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, he is gone." Taken aback, Li Yinhe marveled at the fragility of life. He had thrust but a single blade, and yet Li Qingye had perished so easily. Without a moment to ponder, a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he coldly declared, "Indeed, father, your son is as unfilial and heartless as you see fit." "What of it?" The emperor, in a fit of exasperation, coughed up more blood, his brow furrowed. After a brief pause, he lamented, "Year, he is your elder brother. How could you be so cruel, so bloodthirsty? I have always known your competitive spirit and your desire for power and dominion. Yet you cannot, you must not." He trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at Li Yinhe. Li Yinhe's eyes, already bloodshot, were filled with rage and resentment, wishing to unleash his pent-up fury at this very moment. He discarded the blood-stained sword and walked slowly to the emperor's side, turning his back to avoid witnessing the emperor's furious countenance. Deep down, he yearned for the emperor's admiration, yet the situation had escalated beyond redemption, leaving him with no other choice. The hall was still permeated with the stench of blood, as one lay languidly on the couch, while the other sat slumped on the carpet, which was now stained with crimson. Tears streamed down the emperor's cheeks as he murmured, "This should not be our reality. Why were you so hasty, so foolish?" Li Yinhe, with a sardonic twist to his lips, replied, "Father, I was destined for this day. Surely you must have known. I too wish to be a son who brought you joy, like my elder brother. Yet what of you? I trained in martial arts, and you call me warlike. I studied diligently, and you label me overly competitive. I cannot bear to see you all united in joy while I felt like an outsider. You chastised me for my solitary nature, claiming I was unfriendly. Throughout my life, I toiled tirelessly, and not once did I hear a word of praise from you." The emperor shook his head, gesturing dismissively, murmuring, "No, this is not how it is." He pointed emphatically at the table, prompting Li Yinhe to glance in that direction. Upon the surface lay a box, which he opened to reveal a royal edict proclaiming the ascension of a new emperor. In a moment of disbelief, he blinked, his eyes widening as he read the name inscribed. Li Yinhe. How could this be? Li Yinhe questioned incredulously, astonished that the new emperor was not his father's favored crown prince, but himself. Beside the table lay a letter penned by the emperor's own hand. Observing the handwriting and the date, he realized it was from a month prior, during the emperor's time of peril. He steadied his trembling hand and swiftly opened the envelope. "My son, Yinhe, your father must depart from you. It seems this is the first letter I have ever written to you, yet alas, it is likely to be my final missive. In the quiet of my solitude, I often ponder how to draw closer to you. You, my child, are intelligent, wise, courageous, and decisive, a promising candidate for an emperor. Yet, the burdens of sovereignty are heavy. The throne is a cold and lonely place, fiercely coveted by many. After years of isolation, I have come to understand the profound solitude and hardship it entails. I recognize that you're not close to Qingye, but my affection extends to the Empress, the Crown Prince, and to you as well. The Crown Prince is magnanimous and benevolent. Truth be told, he is ill-suited for the treacherous court. I hope he finds peace as a prince, free from the tumult of rule. My intention in declaring you a king, rather than a crown prince, was to shield you from the jealousy and scheming of the royal court, knowing that with both the Empress and I overseeing you, significant errors would be unlikely. I wish for you to find happiness in your royal role, aware of your strong sense of pride, yet my greater desire is for your safety. I hope for harmony between you and your brother. Both of you are dear to me, and I entrust the throne to you, aspiring for you to be a just ruler, and wishing that you might elevate the crown prince to a princely title in a distant land. My era has passed. The future of this realm rests in your capable hands." Li Yinhe trembled as he finished reading this personal letter. He could hardly believe that what he had perceived was so far from the truth. In that moment, he felt like a mere jest, a fratricide, a patricide, an unforgivable sinner. The faith he had held for so many years began to crumble. His legs weakened, and his gaze became vacant. He shouted in disbelief, his voice echoing throughout the inner palace until the eunuchs and several ministers entered. The emperor had already drawn his last breath. Upon reading the imperial edict, all knelt before the new emperor. Chapter 29. The caged bird Li Yinhe had never anticipated that his ascension would be so untroubled. He had expected a bloody upheaval within the imperial city. He envisioned trampling upon the ministers and servants who had once scorned him, venting the pent-up anger and sorrow he had harbored, and finally emerging as the sovereign of this realm. However, he soon realized his error. He was utterly mistaken. In his father's eyes, he was brave, wise, and clever. The elder brother he had perceived as an adversary had not uttered a single word of insult towards him in the end. He was the new emperor, rightfully so as proclaimed by the edict. This realization struck him as absurd. He felt none of the lofty pride expected of a victor. Instead, he was consumed by a sense of humble absurdity. Yet, the course of events could not be altered. Everything had already been set in motion. He could only continue to feign the demeanor of a triumphant ruler. Last night, upon learning of the crown prince's condition, the empress had fainted. Sityu remained confined within Fomin Palace. Lin Wei, stationed at the frontier, upon hearing of the events in the capital, rode through the night to return. After receiving the minister's homage, Li Yinhe hastily made his way to Fomin Palace. The palace gates were tightly shut until he commanded the workers to open them. Inside the hall, Sityu appeared pale and weary, sitting in silence, not even raising her eyes when the doors opened. "You are," he called, and she slowly lifted her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. She glanced at Li Yinhe, offered a cold laugh, turned her back, and did not look at him again. Li Yinhe hurriedly approached her, placing his hands firmly on her shoulders. "Release me," she said, breaking free from his grasp without even lifting her gaze. A pained expression crossed Li Yinhe's face, his eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night, aware that Sityu had endured the same. After a moment of silence, he slowly began, "I understand that nothing I say now can change the situation. To you, I am nothing but a complete deceiver, yet I assure you, I am not. I genuinely love you. Please do not be angry." Tears fell from Sityu's face as she replied with disappointment. "Deceiver? How could I dare to question you, Your Highness?" She then wiped her tears and, looking into Li Yinhe's eyes, continued, "No, I may have misspoken. You are now His Majesty, aren't you? You have truly become a solitary figure. So why do you still concern yourself with us commoners? Do you relish in this charade? I, Sityu, am but a mere insect, while you are the reigning emperor, worlds apart. What right does an insect have to beg for the love of an emperor? It is truly the greatest joke in the world. You err. Please do not speak this way. I am Yinhe, your Yinhe. I am now the new emperor, and you are to be the empress, my future queen." She scoffed. "Pa, how could you think yourself worthy? A man who ascended the throne over the corpses of his own kin, who treads upon the blood of others to seize power, could ever care for such a meager love? Do you truly believe I, Sityu, will be so foolish as to become your empress?" Li Yinhe felt the sting of her words pierce his heart. With a fierce glare, he seized her sleeve, angrily declaring, "Yes, but what of it? I am the emperor now, and whether you desire it or not, you must accept this position as empress." You, faced with his unreasonable demeanor, she fell silent, uttering not a single word. In frustration, Li Yinhe shook his sleeve and stormed out. The following day, he announced his intention to establish an empress, only to be met with vehement opposition from numerous ministers. The daughter of a merchant is unworthy to be empress. The ways of the common folk cannot ascend to such heights. She is not a model of maternal virtue. In a whirlwind of dissenting voices, even Lin Wei stood forth, advising the emperor to reconsider. Li Yinhe waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the court, and furrowed his brow in thought. The matter of appointing an empress would have to be postponed. Thus, Sityu remained in the palace, nameless and unacknowledged, like a caged bird. The attendants tasked with her care had never seen her smile. Each day was filled with restlessness and melancholy. The palace maids assumed that Miss Sidhu was of such a disposition. Yet who could fathom that she had once been vibrant and full of laughter? It seemed as though everything had been locked away in this palace, the key lost. Chapter 30. An unexpected joy after the new emperor ascended the throne. It felt as though everything was predetermined. While everyone believed the crown prince had long since passed, only an old palace servant who had once been by the emperor's side knew the truth. It turned out that on the night Li Yinhe had aimed for the imperial city, the emperor had been fully aware that such events would unfold. Everything had been meticulously arranged in advance. He had secretly administered a drug to Prince Li Qingye, rendering him powerless and devoid of any will to resist. Thus, this act ultimately saved him. This is precisely why Li Yinhe was bewildered when he learned of the prince's demise, despite having merely inflicted a superficial wound with his blade. He was taken aback by the news conveyed by the palace servant. At that moment, he was blinded by hatred and indignation, entirely oblivious to the deeper implications of the situation. When the empress ultimately received this news, she was filled with overwhelming joy. She proactively requested permission from the new emperor to leave the palace, ostensibly to guard the imperial tombs. In reality, she orchestrated an escape for herself and the prince from the treacherous confines of the imperial palace, seeking a life of tranquility in the mundane world. Henceforth, there would be no more Li Qingye and the empress, only the commoners Li Yeqing and his mother. Indeed, Qingye was no more, only Yeqing remained. The two of them chose to conceal their identities, distancing themselves from the wasted years spent in the imperial city. Lin Wei, of course, did not believe in the prince's demise. After sending someone to investigate, she uncovered the truth, merely instructing her subordinates to keep the matter confidential. Everyone possesses the right to make their own choices. Perhaps this imperial city was never a place he wished to inhabit, and thus he acquiesced to this notion, contemplating it in his heart. At this juncture, Su Wanwan was still residing in Shuiyin town. She and Ling relied on each other for companionship. With her skill in pastry making and Ling Er's diligent work ethic, the two soon caught the attention of the innkeeper. Their lives were bearable. One day, a guest in an elegant room, appreciating the delectable pastries, inquired to meet the artisan behind them. Consequently, the innkeeper summoned Su Wanwan, who was busy in the kitchen. Upon seeing the pastry chef was a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that, the guests expressed their admiration. During the gathering, a lady adorned in fine garments asked, "My dear girl, did you craft all these pastries?" Wanwan graciously replied, "Yes, esteemed lady, it is our honor to receive the favor of all our guests." One of the patrons remarked, "Innkeeper, with such a pastry virtuoso, you must be secretly delighted." The innkeeper responded joyfully, "Ah, it is all fate, my friends. Enjoy your meal and drink." Suddenly, the lady's child dashed from the table, heading towards Su Wanwan. In a moment of carelessness, he tugged at the lady's dress, causing a sizable tear. The lady's expression soured instantly, and the atmosphere in the room turned unusually silent. Everyone fell into a hush. The young master, still making faces, approached Su Wanwan, exclaiming, "Pretty sister, I want candy." Feeling the awkwardness of the situation, Su Wanwan quickly knelt down and reassured him, "Little master, I will make you malt candy shortly. How about I craft you some sugar figurines? But for now, you must apologize to your mother and refrain from being rude." The child, elated at the mention of sugar figurines, hurried to his mother, pouting, "Mother, mother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have torn your dress. Please forgive me. The pretty sister will make me sugar figurines, so you must agree, all right?" The noblewoman's displeasure transformed into a smile as she looked at Su Wanwan and said, "Then I shall trouble you, dear girl." Su Wanwan quickly replied, "Not at all. It is no trouble, merely a small effort." As she turned to leave, she felt a sense of hesitation. Upon returning, she spoke, "Madam, I notice that your garment has been torn. Might I take this outer garment and repair it for you?" "Free of charge?" The noblewoman, perplexed and astonished, replied, "Are you truly sincere?" "Oh, I'm not concerned about the compensation, but rather this fabric is quite severely damaged, and being silk, it will be difficult to mend. If you wish to forego it, that is quite all right." Su Wanwan reassured her, "It is no trouble at all, madam. I can certainly give it a try. How about this? I will first prepare some sugar figurines for the young master. and you may change into a different room and change out of this garment. Seeing Su Wanwan's earnestness, the noblewoman acquiesced to the young lady's suggestion. Before long, the sugar figurines were completed, and the child, delighted, danced around his mother, enveloped in familial warmth. Once Su Wanwan had finished mending the garment and delivered it, the noblewoman changed into it and admired her reflection in the mirror, quite pleased. "Young lady, your skill is remarkable. What is your name?" In response, "I am called Wanner." "Wanna? What a lovely name, gentle and graceful with a deft touch." "You flatter me, madam. It is an honor to compliment your elegance," Wanner replied modestly. "Young lady, I must say, you have ingeniously transformed the torn area into an opening and embellished it with a beautifully embroidered border, adding depth to the garment." The noblewoman observed Su Wanwan's hands, slightly roughened, clearly from years of toil, likely from her work crafting various pastries in the kitchen. Yet, when she lifted her gaze, she noticed that Su Wanwan's complexion was remarkably delicate and fair, bearing no resemblance to that of a common girl. Furthermore, the silk fabric under her skilled hands had been enhanced, suggesting she hailed from a more affluent background. She gently inquired, "My dear, you must come from a well-off family. You do not appear to be a person of hardship. You carry an air of scholarly refinement. Have you encountered difficulties that have led you to this line of work?" Su Wanwan hesitated, momentarily flustered, but maintained her composure. "Say, madam," after a pause, she replied, "No, madam, you are overthinking." Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, the noblewoman responded, "Ah, it is of no consequence. Since the young lady prefers to remain silent, it must be due to unspoken struggles. However, do you intend to continue working in this inn? Have you considered other avenues?" After contemplating, Wanner asked, "Other avenues, madam? I have not thought about it. For now, life is relatively stable, and my sister and I have yet to consider alternatives." The noblewoman sighed, "Alas, it is a pity. Your exquisite taste and craftsmanship are truly remarkable. There is a fabric shop in the northern part of the city that has been thriving over the years, and the tailors there are renowned for their skills. With your talent, dear Wanner, I believe you would flourish there." "The fabric shop? But I have not received formal training. I fear my skills are lacking and would invite ridicule." "Ha ha, you are too modest, young lady. I frequent that fabric shop, and trust me, your skills are far from inadequate. If you are willing, I would be glad to speak on your behalf." Su Wanwan immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, madam. I am truly grateful for your kindness. I, Wanner, would like to give it a try." "Wonderful." The noblewoman beamed, feeling a sense of fulfillment akin to that of a mentor discovering a promising talent. Chapter 31. Rekindling Hope Before Long, through the introduction of a noblewoman. Su Wanwan visited a fabric shop. Initially, there was an entrance assessment, where she had to replicate several embroidery patterns. If her work was commendable, she would receive additional points. Su Wanwan's embroidery skills were already quite proficient, so the entrance assessment posed no challenge for her. Next came the shop's manager, Granny Lu, a woman of stern disposition. A master of embroidery, she had overseen the shop's affairs for many years with impeccable organization, yet her demeanor remained serious, lacking a smile. She was a person of cold exterior but warm heart. On the day Su Wanwan met Granny Lu, she first performed a respectful gesture befitting a junior. Granny Lu did not raise her gaze to scrutinize her, but rather asked indifferently, "Have you read any books? What is your understanding of various fabrics? Why do you wish to come to this shop?" Su Wanwan cleared her throat and replied, "I am one. I have read a few books and have some knowledge of poetry and prose, as well as basic military strategy, but my true passion lies in illustration. As for fabrics, to be honest, I am not well acquainted with them, yet I am eager to learn. I believe that each type of fabric possesses its own unique essence, and with the right embellishments, it can evoke different sensations. I came to this shop after hearing from a lady that you have many skilled artisans here, and I wish to learn from them." Granny Lu was somewhat taken aback by this response. Many young women had sought to learn craftsmanship at the shop before, but few spoke with such eloquence. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that she possessed the grace of a refined lady. "Have you perhaps come to the wrong place? With such knowledge and beauty, it seems I may not have much to teach you," Granny Lu remarked. Su Wanwan hurriedly explained, "No, Granny, I possess no significant talents. I simply wish to find a means to earn a living here. I hope for your understanding. Are you not a young lady of status? Have you run away from home? Startled, Wanwan stammered, I once was, but from now on I wish to support myself. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Granny Lu softened her tone. Very well, you surely have your reasons. Since you prefer not to divulge them, I shall not press further. However, now that you have decided to join the shop, do not speak of giving up lightly. Mastering a skill requires the investment of time and effort. It cannot be achieved overnight. Overjoyed at being allowed to stay, Wanwan exclaimed, Thank you, Granny. I understand, and I will study diligently. Granny Lu chuckled. How rare it is to meet a young lady who reads military books. Such individuals are few and far between. In the past, when young women visited the shop, their reading list consisted mainly of texts on female virtue, conduct, and household rules. I have little patience for those constraints placed upon women. I have labored throughout my life, managing to support myself. In the future, do share with me what you have learned from your military texts. Wanwan smiled as well, feeling a sense of camaraderie with this unique elder. Previously, she had regarded Situ as the epitome of a free-spirited woman, yet now, meeting Granny Lu felt like encountering an elderly version of Situ. I shall surely seek your guidance when the opportunity arises, she thought. Since there exists a fabric shop to visit, Su Wanwan felt a surge of joy. For one, she cherished the art of designing exquisite garments just as much as making pastries. However, she had never had the opportunity to pursue it until now. Upon returning to the inn, she shared her plans with the innkeeper, who was equally delighted for her. I have always said, Miss Wan, you possess great talent and surely cannot remain in this humble place forever. Go forth. I have faith in you. Who knows, in the future, you might even become renowned throughout the entire Shuiyun town. Please do not tease me, dear innkeeper. I sincerely appreciate your care during my stay. Rest assured, I will still dedicate time each month to prepare pastries for the inn. Once you find a new cook, I will be more than happy to offer my culinary teachings free of charge. The innkeeper laughed heartily. Then I thank you, Miss Wan. Thus, she split her time between the inn and the fabric shop. Although her days were filled with busyness, she found it incredibly fulfilling, gradually rediscovering her sense of worth and reigniting her hope for life. Linger observed the increasing smiles on Su Wanwan's face each day and felt genuinely happy for her. She mused, how wonderful it is. I truly chose the right place. It has been a long time since I've seen you this joyful. Chapter 32. The escape, though situated far from Shuiyun town, the ascension of a new emperor was a proclamation to the world. Su Wanwan had seen the announcement, but paid it no heed. The identity of the emperor held little significance for her. Unbeknownst to her, the new emperor was none other than Situ, the object of affection for the prince's guard she had once heard about. Daily, Situ lingered in the desolate Feng'an palace, where the surrounding opulence felt particularly cold. A few palace maids whispered, Do you think His Majesty truly intends to marry the daughter of the Minister of Culture? Yet, does he not have a fondness for the one in Feng'an Palace? Another maid replied, Who can truly discern the emperor's thoughts? Any woman in this realm can be chosen by His Majesty at will. Is there room for dissent? Besides, Miss Wenxin is the legitimate daughter of the minister's house. Her status is indeed worthy of the title of empress. Though they spoke softly, their words reached Situ, who was reclining on a couch. She suddenly sat up and called to the maids, You too, come here. The maids, filled with trepidation, feared they had misspoken, especially since the emperor had previously instructed them to take utmost care of Situ, allowing no room for error. Miss, what is your command? Seeing the maids panic, Situ let out a cold laugh. What are you afraid of? Speak louder. What were you just saying? The maids immediately knelt in fear. Miss Situ, we did not say anything. Did not say anything? Is it too much to ask for me to know at this point? Speak, and I shall not blame you. The maids hesitated before responding. We report to you, Miss, that His Majesty. His Majesty is to marry the daughter of the one family in 3 days and formally declare her as empress. Situ's expression remained impassive as she coldly replied, I see. You may leave now. The two maids hurriedly exited. Within the chamber, only Situ remained. She approached the mirror and gazed at her haggard reflection, managing a smile that was both tinged with disappointment and laced with self-mockery. She had repeatedly cautioned herself not to trust men any longer and to refrain from placing her hopes and emotions. Yet, she found herself unable to adhere to such resolutions. The state she now found herself in was entirely the consequence of her own choices. Recalling the recent past, she remembered how Li Yinhe had boldly declared that one must become the empress, whether one desired it or not. Such grandiose proclamations now seemed nothing short of farcical. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Li Yinhe. What did it matter to become emperor or the sovereign of the realm if one still had to heed the opinions of others? Gazing into the mirror, she wiped away her tears. She could not allow herself to descend into despair any longer. She had to leave. She refused to remain a caged bird. Situ began to feign illness deliberately. With the emperor's wedding approaching, all the palace attendants were engrossed in preparations, caught up in the excitement. Only a few maids and eunuchs remained in Wanwan Palace, and given Situ's recent melancholic demeanor, it was unlikely that any disturbance would arise. 3 days later, on the day of the grand wedding, the opportunity for escape presented itself. She pretended to be ill, seizing the chance to knock out the attending maid. Donning her attire to blend into the throng, Li Yinhe was already groomed and ready, making his way to the ceremony. Seated in the palanquin, his expression was impassive as he sat in silence. As he passed a group of people, he felt a sense of familiarity with one of the maids, who bore a striking resemblance to Situ. Perhaps he was mistaken. He reassured himself. It might merely be his conscience pricking at him, as her image lingered in his mind. Once the ceremony concluded, the palace attendants arrived to report that Miss Situ had gone missing. He berated them, exclaiming, "What use are you? Find her. If you cannot locate her, bring her head to me." The attendants, flustered, rushed to search. They spared no one who donned the attire of a maid. It was then that Li Yinhe recalled the maid he had seen earlier. His eyes had not deceived him. It was indeed Situ. In a panic, Li Yinhe shed the cumbersome wedding garments. When Xin was ushered into Yunan Hall, oblivious to the unfolding events, and curiously lifted her veil to gaze outside, pondering whether this was indeed the legendary Wanwan Palace, which appeared far less opulent than she had imagined. Li Yinhe understood that, given Situ's nature, she would not choose a secluded location. The more crowded the place, the safer it would be. Furthermore, she was unfamiliar with the palace's layout. Thus, there was likely only one place she could be, the banquet hall. Indeed, upon arriving at the kitchen of the banquet hall, he spotted a maid in a flurry. He seized her with urgency, and at that moment, Situ widened her eyes and lowered her head, too afraid to turn back. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Yinhe asked, his voice a blend of anger and anxiety. He grasped her shoulders and lifted her chin. Situ slowly opened her eyes, remarking, "This seems unrelated to you, Your Majesty. Aren't you to be wed today? What brings you here?" Li Yinhe's gaze softened as he embraced Situ tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. In a voice that was slightly hoarse, he pleaded, "Do not leave me, your please. I was terrified. If you were to go, I truly could not endure it." Situ fought back her tears, attempting to maintain her composure as she said, "Your Majesty, you are in the wrong place. This is not where you ought to be. Why do you wish to leave? Do not depart from me. Do not abandon Wanwan Palace." "Wanwan Palace?" "Your Majesty seems to be confused. Today marks the day of your grand union with the Empress. The Wanwan Palace is the Empress's chamber. What am I doing here? No, you wear no. In my heart, you're my only Empress. They forced my hand. I had no choice at all. You must believe me. My love is solely for you." Yet, Situ is all too aware of her own forced predicament. However, the reality was already set in motion. She yearned to escape, but upon witnessing Li Yinhe's tearful anguish, her heart softened, and she ultimately remained silent, her eyes devoid of life. Li Yinhe gently touched her forehead, remarking on its warmth, "You err. I shall take you back. We must return to Wanwan Palace." He lifted Situ and proceeded towards the palace. The palace attendants, fearing reprimand for their lack of vigilance, dared not speak a word. Even the personal guards refrained from mentioning that Wanwan was still waiting in Yunan Palace. All present tacitly accepted the unfolding events. Li Yinhe quietly watched over Situ as she consumed her medicine and drifted into slumber. He kept a silent vigil through the night, only feeling relief when her fever broke the following day. Meanwhile, in Yunan Palace, the Empress endured a sleepless night. Her personal maid, Yin'er, informed her that the emperor had remained in Fenghan Palace all night, having heard whispers of a beauty residing there, albeit without any official recognition. Fenghan Palace? Am I not in Fenghan Palace myself? Wanwan inquired, perplexed and infuriated. My lady, we are currently in Yunnan Palace, as personally arranged by His Majesty, came a reply. Wanwan slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming in disbelief, I am now the Empress, and yet His Majesty treats me thus. A beauty? Who could she be? She has ruined my wedding night, and I shall not let her go unpunished. Chapter 33. All I desire is power on the following night. Li Yinhe returned once more to Fenghan Palace. Si-Tu-Yu, curled up on the bed, was in a daze. She felt an inexplicable fear towards Li Yinhe, fearing her own loss of composure and reason. Once, she was a fearless heroine, yet upon entering the palace, she felt her spirit bound. Li Yinhe approached herbetside, softly asking, Where, what troubles you? I am fine. Why are you here? Seeing the distance she placed between them, he felt a surge of anger. The weight of his yellow robe was burdensome. He impatiently shifted it aside and decided to remove the heavy outer garment altogether. Si-Tu-Yu instinctively recoiled, her eyes wide with anxiety. This reaction only served to infuriate Li Yinhe further. What are you doing? Are you afraid of me? He scoffed coldly. Suddenly, he stepped closer to Si-Tu-Yu. As his outer garment fell away, her shoulders were exposed, revealing the delicate undergarment beneath. Si-Tu-Yu quickly grasped her clothing, wrapping her arms around her shoulders as she curled inward. Li Yinhe raised his voice. What is this? Do you truly despise me so? Are you unwilling to even draw near? He then pressed his lips forcefully against hers. Si-Tu-Yu struggled, crying out, Li Yinhe, let me go. A resounding slap echoed through the chamber, leaving a clear mark on Li Yinhe's face. Si-Tu-Yu broke into tears, insisting, Leave. I do not wish to see you. Fuming, Li Yinhe departed without uttering a word, his footsteps resonating with anger. Moments later, a woman's mocking laughter pierced the air. Hee. One would never expect that even your majesty could face rejection. It truly elicits a hearty laugh. Before me stands a lady adorned in splendid garments and crowned with a phoenix diadem. Her demeanor and tone suggest she is none other than the Empress, Wanwan. Si-Tu-Yu cast a glance before turning away, wiping away her tears. The Empress, amused, remarked in a sardonic tone, I was pondering what exquisite beauty could compel His Majesty to flee on the very night of my grand wedding, forsaking my palace and leaving me the subject of ridicule among the palace staff. Upon seeing you today, it seems you are nothing extraordinary. My lady, it will be best if you refrain from visiting. Your matters with His Majesty have no bearing on me, nor do I wish them to. The affairs of this palace are not for a nameless individual like you to meddle in. You are but a wildflower, an unremarkable presence. Today, I merely wish to discern who my adversary is. However, it appears that such an inquiry is unnecessary, since you harbor no affection for His Majesty. Why not leave the palace? How would you know my intentions? It is Li Yinhe who has imprisoned me. Oh, if that is the case, I shall devise a solution. This Fenghan Palace belongs to me. Si-Tu-Yu turned to inquire, My lady, do you seek to claim this Fenghan Palace for yourself? I had thought you came for Li Yinhe. Wanwan shot a sidelong glance at Si-Tu-Yu. Li Yinhe, I speak of him only because he is the emperor. The emperor can be anyone. I can consider anyone. What I desire is merely power. Si-Tu-Yu, suddenly incensed, retorted, Power? Is that all you seek, my lady? Initially, she believed that elevating Wanwan to empress would silence the ministers, perhaps due to some affection or admiration she held for her, or that Wanwan harbored feelings for him. Yet, it culminated in yet another pursuit of power. Si-Tu-Yu asked, What plan do you have to release me? Wanwan replied coolly, This matter is one I shall handle. What means do you possess? Suddenly, Li Yinhe bellowed, Why is the empress not residing in Yunnan Hall? What brings her to Fenghan Palace? Wanwan was taken aback. Had he not departed? How had he returned? Si-Tu-Yu exchanged incredulous glances with the two. Li Yinhe added, Since the empress is solely driven by the pursuit of power, let this Fenghan Palace be yours from today forward. You shall guard it well. I shall not intrude, nor will I seek discomfort. As he spoke, he swept Si-Tu-Yu into his arms and exited, calling out to the attendants, From tomorrow onwards, C2U shall be bestowed the title of UFA and granted the Yeoman Palace. Wenxin felt a surge of frustration as she witnessed him carry C2U away. Her own dignity further diminished. She hastily called out, "No, Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. I spoke in haste, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty?" But Li Yinhe had long since departed, leaving Wenxin alone in Fengman Palace, quietly weeping. Since her elevation to consort, Li Yinhe often visited her chambers, yet each time, he was expelled by C2U, forced to stand vigil outside. The following day, she dragged her weary form to court once more. Outsiders believed the emperor lacked discretion, that C2U was a source of calamity. Yet, only the two of them understood the truth. They were merely tormenting each other. At that moment, C2U longed even more for the days beyond the palace walls, reminiscing about scaling walls to visit Su Wanwan. She comprehended the resolute nature of Su Wanwan's departure. If given the chance, she too would wish to soar away into the vastness. Yet, she could not let go of her feelings, enduring the torment day after day. She loved Li Yinhe, but so much had transpired that the two remained distant. Where was Wanner, and what was she doing? In that moment, she felt an overwhelming longing for Su Wanwan. Chapter 34. The Radiant One. Since Su Wanwan arrived at the fabric shop, her learning progressed swiftly, a feat attributed to her extensive reading habits. She delved into poetry, military strategy, chess, painting, and mathematics, acquiring a wealth of knowledge that equipped her with various methods to tackle problems, thereby facilitating her learning. Additionally, her sensitive disposition drove her to pursue perfection in all her endeavors. Old Lady Lu was a strict individual, yet she held great admiration for genuinely talented and hardworking people. Since her entry into the fabric shop, Su Wanwan's embroidery skills had significantly improved, and she had even developed her own unique style, incorporating materials such as water blue and emerald green, adorned with orchids at the hems, which looked exquisite. Old Lady Lu approved of this idea and promptly assigned workers to expedite the production of a new batch of materials. One day, Old Lady Lu sought Su Wanwan privately. "Dear, what brings you to me today?" Su Wanwan inquired. With a solemn expression, Old Lady Lu sincerely asked, "Wanner, how long have you been at the fabric shop?" "It must be around 3 months, right?" Confused by the question, Su Wanwan wondered if she had fallen short in some aspect. "Yes, if I recall correctly. It has been over 3 months. But where have I erred?" Old Lady Lu waved her hand dismissively. "No, Wanner. I am adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. Although our shop is thriving, if we do not innovate, we cannot expect further growth. Just the other day, Madame Sun from the east side of the city complimented the orchid hem design you created, suggesting that if you could continue to elevate the clothing styles, it would be even more appealing." A knowing smile graced Su Wanwan's lips. Madame Sun was overly generous. Her fair complexion complements lighter fabrics beautifully. "So what do you mean?" "Dear grandmother, I wish to arrange for bespoke creations, with you at the helm, selecting a few clever seamstresses. You will design garments specifically for the wives of affluent families, crafting distinct embroidery patterns that embody the essence of our shop." After a moment of contemplation, Su Wanwan replied, "Grandmother, this proposal is excellent. However, do we not already have the characteristic of tailoring to individual measurements? No, it is distinctly different. Our previous customizations were singular, merely choosing pre-selected fabrics for garments. Now, we can oversee the entire process, from selecting materials and taking measurements to choosing embroidery patterns, designing unique features, and delivering the garments directly to their homes. Indeed, this idea is splendid. If we incorporate high-end customizations, our shop's business will flourish even further." Old Lady Lu smiled. "Yes, precisely. However, I worry because you have only recently joined us, and I fear you may tarnish the shop's reputation. My dear girl, you possess all the qualities one could desire, except for a lack of confidence. So many clients praise your designs, and you work diligently. No matter how arduous the path ahead, with your perseverance, you can carve out your own success. Hold your head high, rely on yourself, and do not bring shame upon yourself. Should any issues arise, this old woman, will stand by you, will I not?" Unable to decline any further, Su Wanwan sighed. "Very well. I shall give it a try, striving not to bring disgrace upon you. That's the spirit. The two shared laughter as they set off together to find some talented seamstresses. At that moment, Lee Linner, who had been eavesdropping from the corner, stomped her foot in frustration. A veteran of the fabric store, she had spent over 2 years there. Although she was intelligent, her overly pragmatic nature and strong jealousy marred her character. Ever since Su Wanwan arrived at the store, she had stolen much of Lee Linner's limelight. Previously, Granny Lu favored her for her talents and intellect, but Lee Linner's sharp tongue and lofty demeanor often belittled others. Despite Granny Lu's repeated admonitions, she remained unchanged, as such traits are deeply ingrained and difficult to alter. Now, for any significant matter, Granny Lu had begun to overlook her in favor of consulting Su Wanwan first, which naturally infuriated her. A mere newcomer, so slender that she seemed as if she might topple with a gust of wind. What could she possibly achieve? Why should such a splendid opportunity not be bestowed upon her? Resolving to confront Granny Lu that evening, Lee Linner approached her room under the hazy moonlight. With a gentle mist surrounding her, intent on discussing the matters of team formation and advancement at the fabric store. Granny, since my arrival, I believe I have performed commendably, yet I remain merely a primary worker without any advancement. Surely, my years of effort, if not fruitful, have at least been laborious? Granny Lu glanced up at her and replied, "Go on. What mischief are you plotting this time?" "Granny, your words are unfounded. I am merely speaking the truth. Today, I overheard you discussing that custom order with Wanner. Such a significant matter, and yet you did not afford me the opportunity? I wish to partake, Granny." Granny Lu chuckled lightly. So that is what this is about? Well, this matter does not befit you. Do not dwell on it. Why does it not suit me? Granny, my skills are commendable, and my mind is agile. You have observed this over the years. Indeed, but your mind is perhaps too agile for your own good. Custom orders cater to the elite, and with your talents and looks, should you attract the attention of those wealthy gentlemen, would you go along with it or refuse? In such a case, you would surely offend their wives, and I would not want that burden on you. I say this for your own benefit. As women, we should rely on our own abilities. Why compete for a morsel of bread with others, especially when it may not even be savory? Consider this, is it not so? Wanner is different. She is naturally aloof and untempted by such superficialities, knowing her own place. She is best suited for this role. Lee Linner fell silent, acknowledging the wisdom in Granny Lu's words, yet still felt a twinge of resentment. She murmured softly, "But such a splendid opportunity. I am merely anxious. I have been here for over 2 years." Granny Lu's heart softened slightly. After all, Lee Linner did possess considerable talent, albeit with a tendency to be overly adaptable. She thought it prudent to keep a close watch on her, believing she would not cause any trouble. "Very well, you may also form a team, but you must focus on the auxiliary or supportive tasks that Wanner and her team will undertake. The experience and rewards you gain will still be yours. Will that suffice?" I tire of being accused of favoritism. At this, Lee Linner felt a sense of relief in her heart. She resolved to work diligently, convinced she could match or even surpass Wanner. Su Wanwan also visited the fabric store, confirming several capable assistants, each warm-hearted, astute, and adept at socializing. They selected individuals with diverse personalities to complement one another, thus avoiding jealousy and allowing everyone to showcase their strengths. "We shall shine," she reassured herself. Su Wanwan felt increasingly optimistic about life, engaging daily in activities she cherished, which significantly improved her mood. Once things stabilized, she planned to arrange for Linger to join her, allowing them to keep each other company. A few days prior, upon noticing Linger's frostbite, Su Wanwan felt a pang of guilt. Regardless, she believed that moving forward would lead to better days. Chapter 35. Soft-hearted, having been away for so long, life had settled into a semblance of stability. Su Wanwan contemplated writing a letter to Sitiyu, addressing it to her old residence in Kyoto, unaware that it had long been under watch. Thus, the letter was first seen by Li Yinhe. Li Yinhe took the letter to find Sitiyu. On this day, he arrived at Yeoman Palace. When did Lin Wei part ways with the second miss of the Xiang family? Sitiyu exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment. "Why do you ask? Your friend wrote to inform you that she is well." However, how could Lin Wei keep such a significant matter under wraps? Situ Yu was infuriated. What did you say? Who permitted you to pry into my correspondence? You have gone too far, Li Yanhe. I only worry for you, you err. Please do not be angry. It will not happen again. Subsequently, Li Yanhe handed her the letter and turned to leave. Before departing, Situ Yu called out, Wait. I hope you do not disclose this. I promised Wanwan that her arrangement with General Lin was to be kept private, not subject to discussion. Li Yanhe nudda, understood. I shall visit you again tomorrow. After reading Su Wanwan's letter, Situ Yu felt a weight lift from her heart. She was pleased to see her friend finally pursuing her passions and becoming self-sufficient. Reflecting on her own experiences, she found them rather comical in contrast. Your Highness, the Emperor has sent snowflake pastries today. He mentioned that this is your favorite and specifically ordered the royal chef to prepare it, delivering it while still warm. Please enjoy it while it lasts. As Situ Yu gazed at the delicacies on the table, her previously irate expression softened considerably. The maid, Exener, added, Your Highness, the Emperor has always cared for you. Yet you have maintained a cold demeanor towards him for so long. It pains me to witness. Situ Yu interrupted Exener, waving her hand. Exener, some matters cannot be clarified in a few words. There are too many barriers between us. He is now the Emperor, grappling with his own heart's turmoil. How could I expect to resolve mine? Enough of this. Let's take a stroll in the garden. Yes, Your Highness. Since her elevation to consort, Situ Yu had not stepped outside Yong'an Palace. Once so carefree and unrestrained, she now wished to avoid appearing like a resentful woman, preferring to eschew the gossip that filled the air. Her relationship with Li Yanhe had also been frosty, but recently, it had begun to thaw. Situ Yu and Exener meandered through the garden. Weary from their stroll, they decided to rest in the pavilion beside the pond. Exener went to prepare tea. After a brief respite, Situ Yu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Turning to Exener, she remarked, Isn't this tea supposed to refresh me? Why do I feel increasingly lethargic? She suggested they return, as a chill had enveloped her. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly fainted. In a state of panic, Exener exclaimed, Your Highness, what is wrong? Yufei, someone come quickly. Help! Yufei has collapsed. Is there a physician? Her cries grew louder until passing palace maids and eunuchs gathered, and a sedan chair was summoned to transport her back to Yong'an Palace. Meanwhile, Li Yanhe, engrossed in reviewing memorials, abandoned his documents and rushed to Yong'an Palace, with the eunuchs trailing behind, cautioning, Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Upon arriving at Yong'an Palace, they found Situ Yu foaming at the mouth, mumbling incoherently, her forehead burning with fever. In a state of urgency, he questioned the physician, What has happened to Yufei? Hurry and save her. Bring her back to life. The physician knelt, his voice trembling, Your Majesty, the Empress shows signs of poisoning. However, the nature of the toxin is difficult to ascertain and requires further examination. This poison is rare and does not resemble those common in our southern Chu. Li Yanhe, anxious, urged, Then you must investigate swiftly. Save her. If she does not survive, none of you will have a future. Treat her at once. The physician, now in a flurry, checked Situ Yu's pulse as several others conferred. One skilled in detoxification remarked, I have encountered this poison in the texts. While I possess the remedy, controlling the dosage is critical. The initial ingredients are manageable, but one particular herb requires testing. Frustrated by their back and forth, Li Yanhe demanded, What sort of testing is required? The physician explained, We need to brew the antidote in the ratios of 2, 8, 3, 7, 4, 6, and 5, 5. Each batch must be evaluated to determine the most effective treatment. Li Yanhe, anxious, acquiesced. Very well, proceed with the concoction. After inquiring about the specifics from Exener and learning that Situ Yu had fainted after drinking the tea, he realized he too had ingested the toxic brew. Alarm spread among the assembled, and the physician shouted, This cannot be. Your Majesty, the antidote is not yet prepared. Your health is at risk. We cannot account for this to the realm. Li Yanhe waved his hand, silencing them. If an antidote is to be tested, let me be the one. If I neutralize the poison within myself, then Yufei's will be resolved as well. With that, he felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed onto the couch. Finally, after the antidote was prepared, he consumed it in 4 doses, regaining consciousness after the third. The medicine must be taking effect. Quickly, hurry to save Yu Fei. Xinair rushed to administer the antidote to C2U. After a quarter of an hour, she awakened, surrounded by a circle of concerned faces. What has happened? She inquired, bewildered. With tears in her eyes, Xinair replied, Your Highness, you terrified me. You were resting in the garden, and after drinking the tea, you fainted. The physician said you were poisoned. Thankfully, you have awakened now. Poisoned? C2, you look dazed. Lieni stepped forward, concerned. How do you feel now? Are you unwell? C2, you softly reassured them. I am fine. You all may leave now. Surrounded by palace maids, eunuchs, and physicians, they were finally prepared to depart. Observing Li Yinhe's pale complexion, she inquired, What is the matter with you? Li Yinhe grasped Sitiyu's hand and cheerfully replied, I am fine. As long as you are well, you are. Yet, before he could finish, he fainted in Sitiyu's embrace. Sitiyu panicked, shaking him vigorously. Li Yinhe? What is wrong? Yinhe, do not frighten me. Yinhe, Xinair, having overheard Situyu's frantic call from the doorway, rushed over in alarm. This is terrible. His Majesty has overdosed on medication. What do you mean overdosed? What has happened to His Majesty? Your Highness. His Majesty heard that the physicians needed to test the medicine and decided to drink the poisonous tea himself, repeatedly experimenting until he finally determined the antidote for you. What? Absurd. How could the physicians allow this? He is His Majesty. If something happens, how will you bear the responsibility? Quickly, summon the physicians. Xinair hurriedly dashed out to find the physicians. Li Yinhe lay there, pale, in Situyu's arms. Why are you so foolish? You idiot. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she furrowed her brows, pressing her forehead tightly against Li Yinhe's. Please wake up. Don't scare me. Wake up. I promise not to give you the cold shoulder anymore. Will you talk to me? Li Yinhe wished to respond, yet his eyes remained stubbornly shut. Nonetheless, he heard her words, and a few tears escaped, falling onto Situyu's hand. Seeing the tears on her hand deepened Situyu's sorrow. She held him tightly, realizing at that moment how soft her heart had become. Chapter 36. Together in affection, when the physician finally arrived and checked his pulse, he felt relieved. Situyu anxiously inquired, How is he? When will His Majesty awaken? The physician sighed in relief and spoke slowly. Your Highness, His Majesty is temporarily unharmed. The fainting spell was due to an excessive dosage of the experimental medicine, which he could not withstand. Additionally, His Majesty has been burdened with excessive worries and labor over state affairs, leading to fatigue. He simply needs ample rest and will recover swiftly. Upon hearing this, Situyu finally exhaled with relief. She could not bear to think of the guilt and sorrow she would feel if anything were to happen to Li Yinhe. To outsiders, it would merely confirm the notion of a beautiful but perilous femme fatale. She had never felt such fear before, endlessly lamenting Li Yinhe's foolishness and lack of self-preservation. She held him tightly, while Li Yinhe grasped Situyu's hand firmly. It was not until deep into the night that he stirred from his slumber. However, his breath remained weak as he feebly asked, Is what you said true? Situyu, initially feeling drowsy, suddenly became alert. Yinhe, you are awake. How wonderful. A long-awaited smile graced her face. Li Yinhe could not help but tease, I haven't seen you smile in ages. You look beautiful when you do. Situyu playfully smacked him. What time is it to be joking? You need to rest. As she attempted to rise and leave, Li Yinhe grabbed her hand. You where? Do not go. You promised to stay by my side. Are you going to break your word now that I have just awakened? Huh? What did you say? Before Situyu could process his words, Li Yinhe pulled her closer, cradled her face, and kissed her lips. Situyu was momentarily taken aback, frozen in surprise. Tears streamed down, her brows slightly furrowed. Gently resting her hand on Li Yinhe's head, she gazed at him in a daze for a long while before responding to the earlier kiss. At that moment, they resembled lovers who had been apart for ages, exchanging the longings of the past. Both nearly believed they were on the verge of losing their most cherished companion. Li Yinhe tenderly wiped away the tears from Situyu's eyes, caressing her hair, and, with a weeping voice, said, I almost lost you. They then embraced each other tightly. Xinair approached with a blanket, but upon witnessing the scene, she hesitated to disrupt the atmosphere and quickly retreated behind the curtain. thinking to herself how wonderful it was that the emperor and the empress had reconciled. The following day, Situ Yu completed her morning preparations early, smiling foolishly at her reflection in the mirror. Xiner inquired, "Your Highness, are you particularly joyous today? Is there some happy occasion?" Situ Yu's smile faded slightly as she feigned seriousness, saying, "Nothing much, Xiner. Please fetch the purple sandalwood box from my cabinet. Today, I shall wear that hairpin." Xiner hurried over and brought the box. Upon opening it, she exclaimed, "Wow, Your Highness, what a beautiful phoenix-tailed gold hairpin. I have never seen you wear before. You will look splendid adorned with it." "Very well, you are indeed sweet-tongued. Quickly help me put it on. From now on, I shall wear it always." Xiner, aware of Situ Yu's happiness, felt joy herself. Since the first time she encountered Situ Yu at Feng'an Palace, she had never witnessed her so elated. Previously, she had thought her to be of a melancholic disposition. Now, it seemed she had misjudged her. As the two conversed, they heard a voice in the distance calling her, "Yuer." Upon closer inspection, it was Li Yinhe, dressed differently than usual. He wore simple attire, reminiscent of his past outings beyond the palace, still in his white garments. Curiously, Situ Yu asked, "What is this attire today?" Li Yinhe twirled around and replied, "What do you think, Yuer? Do I resemble my former self?" "Indeed, I prefer you in this attire. It feels much more intimate, unlike that cold yellow robe." Xiner quickly cleared her throat, signaling Situ Yu to refrain from such casual conversation with His Majesty, as it was improper. Li Yinhe waved his hand dismissively. "Do not shield her, Xiner. You have no idea. Yu Yufei has never been one to adhere to conventions. You have not witnessed her former self, so carefree and unrestrained, a true tomboy." "Ha!" Situ Yu covered Li Yinhe's mouth and exclaimed, "Li Yinhe, silence." Li Yinhe dashed out of the hall, shouting, "Where is a tomboy? Your Yufei is a tomboy." "Ha!" Situ Yu hurried after him, attempting to cover his mouth. They frolicked and laughed together. Suddenly, Li Yinhe grasped Situ Yu's hand tightly and said, "Let us leave the palace." Situ Yu's expression was one of disbelief, yet joyfully she replied, "All right." The two spent the day wandering the market, indulging in sesame cakes and candied hawthorn, and purchasing snowflake pastries. In the evening, they watched the fireworks together. Thus, they joyfully passed the day. At last, they sat beneath the eaves, Situ Yu nestled in Li Yinhe's embrace. "Yinhe, do you know? What is it? Today has been the happiest I have felt in a long time." "Me too. Yinhe, do you know? The feeling of regaining something lost is truly marvelous. However, I shall no longer partake in such experiences." "What do you wish to experience instead?" "I desire to possess it forever." "Silly Yuer, you already possess it." With that, he playfully pinched her nose. The two of them embraced, laughing heartily. Above them, a radiant moon cast its glow, illuminating their elongated shadows beneath the eaves. Subsequently, they ventured together to the residence they had acquired in the southern part of the city. On that day, Situ Yu donned an elegant red attire. Li Yinhe promptly tore off a piece of cloth, draping it over her head and lifting it to reveal her face. Gazing into her eyes, he inquired, "Miss Situ Yu, do you wish to marry Yinhe as your husband? For eternity, never to part?" Situ Yu, with utmost sincerity, responded, "I do. Whether as Yinhe or Li Yinhe, I am willing to stand by him. And pray tell, Master Li Yinhe, do you wish to take Situ Yu as your wife?" Li Yinhe resolutely replied, "I do wish to marry Situ Yu. Regardless of whether she is a tomboy or a lady, I shall embrace her." "Li Yinhe, you shall never call me a tomboy again." "What? You are a tomboy, yet you forbid me from saying so?" "Tomboy, tomboy, tomboy. I adore tomboys, what of it?" "Li Yinhe, you childish fool." Li Yinhe dashed ahead, with Situ Yu in pursuit. Suddenly, he turned and pulled her into an embrace. Their eyes locked, both momentarily taken aback, as silence enveloped them, allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats. Situ Yu rose on her toes and kissed Li Yinhe's lips, teasing, "What a fool you are?" Li Yinhe, unable to contain himself, returned the kiss fervently. Thus, the two spent their first night together, enveloped in each other's presence. "You shall always be by my side, won't you? Yuya? May we be together for eternity." Chapter 37. A dream of dissonance. Upon returning to the palace, Li Yinhe continued his investigation into the matter of the poison tea. It was neither the poison of Nanchu nor that of a foreign land. This was a matter shrouded in uncertainty. Consequently, he had corresponded with Lin Wei regarding the affairs of the capital. Lin Wei had long been stationed at the border. Ever since the crown prince departed the palace and Li Yinhe ascended the throne, he had only encountered Li Yinhe briefly on the day of his coronation before retreating from the imperial palace. He recalled the previous incident where the minister's residence was wronged due to a jade pendant from a foreign land, which had stirred unrest in the capital. Now, with poison infiltrating the palace, it was imperative to take heed. This was no trivial matter, and upon receiving the letter, Lin Wei promptly returned to the capital. Li Yinhe wished to prevent this situation from being exploited by those with ulterior motives. Since it involved foreign nations, it would be prudent for Lin Wei to handle it. General Lin, since you have arrived at the palace, you may remain in the capital for the time being. Once the matter is resolved, you may return to the border at your leisure. Lin Wei nodded, accepting this assignment. Lin Wei, I have heard that you have separated from the young lady of the minister's household. Is this true? Lin Wei was somewhat taken aback, as such matters were not meant for public discussion. However, considering that situ you had already become the esteemed Yu Fei, it was best not to conceal it any longer. Thus, he calmly replied, Indeed, Your Majesty. However, this is merely a personal matter. I have discussed it with Miss Su and do not wish to publicize it. Should this matter once again implicate the minister's residence and the court, it would be our fault. Li Yinhe nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of the point made. Very well. I shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of General Lin's residence, being but an outsider. Moreover, Yu'er shares a profound friendship with the young lady of the Xiang residence. I shall leave this matter to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei felt a sense of relief and expressed, Thank you, Your Majesty. I take my leave. He wished to speak no further on the subject and hastily exited the palace. Since the last investigation in the capital, there had been no news of Su Wanwan, and the mere thought of it filled him with an indescribable vexation. He recalled that during the jade pendant incident, Su had mentioned a suspicious individual, Gao Qingyu, a civil official from the crown prince's residence. Lin Wei summoned a Cheng, instructing him to follow Gao Qingyu discreetly to observe any recent irregularities. After some investigation, a Cheng revealed that since the crown prince's residence was sealed, all servants, military officers, and civil officials had been reassigned. Upon verification, Gao Qingyu was now serving as a civil official in the historical department, primarily tasked with compiling the old histories of the previous dynasty. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei contemplated for a moment and remarked, Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts. A Cheng, puzzled, inquired why the general spoke thus. What aligns? Recent reports from spies suggested that Gao Qingyu exhibited no peculiar behavior. Lin Wei smiled wryly, filled with self-mockery. I see it clearly now. Currently, the Minister of Culture oversees the national history, and coincidentally, Gao Qingyu appears in the historical department. This minister has long harbored dissatisfaction with the ruling powers, often voicing treasonous sentiments in private. While he outwardly supports Li Yinhe, who was once the Prince of An, his ambitions extend far beyond that. A Cheng appeared contemplative but cautioned, Yet, General, we lack evidence. This is quite delicate. Lin Wei acknowledged, Indeed, this matter requires a gradual approach. We must not act hastily to avoid alarming the serpent in the grass. Very well, let us return to the residence. As the general's wife, Li Xianggan managed the household with remarkable efficiency, earning the respect of all within. Since learning of Lin Wei's separation from Su Wanwan, her feelings had subtly shifted. Previously, she had wished not to be the superfluous one in their emotional triangle. However, the current circumstances were different. Upon Lin Wei's return to the residence, Li Xianggan had prepared a sumptuous banquet. It was already nighttime when Lin Wei returned, his mood somewhat dismal, compounded by numerous entanglements. Yet, upon entering his home, he felt a sudden wave of comfort. General, it is rare for you to be in the capital. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated, Li Xianggan declared, raising her cup, her eyes sparkling with warmth against the dark backdrop of night. Very well. Tonight, we shall not return until we are inebriated. The two clinked their cups repeatedly. Perhaps seeking solace in wine, Lin Wei ultimately seized the wine jug and drank deeply. Li Xiangan observed him, a smile on her face. Yet she understood the sorrow within him that drove him to drink. The deeper his melancholy, the more poignant his emotions became. She stared at him with a dazed expression, witnessing his struggle as he drowned his pain in drink. Finally, she mustered the courage to speak the words she had long held back. "Do you know, General, when His Majesty intended to arrange a marriage between us, I felt no stirrings within my heart. At that time, I was merely a tool balancing imperial and military power. I had no choice, and I felt a tinge of resentment. However, since meeting you, coming to know you, and understanding you, that resentment has transformed into gratitude. I am fortunate to have encountered you. Fortunate that it is you. Fortunate that you are the young general of the household." Lin Wei gazed drowsily at the wine jug, continuously pouring wine into the cup. Li Xiangan embraced him from behind, confessing, "I have unexpectedly found myself falling for you. In the past, I merely wished to maintain a respectful relationship as husband and wife. Yet now, my desires have grown. I long to truly know and cherish you. Do you understand?" As Li Xiangan poured out her heart, she held Lin Wei tightly. Lin Wei murmured as he continued to drink, "Wanner." The mention of Wanner caused a pang in Li Xiangan's heart, and a few tears slipped down her cheeks. "I know you hold affection for Wanner, but alas, it is no longer possible for you two. From now on, let me remain by your side, shall I?" She turned Lin Wei's face towards her, but his gaze was clouded and unfocused. Li Xiangan assisted him to the couch to rest, leaning into his embrace, softly whispering, "Ahung, allow me to call you that. After this night, I wish to be your true wife." The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Wei, still nursing a hangover from the previous night, struggled to open his eyes. Upon seeing the curtains and realizing someone was beside him, he widened his eyes in shock. Li Xiangan slept soundly next to him. His clothing had long since been discarded, and he was taken aback by his own outrageous behavior from the night before. Yet, it was too late to turn back now. He rose and dressed, inadvertently waking the slumbering Li Xiangan. She sat up, bashfully assisting him with his clothing. Lin Wei, momentarily overwhelmed, coldly replied, "No, I can manage on my own." Once dressed, Lin Wei stood to leave, eager to escape the situation, yet guilt weighed heavily on him. Before exiting, he muttered an apology for the previous night. Alone in the room, Li Xiangan remained seated, reflecting on her unreciprocated feelings. She had anticipated this outcome, yet the reality was still a bitter pill to swallow. Two souls sharing the same bed, yet dreaming different dreams. With a resigned smile, she brushed away the tears threatening to spill, suppressing her emotions. "I will not give up. One day, I shall make you fall in love with me, Lin Wei. I will wait." Chapter 38. The business of trade. Since that day, Lin Wei had not visited Li Xiangan's quarters for a long time. The matter concerning Gao Qingyu had yet to yield any evidence. Upon learning that Lin Wei was in the capital, those harboring ambitions on the side of the minister had quickly retreated, pretending that nothing was amiss. To avoid alarming the enemy, Lin Wei decided to return to the border. He entrusted a friend with keeping an ear to the ground regarding developments in the capital. Before long, he received a letter from home, revealing that Li Xiangan was with child. At that moment, he froze, unable to believe the news, as if it were a dream. Ah Chung waved in front of him, asking, "General, your wife is with child. Isn't this good news? Why do you appear so troubled?" Lin Wei folded the letter and set it aside, replying, "No, it's just that I am unprepared to be a father." Life at the border was starkly different from that in the capital. Extended stays had aged him, leaving him looking worn. "What are you saying, General? Our household is large, and you are the only son of the old general and lady. Now, there will be an heir to carry on the lineage. You should be pleased. This is joyous news." "Yes, joyous news, but R has suffered." Lin Wei felt an inexplicable sense of bitterness within her heart. In the past, she and Li Xiangan had maintained a respectful and courteous relationship, embodying the ideal couple. They understood that their union was arranged, leaving no room for choice. Thus, their bond was rooted in respect rather than love. However, now that they had a child, he found himself in a state of panic. The image of Su Wanwan suddenly resurfaced in his mind, and he couldn't help but wonder how she was faring. A fortnight ago, a subordinate had reported her whereabouts, revealing that she was doing well in Shuiyun town, which brought a sense of relief to his heart. He had even contemplated stealing a glance at her from afar, but now he felt unworthy of such a desire. Therefore, he resolved to focus on raising their child diligently. As for Su Wanwan, her fabric shop was thriving, and the custom orders were proving to be quite successful. Relying on her talent and craftsmanship, she was living a life filled with hope. Her reputation in the fabric business had also grown. Consequently, she brought Ling to the shop, allowing her to learn a trade as a young apprentice, which was certainly preferable to doing menial tasks at an inn. However, working for the shop owner, while stable, was ultimately not a long-term solution. The money she earned barely covered their basic needs, including clothing and medicine for Ling, as well as tips for others. After spending, little remained for savings. Although she had been at the fabric shop for quite some time, she still lacked substantial financial security, leaving her feeling unsettled. Thus, she resolved to start her own business. Yet, she lacked the capital to open a shop. When she shared this idea with Ling, the latter inquired, "Sister Wanwan, while the idea is commendable, where will we procure the funds?" Wanwan pondered this matter for a long while, realizing that merely contemplating it would not bring it to fruition. "If necessary, I shall seek a loan. Since coming to the fabric shop, Granny Lu has treated me kindly. I will first consult her, and then we can approach the moneylender." Thus, Su Wanwan visited Granny Lu and expressed her desire to open a shop. Granny Lu sipped her tea and remarked, "My dear, you have always been clever and resolute in your convictions. However, embarking on a business venture entails assuming both profits and losses. Have you considered the potential consequences of failure?" Su Wanwan fell silent for a moment, but eventually replied with determination, "Yes, I have contemplated this issue. However, every risk carries its own rewards, and if there are benefits, one must also accept the corresponding drawbacks. This endeavor is not merely about success or failure. Should I succeed, I shall commit to this path for the long haul. If I fail, I can always start anew. Granny, I am still young, and I have the luxury of making mistakes. If I remain hesitant, paralyzed by fear, I will only bind myself with my own thoughts. In the future, should I look back with regret when I am older, I will find no peace in that." Upon hearing this, Granny Lu nodded repeatedly. She then produced a box of gold and silver jewelry, along with some banknotes, placing them before Su Wanwan. "In that case, take these, my dear. These are some pieces I have saved over time. While they may not suffice for grand endeavors, they will serve you well in emergencies. Use them as your initial capital to experiment. I still have other savings for future contingencies, but this portion is for you to take your chances." Su Wanwan expressed her deep gratitude, quickly thanking her. "Rest assured, Granny, once the shop opens, I shall certainly share the profits with you. I will repay you the principal along with the interest." Granny Lu smiled and said, "Since this is a trial and error, both success and failure are your destiny. Have you considered what kind of shop you wish to open?" "Yes, I have pondered this for quite some time. My skills are decent, and my aesthetic sense is passable. Here, commerce primarily relies on the canal. I envision a focus on finished products, sourcing items that are unavailable in our southern Shu from other regions or even foreign lands, while also exporting goods from our southern Shu to those places. This way, I can engage in trade on both fronts, earning a profit from the price difference, which should be feasible. Your idea sounds promising. However, the journey is long and arduous. Can your constitution withstand it? Do not worry, Granny. Consider it a form of exercise. Moreover, I would relish the opportunity to witness the splendid scenery along the way." "Very well. Have you contemplated which places you might visit?" "That is still under consideration. Firstly, I shall not consider the kingdom of Qingtai, as there have been ongoing tensions at the border, and their intentions towards our court are far from benevolent. As for our neighboring country, Cheongjing, it is indeed worth considering. I have heard that their variety of goods is exceedingly rich, and their garments are resplendent. Notably, the cost of living there is quite reasonable. With our southern Shu currency, we would have a surplus when exchanged. Furthermore, there is also Dan, adjacent to Qingtai. Although it may not rival Cheongjing in wealth, their arithmetic, illustrations, and culture are flourishing. Each has its unique characteristics, and if we can extract the essence for our use, it will surely be well received. Hearing all that you have said, I trust you have a plan in mind. I shall not say much more." Granny Lu contemplated for a moment, glancing at Su Wanwan, harboring doubts. Listening to her thoughts and insights reaffirmed that she was by no means a simple country girl, but rather a refined lady from a prominent family. Her ability to discern matters between nations, coupled with her astute business acumen, suggested she hailed from an influential household, likely connected to the general's estate. After much deliberation, she inquired, "Dear Wanwan, I have always sensed you came from an esteemed lineage. Now, hearing your discourse, I have my suspicions. Surely, you must belong to the general's household." The general's estate? Su Wanwan's gaze faltered for a moment, and she turned away to compose herself. "Granny, why do you ask such a question?" Granny Lu hesitated and said, "Wanwan, I understand your desire to keep your true identity concealed. Yet you must realize that a tree that stands out will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. Although you may not disclose your identity, your actions and words often reveal more than you intend. If you encounter someone astute, your identity will eventually be uncovered. I am merely concerned for your well-being." Su Wanwan then exhaled in relief. "Granny, I understand your concern. I will be cautious moving forward." "That is good to hear. You are well aware of the gravity of the situation. Now, I shall not detain you any longer. However, in a while, my grandson will be visiting me. The journey is long, and he seldom comes to see me. Without a young person around, I find it difficult to engage in conversation. If you have the time, would you be so kind as to keep me company?" Su Wanwan smiled gently, responding to her mother-in-law's words with warmth. "It's a joyous occasion, and I promise to come by when I have the time. I shall prepare a feast for you and your grandson to enjoy together." "Ah, with such word from you, my heart is already filled with joy," her mother-in-law replied, and the two shared a hearty laugh, filling the air with merriment. Subsequently, Su Wanwan and Linger visited the money exchange to secure a loan. They found a shop near the riverside, leased it, and named it John Weidang, signifying aspirations for the future, which they deemed a positive omen. Chapter 39. The reunion. Since the opening of the shop, business had been slow in the initial phase. To better understand the market, both Su Wanwan and Linger personally inspected the goods. Each boat ride left her feeling slightly dizzy, yet she assured herself that she would eventually acclimate. One day, as usual, Su Wanwan was returning by boat to the shop. Early that morning, Granny Lu had sent someone to inquire about her, mentioning that her grandson had arrived and inviting Su Wanwan to visit. Despite her lingering dizziness, Su Wanwan agreed without hesitation. Linger expressed her concern. "Sister, if you truly feel unwell, we can decline Granny Lu's invitation. After all, it is a family reunion, and we would merely be outsiders." Su Wanwan gestured for Linger to lower her voice. Though her words held merit, she felt a deep gratitude towards Granny Lu, who had once provided them with a portion of their initial capital, aiding in the establishment of John Weidang. Furthermore, she had already promised her mother-in-law that she would cook when her grandson arrived. "But Miss," Linger interjected, "I can see it clearly. Granny Lu seems intent on bringing you and her grandson together. I have learned that he resides far away and seldom returns home." Su Wanwan glanced back at Linger and chuckled. "I never expected you to become so astute. Rest assured, Granny Lu means well, and I shall handle the situation appropriately. Our lives will continue as they have, undeterred by the presence of others." With that, she patted Linger on the shoulder, encouraging her to relax. Carrying the ingredients for her dishes, Su Wanwan entered Granny Lu's courtyard, heading straight to the kitchen. Assuming the front yard was busy with her grandson's arrival and preferring not to intrude, tying on her apron, she first stir-fried a few simple dishes before stewing meat and hastening the preparation of pastries. To facilitate her tasks, she rolled up her long sleeves and donned a silk scarf to keep her hair tidy. If one were not to look closely, they might mistake her for a newlywed bride. Noticing Su Wanwan's absence, Granny Lu inquired about her whereabouts and learned that she was already in the kitchen. "Ah, that child, always working hard and speaking little. If I don't see her, she'll likely finish cooking and slip away, which simply won't do. Muir, go check on her in the kitchen." The kitchen was filled with the fragrant smoke of cooking. A figure was bustling about, and a voice called out, "Hello, young lady, may I ask?" Su Wanwan paused her work, recognizing the voice. It was so familiar. Could it be? She turned slowly, her heart racing with disbelief as she beheld the figure before her. "Cousin? Simu, is that you?" Lu Simu was quite astonished. Since the Ku-in incident, He had never encountered Su Wanwan and had always believed she was living a life of a secondary wife in the general's residence. To his surprise, he met her in Shuiyun town, in the very home of his grandmother. This was all too incredible for him. He stood there in a daze for a moment before regaining his composure and speaking, Wanner, what brings you here? The two exchanged smiles. Su Wanwan quickly replied, Cousin, the meal is ready, and I've just cut the pastries. Dinner will be served shortly. Lu Simu responded, All right, I'll help you. He had not anticipated seeing Su Wanwan here. At the dining table, Grandma Lu expressed her astonishment. I never expected you two to already know each other. What a twist of fate. Now, Wanner, do not hide anything from me. Tell me your story. Given the circumstances, Su Wanwan could no longer conceal the truth and slowly said, Since it has come to this, I will not keep secrets from you, Grandma, especially since my cousin is present. I actually hail from the capital. My father is the Prime Minister, and my original name was Su Wanwan. To avoid being recognized, I adopted the name Wanner. I was once married into the general's residence. Though I was a concubine, the general treated me well. However, I did not wish to burden him any further, so I secretly obtained a divorce and came to Shuiyun town. Initially, I assisted in a tavern making pastries, and later, I met you, Grandma. You were my benefactor, and it was then that I opened my own shop, Zanwaitang. Upon hearing this, Grandma Lu discerned that she was a woman of misfortune. Grasping Su Wanwan's hand, she said, Child, you have had a difficult path. I had my suspicions before, but I never imagined you were connected to the general's residence. That is all in the past. From now on, let us live well. Seeing Grandma Lu speak thus, Su Wanwan responded, Indeed, Grandma, let us live well. Grandma Lu then cheerfully exclaimed, Good, let's eat. The three of them shared the meal together. Lu Simu had never anticipated that she would have divorced Lin Wei, and that she had concealed it so well. After Su Wanwan left, Grandma Lu pulled him aside to speak. Muer, during dinner, I noticed you seemed preoccupied. I may be old, but my eyes are not blind. My heart is quite clear. I see something special in the way you look at Wanner. Lu Simu stammered, Grandma, I am fine. You are overthinking it. Noticing his embarrassment, Grandma Lu tactfully inquired, Oh, am I truly imagining things? Do you have feelings for Wanu? She's Ah Heng's wife. What are you saying? Lu Simu was well aware that he could not easily forget the past in the capital. You are lying. Though you do not speak of it, your eyes betray you. You have never looked at a girl with such eyes before. I have spoken highly of many good girls to you, yet you turned them away without a second glance. Today, you are different. Faced with Grandma's insistence, he had no choice but to admit, yes. But what of it? It is merely my one-sided affection. And what of Ah Heng? Old Lady Lu is a perceptive individual. She can discern that Lu Simu harbors feelings for Su Wanwan, though it appears that Su Wanwan is somewhat indifferent. After all, having once been the lady of the general's residence, it is understandable that she would wish to distance herself from her past in this remote locale far from the capital. Thus, she offers comfort, saying, Ah Heng is merely making excuses. She has already divorced Ah Heng. You must have heard that. Hunger lacks the fortune for such a bond. It simply was not meant to be. Now, she is here in Shuiyun town. Such a favorable destiny awaits you. Yet you hesitate. It seems you are afraid, timid, fearful of potential humiliation. Lu Simu, feeling somewhat at a loss, merely replied, Grandmother, I do not seek anything extravagant. I am simply apprehensive that once certain matters are spoken, we may not even remain friends. Oh dear, you young people, I shall refrain from meddling. You must resolve your own affairs. I am weary. Please assist me to rest. That night, Lu Simu tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. The following day, he visited John Weidang to seek out Su Wanwan. Cousin? Lu Simu smiled, then waved his hand, saying, Do not call me cousin any longer. Wanner, simply address me as Simu. Su Wanwan pondered for a moment, feeling that such directness felt odd. Well, I find it strange to call you Simu outright. How about I refer to you as Lu Dage? That sounds much more pleasant. Lu Simu laughed heartily, As you wish. Lu Dage it is. They reminisced, yet John Weidang was not the ideal venue. It was too crowded and bustling. Thus, they sought a quiet pavilion by the canal to converse. Su Wanwan took a deep breath by the river, a smile gracing her face. Observing this, Lu Simu remarked, Sister Wan is much more cheerful and laughs more than before. Turning her gaze towards Lu Simu, she replied calmly, indeed. In the past, in the capital, I had to tread carefully, always considering the bigger picture and the family's reputation. Now, in Shuiyan town, I am simply myself, just Su Wanwan, nothing more. Yes, your previous life was arduous. Though you appeared noble, the intrigues of power were burdensome. However, I did not expect you to have divorce to hang. Su Wanwan looked up. A hint of resignation in her voice. I did not foresee it either. I no longer wish to be a burden on the general. It is for the best for everyone. Seeing her still burdened by guilt, Lu Simu countered, Wanner, you have never been a burden. You are kind, intelligent, a woman of grace and wisdom. The slander of outsiders is merely a tool to wound you. It is precisely because you are the daughter of the Xiong family and a side consort of the general that these identities have constrained you. That does not diminish your worth. Rather, it is these identities that have weighed you down. At this, Su Wanwan's eyes glistened with tears, not knowing if it was from sorrow or having her heart touched. Lu Simu's words offered her solace. Thank you, Lu Dage, for sharing these thoughts with me. She replied with a smile. By the way, I truly did not expect that you are old Lady Lu's grandson. Lu Simu lowered his gaze and smiled off fate. I too did not anticipate encountering you here in Shuiyan town. My grandmother is a strong-willed person, and my mother's character resembles hers. From a young age, my mother was skilled in horseback riding and swordsmanship, her personality exuberant and carefree, which often left my grandmother anxious. Unfortunately, she found herself married to a son-in-law who caused much concern. My father was a man of the martial world, a notorious assassin known across the realm, which brought with it a multitude of enemies. Despite his profession, my father possessed a striking appearance, leading my mother to fall for him at first sight. As Su Wanwan listened, she marveled at the unexpected background of Lu Gu, surmising that his parents must have shared a deep affection for one another. Indeed, it was their love that caused my grandmother distress. She disapproved of my father's violent lifestyle and resisted my mother's wish to marry him. Nevertheless, my mother remained resolute until I was born, at which point my grandmother had no choice but to consent. Life seemed to progress smoothly until one fateful day when my father's enemies confronted us. At that moment, my mother, heavily pregnant, valiantly fought them off. By the time my father arrived, he was met with a scene of bloodshed and found my mother lying in a pool of her own blood. Terrified, he rushed her to a midwife for assistance. Su Wanwan, captivated by the tale, inquired about what transpired next. The midwife revealed that my mother had gone into labor prematurely, and due to the child's size, she faced severe complications. My father, unfamiliar with childbirth, could do nothing but worry. Moments later, my mother cried out, and with the sound of a newborn's wail, I was safely delivered. However, my mother suffered catastrophic bleeding that could not be stopped, causing the midwife to flee in fright. My father cradled my mother, weeping bitterly, ultimately left with only me. In his sorrow and longing, he named me Simu, a name reflecting his enduring affection. Fearing that our enemies might come after us again, I took my grandmother's surname, thus becoming Lu Simu. With a sigh, Su Wanwan remarked on how unexpected Lu Ji's background was and wondered if he had endured hardships over the years. Lu Simu nodded, continuing from a young age. My grandmother raised me alone, tirelessly working to make a living. However, considering the importance of education for a young man, she eventually moved to the capital, entrusting me to the general's household. There, I grew up alongside a Hung, forging a strong bond. Upon hearing this, Wanwan asked curiously, "Then why did you not pursue the imperial examination, but instead choose to work at the Lin family bank?" Lu Simu sighed, that is a long story. At that time, a Hung was training in martial arts, aspiring to become a general who would serve the nation. I envied him greatly, but I lacked the foundation for such a path. Even if I succeeded in the examinations, I feared my achievements would be fleeting. Thus, I opted for commerce, believing it to be a more stable route. While I may not become a national hero like a Hung, I could lead a comfortable life and support my grandmother through my business, which brings me contentment. Wanwan nodded thoughtfully. I appreciate everything Lu Gu has shared. However, I must express a differing view. What defines a true gentleman? A true gentleman possesses the ability to choose his path. While a general who protects the nation is admirable, so too are those who excel in governance and debate. Is commerce not a noble pursuit? I disagree with that notion. Lu Gu, your keen insight and the way you manage the bank with poise, facing challenges head-on, are qualities that are indeed rare and commendable. Surely, they qualify you as a true gentleman. Lucy Mu couldn't help but laugh heartily at her words. I never imagined you would think so, Wanwan. As a woman navigating this world, one encounters inherent challenges. To possess such thoughts places you above others. Some men may lack the depth of your reflections. Wanwan, with her gaze lowered in contemplation, humbly acknowledged the praise from Brother Lu, merely expressing her belief that worldly matters cannot solely rely on the public's perception of right and wrong. Good and evil are subject to the judgments of the human heart, and where there is humanity, bias is inevitable. Today, the merchant class may not be held in high regard. Yet should there come a day when the populace is in distress, it will be the merchants who provide sustenance. At that time, where will the hearts of the people lean? Lu Simu found her argument compelling and replied, You are indeed correct, Wanner. For many years, I have struggled with self-doubt, perceiving my lack of accomplishments and status as a failure. However, I have come to realize that the tribulations of the past have brought me clarity. Living a life of peace is already a considerable blessing. Moreover, I have encountered you, a true confidant in this journey. I am content. Su Wanwan averted her gaze from Lu Simu, aware that his eyes held more than mere appreciation of friend. Since childhood, she had been highly sensitive. It was impossible for her not to understand the meaning behind that gaze. Yet, she did not wish to lose this friendship and could only respond. A confidant is indeed wonderful. We are friends and like siblings. Lu Simu felt a twinge of awkwardness, recognizing the implications in Su Wanwan's words. Previously, he had harbored one-sided affections, and it appeared that little had changed. He decided to divert the conversation, forcing a smile. Haha, yes, siblings. Quite nice. As they gazed toward the riverbank, each was lost in their own thoughts. Yet, this dialogue seemed to untangle the knots within their hearts. Some matters, the more one clings to them, the more they slip away. Conversely, only by letting go can one truly possess. Chapter 41. Long time no see in the past. Lu Simu would spend 3 to 5 days at his grandmother's home, returning early due to pressing matters. This time, having unexpectedly encountered Su Wanwan, he felt a stirring within. His distracted demeanor upon returning home did not escape his grandmother's notice. Muir, she said, if you have things weighing on your heart, muster the courage to address them. It pains this old woman to see you so sullen, especially since you've returned after a long while. Wanner is a fine girl, and I had hoped to bring you two together. I had not anticipated that you were already acquainted with such a complex relationship. As for your youthful matters, you must resolve them yourselves. Lu Simu raised his eyes to meet his grandmother's gaze, speaking slowly. I understand, grandmother. Please do not worry. I know my boundaries. This time, I wish to stay longer. I've heard she has just opened a shop, but business is not thriving. I want to remain and assist her, regardless of the outcome. At least I will have no regrets. Grandma Lu sighed. If you have made up your mind, then go ahead. Wanner is a thoughtful girl. Some things you must make clear to her. She is strong-willed, one who acts rather than speaks. Lu Simu nodded in understanding, replying, Yes, grandmother, I comprehend. Zanwaitang had not been open long, and business was slow. Nevertheless, it was Su Wanwan who personally ventured out for supplies, considering both safety and time as she traveled between different towns. One day, Lu Simu arrived at Zanwaitang. A young attendant greeted him, saying, Esteemed guest, feel free to browse. Every item in our store has been personally selected by the owner. You won't find such treasures in our town. Lu Simu waved his hand, signaling to the young man that he was seeking their boss, as he was a friend of hers. Just tell her Lu Simu wishes to have a word with her. The young servant summoned Su Wanwan. With a bright smile, Su Wanwan approached. Lu De Gu, what brings you here today? Please come in. Linger, serve the tea. Is today not busy for you, Wanwan? Oh, it's just the opening, so there isn't much business yet. However, this is to be expected. At the beginning, one cannot expect to make a profit right away. Noticing the slight furrow in her brow, Lu Simu felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He inquired, Do you have any thoughts? Any new ideas? Well, I have considered it, Su Wanwan replied as she poured tea, taking a sip before continuing. I originally intended to procure some items from foreign lands that we do not have in South Chu, whether they be goods or books. It would be something novel. Surely there would be a market for it. However, considering the long journey, I must take into account the time and safety involved. Currently, it is just Linger and I overseeing things, and we cannot spare ourselves. Thus, I must first source supplies from other towns to maintain the status quo. Lu Simu understood her considerations and concerns, and thus proposed, I comprehend. How about this, Wanwan? I shall undertake this journey to the foreign lands on your behalf. Write down your ideas, and I will follow your wishes to see how it turns out. No, that would be too much trouble for you, Lu De Ge. She protested. Part of the capital for opening the shop was borrowed from Grandma Lu, and I am already immensely grateful. You are her grandson. It would not be right to trouble you constantly. It is no trouble. Consider it a sightseeing trip, he reassured her. In a few days, I will go to the bank to retrieve some silver notes. Think of it as an investment. One day, as your shop flourishes, I too shall enjoy a share. Ha! You jest. It truly is too much trouble. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Simu encouraged, it's a mere trifle. For me, I have yet to venture outside South Chu, and it would be a splendid opportunity to witness the customs and culture of foreign lands. If it truly becomes unmanageable, you could accompany me, and then you need not worry. Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment before conceding. Well, if that is the case, then I shall trouble you, Lu De Ge. Allow me to make some preparations, and I will join you. Upon hearing her agreement, Lu Simu felt a surge of joy. Excellent. We shall go together. Today is indeed a delightful day. In the evening, Grandma will prepare some of her signature dishes. Wanwan, you must come and taste them. All right, Lu De Ge, have some water. Su Wanwan filled a cup with tea and placed it beside him. Thus, the matter was settled. To avoid delaying Lu Simu's return to the capital, they prepared hastily, and the following day, Su Wanwan and Linger awaited him at the ferry. Their first destination was Cheongzhen, the neighboring country of South Chu. They would travel by boat and then by land, ultimately exiting at the border city of Yongcheng, where Linwei resided. Yongcheng was the confluence of three nations, South Lin, Qingtai, and North Lin, Cheongzhen. The water route proved relatively smooth, although Su Wanwan experienced some seasickness. Throughout the journey, her mind felt dazed, and she had little opportunity to discuss purchasing matters with Lu Simu. For the majority of the trip, she leaned on Linger's shoulder, who gently massaged her temples to provide comfort. Occasionally, a breeze would waft through, helping to clear her head somewhat. At last, as they approached disembarkation, Lu Simu joyfully called out to Su Wanwan, Wanwan, we are about to get off the boat. Once we disembark, I shall first visit the apothecary to procure some herbs to alleviate seasickness, so that you may endure the return journey without distress. After we land, you and Linger should find a nearby inn to rest. Await my return. Su Wanwan, still in a daze, replied, I apologize for the trouble, Brother Lu. By the time they disembarked, it was already evening. The sky had darkened somewhat, and Linger assisted Su Wanwan to a nearby inn. Upon inquiring, the innkeeper informed them that all the rooms were fully booked. The two of them had no choice but to seek another lodging. The borderlands were inherently unstable. Although it wasn't completely dark, the roads lacked lanterns, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Typically, villages and towns in times of strife close their doors early. Linger, feeling anxious, remarked, Sister Wanwan, do you not find this silence unnerving? It's still not fully dark, yet it is so quiet. I can't shake the feeling that someone is following us. Wanwan, still groggy, shook her head. Do not frighten yourself, Linger. There is nothing to worry about. Let's move swiftly. All right. Yet before they could locate another inn, several men, wielding large blades, suddenly emerged at the street corner. Linger pulled Su Wanwan back, and upon glancing behind, they spotted three burly men pursuing them. Trembling with fear, Linger stammered, who are you? One of the men bellowed, Fear not, beauty. Come with us, and we shall indulge in delightful feasts. Linger whispered to Su Wanwan, could they be bandits? No wonder it's so quiet on the streets, even before nightfall. What shall we do, Sister Wanwan? Su Wanwan gently patted Linger's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Do not panic. Brother Lu is not far from us and will return shortly. Let us bide our time, and when the moment is right, we shall call for help and surely escape." Lingya nodded in agreement. Clearing her throat, Wanwan addressed the lead bandit. Esteemed sir, my sister and I are newcomers here and are unfamiliar with the local customs. We kindly request your assistance." The bandit scrutinized her and responded with a hearty laugh. "Ah, beauty, I am indeed a bandit. Come, be my cherished wife, and you may roam freely here." Su Wanwan felt overwhelmed but maintained her composure. "That is not possible, esteemed sir. I am already married, and my husband would surely reprimand me. Instead, we have some silver. We can offer you our valuables, so please allow us to leave." The bandit, losing patience, brandished his sword dangerously close to her face. "Enough of your nonsense. I want the silver in you." As they approached menacingly, Su Wanwan called out to Ling. "Are you ready? On the count of 3, shout, 'Help! Help! We're being robbed! Help!'" They cried out, shattering the ominous silence. The nearby patrol, alerted by their screams, rushed to their aid. Just as one bandit reached for Su Wanwan's neck, an arrow suddenly flew in, striking the ground and halting the bandit's blade. How audacious to act so recklessly in such a crucial border area. Unbridled, a voice thundered. The bandits turned in alarm, and Su Wanwan too turned to see a familiar figure. Was it the general? Before she could fully comprehend, Lin Wei, accompanied by a squad, subdued several of the bandits, while the others fled in terror. Meanwhile, Lu Simu, having heard Su Wanwan's cries, hurried over from the medical clinic. When he arrived, Lin Wei had already helped the fallen Su Wanwan to her feet. "General, Vane?" At that moment, both of them exclaimed simultaneously, "Long time no see." Chapter 42. A hint the scene of their reunion was witnessed by Lu Simu, who grasped the herbs tightly in his hand. "Aing, what a coincidence!" Lin Wei turned around and realized that Lu Simu was slowly approaching him. In surprise, he asked, "Cousin, what brings you here?" To ease the slightly awkward atmosphere, Lu Simu chuckled, "Fate indeed. I was merely visiting my grandmother in the countryside and happened to run into Wanner." Lin Wei then understood. "I see. Let us depart. Nearby inns are hard to find, and those visible are mostly fully occupied. Come with me back to the military camp." Lu Simu placed the herbs in Wanner's hands. "All right, let's go." As they walked, he still felt a sense of panic about the earlier incident, muttering to himself how fortunate it was that Ah Hung had arrived. Otherwise, Wanwan could have been in danger. "I went to the apothecary to fetch medicine and unexpectedly encountered this situation." Lin Wei sighed. "Do not blame yourselves for letting your guard down. This is the frontier, far less stable than the capital. People here shut their doors early at night, busy with quelling unrest, and the nearby mountain bandits are rampant, which has intensified military patrols. Many local residents, unable to bear the burden, choose to migrate. And there are also many refugees. The nearby inns are fully booked." As the three continued walking, Su Wanwan listened, feeling troubled by the hardships faced by the locals. She sighed indeed. If not for the pursuit of peace and joy, who would willingly leave their homeland? Unknowingly, Lin Wei sensed the weight of her words and gazed at her for a moment. Realizing he might have misunderstood, Su Wanwan hurriedly clarified, "I wasn't speaking about myself. I just feel that the local people have it really tough." Lu Simu chimed in, "Exactly, I can empathize. A few days ago, Wanner encouraged me to regain my confidence, saying that pursuing a business path could also lead to becoming a great man. Now, I find myself somewhat swayed. In the capital, the common folk live in peace and prosperity, focusing more on accumulating wealth. Yet here at the frontier, it becomes evident that basic sustenance, stability, and quelling unrest are of utmost importance. When we return, I must work harder to ensure that resources can assist the people of the frontier." Lin Wei expressed, "Indeed, this place requires resources more than anywhere else. Your intentions are commendable, cousin. I thank you on behalf of the frontier folks." Su Wanwan nodded in agreement. "Count me in. I wish to contribute my modest efforts as well." Lin Wei smiled happily. "Excellent." Upon returning to the military camp, Su Wanwan was assigned to a separate tent. Lin Wei and Lu Simu, meanwhile, gathered in another tent to drink. Lin Wei raised his cup, savoring a sip to warm himself, noting that it was far chillier here than in the capital. Lin Wei lifted his cup again. "Cheers." Today, let us drink to our heart's content. He instructed his subordinates to send a fox fur coat to Su Wanwan. Seeing this, Lu Simu insisted on sending his portion as well. Wanner is weak, seasick, and has encountered mountain bandits. She must be exhausted today. Let her rest well. I, a strong man, can endure the cold. It's nothing. Lin Wei jestingly remarked. Simu, have you thought this through? Don't catch a chill. You've just arrived and are still getting accustomed. He pointed at him with a smile, adding, no worries. I want to impose on you. After this exchange, both laughed, though a hint of awkwardness lingered on their faces, with Lu Simu avoiding Lin Wei's gaze. Lin Wei noticed this, but neither pursued the conversation further, and the matter ended there. As night fell, a cool breeze swept in, battering the tent's entrance. Both turned restlessly, struggling to find sleep. Lu Simu wrapped himself tighter in his blanket, shivering, and upon noticing Lin Wei tossing and turning, asked, Ahung, are you still awake? Wrap yourself up well, or you might catch a chill. I wouldn't want to see you suffer while I'm fine. Lin Wei lifted his head slightly, glancing at Lu Simu through the moonlight. That certainly won't happen. But what about you? Why aren't you asleep yet? Lu Simu turned to the side, looking at the moonlight streaming in. It's nothing, I just can't make sense of something. Lin Wei, puzzled, wondered why Lu Simu was behaving so unusually. What could possibly trouble my cousin? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Simu finally spoke up. Humph, you rascal, teasing me again. Ahung, why did you part ways with Wan'er? Lin Wei slowly lay back down, letting out a sigh. This was not my intention. Wan'er felt she was a burden to me, but I never thought of it that way. Lu Simu understood, but felt regretful. Wan'er has a cold demeanor, yet a warm heart. She's a good girl. Lin Wei acknowledged this, turning onto his side with a sigh. Indeed, I know, but I do not wish to force her. She isn't fond of the capital. Staying in Shuiyin town suits her just fine. Lu Simu agreed, yes. I've noticed she seems much more cheerful these days than when she was in the capital. She exudes confidence. She is indeed a person of both beauty and intellect, and she will only grow more radiant with time. Lin Wei sensed something amiss in his words. Cousin, do you have feelings for Wan'er? Lu Simu's heart skipped a beat. Me? After a moment of silence, Lin Wei chuckled bitterly. It's only natural for a man to appreciate such a wonderful girl as Wan'er. Ahung, aren't you angry? Lu Simu inquired. Angry? What right do I have to be? Lin Wei replied, self-deprecatingly. Lu Simu pressed on, although you're now separated. I can see in your eyes that you still hold her dear. Lin Wei choked back his emotions and chuckled. Cousin, you've noticed? But she has always treated me with the utmost respect. I have no right to judge her feelings. Nevertheless, love is often inexplicable, regardless. We both wish for her happiness and peace, do we not? Yes, Lin Wei responded. As the night deepened, the only sounds were the footsteps of patrolling guards outside. After a moment of silence, the two turned away from each other, closing their eyes. Yet, with so many thoughts weighing on their minds, how could they possibly find rest? This feeling was akin to a heavy stone lodged in their chests, burdensome and suffocating. Coupled with the significant temperature drop at the border, they felt a chill deep within. Meanwhile, in another tent, Su Wanwan was already fast asleep. The following day, both Lin Wei and Lu Simu found themselves sneezing. As they met Su Wanwan, she cheerfully asked, General Lu De Ge, did you sleep well last night? I was so exhausted yesterday that I fell asleep as soon as I got back. Lu Simu hurriedly remarked that it was a relief. She had caught a slight chill last night, but it was nothing serious. Su Wanwan carefully recalled that she had 2 fox fur coats with her last night, which kept her warm, and she was fine. What about you two? Lin Wei patted Lu Simu's shoulder and turned to Wanwan, saying that her cousin had given her a share yesterday. Today, she must have caught a cold. Lu Simu quickly pushed Lin Wei's arm away, explaining that Wanwan should not listen to her nonsense. It was clearly Ahung who had given her his portion, and he was the one who had caught a chill. Ha ha! Su Wanwan observed the playful banter between the two and said, All right, I understand. You both must have given me your shares. No more arguing. I will go prepare some medicine for you. After watching Su Wanwan walk away, the two exchanged glances, signaling each other to keep quiet. When the medicine was ready, Su Wanwan brought over 2 bowls, ensuring they drank every drop before feeling at ease. General, Lu Gu and I have matters to attend to, so we shall not disturb you further. I hope that when I return to Yongcheng, it will not be in such dire circumstances. Lin Wei nodded and reassured her, do not worry, Wanwan. Once we restore order, I will address the bandits of Pingshan. When the government's disaster relief funds arrive, I will set up a porridge stall. I will ensure everything is well here, and when you come again, it will be better. After a hasty farewell, Lin Wei watched Su Wanwan and Lu Simu's retreating figures, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He had long sensed the undercurrents and understood Lu Simu's affection for Su Wanwan. Yet, at this moment, their relationship remained delicate. Being friends was the best outcome, even if his heart remained heavy. He also recalled that Li Xiangan was already with child, leading him to feel unworthy of loving Su Wanwan. Perhaps it was a matter of time, or perhaps it was a matter of perspective. In any case, the weight upon his chest was unremovable. Chapter 43. Encountering danger. The days of relentless travel had drained Su Wanwan's strength. However, the imminent arrival at Cheongjin offered a glimmer of hope. Lu Simu felt a sense of relief as he witnessed the lives of the border populace, reigniting within him the hope of engaging in commerce. Serving the people through scholarly pursuits was noble, as was military service. Yet, generating wealth through trade could also benefit the populace. In the past, he had deeply regretted not achieving scholarly success. Observing Lin Wei guarding the nation, he had felt a twinge of envy. Yet now, he had never felt such liberation from his burdens. We are almost there, Wanwan. This time, let us stay for several days. We shall return only after everything is settled. Su Wanwan responded eagerly. Absolutely. Cheongjin was distinct from Nanshu. If Nanshu exuded an air of prosperous elegance, Cheongjin was characterized by its majestic and resplendent beauty. The architecture here was grand and imposing, markedly different from that of Nanshu. The roofs were circular and red, supported by walls that blended seamlessly with the landscape. The towering structures made people appear diminutive in comparison. The local attire was also unique, intricately designed with various jewels embedded into the fabric. Locals claimed that pearls and agates were most commonly used. Be it headpieces or belts, they were generally adorned in a circular fashion, bestowing an air of opulence. Hair was typically styled in braids, with a red silk ribbon woven in as decoration. Su Wanwan and Lu Simu were both taken aback by the stunning sights as they entered the city. It was an unprecedented sensation as passers-by cast curious glances at them, pointing and whispering in a foreign tone. Lu Simu felt somewhat at a loss. Wana, what are they saying? It is all foreign language. Upon our arrival, it seems we have become the outsiders. Their attire and speech appeared utterly incongruous. Su Wanwan furrowed her brow. Indeed, I cannot comprehend either. Liu Ye, perhaps we should procure some local garments first. Otherwise, it may hinder our endeavors. Lu Simu nodded in agreement. Yes, that is indeed necessary. Let us proceed. At that moment, a voice called out from behind, halt. The two turned to see a man hastening towards them. Excuse me, are you Lu Gongzi and Su Xiaojia? Lu Simu responded with curiosity. Yes, may I inquire who you are? The man bowed respectfully. I am Yun Qi, sent by General Lin. Having lived near the border since childhood, I possess some knowledge of Cheongjin's customs and languages. The general was concerned that you might face difficulties in this unfamiliar place, so he dispatched me to assist you. However, you move quite swiftly. I had to ride hard to catch up. Lu Simu chuckled. My apologies, good sir. We were in a hurry and did not anticipate anyone following us. Now that we have your assistance, I'm sure our tasks will be much more manageable. To be honest, upon entering Cheongjin, we truly did not know how to navigate. Yin Qi wiped the sweat from his brow, laughing quite normal. This place differs significantly from Nanshu. The general simply feared that communication barriers would impede your endeavors, hence my arrival. Su Wanwan stepped forward to express her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yin, for your kind assistance. Yin Qi waved his hand dismissively. Miss Su, no need for such formalities. Let us first acquire some clothing, then find suitable accommodations. Agreed. The trio convened and headed to a local tailor. Upon entering the shop, they were greeted by a dazzling array of ready-made garments. Buyers simply needed to select the appropriate attire for fitting, which eliminated much hassle. Before long, the three had donned their new local outfits. Lu Simu gazed at Su Wanwan in her Cheongjin attire, momentarily entranced. The fabric, a harmonious blend of red and white, featured a pearl-embellished belt at her waist. The neckline was adorned with delicate feathers, complemented by flat long boots and an elegantly styled braid, with an agate ornament gracing her forehead. She resembled a stunning beauty from the western regions, akin to a figure depicted on a screen. Su Wanwan, puzzled, inquired, "What is it, Luga? Do I look strange in this?" She spun around, admiring her newly purchased dress. Yun Chi teased, "Strange? Not all, Miss Su. You are stunning." Luga seems utterly captivated. Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed. "Mr. Yun, you jest. I feel rather odd, as if I am dressed for a performance." Yun Chi promptly interrupted her self-doubt. No, Miss Su, this attire is akin to a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. Far from being peculiar, it is exceptionally radiant. While our Nanchu garments exude elegance, the clothing of Cheongjian highlights vibrant beauty, accentuating one's advantages. Feeling a mix of flattery and bashfulness, Su Wanwan replied, "Please, Mr. Yun, do not tease me. Luga looks quite handsome in his outfit as well." Yunchi jested, proclaiming, "Indeed, you both are a modest gentleman and a stunning celestial beauty. Together with my humble self, a latecomer to this journey, we form the mightiest travel trio. Ha ha ha." Following this light-hearted exchange, the trio erupted into laughter. Returning to the matter at hand, they resolved to find suitable accommodations. Upon their arrival in Cheongjian, they sought out the largest inn in the vicinity. However, the more bustling the locale, the greater the risk of encountering thieves. Despite having donned local attire, their accents betrayed them, and they soon caught the attention of a notorious gang of bandits led by the infamous Liam Liang, a figure so well-connected that even local officials dared not provoke him. To Liam Liang, the trio appeared as mere plump sheep, ripe for plunder. As night fell, Liam Yang and his henchmen commenced their assault, planning to first subdue Lu Simu and Yunchi, while intending to take Su Wanwan hostage. Fortunately, Lu Simu had a habit of meditating before sleep, yet his martial prowess was lacking. After a brief skirmish, he found himself overpowered. In contrast, Yunchi managed to wrest Lu Simu from Liam Yang's grasp with ease. Liam Yang, visibly thrilled, exclaimed, "A worthy opponent. How rare." Just then, one of his subordinates rushed in, shouting, "Boss, stop wasting time. The woman accompanying them has already been incapacitated. What shall we do with them?" Hearing this, Lu Simu urgently called for Yunchi to cease his actions and turned to Liam Yang, saying, "My good fellow, I implore you to show mercy and refrain from harming that lady. Whatever you desire, I shall gladly provide. Being newcomers in this land, we hope for your leniency." The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the room as they exchanged glances. Yunchi, assuming they did not comprehend, was about to switch to a foreign tongue when Liam Yang interjected, "How intriguing." The trio was taken aback by the unfolding situation. Liam Yang declared, "I can forego material gains, but there is one matter. If you assist me, we can put this incident to rest." Yunchi diverted the conversation, urging Lu Simu not to heed Liam Yang's idle talk, warning that he was a notorious rogue, one whom even officials could not contend with. "Today, we may well be stripped bare," he cautioned. Lu Simu shook his head, then addressed Liam Yang, "Let us negotiate. We have come to Cheongjian for business, and we are willing to assist with anything within our means." A faint smile crept across Liam Yang's lips. "That is splendid." He then produced an image, which the trio scrutinized closely. Both Lu Simu and Yunchi shook their heads in disapproval, but when the gaze fell upon Su Wanwan, she appeared astonished, recognizing the woman in the portrait as someone she had saved on a previous occasion, though she knew not her identity. Noticing Su Wanwan's stunned expression, Liam Yang's brow furrowed, indicating he believed she had encountered the woman depicted. "Do you know her?" he inquired. Su Wanwan regained her composure and replied, "I merely had a fleeting meeting with her." Liam Yang, growing impatient, pressed on, "You seem anxious. It is evident you have seen this woman." Su Wanwan quickly clarified, "I have had a brief encounter with this young lady, and while I believe I know where she may be, I cannot be certain. Upon my return to Nanchu, I could investigate further, if that would suffice, my lord." Liam Yang set down his weapon. "That will suffice." Suddenly, a vial of pills was extracted from his chest, and he forcefully inserted one into Su Wanwan's mouth. This was our Qiongzhen's specially concocted poison, the ruinous elixir. If the antidote were not taken within a month, her skin would rot and inflame, rendering all remedies futile. Su Wanwan stifled her nausea and coughed lightly, adjusting her collar, and weakly remarked, "Since the poison has already been consumed, I kindly ask that you release my two friends." Lu Simu's concern was palpable. "Wanner, you are being too harsh on a frail woman. Whatever poison you have, let me take instead." Liam Wuyan laughed heartily. "No. It is only by administering it to this lady that we can secure the assistance of all three of you. Ha ha, you may leave now, but do not attempt any tricks. The antidote resides solely with me." Lu Simu approached to support Su Wanwan, and Yin Qi came over to check on her. Before they departed, Wanwan inquired, "May I ask who the lady in the portrait is to you, young sir?" Lai Muyang, without turning to face them, coldly replied, "A former friend, a person of great significance." Chapter 44. Exercise caution the following day. As per their agreement, Lu Simu, Su Wanwan, and Yin Qi set out. Given the events of the previous day, Lu Simu remained anxious about Su Wanwan. "Wanner, I am at fault for not protecting you better. Brother Yun, do you know of any esteemed physicians in the area? Is there any remedy for the poison she ingested yesterday?" Yin Qi shook his head. "I know that Qiongzhen is adept at concocting poisons and their antidotes, but the varieties are numerous. I have heard of this particular poison before, but I am unaware of its antidote. However, I do know of a wandering physician in the vicinity. Perhaps we could consult him." A glimmer of hope appeared in Su Wanwan's eyes. "Thank you, Brother Yun." The wandering physician was unpredictable, living freely and unrestrained, seemingly impervious to wealth. Yet, one thing was certain. He valued loyalty and had a penchant for the mystical. Besides his exceptional medical skills, he possessed the ability to predict fortunes. Although he required a connection to do so, he was indeed an eccentric. With Yin Qi's introduction, both Su Wanwan and Lu Simu grew increasingly intrigued by this figure. Su Wanwan, perplexed, remarked, "If that is the case, he truly is a remarkable talent. Should fortune favor me, I, too, wish to have my fortune told. Let us inquire if, a month hence, I might procure the antidote." Yin Qi interjected, "Miss Su, you are overthinking. The wandering physician does not concern himself with antidotes." Lu Simu, equally puzzled, asked, "Then, Brother Yun, how do we find this wandering physician?" Yin Qi produced a small item and delivered it to a nearby apothecary. Upon his return, he stated, "You will know when the time comes." Indeed, it was not long before a young attendant from the apothecary arrived with news that the wandering physician, Mr. C, had returned. The trio made their way to the apothecary, where Yin Qi sought out Si Wuyo. "Foster father, I have matters to discuss today. I would greatly appreciate your assistance." The man, with graying hair and a long beard, though clad in Qiongzhen's attire, bore an appearance and demeanor unlike that of a typical Qiongzhen individual. Si Wuyo turned his head, taking a sip of tea, and said, "I knew you would come rushing to me with ill tidings. However, today is fortuitous. I have just returned from my travels. Had you come a day earlier, you would not have found me. Now what troubles you?" As Yin Qi stood at the entrance, he was joined by Lu Simu and Su Wanwan, both of whom spoke in unison, "Senior." Si Wuyo turned around with a smile, exclaiming, "Ha, Yin Qi, you rascal. Introducing me to someone from Nanchu in Qiongzhen is quite a novelty." Yin Qi hastily replied, "Adoptive father, these are my two friends. Yesterday, at Dingwen Tower, we encountered the rogue Li Muyang, and Miss Su was forced to consume a beauty-destroying pill. If she does not take the antidote within a month, her body will decay and become inflamed." Adoptive father? Su Wanwan and Lu Simu exchanged silent glances, realizing why Yin Qi was able to locate a physician so swiftly. It turned out there was this connection. Both turned their gazes towards Si Wuyo, who frowned deeply. "Is that so?" Su Wanwan stepped forward, and after examining her, Si Wuyo took her pulse, stroked his beard, and then broke into laughter. "Ha ha!" Yin Qi, bewildered, asked, "Adoptive father, what is this?" Si Wuyo shot him a glare, scolding, "You. I told you to study medicine, but you insisted on pursuing martial arts. Now you've been deceived without even realizing it. That rogue is notoriously cunning. This young lady is unharmed. As for the pill you mentioned, It is merely a beauty tonic, a supplement for regulating one's qi and blood. The young lady's complexion is rosy, which is likely the effect of this tonic. The journey from Nanshu to Cheongju is long, whether by water or land. And considering the young lady's constitution, she must have been exhausted. Lin Weiyang is known to be quite tender-hearted. You may return without concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Simu finally felt relieved. Su Wanwan quickly expressed her gratitude. I see now. Thank you, divine healer. Si Weo waved his hand dismissively. Oh, dear girl, you flatter me. I am no divine healer. Do not heed Yunqi's nonsensical words. Yunqi scratched his head. Adoptive father, you jest again? Since there is nothing amiss, let's not linger. We have many matters to attend to. Si Weo gestured for them to depart. All right, let us go. One's life ambitions are tied to the heart, with empty sleeves and a clear conscience. Half a life of desolation, half a life of hardship, standing at the edge of the abyss, pondering innumerable thoughts. Beauty is no match for a clever heart, and grand ambitions pale in comparison to modest schemes. Su Wanwan and Lu Simu turned back, glancing up at Yunqi, who felt a tightening in his chest, but reassured them. It's fine. My adoptive father often composes poetry. There is no cause for concern. Let's proceed. Be cautious in your actions. The order in Cheongju is not as lax as in Nanshu. We are not used to such freedom. Understood. With that, the three exited, and Si Weo sighed. Ah, a man of ambition and a beauty. What a pity. Chapter 45. Misunderstanding having just arrived in Cheongju. The three were already weary from the unfolding events. Now that the myriad of complexities had mostly been addressed, it was time to expedite their progress. On that day, when they visited the fabric shop in Cheongju, Su Wanwan was astounded by the variety of ready-made garments. The following day, the trio met as usual and visited the local renowned fabric shops, jewelry stores, antique shops, and calligraphy and painting stores in search of suitable items. However, they needed to exchange currency first, making a visit to the money exchange their primary task. Yun, thank you for your assistance these past few days. Upon entering Cheongju, without your help, Lu and I would truly be at a loss. Su Wanwan sincerely expressed her gratitude. Yunqi was a warm-hearted and gossipy individual who advised Su Wanwan not to take things to heart. However, he felt a keen curiosity regarding Lin Wei's request for him to look after Su Wanwan. For several days, this curiosity had simmered within him, especially upon witnessing Lu Simu's protective demeanor towards Su Wanwan, which only deepened his intrigue. If Lin Wei held a particular regard for Su Wanwan, could it not be said that Lu, too, shared similar sentiments? He observed the two with a perplexed expression, as he had harbored a question for some time that he found difficult to voice directly. After much contemplation, he resolved that it would be more satisfying to express his thoughts. Lu Simu, equally puzzled, recognized Yunqi as a forthright individual. What matter could be troubling him so deeply? Brother Yun, he said, we have endured challenges together these past few days. If there is something on your mind, you may speak freely. Seeing Lu's earnestness, Yunqi inquired, Brother Lu, your relationship with Miss Su must be quite significant. Am I not mistaken? I noticed your concern when the incident with Lai Muyang occurred. He paused, gauging their reactions. To be frank, it was General Lin who requested my assistance in facilitating your journey through Cheongju. I have never seen him so invested in a woman before. Many have pursued him, yet he has dismissed them all. That day, his demeanor was anything but ordinary. I thought there was something more between him and Miss Su. At this, a moment of awkwardness ensued as Su Wanwan and Lu Simu exchanged glances. Su Wanwan quickly interjected, Brother Yun, please do not misunderstand. General Lin has shown me great kindness, and Brother Lu regards me as a sister. Our relationship is nothing more than that. Upon hearing this, Lu Simu fell silent, realizing that Su Wanwan viewed him merely as an elder brother, a sentiment that had been one-sided on his part. He could only manage an awkward smile and nod in agreement. Yunqi, discerning the underlying nuances, thought to himself that perhaps he had been overthinking the situation. In that case, it seems I've been overly concerned. Let's not dwell on this further. We should proceed to exchange our funds. He then cast a glance at Su Wanwan, who remained silent, and noted Lu Simu gazing intently at her. Deep down, Yunqi understood that the affection was unreciprocated, leaving him with a tinge of melancholy. Throughout their journey, the trio maintained a serene silence, as if they had come to an unspoken agreement. That day, they visited 3 fabric shops and 2 antique stores, nearly finalizing supplies with 2 vendors. After negotiations, the proprietor of the fabric store expressed keen interest in Su Wanwan's proposal for mutual trade, agreeing to initiate transactions based on a weekly supply. Should business flourish, they would consider further collaboration. As they departed, Su Wanwan did not forget her promise to Lai Muyang to seek out a certain sister in the capital. With this in mind, she decided to also visit Situyu, purchasing 2 sets of women's clothing for the journey. The shopkeeper was delighted, as he had never before engaged in trade with Nanchu. Should the market open, it would prove to be a lucrative endeavor. With smiles, he bid farewell to the 3, remarking to Su Wanwan and Lu Simu, "You two truly make a perfect match, a talented couple indeed." Yunchi was momentarily taken aback by the words he heard, quickly clarifying to the shopkeeper that they were not a couple, but rather siblings. The shopkeeper shook his head in confusion, expressing disbelief. Su Wanwan inquired if there was anything amiss, to which Yunchi promptly replied that there was nothing wrong. He pointed out that not only he, but even the shopkeeper had misunderstood their relationship, though he had already explained the situation to him, so there was no harm done. Su Wanwan repeatedly gestured to the shopkeeper, indicating that was not the case, then turned to Yunchi and said, "Thank you, Brother Yun. You have truly been a bother to you." She also expressed her apologies to Lu Dage. Lu Simu, maintaining a composed demeanor, merely stated, "It's nothing. I will go outside and bring a horse." With that, he turned and left the fabric shop. Yunchi, observing Su Wanwan, made a gesture of helplessness. Seizing the moment, he asked, "Miss Su, you are a wise woman, yet in matters of the heart." He pointed towards Lu Simu and then back to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan understood his implication. "Brother Yun, I am aware of certain matters, and precisely because I understand them, I do not wish to cause harm to anyone. Whether it be General Lin or Lu Dage, they are both fine gentlemen who deserve the best women in this world. As for me, I simply wish to conduct my business well enough to support myself and engage in meaningful endeavors in the future. That would suffice for me. Beyond that, I prefer not to dwell." Yunchi nodded, grasping her sentiments. "I understand, Miss Su. I believe you will achieve all that you aspire to. Always remember, you are a wonderful person as well." They exchanged knowing smiles, just as Lu Simu called for them, and the 3 returned to the inn together. That day, all 3 felt exhausted from a day of exertion, yet rest eluded them. Yunchi lamented the unfortunate circumstances that kept such good individuals apart. The unrequited love of General Lin and Lu Dage, and Su Wanwan's clarity of thought. On the other hand, Lu Simu felt disheartened by a seemingly trivial place in Su Wanwan's heart, as if their relationship had always been confined to that of mere siblings. As for Su Wanwan, she faced the repeated misunderstandings of others, but genuinely wished no harm to anyone, be it Lin Wei or Lu Simu, both of whom had aided her. Perhaps it truly is the nature of life to be fraught with such dilemmas. The following day, Su Wanwan resolved to return to Nanchu. Firstly, her business had not shown significant progress since its inception, and funds were limited. Secondly, she needed to attend to certain matters back home. Lu Simu fully supported any decision made by Su Wanwan, concerned for her well-being, especially after the recent events upon entering Xiong. Yunchi respected their opinions, stating, "In that case, let's consider returning. When we meet again, I shall come back." Both Su Wanwan and Lu Simu nodded in unison, affirming, "Certainly." Upon reaching the border, Yunchi turned back towards the military camp, needing to report to Lin Wei. In their haste, they failed to bid farewell to Lin Wei. As they departed from Yongsheng, Su Wanwan gazed absently at the words inscribed on the city walls until Lu Simu called her name, prompting her to respond, "Nothing, let us go." Chapter 46. Returning to the capital, the carriage moved at a leisurely pace. "The prolonged journey has indeed left me weary." Lu Simu occasionally gazes at the curtains of the carriage, and when the wind stirs, he catches fleeting glimpses of Su Wanwan's countenance. Observing her pensive demeanor, a sense of melancholy envelopes him as he grapples with his emotions. He comprehends the hesitation Su Wanwan felt upon departing from Yongsheng. He understands the delicate, unspoken affection she harbors, even though he knows that this love has never truly belonged to him. This truth has been clear to him from the very beginning. The sky hangs heavy with gray, and the air is tinged with a hint of dust. The coachman, too, appears fatigued, his eyelids fluttering as he battles drowsiness. "Cousin," a voice calls from a distance. Lu Simu turns surprised. "Aheng." At their meeting, Su Wanwan lifts her gaze, abruptly pushes the window, and reaches for the curtain, only to withdraw her hand. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such actions. What reason could she have? She gently pulls the curtain back. While conversing with Lu Simu, Lin Wei glances at the carriage, initially expecting Su Wanwan to lean out and engage in conversation. Instead, he observes her grasping the curtain. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lu Simu addresses Lin Wei. "Aheng, please don't take offense. We were in a hurry to depart and had no time to greet you on our way back." The jolting of the carriage may have exhausted Wanwan. She might be resting inside. Lin Wei turns his head, acknowledging with a soft, "I understand. I came here for no other reason than to return to the capital after an extended absence, wishing to stay for a few days." "That sounds agreeable," Lu Simu replies, not elaborating further. He realizes that Lin Wei is merely concerned, fabricating an excuse. Before long, the carriage arrives at an inn, where they intend to take a brief respite. Su Wanwan clings tightly to her arms, hesitating to disembark. Upon reaching the inn, Lin Wei approaches the carriage. Before he can finish his sentence, Su Wanwan lifts the curtain and nearly collides with Lin Wei. Their eyes meet, and for a moment, time seems to freeze. "General?" Both are momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Wei clears his throat, stating, "I am returning to the capital these days, just in time to accompany you." Su Wanwan furrows her brow, pursing her lips, uncertain of how to face Lin Wei. A mix of secret delight and sadness swells within her. Lin Wei extends his hand to assist her down from the carriage, his lingering affection unmistakable, while Su Wanwan cannot help but feel the intensity of his gaze. She turns her head aside, trembling slightly as she descends the carriage. After taking a few steps, she glances back at Lin Wei, who remains frozen before the carriage. Upon seeing her turn, he musters the courage to voice his feelings. "Can we talk? What does the general wish to discuss?" "Subangwan Kawayers." A hint of apprehension in her tone. Lin Wei steps forward, locking eyes with her. "For today, you should return and rest. After dinner, I'll come find you. There is much I wish to share." Su Wanwan feels a flicker of confusion, but seems to grasp his intent, responding with an affirmative nod. That night, under a canopy of stars, with a gentle breeze and a crescent moon illuminating the sky, Lin Wei knocks on Su Wanwan's door. As she opens it, clad in simple attire, she appears even more graceful in the moonlight. Lin Wei's eyes sparkle as he takes her hand, exclaiming, "Let us go. I have a place to show you." Before long, the two of them tremulously reach the rooftop. Su Wanwan chuckled helplessly, expressing her earlier curiosity about where the general intended to go, only to discover it was the rooftop. Lin Wei reclined on the roof, joyfully proclaiming that this was indeed the best place for stargazing. "Look," he raised his hand to point at the sky, directing her gaze to the brightest star beside the moon. "That star is so luminous, the one closest to the moon." Su Wanwan slowly reclined, intending to use her hand as a pillow, but before she could lie down, Lin Wei had already extended his arm toward her, gently suggesting, "Rest your head on my arm. The tiles are hard and might hurt you." "I, a rough man, am not afraid." Taken aback, Su Wanwan felt somewhat at a loss with his gesture. She hurriedly declined, "No, thank you, General, I can manage on my own." With that, she crossed her arms and placed them atop her head, gazing at the star Lin Wei had mentioned. Lin Wei felt a pang of disappointment, recognizing that Su Wanwan was deliberately distancing herself from him. Yet, he too yearned to draw closer to her. He withdrew his arm and rested it on his head. "Did you see it?" he asked. Su Wanwan nodded. "Indeed, it is remarkably bright. I haven't looked up at the stars in a long time. I didn't expect the moonlight to be so beautiful tonight." Lin Wei echoed, "Yes, the moonlight is truly exquisite," while his gaze remained fixed on Su Wanwan. In that moment, his eyes sparkled like the night sky, adorned with a few stars. The corners of Su Wanwan's mouth lifted as she remarked, "It really is so bright. It makes the other stars seem rather dim." Lin Wei sighed, Though it shines brightly, it is also solitary, standing alone, radiating its light. Su Wanwan disagreed with Lin Wei's perspective, replying, "Lonely? I don't believe so. It is so close to the moon. How could it be lonely? Perhaps it longs for the moon's brilliance and strives to shine just as brightly, putting in more effort than the other stars. Don't you think?" Lin Wei turned to her. "Yes, perhaps it is not the star that is lonely, but rather—" Noticing the melancholy in his eyes, Su Wanwan quickly reassured him. "How could that be? You are like the moon in the sky, radiating immense light, safeguarding the faint stars, which symbolize the common folk. It is because of the moon-esque glow that the stars endeavor to bloom, relying on the moon for their brilliance. With so many stars accompanying you, how could you be lonely?" Lin Wei closed his eyes and after a moment said, "Right now, I see nothing, the moon, the stars, the sky. Yet I see you. You reside in my heart, like the brightest star, always present." Su Wanwan felt a sudden panic and quickly rose to leave, but Lin Wei grasped her tightly. She pushed away his arm, her eyes lowered. "General, please, no more jesting. I am feeling weary and must return." Ignoring her resistance, Lin Wei embraced her waist from behind, anxiously pleading, "Please don't go, Wan'er." Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Su Wanwan ceased her struggle, falling silent. Lin Wei held on her waist, not letting go. He continued, "During the days you were away, I've been trying to convince myself not to think of you, that you are free. Yet, I cannot help myself. I have been thinking of you, wondering if you are well and happy. I once believed I could deceive myself. Yet, upon encountering you again that day, I found myself unwilling to let go. Would you grant me another chance? Wanwan, I apologize. I recognize that my presence may evoke memories of your past unhappiness. However, I am willing to protect you, for my heart is drawn to you." Su Wanwan felt a pang of panic, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that I misheard? What? Lin Wei has confessed his feelings for me? He has dared to voice it, at least showing more courage than I possess. In that moment, she felt conflicted, reflecting on the events at the general's residence and her experiences in the capital. She realized that her feelings for Lin Wei were not entirely absent. Yet, the weight of those feelings was overwhelming, rendering her hesitant to pursue them. "I understand the general's intentions, but Lin Wei released Su Wanwan, facing her cautiously. "I do not wish to compel you into any decision. I merely wish to express my feelings. Would you consider granting me a chance? You need not respond immediately. I simply seek to know if you harbor even a trace of affection for me." "Yes, I do." Before Lin Wei could finish, Su Wanwan blurted out her response. Lin Wei, filled with joy, embraced her once more. "Really? Wanwan, you feel something for me. It's not just my unrequited affection, is it? This is wonderful, Wanwan." Su Wanwan extricated herself from Lin Wei's embrace, her calm demeanor suggesting that her earlier words might have been insincere. "I admit I do have feelings. However, General, I do not wish to burden you, nor do I want to become ensnared in the tumult of the capital once more. I understand your feelings, but I cannot casually make any promises. For now, I simply wish to focus on managing my shop and my life, leaving the future to unfold as it may." Lin Wei comprehended her perspective and would not press her further. "I understand, Wanwan. Nevertheless, knowing your feelings brings me immense joy." Su Wanwan gazed at Lin Wei, who looked like a child in his delight, and a smile crept onto her lips. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, lifting the strands beside her face. The two exchanged glances, both smiling. Below, Lu Simu sat at the door, having heard every word spoken from the rooftop above. He sipped his wine, chuckling wryly, a sound that seemed to convey both blessings and self-mockery. The moonlight cast clear shadows on the ground, and the silhouettes of the two on the rooftop were distinctly visible. Lu Simu raised his hand to touch the ephemeral image, then withdrew it, murmuring a quiet wish for their happiness before finishing the wine in his flask. Chapter 47. The unspoken words the following morning. The group set off on their journey back to the capital. Lin Wei gazed absently at the carriage, occasionally smiling, a smile that was genuine, soft, yet profoundly pure. Lu Simu glanced sideways at Lin Wei before urging his horse to quicken its pace. Since last night, he had come to understand that Su Wanwan and Lin Wei were mutually attracted to one another, and the previous notion of one-sided infatuation as spoken by Li Xiang'an, was no longer relevant. Naturally, he allowed the pair more time together, refraining from advancing further. Upon arriving in the capital, Su Wanwan signaled the driver to head to Situ Yu's residence. Lin Wei halted the carriage and entered slowly, taking a seat. What is this? I am in haste to see you where. The conversation between them was interrupted as Lin Wei gently urged, I cannot chat with you just yet. Once I've met with you where, we shall converse again, shall we? Su Wanwan smiled at Lin Wei, who fidgeted, uncertain of how to convey the situation regarding Situ Yu. Situ Yu is not here present. Please accompany me back to the residence, and I shall explain everything to you along the way. Su Wanwan noticed Lin Wei's perplexed expression, feeling a surge of anxiety. Is Yue in danger? Please tell me. Do not fret, She is safe and sound. However, she is currently in the palace, now known as the esteemed Yu Fei. Su Wanwan was bewildered. Yu Fei? How can this be? It is a long story, but let us return first. I will take you to the palace to see her. Although she was unaware of the unfolding events, she nodded in acquiescence, and together they made their way back to the general's residence. Upon hearing of Lin Wei's return, Li Xiang'an joyfully rushed to greet them. Just as she reached the main hall, a wave of nausea overcame her, and she retched several times. Lin Wei rushed to support her, while a concerned maid remarked, Madam is suffering from severe morning sickness. She can only eat a little each day and is growing increasingly frail. The general must find a solution soon. Morning sickness? Su Wanwan stood frozen, unable to believe her ears. It was only when she saw Li Xiang'an caressing her rounded belly that the truth dawned upon her. For reasons unknown, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, an instinctive reaction. She turned and left. Li Xiang'an, having regained her composure, was surprised to see Su Wanwan. She gazed at Lin Wei, who was following Su Wanwan, her eyes filled with melancholy. Lin Wei instructed the maid to take good care of the madam before dashing after Su Wanwan. Li Xiang'an sat in a daze, unable to speak for a long while. Having only just entered the Lin residence, Su Wanwan prepared to leave. Lin Wei reached the entrance and implored, Wanner, please listen to me. Do not depart just yet. Su Wanwan quickly wiped the tears from her eyes with her sleeve, forcing a smile. What is it, General Lin? Congratulations on becoming a father soon. I believe it is inappropriate for me to remain in the Lin residence at this time. I apologize. Before she could finish her sentence, she turned swiftly to compose herself. Lin Wei raised his hand, hesitating to grasp her arm. I know you are deeply saddened. I confess I kept this from you, simply because I did not know how to tell you. The story is lengthy, and Su Wanwan turned her back to Lin Wei, and he could see her wiping her tears clearly. At this point, there is nothing more to discuss between the general and me. It is best this way. The princess is a wonderful person. Do not let her down. I wish you and the princess a lifetime of love and happiness. With that, Su Wanwan exited the Lin residence, leaving Lin Wei standing there, stunned. He understood that any explanation now would be futile. The truth was laid bare before them. The affection he held for Su Wanwan had now become a mere jest, and he no longer had the right to retain her. Outside the door, Lu Simu, still mounted on his horse, had not yet moved when he witnessed Su Wanwan emerging from the Lin residence, tears streaming down her face. He peered inside, finding Lin Wei standing at the door, lost in thought and silent. Concerned for Su Wanwan's safety, yet reluctant to disturb her, he quietly followed her on horseback. The sky loomed gray, hinting an impending rain. Su Wanwan seemed uncertain of her destination, wandering aimlessly around the streets. Vendors along the roadside gradually packed up their belongings to return home. Somehow, she found herself at the Su residence. Gazing up at the grand entrance, tears trickled down her cheeks. She was unaware of the turmoil within her. It felt as though a stone lodged in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to move forward, oblivious to where her feet would take her, seeking a semblance of emptiness. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Sister? Is that not my sister? Su Wanwan looked up to see her elder sister, Su Wani, who mockingly addressed her maid. Look, ISNT this our second young lady? Oh no, she is now the side consort of the general's residence, the one with a rather tarnished reputation. The maid chimed in. Indeed, Second young lady, why are you wandering the streets instead of staying at the general's residence? It looks like rain is imminent, and you have no one to attend to you. How could you be out here when you should be at the general's? Su Wanwan laughed heartily at the maid's remarks. Su Wanwan, however, remained expressionless, ignoring their taunts. Look, your second young lady has turned mute, Su Wanwan continued persistently. If it weren't for Ah Hung being bewitched by your charms, I should be the one residing in the general's residence now. Some statuses are not meant for you to grasp. Su Wanwan chuckled lightly. Sister, please refrain from further comments. I merely happened to pass by here. If my presence has disturbed you, I apologize. I shall take my leave. Su Wanwan felt as though her words had landed on soft cotton, leaving her somewhat disheartened. She turned her maid, closed the door. Let us return home. Linner, do not let unrelated people enter. By this time, fine rain had begun to fall from the sky. Su Wanwan brushed her face, indifferent to the droplets, and continued walking. As the rain intensified, Lu Simu, following closely behind, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, tilting the umbrella in her direction. Sensing someone approach, Su Wanwan looked up. Lu Simu observed her dazed expression, unsure whether the moisture on her face was from tears or rain, and instinctively wiped her forehead. His hand trembled slightly, filled with concern. Su Wanwan took a small step back, hastily wiping her face with her sleeve. Luca, what brings you here? She asked, surprised to be seen in such a disheveled state by someone familiar. She feigned composure, swallowing the rainwater she had inadvertently tasted, forcing a smile. The weather in the capital changes so unpredictably. Having been away for a while, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. Lu Simu cautiously inquired, Are you all right? Wana, what has happened? No, nothing is amiss, she replied. Lu Simu, sensing her reluctance to elaborate, chose not to press further. I saw everything earlier, passing by the Su residence. I did not expect the eldest daughter to be in such a state. I apologize for witnessing this. If you do not mind, you may stay at my place during your time in Kyoto. Su Wanwan glanced at the Su residence, its doors firmly shut, the rain pouring down ever harder, and she couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy. Indeed, she had nowhere else to go. However, she still declined Lu Simu's kind offer. No need. There is nothing to apologize for, Brother Lu. I have simply grown accustomed to being pampered. Her intentions were not malevolent, but there seems to be some misunderstanding. I am fine. Lu Simu, of course, trusted his own observations and understood that Su Wanwan was merely trying to avoid being a burden, hence her resolute refusal. I understand, and please do not misinterpret my intentions, Wanner. I usually reside in the courtyard of the money exchange, seldom returning home, and it is quite tranquil there, with only 2 or 3 people maintaining the yard. You need not worry, just take it easy. I have always stayed at the money exchange. Su Wanwan appreciated his goodwill, though her mind was quite muddled at that moment. Observing her lack of vitality, Lu Simu gently urged, Let us go. The rain is heavy, and you mustn't catch a chill. After ensuring Su Wanwan was settled at Lu's residence, he prepared to leave and, before departing, said to her, Though I do not know what has transpired, do not dwell on it for now. Rest well, and take care of yourself. He instructed the household staff to look after Su Wanwan properly, then set off for the Lin residence to uncover the entirety of the situation. The rain fell heavily as Lu Simu and Lin Wei sat in the pavilion of the Lin residence. Ah Hung, to be frank, the moment I saw you and Wanner exchange glances on the way back to the city that day, I already sensed that there was something between you two. Now, I find myself at a loss for how to counsel you. Cousin, I sincerely thank you. In truth, I am unsure how to explain this matter to her. It is a fact that I have feelings for Wanner, yet it is also a fact that the princess is with child. That night, I drank too much and cannot recall what transpired. When I awoke, the princess was already beside me. Lin Wei felt a pang of guilt, yet faced with reality. He knew he had to bear the consequences. Lu Simu understood his predicament and encouraged him to be more open-minded. Matters of the heart are unpredictable. You and the princess are bound as husband and wife, and I can see that she harbors feelings for you. After hearing Lin Wei's words, Lu Simu was uncertain how the situation would unfold. As an outsider, yet feeling caught in the midst of it all, he found himself unable to articulate his own feelings, let alone judge others. A bitter smile escaped him, a smile that was for Lin Wei, but also for himself. Chapter 48. Reunion. Su Wanwan, already prone to cold ailments, had caught a chill from the rain. Her body felt weak from the exposure. Thus, she took a few days to recuperate at Lu's residence. As she regained her strength, she was eager to expedite her affairs in Kyoto and return home. The business of Zhu Weidang had yet to flourish, and the goods ordered from Cheongjun had not yet been arranged. She had promised Lai Muyang to seek out a certain sister, yet had not even begun to gather any information. It had been a long time since she had seen Situyu, and she wondered how she was faring in the palace. Many matters remained unresolved. She could not afford to postpone them simply because of the princess and the general situation. She had no time to dwell on these thoughts any longer. Perhaps, from the very beginning, separation was indeed the right choice, she mused. One day, as usual, Lu Simu came to visit her at Lu's residence. Come quickly, Wanner, see what I have brought for you. For several days now, Lu Simu has been delighting Su Wanwan with an array of delectable dishes. Aware of her fondness for chestnut cake, he rose early to ride to the pastry shop in the east of the city to procure it fresh from the oven. The more kindness Lu Simu bestows upon her, the deeper the pangs of guilt reside within Su Wanwan. Lu Gij, truly, you need not go to such lengths for me. I do not deserve it, she murmured, lowering her gaze as she slowly approached the windowsill. Do you see that tree outside? Lu Gij, you are akin to that tree. She then gestured towards the duckweed floating in the pond. And I am like this duckweed. We do not inhabit the same world. You need not be so good to me. A faint smile faded from Lu Simu's lips as he reassured her. Wanwan, in my heart, you have never been mere duckweed. You are a remarkable person, deserving of profound love. I understand you are troubled and feeling despondent. I also know of the affection you share with Ahang, and how the circumstances have weighed heavily upon both of you. Yet, life must move forward. Su Wanwan looked at Lu Simu and nodded. Yes, I understand. There are many things I have yet to accomplish. My time in Kyoto has been delayed due to my illness. I will strive to adjust myself promptly. Regardless, thank you. Lu Gij. Lu Simu let out a sigh of relief upon hearing her words, reassured by her resolve. Now, let's have a meal together and savor this chestnut cake. As Su Wanwan took a bite, she exclaimed, Ah, it tastes just as I remember. Seeing her spirits lift brought joy to Lu Simu. He too indulged in a piece of the cake, but perhaps due to his haste, he found himself choking. The sight elicited a chuckle from Su Wanwan, prompting Lu Simu to laugh along with her. She poured him a cup of tea, saying with a smile, Take your time. This could be rather tricky to swallow. Have a sip of water to ease it down. Lu Simu gulped down the water, his cheeks bulging with unchewed cake, rendering his words somewhat garbled. In that moment, both erupted into hearty laughter. Seeing you smile brings me peace, Wanwan. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Are you truly intending to assist Lai Muyang in locating the woman from the painting? Su Wanwan pondered for a moment before retrieving the portrait and nodded. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. I have met this sister once before, though it was some time ago. I cannot be certain if I will find her, but if I can assist, I shall certainly try. Lu Simu nodded in agreement. In that case, I will assist you as well. However, Su Wanwan, not wishing to impose on Lu Simu's time, gently declined. There is no need, Lu Gij. I can manage this matter on my own. You need not visit me daily. Focus on your affairs in Kyoto. However, I do have one thing I require your assistance with. Understanding her concerns and wishing to alleviate any psychological burden, Lu Simu responded. It is no trouble at all. Since you regard me as an elder brother, you are my sister, and it is only natural for a brother to help his sister. Do not feel any pressure. Should you desire it, you are always welcome here in Kyoto. Thank you, Lu Gij, Su Wanwan expressed. Unable to count how many times she had said thank you, but her gratitude for Lu Simu was heartfelt and genuine. This sentiment inevitably reminds her of her elder brother. Su Yuhang, in my heart, you are akin to an elder brother. It has been quite some time since I last saw him, and I am unaware of his current circumstances. Lu Simu, intrigued by Su Wanwan's mention of her brother, inquired, Are you referring to the eldest son of the Su family, Su Yuhang? I'm not very familiar with him, but I know that Ahung shares a decent relationship with him. By the way, Wanner, what assistance were you speaking of earlier? Suddenly recalling the matter regarding Yuer, Su Wanwan replied, Yes, it pertains to Yuer. Upon my arrival in the capital, I heard from the general that Yuer is now in the palace. Having become a royal concubine, it seems rather difficult for me to see her now. Lu Degu pondered for a moment. A royal concubine? That indeed presents some complications. Those outside the palace cannot easily enter without a palace token. However, it is not entirely without solutions. Understanding her current predicament, Su Wanwan asked, "What does your suggested solution entail?" Lu Simu explained, "Typically, palace maids and eunuchs, or even less favored concubines without powerful family backing, manage to communicate through bribing those responsible for procurement within the palace. They could discreetly deliver letters or important items. If done carefully, it usually goes unchecked. After all, very often, even if palace personnel are caught, the higher-ups tend to turn a blind eye. The law often bends to human sentiment." Su Wanwan nodded. "I understand. I can write T-Wearer, informing her of my arrival in the capital. As for what follows, I believe she will manage it." Lu Simu agreed. "Yes, that sounds good. I will have someone take it today, and we should receive news by tomorrow." As expected, the situation unfolded as the two had hoped and proceeded smoothly. The following day, they received a palace token bestowed by Situyu. Su Wanwan, adorned in a set of garments from Cheongjin, entered to visit Situyu. Having received a letter from Su Wanwan, Situyu was even more excited and waited eagerly at the entrance of Yongin Palace from early morning. Recently informed by the imperial physician of her pregnancy, Situyu had continued her sword practice in the courtyard, only settling down after persistent persuasion from Exiner. Perhaps due to her condition, since learning of her pregnancy, Situyu had become increasingly lethargic. Today, however, her anticipation of seeing Su Wanwan propelled her to rise early. After a long wait, she finally saw the palace maid approach with the news. Unable to contain her joy, she rushed out, neglecting to adjust her hairpins. Nevertheless, mindful of palace etiquette, Su Wanwan still performed her greetings in front of the maid. This humble servant, Su Wanwan, pays her respects to the virtuous concubine. Once the maid departed, leaving only her trusted handmaiden by her side, Situyu eagerly pulled Su Wanwan to her feet. "Come, Wanner, I must tell you, I am utterly exasperated with these palace rules and rituals. They give me a headache with their incessant repetition. Seeing you kneel before me earlier was terribly awkward." Observing Situyu's exaggerated expression of discomfort, Su Wanwan found it amusing and chuckled. "I understand, virtuous concubine." Su Tuo hurriedly gestured for Su Wanwan to remain silent. "Oh, please do not tease me, Wanner. I feel utterly constrained, apart from my morning sword practice. I am on the verge of suffocation." The maid, Exa, chimed in. "Your Highness, you must not address me directly. You should refer to yourself as this palace." At this, Exiner and Su Wanwan both erupted in laughter. Su Tuo playfully patted Exiner's head. "You little rascal, even you dare to mock me." Exiner made a face. No. "Your Highness, how could I ever mock you? My duty is to ensure your well-being." Frustrated, Su Tuo attempted to swat Exiner again, who cleverly ducked behind Su Wanwan. In the process, she inadvertently strained herself. Exiner quickly rushed to support her, earnestly advising, "Your Highness, please be cautious. Things are different now. You must also consider the little prince in your womb." Su Wanwan, taken aback yet elated, grasped Su Tuo's arm. "What? Where are you? Pregnant?" Though usually carefree, Su Tuo shyly nodded. The physician informed me some time ago. It is still early, and I have yet to show, though my waist has indeed thickened a bit." Su Wanwan sighed in delight. "How wonderful. I never imagined that our Yuer would soon be a mother. However, it is quite unfortunate. I specifically brought you a dress from Cheongjin, and it appears you may not be able to wear it now." "Ha ha ha." Su Tuo's eyes widened in surprise. "What? A dress from Cheongjin? Wanner, I can't believe you went to Cheongjin. Come, let me try it on. How could I not wear it? You underestimate me, truly." Su Wanwan retrieved the dress, and Su Tuo excitedly approached, calling for Exa. "Hurry, help me." As she donned the garment, she murmured, "Certainly, it will fit. Though my waist is a bit thicker, it should be fine." Su Wanwan assisted in adjusting the dress, straightening the collar and patting the sleeves. "It looks quite good. It seems I chose the right size for you," she remarked with satisfaction. Su Tuo twirled in front of the mirror, agreeing, "Indeed, Wanner, this dress from Cheongjin is quite special. It is perfect for riding and sword practice. As she demonstrated, Xiner and Su Wanwan urged her to refrain from excessive movement to avoid straining her belly. Amid their laughter, a sudden crash echoed through the room. Xiner hurried to investigate. Upon her arrival, she discovered a shattered flower pot and a blurred figure. Why is she taking so long? Xina, called Sutua. Xina rushed back, assuring, "It's nothing, Your Highness. It must have been a cat in the courtyard that accidentally knocked over the flower pot. We can clean it up later." In an effort to alleviate Su Tuo's worry, Xiner adopted the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, hoping to dismiss the incident casually. Observing Xiner's unusual demeanor, Su Tuo offered a wry smile, suspecting that yet another informant from some palace had come to eavesdrop in Yong'an Palace, keeping a watchful eye on her movements. She could not comprehend the women of the harem. Rather than spending their idle time monitoring others, they should devote that energy to leading their own peaceful lives. Xiner was somewhat taken aback. She had always perceived Situyu as carefree and indifferent to such matters. To her surprise, it turned out she was aware. "Of course I know," Situyu replied. "I simply disdain to partake in such intrigues. If they wish to scrutinize, let them do so. I shall live my own life. Those tedious affairs are for them to indulge in." Seeing Situyu's demeanor, Su Wanwan understood that the imperial palace was merely a larger cage. Within its confines, one could only truly grasp the myriad of experiences through the eyes of those who lived it. She recognized Situyu's character and harbored concerns for her safety. "Yuer, in the future, you must exercise greater caution in your words and actions. Things are no longer as they once were. You now bear the weight of 2 lives. It is wise to guard against malice, even as one remains vigilant." "Yes, I understand. Do not worry, Wanner. Let's share a meal together later. It has been a long time since our reunion, and we ought to speak of joyous things." Su Wanwan smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it has been ages. We can take our time to converse. No need to rush." Xiner arranged for lunch, and that day, Yong'an Palace was bustling with activity. Li Yin and others, having learned of Su Wanwan's entrance to the palace, refrained from hastening to Yong'an Palace to visit Situyu. When questioned by the palace attendants, he stated that the sisters were merely catching up, and thus he would not intrude. He remained in the study, neither summoned nor wishing to disrupt. As night descended, the wind grew gentle, and a slender crescent moon hung gracefully in the sky. That evening, Situyu and Su Wanwan reclined together on a couch. Su Wanwan sighed softly. "Ah, how swiftly time passes. If you had told my former self that one day I would lie within the imperial palace, and that you would be addressed as a royal consort, I would have found it utterly surreal." Situyu too felt as though everything was a fleeting dream. "Indeed, I never anticipated this. However, I'm unsure if I ever share this with you." Su Wanwan turned her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Oh, what is it?" Situyu chuckled. "I do not fear your laughter, Wanner. When I was a child, my mother had my fortune told, and the seer proclaimed that this child would possess an extraordinary fate, destined for royalty. My mother was overjoyed upon hearing this. Yet, as I grew and engaged in horse riding and swordplay, my mother sighed, remarking that perhaps the seer had misjudged. As she spoke, Situyu herself burst into laughter, prompting Su Wanwan to join in. Who would have thought that Yuer's mother was superstitious? Indeed, my mother had always hoped for a favorable future for me. It is true, even in my acquaintance with Li Zexu, but the disparity between us proved too great, and since then, my mother ceased to mention the fortune teller. But tell me, is it not amusing how fate works? I once scoffed at such notions, yet here I am, truly residing in the imperial palace. At times, even I find it hard to believe. Su Wanwan was equally astonished. Though the palace promised comfort and luxury, it concealed an undercurrent of vigilance and caution. Had she not witnessed the watchful eyes within Yong'an Palace today, she might not have realized that the seemingly carefree Situyu was navigating a world that demanded utmost discretion. Indeed, when you once confided in me that the one you loved was a guard, I found it rather agreeable. If he was willing to forsake worldly fame and fortune for you, retreating to live the idyllic life you described amidst the rivers and lakes, it would indeed be a life to yearn for. Nevertheless, it is commendable that you cherish the present. Just remember to take care of yourself. Life for two can be somewhat arduous. I'm still looking forward to being the godmother of your child. Situ nodded, affirming that indeed. The child's godmother would undoubtedly be her. As night deepened, the wind howled outside, rustling through the window with an unsettling noise. Su Wanwan rose to close the window, and as she shifted the candle on the table, she inadvertently nudged a painting, causing it to unfurl due to a loosely tied string. Situ, you noticed the commotion and, upon seeing Su Wanwan adjusting the candlestick, caught sight of the woman depicted in the painting. Curiously, she inquired, Wanner, who is that? She looks familiar. Su Wanwan gestured for Situ to rest well while she organized her things, and thus, they paid little mind to the matter. The following day, Situ, still intrigued, opened the painting on the table. Is this not Sister Yang? She lifted the picture towards Wanner, questioning, how do you possess a portrait of Sister Yang? Su Wanwan, initially at a loss, suddenly appeared illuminated with insight. Do you know the person in this painting? Situ nodded, stating, this is Sister Yang from Huayuan. I am not well acquainted with her. She is closer to Yin He, and I only learn of her later. Huayuan? Su Wanwan pondered, the name resonating with a sense of familiarity. She recalled a fleeting encounter with the sister, during which she had mentioned this place, though at the time it had slipped her mind. Reflecting now, she concluded it must indeed be Huayuan. I heard from Aiken that Huayuan is somewhat of an entertainment venue. Situ confirmed, indeed. It is as you say, but Sister Yang is the courtesan there, renowned for her exceptional dancing skills, offering her artistry without compromising her virtue. Moreover, the proprietress would not impose difficulties upon her, as she brings in considerable earnings. Previously uncertain about how to inquire regarding the figure in the painting, everything now seemed simplified. Do you know where Huayuan is located? Situ nodded, of course. I am familiar with it. I've been there before. Su Wanwan's heart surged with renewed hope. Resolving this matter during her visit to Kyoto would indeed be splendid. Although the memory of her encounter with Lai Mu Yang had left her shaken, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was not as fierce as he appeared. Rather, he seemed to possess a benevolent nature. For now, her course was clear. She must visit Huayuan. Then, please write down the address for me. I have previously met that sister and should be able to recognize her. Observing Su Wanwan's determination, Situ realized that a visit to Huayuan was inevitable. However, she was concerned for Su Wanwan's safety if she were to go alone. I shall accompany you, Wanner. That cannot be, Su Wanwan replied. You are with child and must exercise extra caution. Huayuan is crowded and filled with prying eyes. I am not at ease, I can manage on my own. The presence of more people would only attract attention and complicate matters. Certainly, Situ was aware of these concerns, yet he could not fully trust Su Wanwan to be alone. At that moment, a voice chimed in. It seems that after just one day apart, the esteemed Princess Yu is already eager to escape the palace gates. Situ and Su Wanwan turned towards the entrance of Yeoman Hall, where Li Yanhui strode in. Exiner promptly bowed to the emperor, and upon witnessing this, Su Wanwan also paid her respects. Situ rose, joyfully exclaiming, indeed, how could I have forgotten His Majesty? As for today, the palace gates are beyond your control. Your Majesty, Li Yanhui feigned anger, retorting, then I shall imprison everyone in your palace, holding you accountable for their inadequate supervision. Oh, Situ observed that Su Wanwan was still kneeling and interjected, Yanhui, cease this jest at once. This is Wanwan, and you must not bully her. Su Wanwan stood up, flustered by Situ's words, and quickly clarified, it is merely a jest from Princess Yu. I hope your Majesty does not take it to heart. I have already intruded upon your Majesty and the princess. Li Yanhui glanced at Su Wanwan, signaling her to relax. He had long been aware of the friendship between Yu and General Lin's concubine, though they had not met until today. Upon their introduction, he could see the distinction. Indeed, the Situ family has a commendable daughter. Since you are a friend of Yu, you are also considered a friend of mine, Li Yanhui. Henceforth, there is no need for excessive formality. Su Wanwan responded in agreement. After a short while, once Su Wanwan recounted the sequence of events, Li Yanhui finally consented to accompany Situ outside. Both were elated. However, to ensure safety, Li Yanhui decided to join them as well. Upon arriving at the flower garden, Li Yanhui dispatched someone to arrange the meeting while he and Sitayu enjoyed music and dance in the garden's main hall. After watching for a while, Sitayu suddenly fixed his gaze on Li Yanhui, asking, "Is it pleasing to the eye? Before our acquaintance, you seem to have lived quite comfortably." As he spoke, he playfully tugged at Li Yanhui's ear. Li Yanhui grimaced in pain. No, I seldom come here. Am I not with you today? Please let go you." The two continued their playful banter below, while Su Wanwan and Yang Wanqing watched from above, sharing a laugh. "I have never seen His Majesty in such a manner. Only Princess Yu possesses the audacity. Were it a common concubine, she would not dare to be so unruly," one remarked, and Su Wanwan readily agreed. "Indeed, Yu has always been this way, unbound by worldly constraints, seeking only inner peace. If she could remain this way, it would be splendid." Yang Wanqing glanced at Su Wanwan and rose to search for something. After a while, she returned with a small box. "Miss Su, regardless of his circumstances, I must thank you. As for the person you mentioned, I have no ties with him. This token of longing, should the opportunity arise, please return it to him, conveying that our fates have long since concluded, and we shall no longer be connected." Su Wanwan accepted the token. Though unaware of the events between Lai Mu Yang and Yang Wanqing, she felt it inappropriate to pry. Since this was Yang's response, she acquiesced. "Very well. I shall convey your sentiments, Sister Yang." Yang Wanqing's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow, but soon she diverted the conversation. "By the way, I know you share a close bond with Princess Yu. She is not a cautious person. You must remind her to take good care of herself. In the palace, countless pairs of eyes are undoubtedly watching. It is wise to remain vigilant even in times of peace." Su Wanwan shared this sentiment, reminiscent of her earlier counsel. "I have already conveyed my thoughts to her. Now, witnessing her concern for His Majesty and Her Highness brings me joy. In the capital, having genuine friends is no small feat, Wanmei. Being a friend of the Emperor and Empress is naturally a friend of mine, Yang Wanqing. I had noticed her familiarity earlier and was reminded that we had crossed paths before. I'm truly grateful for your timely assistance that day. In the future, should you encounter any troubles in the capital, please feel free to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Su Wanwan quickly waved her hand, playfully dismissing her sister's words. Regardless, she felt a profound happiness in having formed a friendship today. With that, the two raised their glasses and drank together. Although Yang Wanqing and Su Wanwan were not well acquainted, they both sensed that the other was a worthy confidant. Perhaps some individuals and events require no elaborate discourse to foster understanding. Chapter 50. The night of autumn's eve as they departed from the flower garden. Su Wanwan gifted a garment to Yang Wanqing. "Thank you for your thoughtful present. I truly adore it. You're always welcome to visit the flower garden," Yang Wanqing remarked, before removing a hairpin from her head and presenting it to Su Wanwan. "Consider this hairpin a token, should you need my assistance. This will serve as a means to reach me." Su Wanwan accepted the hairpin with a nod. On their way back, Sitayu and Li Yanhe engaged in conversation about the upcoming Autumn's Eve festival. According to her, the festival was merely a few days away, and she hoped that Su Wanwan would join them in the palace. However, if Su Wanwan were to attend, Lin Wei and Li Xiangan would naturally accompany her. As per tradition, the Yongkang Wangfu would also partake in the palace's Autumn's Eve banquet. Observing Situyu's cheerful demeanor, Su Wanwan did not decline the invitation. Even though her relationship with Lin Wei had become somewhat delicate, she refrained from elaborating to Sitayu. She wished to spare her any concern, and publicly, her ties to the Lin family remained intact. During her days in the capital, she had managed to accomplish most of her objectives, barring unforeseen arrangements. Her original intention was to depart before the festival. Now, she found herself compelled to linger a few more days. At the Autumn's Eve banquet, everyone raised their glasses. Lin Wei and Li Xiangan sat together, while Su Wanwan chose a seat closer to Sitayu. On the stage, Li Yanhe, Wen Xin, and Sitayu sat in unison. Below, Lu Simu occasionally cast glances in Su Wanwan's direction. Lin Wei also looked towards Su Wanwan, while Li Xiangan observed Lin Wei before turning to glance at Su Wanwan, taking a sip of water and then patting her stomach. Li Zexu watched Sitayu on stage, his eyes filled with regret, prompting him to consume cup after cup of wine. Sitayu observed both Lin Wei and Li Xiangan, then turned her gaze towards Su Wanwan, realizing that something felt amiss. Su Wanwan too noticed the concern in Situ Yu's eyes. To alleviate her worries, she smiled at the gathering and continued to drink. Li Yinhe raised his glass after several rounds of drinks, addressing the assembly. Today marks Autumn's Eve. All present are like family to me, among family. There is no need for formality. Speak freely. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, Li Zexu remarked. Your Majesty is truly fortunate to be surrounded by such beauties as the Empress and concubine Yu. It is indeed enviable. Upon uttering this, he fixed his gaze intently upon concubine Yu, who, of course, did not return his glance, but instead lowered her head to caress her abdomen. Ha ha! I have yet to inform you all that concubine Yu is with child. We, in southern Shu, shall have an heir. Li Yinhe publicly proclaimed this news. Li Zexu, upon hearing this revelation, felt a mix of surprise and sorrow. He clenched the wine cup tightly in his hand and sat down, lost in thought. Exiner brought forth a restorative soup from the kitchen, urging Situ Yu to drink it while it was still warm. Li Yinhe also noticed Li Xiang'an's prominent belly and sent someone to deliver a bowl to her. Li Xiang'an took a few sips, but, perhaps having drunk too much water, found herself unable to finish the entire bowl, setting it aside. Situ Yu was utterly disinterested in consuming any restorative medicine and left it untouched. Let cool. I have no desire to drink it now. Noticing the subdued atmosphere among the guests, the banquet commenced. The palace dancers performed, and the musicians played courtly melodies. Yet everyone seemed preoccupied with their own thoughts. Lin Wei remained silent throughout, merely drinking cup after cup from the jug. Suddenly, Li Xiang'an grasped Lin Wei's arm, her face contorted with distress. Lin Wei supported her, inquiring, "What is the matter, Your Highness? Are you unwell?" Li Xiang'an pressed her hand against her abdomen, her complexion pale, trembling as she uttered, "General, save me, save the child." Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Lin Wei shouted for the physician. Quickly, summon the physician. The princess has collapsed. Her gaze swept over the table, noticing that Li Xiang'an's food remained nearly untouched, while a significant portion of the soup had been consumed. She pointed at the bowl, exclaiming, "This soup is suspicious, Your Majesty. I implore you to investigate thoroughly." Li Yinhe, taken aback by the scene before him, hurriedly overturned the soup near Situ Yu. "Bring someone to investigate," he commanded. Then, grasping Situ Yu, he repeatedly asked, "Are you all right, Yue?" Situ Yu, too, was startled by the unfolding events. I am fine. I did not drink the medicine." Thus, the autumn evening banquet was abruptly halted. All the palace attendants were encircled. Li Yinhe fixed his gaze upon Wenxin, declaring loudly, "We must uncover the perpetrator behind today's incident. No one is permitted to leave." Wenxin watched Li Yinhe, who appeared almost frantic, and felt a twinge of fear. Within the hall, Lin Wei held Li Xiang'an's hand, awaiting the physician's arrival, who, upon examination, shook his head. Fortunately, having consumed little, Li Xiang'an's life was spared, but the child could not be saved. Su Wanwan, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of panic as she gripped Situ Yu's hand tightly. Meanwhile, Li Yinhe continued to interrogate Wenxin, stating, "If this matter bears any relation to the Empress, then, Empress, your position shall be relinquished." Wenxin, displeased by Li Yinhe's words, retorted, "Your Majesty, do you suspect that I orchestrated this affair? Surely, you underestimate me, Wenxin. I would not resort to such base methods." Li Yinhe, filled with fury, replied, "It is best that it remains so." The guests remained in a state of shock. When Li Xiang'an regained consciousness and beheld the expressions of those around her, understanding dawned upon her. She clutched the blanket tightly, her hand still caressing her abdomen, and as she glanced at the blood-soaked bedding, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. On the night of reunion, anxiety pervaded the hearts of all. No one anticipated such a scenario. It was at this moment that Situ Yu comprehended the lurking peril within the palace, where unseen hands sought to bring about her demise. Yet, by a twist of fate, it was Li Xiang'an who consumed the fateful bowl of medicine. Chapter 51. Turbulence arises within the walls of Yong'an Palace. Situ Yu grasped Su Wanwan's hand tightly, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Su Wanwan gently caressed her abdomen, appearing somewhat lost in thought. She took a handkerchief and delicately wiped Situyu's brow. "Do not worry. Everything will be fine where. Try to rest," she reassured softly. Situyu turned to scrutinize Su Wanwan. Who could it be? Wanner, tell me, at the autumn evening banquet. Such audacity. I merely wish to give birth to a healthy child. I am unafraid, but what of the child? Su Wanwan understood her concern and offered repeated reassurances. I am here. You do not fear. The autumn evening banquet seems to have been premeditated. Alas, poor sister. And Situyu then realized that it was during the autumn evening banquet that she learned of Li Xiang'an's pregnancy and understood Su Wanwan's predicament. I'm sorry, Wanner. I had no idea so much had transpired since your return to the capital. I initially thought your relationship with Lin Wei had improved. In the early days of your arrival, you seemed so joyful. It was my negligence that I failed to perceive that you were concealing your troubles to spare me worry. I am fine, Su Wanwan reassured. Fate brings people together and separates them in due time. Furthermore, I have now discovered my purpose in life. Do not concern yourself. I shall not dwell on current troubles. As for the general, I wish him and sister well. Seeing Su Wanwan's resolve, Situyu sighed. Very well. Since you can think this way, it is indeed good. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to visit the princess. After all, she is the innocent party. That bowl of soup was meant for me, and it weighs heavily on my heart. Su Wanwan nodded. Of course, I shall go with you. Since the autumn evening banquet, anxiety had gripped the palace. In the Shiyu Palace, a maid knelt on the ground, carrying a steaming cup of tea. What are you trembling for? Steady yourself. What is there to fear? Hold it higher. A woman lay languidly on a couch, her expression impassive, her words devoid of any emotional resonance. The atmosphere surrounding her felt distinctly frigid, causing the two other maids nearby to shiver in fear. The kneeling maid stammered, Mistress, I know I have erred. It is my fault for not executing my duties properly. Before the maid could continue, the woman rose abruptly, decisively knocking the teacup from the maid's hands and flicking her sleeve. I have told you countless times, why the panic? The enemy has yet to arrive. And here you are, losing your composure. If no fault has come knocking, then there is no fault at all. Do you understand? The maid lowered her head, unable to meet the woman's gaze. Yes, I understand. The woman displayed a satisfied smile before turning to glare at the other two maids behind her. In unison, they responded, We understand, Your Highness. Then, the woman pointed at the kneeling maid. You shall accompany me to visit the princess. Since the banquet, all food within the palace has been meticulously controlled. Li Xiang'an, who is recuperating in the palace, has become the object of attention for the nobility, who vie for the opportunity to visit her. Lin Wei worries that the influx of visitors may disrupt her recovery. Furthermore, since the loss of her child, Li Xiang'an has refrained from speaking to anyone, enveloped in sorrow. Consequently, she has turned away all who come to pay their respects. On this day, Situyu, accompanied by Su Wanwan, fortuitously encounters Xian Fei. From a distance, Situyu perceives the icy demeanor of Xian Fei. Curious, Su Wanwan inquires about her identity. Situyu quietly informs her that is Xian Fei, Song Jinshu. She is the adopted daughter of the Song Taiwei's household. Shortly after the ascension, amidst the political instability, she was among countless noble ladies presented to the court. Su Wanwan glances at Situyu, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for her. In the past, the carefree Situyu yearned for a lifelong companion. Yet now, confined within the palace, she must endure the sight of her beloved marrying one woman after another, which must be deeply painful. Momentarily, Su Wanwan feels a sense of unease. Situyu gently pats her arm, asking, What troubles you, Wana? Regaining had composure, Su Yanyan responds. Oh, it's nothing. Do we still need to interact with Xian Fei? Situyu waves her hand dismissively. No need. I am unfamiliar with the concubines of the harem. And he has granted me the privilege of moving freely within the palace, so there is no need to curry favor with them. Let us proceed. With that, she takes Su Wanwan's hand and leads the way into the hall. Observing this scene, Song Jinshu lets out a cold laugh and remarks to her maid. She has always been this way, marching to her own drum. In this shackled palace, she is akin to a rabbit, unaware that the true hunters abound here. The maid bows her head, confused. This servant is dull-witted. What does the lady mean? Song Jinshu shakes her head. You need not understand. Just ensure you do not tremble, and that will suffice. Within the hall, Li Xiangyan sits with her back turned, silent. Lin Wei sits beside the couch, lost in thought. Sityu occupies a seat at the table, while Su Wanwan stands beside her. Your Highness, I can empathize with your feelings. The perpetrator remains unpunished, and it is crucial for you to regain your strength and spirit. Look around. So many care for you. For their sake, you must strive to live well. Sityu begins, but is interrupted by a voice nearby. Why is the Yu Fei not resting in Yong'an Palace to nurture her pregnancy, but instead seeking favors from the county lord? Everyone knows that the bowl of soup was originally intended for her sister. Sityu turns to see Song Jinshu, her cold words igniting anger within her. What is the meaning of this? Are you blaming me for not consuming that bowl of soup? Song Jinshu replies coolly. I have not said such a thing, Your Highness. It is you who have misconstrued my meaning. Li Xiangyan, overhearing their exchange and recalling the events of the banquet, feels her heart wrench in agony. Tears stream down her cheeks as she weakly cries out, Leave. All of you leave. Su Wanwan clutches Sityu's arm, sensing the current atmosphere is best left undisturbed. She shakes her head at Sityu, understanding her silent plea. Sityu reluctantly nods and prepares to depart. At this moment, Song Jinshu spread her sleeves and waved them, deliberately obstructing Sityu's path. Is my sister leaving already? It seems it is nothing remarkable, she remarked. Everyone in the palace knows that Consort Yu is a close friend of Miss Su here. Oh, I misspoke. She should be referred to as the general's secondary wife. This secondary wife visiting the main wife in sickness is hardly an act of goodwill, is it? You. Sityu's face flushed with anger upon hearing these words, and she raised her hand as if to slap Xian Fei. Su Wanwan seized Sityu's hand, cautioning her, do not let your temper disturb the baby. She then gently guided her to the side. Turning to Xian Fei, Su Wanwan spoke slowly, Your Highness, I am not well acquainted with you, so I am uncertain where I might have offended you. I have learned from Yuer that you are the daughter of the Grand Commandant. As a distinguished lady of the capital, your words and actions reflect upon your esteemed family. Until today, I was unaware that a lady of such noble lineage could display such divisive and malicious intent, so quick to judge others' hearts. Given your behavior today, as you and Yuer are both favored consorts of the Emperor, and with Yuer now pregnant, is your aggressive demeanor meant to provoke distress in her, endangering the child she carries? In response to Su Wanwan's words, Song Jinshu's indifferent countenance revealed a hint of malice, while her handmaiden trembled behind her. Leave? Did you not hear? Lin Wei rose, pointing towards the exit. The princess requires tranquility. Cease your words, or I shall not heed the palace's decorum. Observing Lin Wei's furious demeanor, Song Jinshu said nothing further, merely turning to push her handmaiden away, reprimanding her to depart. Su Wanwan supported Sityu, casting a glance at Lin Wei and then at Li Xiangyan on the couch. She understood that Lin Wei was troubled and felt guilty. Such incidents were indeed disheartening. On their way back to Yong'an Palace, Sityu kept muttering about Xian Fei, her anger palpable. Wanner, we have no grievances with her, yet she speaks so provocatively today. Who does she think she is to insult you like that? Does she even know you? What a disgrace. Enough, enough. Do not let her words disturb your peace. That would only fulfill her malicious intent. Let us not upset the child within you. Su Wanwan consoled her, feigning a cheerful demeanor, unwilling to let Sityu feel disheartened due to her. Sityu gently caressed her belly, calming her breath. You are right. After all, Wanner, you will be the child's godmother, will you not? Su Wanwan smiled, affectionately affirming, Indeed, I shall definitely be the godmother. That is more like it. Sityu nodded in satisfaction. As they exchanged these words, suddenly, a handmaiden rushed towards them in a flurry, exclaiming, Not good, not good. Your Highness, you must hurry to Fomin Palace. Sityu, puzzled, inquired what is the matter. What has happened? The handmaiden quickly cleared her throat, striving to compose herself. It is the Emperor. A short while ago, an inner attendant came to Yong'an Palace to report that, due to the autumn festival banquet, the Emperor has confined the Empress. Now, the Emperor is in Yong'an Palace, insisting on deposing her. What? Such is the reality. The murderer remains at large, and there exists no evidence implicating the queen. Your Majesty's current actions will only sow discord among the ministers in the court. This cannot stand. I must hasten to counsel him. Although Sityu has had little interaction with Wenxin, she feels an inexplicable connection to this matter. She does not pose a threat to Wenxin's position, particularly since Wenxin's affections do not lie with Li Yinhe. After much contemplation, she senses something amiss. Su Wanwan, concerned about Sityu's emotional turmoil, stays by her side. As for the present situation, from an outsider's perspective, she comprehends it clearly, and thus she strives to soothe Sityu, while temporarily setting aside her thoughts of Lin Wei. Chapter 52. Rumors abound. Su Wanwan supports Sityu as they make their way to Foman Palace. Before they even reach the palace doors, they hear the sounds of a heated argument within. On what basis does your majesty confine me, given that there is no evidence? This is favoritism. Not only does it chill my heart, but it also chills the hearts of the Wen clan. If you wish to depose me, then we shall see how you silence the voices of the civil and military officials and quell the murmurs of the world. Silence. Are you threatening me? Do you dare swear that the medicinal soup on that day had nothing to do with you? What do I have to fear? I, Wenxin, swear to the heavens that I was completely unaware of the autumn banquet. Or else what? Are you feeling guilty? Or else the Wen clan shall never prosper. And you, Wenxin, shall find no place to rest in death. Are you satisfied now, your majesty? Li Yinhe remained silent, his rage rendering his visage fearsome. At that moment, Sityu pushed the door open and entered. Enough! The princess is still recovering in the palace, and the true culprit roams free. What purpose does your bickering serve? Upon seeing Sityu enter with her prominent belly, Li Yinhe hurriedly composed himself. He approached her, saying, Why are you here? Shouldn't you be resting in the palace? You are now carrying 2 lives. Take care of yourself. Sityu brushed aside Li Yinhe's concern. If I don't come, will you continue your reckless antics? Are you preparing to depose the queen next? And then what? Bestow the title of queen upon me? Seeing that Sityu was displeased, Li Yinhe felt a wave of confusion. Typically astute in matters of the court, he found himself overwhelmed with emotion when it came to Sityu, fearing the loss of her and their child. For a moment, he could not respond to her inquiries. With a guilty expression, he murmured, I'm not like that. Sityu, looking directly into Li Yinhe's eyes, pressed, Do you wish the whole world to label me a femme fatale and see me ascend to this ill-gotten throne? Is this how you perceive me, Sityu? With that, she walked straight towards Wenxin, helping her rise from the ground. I apologize on behalf of His Majesty. I know this matter does not concern you, though I cannot fathom why. I am certain that the proud queen is not a scheming villain behind the scenes. Seeing Sityu's unwavering conviction, Wenxin felt a pang of sorrow. Li Yinhe, her husband, not only showed her no affection, but also harbored no trust in her. As a consort, Sityu still believed in her own innocence, which struck her as somewhat amusing. She fought back tears of indignation and gently pushed away Sityu's arm. Leave me be. I do not require anyone's pity, she declared, turning her back on him. Observing her, Sityu understood that Wenxin was a proud woman who would never wish for others to witness her in such a state, and thus he refrained from saying more. The following day in the court, ministers flocked to voice their opinions, debating the matter of deposing the empress. As expected, several officials led by Minister Wen vehemently criticized the favored consort, accusing her of enchanting the sovereign and provoking discontent among others, nearly jeopardizing the royal lineage. In an instant, Sityu, a victim in this turmoil, was labeled a self-inflicted seductress. Li Yinhe, infuriated, withdrew from the morning court early. Within the confines of Yong'an Palace, Sityu wore a troubled expression. Su Wanwan had also overheard the gossip circulating outside. Wanner, I never anticipated that this palace would become a place where right and wrong are turned upside down. How foolish of me to believe that if I did not provoke others, they would not provoke me in return. In hindsight, my naivety is evident. Su Wanwan, sensing the gravity of the situation, shared her suspicions. From what I've gathered from Yuer, the Empress is not the sort to stab others in the back. However, the appearance of the favored consort that day raises questions about her intentions. Concerned for Sityu's precarious position in the palace, she felt compelled to devise a plan. Yuer, Although this palace is heavily guarded, it remains a place rife with intrigue. Do you wish to leave? Leave? Situyu's eyes widened in disbelief, intrigued by Su Wanwan's suggestion. But Wanner, Liena would never agree to that. Besides, I genuinely cherish him. I despise this palace, yet I must remain because he is here. Su Wanwan sensed that Situyu misunderstood her intent. No, I mean a temporary departure from the palace. Before your delivery, who knows how many eyes are upon you. It would be wise to vacate this tumultuous place beforehand. Situyu nodded in agreement. Of course, but how can we orchestrate such an escape? With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Su Wanwan replied, Then let us turn the tables. The world labels you a seductress. So why not embrace that role for a time? Within Xie Palace, Song Jinshu shattered a teacup in a fit of rage. The maidservants, as usual, knelt in apology. After venting her frustration, she led the maidservants to Fengmen Palace. Before departing, she instructed, ensure everything is arranged properly. The trembling maidservants responded, Yes, Your Highness, the favored consort. Song Jinshu, the favored consort, had known Empress Wenxin since childhood. The families of the Grand Commander and Minister frequently interacted, and Wenxin and Song Jinshu shared a close friendship. In their youth, they confided in one another, and Wenxin was aware of Song Jinshu's affection for a certain young man. Song Jinyan, the legitimate son of the Grand Commander. Years prior, the Grand Commander had taken in the 15-year-old Song Jinshu, who had received her name from Song Jinyan. At 17, Song Jinyan was studying in the study when he learned that his father had brought home a delicate young girl, dressed in coarse fabric with numerous patches. She appeared frail and timid, starkly contrasting with the other residents of the Grand Commander's household. While practicing his newly learned calligraphy, he caught sight of the diminutive girl before him. Who is she, father? Song Jinyan gazed at the young girl before him. Although slender, her skin was fair and her figure graceful. The girl timidly looked at the man, murmuring, My name is Pinger. Song Taiwei shook his head, saying no. That name is unworthy, akin to floating duckweed. Nienner, why don't you bestow her a name? Startled, Song Jinyan replied me, then glancing at the character she had just practiced. Who sends a brocade letter from the clouds? Let's call her Jinshu. How does that sound, father? Song Taiwei burst into laughter. Jinshu? Excellent. From now on, you shall be called Song Jinshu, no longer Pinger. Do you understand? The girl nodded. However, everything took a turn on the day Jinshu entered the palace. The bond between Jinshu and Jinyan was known to Wenxin, who felt a pang of emotion. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. They never imagined that one day, both would find themselves within the imperial palace. Since entering the palace, Wenxin and Jinshu had seldom met. Until this day, it was Jinshu's first initiative to visit Wenxin's quarters. Previously, she had never ventured to Fengmen Palace, understanding that Jinshu bore her own burdens, and thus refrained from punishing her for disrespect. On this day, Jinshu arrived uninvited. Xian Fei pays her respects to Her Majesty the Queen. May you live 1,000 years. Wenxin set aside her book, looking at her in surprise. Rise, there is no need for such formality between us. Jinshu replied calmly, Such are the palace rules, and I must adhere to them. Wenxin assisted her to her feet. Jinshu, I know your heart is heavy. How I long for our days of yore. Jinshu remained impassive. Your Majesty jest. We each have our roles now. The past is behind us, and we must look forward. Currently, concubine Yu stands as our obstacle. Can you swallow this grievance? Wenxin turned to Jinshu, suddenly sensing a chill in her demeanor. What do you mean? Was that bowl of soup prepared by you? Jinshu smiled slightly. If your Majesty believes so, then it is. If I do not, then it is not. As Wenxin pondered recent events, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She had not anticipated that the current Jinshu would feel so foreign, almost unrecognizable. Chapter 53. The winds of the capital in Wenxin's eyes. The former Jinshu was gentle and courteous. Though somewhat distant, her heart was kind. Wenxin understood that Jinshu's entrance into the palace was not her true desire, yet the current Jinshu's behavior struck her as absurd. Staring wide-eyed, she took a step back and asked, What is your purpose? I do not comprehend. Do you know this is a road to ruin? Why? Jinshu sneered. A road to ruin? It has always been thus. From the moment I entered the Taiwei residence and became an adopted daughter, my fate was sealed. Now, I merely tread this path. Ultimately, I have always been a pawn in the Taiwei's game. Whether I live or die holds no significance for me. Wenxin shook her head. Yet you cannot seek your own demise. Concubine Yu is the emperor's beloved. Her life outweighs the combined worth of all the women in this harem. In his eyes, only she matters. Jin Shu glared fiercely at Wenxin. Do you think I am unaware of these truths? I harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him. Despite having a beloved, why must he jeopardize the lives of those like us? Wenxin gazed at her, perplexed, and inquired, Hate him? You despise his majesty? Song Jin Shu fixed her gaze upon Wenxin and declared, Indeed, I loathe Li Yinhe, the Grand Commandant's manor, the imperial palace, and all of it. Since entering the palace, Wenxin remained unaware of the trial Song Jin Shu had endured. Yet the current version of Song Jin Shu felt foreign and somewhat frightening to her. She admonished, You seem to be in a daze. Return to your Xia palace and calm yourself. Song Jin Shu retorted with a cold smile, I did not come here to reminisce. I have come to forge an alliance with you. What do you mean? What is it that you desire? Wenxin, who had never engaged in conspiracies against others and held disdain for such deeds, felt a surge of anger, rather than mere indignation. It was a sense of disappointment that someone who was once gentle and courteous had transformed into a jealous woman of the inner palace. She could not accept this change. Song Jin Shu, indifferent to Wenxin's intentions, had meticulously arranged everything. Her purpose for this visit was merely to inform the Empress that in a few days, the royal ancestral worship ceremony would take place. According to tradition, His Majesty and the Empress would attend together, while the concubines would remain at the rear of the procession. On that day, Your Majesty, you need merely to capture His Majesty's attention, she stated. What are you plotting? The royal ancestral worship is a grave matter. Any mistake could lead to the annihilation of 9 clans. I will not permit your reckless actions, Wenxin reproached. 3 days hence, the ancestral worship ceremony will occur. Initially, Li Yinhe intended for Situ Yu to stay within Yong'an Palace, fearing the chaos of the crowd might endanger her. Unexpectedly, Situ Yu insisted on attending. Reluctantly, Li Yinhe reiterated his advice for her to take care of herself. Situ Yu nodded in agreement, reflecting on her conversation with Wanwan from a few days prior. Situ Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. However, rather than remain in the palace fretting day after day, it was better to prepare in advance. Based on your insights, I suspect the ancestral worship ceremony will serve as a pivotal moment. The individuals behind this will not overlook such an opportunity, Su Wanwan advised, urging Situ Yu to exercise caution. Having received Song Jin Shu's warning, Wenxin was naturally concerned that something might go awry during the ceremony. Thus she occasionally cast glances towards the rear. Li Yinhe sensed the unusual atmosphere. Traditionally, Wenxin was composed and dignified, yet today she appeared unsettled. He inquired, What troubles you? Is something amiss? Wenxin snapped back to reality, concealing her thoughts with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Amidst their conversation, a sudden flurry of crows erupted from either side of the procession, swooping low. The palace maids and eunuchs hurried to disperse them, while the concubines sought refuge. Situ Yu, positioned at the rear of the procession and burdened, felt a push from behind as chaos ensued. In the ensuing commotion, she lost her footing and fell to the ground, causing alarm among the onlookers. 2 eunuchs seized the opportunity to approach her, attempting to drag her away while concealing knives within their sleeves, making them hard to detect. Fortunately, having heeded Su Wanwan's advice, Situ Yu was prepared. She had earlier secured soft protective bindings around her waist and legs, which Su Wanwan had personally assisted her with, repeatedly cautioning her of the high likelihood of danger on this outing. It was always wise to be prepared. Wanwan's words echoed in her mind. The gleaming blade before her reflected ominously in her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Situ Yu swiftly withdrew the hairpin from her head and thrust it forward. In mere moments, she resolved the immediate threat. Initially an uneventful situation, the sudden appearance of blood sent the palace servants and consorts into a state of panic. Whispers circulated among them, suggesting that the beloved consort you might be harboring ill fortune, as a flock of crows circled ominously, and even harmed a nearby eunuch. At that moment, as the attention of the crowd turned towards her, two eunuchs, sensing the dire situation, bit their tongues and took their own lives. Observing the unfolding scene, Situ mused. Ah, so this was a trap laid for me. First the crows, then the eunuchs. It seems the title of a calamity-bringing enchantress may indeed be firmly affixed to my name. Several consorts began to assert that consort you had likely attracted some unclean spirit. And soon, rumors swirled, claiming she could not remain, but the child she bore might be a harbinger of disaster. The following day, the streets buzzed with gossip, proclaiming that consort you must leave, her pregnancy seen as a bane, with tales of the enchantress escalating. During the morning court session, Wanwan assisted Situ as they passed through the grand hall. Nearby officials pointed and whispered, with one boldly proclaiming, "Preposterous! The inner palace must not interfere with governance. The court is a place for state matters. How could consort you trespass?" Liyinha appeared somewhat astonished, signaling her to depart swiftly. Yet Situ, with her belly prominently displayed, knelt upon the court floor. "I, Situ, am wronged. The events of the night banquet, the ancestral rites, the crows, and eunuchs, all conspired against me by lowly schemers." Liyinha furrowed his brow and replied, "I am aware. I will ensure it is addressed properly." Faced with such blatant disregard for palace decorum, the officials expressed their disapproval, but Situ remained unfazed, sweeping her sleeves as she departed. Once outside the hall, she quietly inquired of Wanwan, "Wanner, do you see? Am I not sufficiently mischievous now?" Wanwan nodded, stifling a smile. "Indeed, had you not feigned it so convincingly, even I might have believed it. An enchantress? It seems quite fitting." Once they had distanced themselves, the two exchanged glances to ensure they were unobserved before erupting into laughter. Chapter 54. A hasty farewell rumors spread, officials offered counsel, and the inner palace buzzed with dissent, compelling Liyinha to impose punishment upon consort Yu. Situ was stripped of her title, demoted to a mere beauty, and relocated from Yong'an Palace to a royal residence. As she prepared to depart, Wanwan bid her farewell. Having spent a considerable time in the capital, it was indeed time to leave. Situ cautiously asked Wanner, "Have you truly made your decision? Are you leaving the capital without a word to Lin Wei? Have you genuinely thought this through?" Wanwan paused in contemplation before replying. "For some time, I have pondered this. I'm unsure when it began, but I realized I had developed feelings for him. I struggled with this, hesitated. However, on the day I arrived in the capital and saw sister, and witnessing her gaze upon Ahung, I suddenly felt like the extraneous one. Thus, I bless Ahung and sister, and though it pains me greatly, I cannot comprehend my own feelings." Situ grasped Wanwan's hand and spoke with patience. "I understand. Wanner, I can empathize. I know you do not favor this place. Very well, let us not speak of him any longer. Remember to come back often. I am here." As she spoke, she placed Wanwan's hand on her own abdomen, adding, "And your goddaughter is here too." Tears glistened in both their eyes as Wanwan, with a resigned smile, inquired, "Goddaughter? How do you know it's a girl? It could very well be a little prince." Situ caressed her belly and asserted, "If I say she is a daughter, then she is indeed a daughter. I prefer daughters." While saying this, she pointed to her belly, imploring, "It must be a girl. Is it truly because of preference? If not born into royalty, Situ would certainly hope for a son, so she could teach him to ride, shoot, and practice martial arts. However, with a daughter, she would be at a loss regarding the interests of girls. Yet, since the child's father is the king, she instead wishes for a princess who would not have to vie for power or provoke jealousy among the other consorts." Watching Wanwan's departing figure, she sighed softly. After bidding farewell to Lu Simu, Wanwan boarded the carriage for her journey. Now that she was returning to the capital, Lu Simu had no reason to accompany her further and could only see her off from a distance. Wanwan lowered the carriage curtain and glanced around before telling the driver, "Let us depart." The carriage moved slowly for some time, and the noise from outside gradually faded away. After a while, the driver halted the carriage. With the jostling of the vehicle, Wanwan was jolted slightly as well. She lifted the curtain and asked the driver, "What is happening? Why have we stopped?" Before she could finish her question, she noticed a figure nearby. Following the horse's line of sight, she saw Lin Wei approaching on horseback. "Wanner, let us talk," he called out, gesturing toward a pavilion ahead. Although Su Wanwan had not intended to inform Lin Wei prior to her departure, she instinctively glanced around as she left. She could not quite articulate why she felt this way, but upon seeing Lin Wei, her mood calmed considerably. Lu Simu had informed Lin Wei of her news, believing that Su Wanwan's departure from the capital warranted Lin Wei's awareness, and it would be beneficial if the two could resolve their misunderstandings. Once Lin Wei secured his horse, he entered the pavilion and sat beside the railing. "This matter concerning concubine you relates to you, does it not?" Su Wanwan nodded in acknowledgement. The palace was a place rife with intrigue, and now that Yuera was in the royal villa, it was best for her to focus on her pregnancy. As for the rumors outside, she would not concern herself with them. Lin Wei had already surmised as much, but these days, due to attending to the princess, he had been unable to manage these affairs. Nonetheless, he had dispatched subordinates to investigate, and they had reported back, so he was generally aware of the events transpiring. On the day concubine Yu left the palace, a maid from the service bureau had drowned herself in a well, leaving behind a suicide note claiming that the incident at the autumn evening banquet was solely her doing, intending to create chaos should concubine Yu encounter difficulties, allowing her to steal treasures from the palace and escape. Su Wanwan found this somewhat laughable and, feeling a surge of emotion, exclaimed, "A maid? Would a mere servant plot against a consort for wealth? Moreover, the palace is heavily guarded. How could a maid possibly escape? This explanation is rather far-fetched, don't you think?" Lin Wei was acutely aware that this was merely the manipulation of unseen hands. On the surface, it was claimed that the palace maid was unable to endure the hardships of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. However, the individual dispatched to investigate found that the maid's skin was fair and unblemished, utterly devoid of the calluses that would result from daily labor. Moreover, on that very day, 2 eunuchs responsible for procuring fresh produce for the palace had also drowned in the lake. The evidence left behind suggested that the maid had conspired with the eunuchs to escape. Though everything appeared meticulously orchestrated, the details were riddled with inconsistencies that could not withstand scrutiny. Su Wanwan nodded, her indignation mounting. It was evident that someone had deliberately planted misleading evidence while concealing the true orchestrator of these events. 3 lives lost. Was the imperial palace truly this treacherous? Lin Wei sighed softly and remarked, "Even the most careful plans can have flaws." The quarrel between Consort Xian and Consort Yu that day was no mere coincidence. It was likely a probe into the situation. Minister Song has always maintained a close relationship with one, and given that Consort Xian is a ward of the minister's household, this matter may be inextricably linked to one. Su Wanwan recognized that Lin Wei did not trust this so-called evidence, and her emotions began to settle. Indeed, that day, the maid beside Consort Xian was exceptionally tense. Perhaps the general can find a breakthrough here. "Very well, I shall assign someone to keep watch," Lin Wei replied. He then raised his gaze cautiously to ask Su Wanwan, "Will you return?" Su Wanwan met his eyes for a few seconds before responding with a puzzled "Hmm." Lin Wei spoke softly, "I know that whatever I say now is futile. Originally, Su Wanwan understood that at this moment, Lin Wei was at a loss for words. And the more he spoke, the more meaningless it became. She realized that there was an insurmountable distance between them. Turning away, she said, "General, many events may well be destined by fate. We must all do our utmost and accept the will of heaven." Lin Wei comprehended her resolve, yet he felt a pang of reluctance. "I am sorry, Wanner. However, I still wish for you to call me Aang. Must our relationship remain so estranged?" Su Wanwan offered no reply, instead leaving him with a single remark, "Take good care of the princess. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Watching Su Wanwan's departing figure, so resolute as if she had never invested any emotion, Lin Wei found himself bereft of any reason to retain her. In a fleeting moment, he recalled the scene of stargazing beneath the eaves just days prior. What had once been a warming relationship had turned cold due to unexpected events. It was not anyone's fault. Perhaps it was indeed fate, he mused. Once back in the carriage, Su Wanwan began to wipe away the tears that streamed down her face. Quietly allowing herself to weep, she felt a pang of reluctance, but understood that departure was inevitable. Chapter 55. Business Ventures in the Capital. Su Wanwan found her emotions difficult to control, regardless of the time. One event after another had unfolded, yet upon returning to Shuiyun town, she felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation, as if she had discovered a sanctuary for her spirit. It had been a long time since she last visited John Weidang. Her previous agreement with the owner of Cheongjian Cloth Shop was for a one-week trial. She had not anticipated that a trip to the capital would delay her return by nearly half a month. The shop's diligent employee, Agio, was industrious and hardworking. Yet the lack of business made him feel somewhat idle. Upon seeing Su Wanwan return after her prolonged absence, he expressed genuine delight. The proprietor has returned. At long last, you have returned, dear proprietor. I was beginning to think that our shop might close down due to its desolation in your absence, remarked Agio with a hint of grievance in his tone. Su Wanwan smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I merely ventured to Kyoto and was delayed by certain matters. Now that I am back, I shall diligently manage the shop. You may resume your duties. Agio scratched his head, confessing, well, there isn't much to do, really. Business has been sparse, and I've already dusted the counter 5 times. Su Wanwan felt a twinge of helplessness. Well aware of Agio's straightforward nature, he spoke his mind without embellishments or concealments. It's all right. Why not head to the storeroom and conduct a thorough inventory? Check carefully for any discrepancies. By the way, where is Lai Shi? Agio hesitated, recalling how Lai Shi had earlier invited him to the backyard for a game of dice. Despite the lack of customers, Agio felt guilty about slacking off as an employee. Noticing Agio's reluctance, Su Wanwan surmised, Lai Shi must have taken the opportunity to laze about in my absence. Hasn't he? You needn't shield him. Besides, your demeanor hardly suggests you're capable of deceit. There's no need to put you in a bind. Off you go. Agio nodded and headed to the storeroom, while Su Wanwan made her way to the backyard. He thought to himself that Lai Shi would have to fend for himself this time. Upon reaching the backyard, she found Lai Shi engrossed in merriment with a few others, shouting, "Come on, is it big or small? Once you place your bets, there's no backing out," gesturing animatedly at them. When the others spotted Su Wanwan approaching, they pretended to be busy, leaving Lai Shi to continue exclaiming, "Hey, we haven't even guessed yet. Why are you all leaving? Can we still play?" He then declared, "I bet it's big." Upon revealing the dice, he discovered it was small instead. He burst into laughter, only to suddenly realize the awkwardness of the situation. Quickly shoving the dice into his clothing, he turned back with an embarrassed grin. Su Wanwan returned his awkward smile, considering teasing him further. She then fixed him with a serious expression. "I knew you were slacking off. Why can't you take a page from a GOS book? He would rather polish the tables 5 times than be idle. Are you enjoying yourself here?" Lai Shi quickly wiped down a nearby stone pedestal, exclaiming, "The proprietor has returned. Look at you, you've lost weight. It's clear the fare outside was unsatisfactory. Today, I shall order some exquisite dishes for you. You've worked hard, please. Take a seat." Seeing the obsequiousness in Lai Shi's demeanor, Su Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, you and your silver tongue. Save the good dishes for yourself. If you fill your belly, the rest of us at Zanweitang shall surely be sated as well. You are quite the character." Lai Shi stood by, feigning innocence. "Oh no. You jest, dear proprietor. You are, after all, our benefactor." Su Wanwan shook her head. "I am not jesting. My return is solely to manage the shop effectively. In a few days, we shall rely on your charm to attract business." Lai Shi promptly responded, "Understood. Whatever you command, dear proprietor." The goods previously acquired from Cheongjian remain stored in the warehouse. It is imperative that we promote them effectively. The novelty of these items is undoubtedly their advantage. Yet the limited market demand signifies a smaller target audience. Presently, Su Wanwan does not seem inclined to advertise them directly, leaving Linger somewhat perplexed by her actions. Logically, one would assume that newly acquired goods should have been displayed in the shop long ago. However, over a month has passed, and Su Wanwan shows no intention of introducing new stock. Curiously, Linger inquires, "Sister, are you not planning to pay attention to the batch of goods from Cheongjian? If they remain unsold for too long, they will become old stock." Su Wanwan replies nonchalantly, "There is no rush. Even if we were to display them, no one would dare to purchase. Although the styles are novel, they are not in vogue. Do you know what dictates the fashion of clothing in this locality?" Linger ponders for a moment. Could it be the purchasing habits of affluent families? Su Wanwan chuckles. You're only partially correct. In the capital, the purchases of noble families are indeed of the highest quality and serve as a lucrative path for many merchants. However, this is not the case here. Linger, still confused, asks, then what is the path to success here? Leaning in, Su Wanwan whispers Huanyang. What? Linger gasps, finding it somewhat unbelievable, and continues, but isn't that inappropriate? After all, it's not a place we frequent often. Although I know you treat everyone equally, this reputation is not good. Linger looks awkwardly at Su Wanwan, who bursts into laughter. Linger, what are you thinking? I often encourage you to read more and understand the ways of the world. When I mention Huanyang, I do not mean what you think. In Maxiang Town, not far from us, there is a place called Shuaiyuan, where talented young ladies and gentlemen gather. At this, Linger widens her eyes in astonishment, covering her mouth. Young gentlemen? There are also. Su Wanwan nods. Yes, they're young gentlemen, but not in the way you imagine. Shuaiyuan was established by a gentleman named Mr. Sun, and most of its inhabitants are talented individuals who have fallen on hard times and homeless young women. While they may not be masters of every art, each possesses their own strengths. Many who visit are cultured individuals, engaging in mutual skill exchange. Linger finally calms her surprise. Oh, I see. I had no idea such a place existed. Su Wanwan continues. Indeed, the Huanyang is the chosen leader of Shuaiyuan, and her lifestyle influences the local populace, prompting them to emulate her. Linger suddenly has a realization, tapping her head. Oh, I understand now, sister. You mean we should approach Huanyang and have her wear clothes from our shop? That way, we need not worry about sales, right? Su Wanwan nods, pleased. It seems our Linger is quite clever after all. You have finally grasped the concept. However, how shall we persuade Huanyang? It certainly does not sound like a simple task. It appears we must visit Maxiang Town soon, as the new Huanyang election is approaching, and perhaps we can join the festivities. As fate would have it, their journey to Chongqing would take them through Maxiang Town. At that moment, Su Wanwan found herself utterly astonished by the scene before her. She had not anticipated that beyond the city of Kyoto lay such an enchanting paradise. The townspeople fervently rallied around the flower lady, and accepting the flowers bestowed upon them symbolized the acceptance of talent. Even students preparing for examinations in the capital sought her blessings, hoping to receive flowers that would ensure their success in the upcoming year. Linger had never witnessed such a spectacle. The lively atmosphere filled her with joy. Oh, how delightful! I adore the hustle and bustle, she exclaimed. However, she added, sister, I never imagined you possessed a knack for business. Su Wanwan shook her head, offering a wry smile as she replied, I possess no such talent. I merely learned from a book. A book? Linger inquired with curiosity, as she had never seen Su Wanwan study any business-related text before, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Su Wanwan also found it astonishing and mused that many things are governed by fate. Indeed, it was when Granny Lu invited me to assist in tailoring garments for the wives of affluent families. On one occasion, I stumbled upon a book titled The Way of Merchants in a Merchant's Residence. I found it quite intriguing and decided to peruse it. There was a passage about adapting business practices to local conditions, which sparked my recent inspiration. Linger suddenly understood, exclaiming, oh, so that's it? It seems the adage there is a treasure trove within books holds true. In the past, when you were at home, I thought your reading was merely a way to pass the time. Now it appears I must read more. Su Wanwan playfully tapped Linger's head, urging, I have told you countless times, read more and observe closely. Hurry and pack. We must not delay our departure. Linger touched her head, made a silly face, and cheerfully replied, Is it really that simple? Very well. However, the thought of learning business from you fills me with newfound excitement for life. Su Wanwan smiled and remarked, Not just you. I feel the same way. Chapter 56. The flower-picking garden in Maxiang Town is renowned far and wide. In a place where material wealth is relatively abundant, the pursuit of a spiritually enriched life has become a norm. This is precisely why Su Wanwan felt astonished as she passed through Maxiang. Previously, she had been in Kyoto, a city situated in a bustling area, permeated with the scent of money, yet often exuding a sense of coldness. If one were to liken places to individuals, Kyoto would resemble a shrewd merchant, while Maxiang would embody a cultured scholar. The proprietor of the flower-picking garden, Sun Yun, seldom graced Ma Xiang with his presence. Although he was the founder of the establishment, the number of times one could encounter him in a year was quite limited. Consequently, over time, his existence became shrouded in mystique. Some claimed he was a practitioner of the Tao, dedicating most of his time to spiritual cultivation. Others speculated that he was a scion of a wealthy family, living under an assumed identity. There were even whispers that he was a beggar who had fled from famine, having struck it rich through gambling. As they approached the entrance of the flower-picking garden, they found it congested to the point of being impassable. Ling Er, carrying a light bundle, looked puzzled and asked, "Sister, is this all we brought? Can we truly win over the flower lady with just this? At this rate, we might not even be able to enter the flower-picking garden." Su Wanwan gazed at the scene before her and shook her head. "To be honest, I'm uncertain as well. Given the current circumstances, we can only take one step at a time." Ling Er, unaware of Su Wanwan's thoughts, felt perplexed. "But we have nothing with us. How can we possibly impress the lady of the flower pavilion with mere words?" Su Wanwan sighed. "Zhang Weitang's business has not improved. We have spent a considerable amount of silver, and now we truly cannot offer any gold or jewels. Besides, the flower pavilion holds immense prestige here. I suspect that mere wealth would no longer sway them. To them, these material possessions are but trifles." Linger nodded in agreement, yet could not help but mutter, "Trifles? I hold those trifles in high regard. If I do not want them, I would gladly accept them. If only I could also learn to view gold and jewels as mere trifles. How wonderful that would be." Seeing Linger's pragmatic demeanor, Su Wanwan found it somewhat amusing, but acknowledged that entering the flower pavilion required careful consideration. "All right, Linger, as long as we work diligently, we will achieve our goals. Believe in yourselves. Let us first rest at the tea house across the street, find a place to stay, and then devise our plans." Upon hearing that they could take a break, Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That sounds great. Enjoying a cup of tea would be lovely." The two ordered some tea and snacks. Taking a moment to rest their feet, from their vantage point on the upper floor, they observed a bustling crowd in front of the flower pavilion, a sight full of life. Soon enough, a few individuals at the neighboring table, visibly drenched in sweat, called out to the proprietor for tea. They had likely just come from the flower pavilion. One of them lamented, "At this rate, when will we ever be able to enter the flower pavilion? The crowd is overwhelming, and this is merely the first gate. I have heard that to truly reach the flower pavilion, one must pass through 3 gates. Another chimed in, "Indeed, these 3 gates are like 3 formidable barriers. Meeting the esteemed Jiu lady is no easy feat." Both shook their heads, appearing quite disheartened. Su Wanwan and Ling Er listened in silence until the group fell quiet and resumed sipping their tea. Su Wanwan gradually rose and approached the neighboring table, politely inquiring, "Gentlemen, I overheard you mention that entering the flower pavilion requires passing through 3 gates. Might you kindly elaborate on what those gates are? Allow me to cover this table's expenses." The men exchanged astonished glances, and one asked, "Miss, you must be from out of town, for your accent does not suggest you are local. Are you also here to see the Jiu lady?" Although Su Wanwan was unfamiliar with the identity of the Jiu lady, she could surmise her significance, given her renowned stature. "Oh no, I merely heard that the flower pavilion is quite esteemed, and its young gentlemen and ladies are said to possess both beauty and talent. I am curious to see if the rumors hold true." Upon hearing this, one man explained, "I see. You seem to possess an extraordinary demeanor, suggesting you are well educated. Your chances of gaining entry are likely greater than ours. We have read very few books, and if fortune favors us, we might make it to the 2nd gate." Su Wanwan, intrigued, inquired, "The 2nd gate?" The man nodded. "Yes, the number of people wishing to enter the flower pavilion is exceedingly high. Thus, to manage the daily flow of visitors, one must successfully navigate through these 3 gates. The first gate relies entirely on fortune, as a limited number of flower tokens are distributed daily. Only those fortunate enough to seize a token will have the opportunity to proceed to the 2nd gate. Subsequently, individuals will be tested on a variety of knowledge, ranging from poetry and literature to mathematical skills and art appreciation. Therefore, this stage will inevitably pose challenges for some. The 3rd gate, deemed the most arduous, is devised by the young ladies and gentlemen of the flower-picking garden, with questions varying in difficulty based on their whims. After listening, Su Wanwan had a rough understanding of the situation. Leaving some silver coins, the gentlemen expressed their gratitude. Upon returning to the table, Linger observed Su Wanwan's bewildered expression and inquired, "Sister, what occupies your thoughts?" From what those gentlemen suggested, entering the flower-picking garden shouldn't be difficult for you. Why do you seem so troubled? Su Wanwan sighed softly. However, these 3 gates imply that, quite possibly, only one of us may enter the flower-picking garden. Linger patted her chest reassuringly. What do you have to worry about, sister? You could be at ease. I will wait for you here at the tea house. I will be fine on my own. Su Wanwan felt uneasy about Linger being alone in this unfamiliar place, especially considering she was a woman. To alleviate her sister's concerns, Linger added, "Moreover, didn't those gentlemen say that the first challenge depends on luck? Tomorrow, we shall go together to seize the flower tokens, thus doubling our chances. Besides, I have always had good fortune, so you need not worry." It made sense. Having an additional person would indeed enhance their opportunities. Su Wanwan nodded in agreement. Before arriving, she had anticipated that entering the flower-picking garden would not be an easy feat, but upon reaching the location, she discovered there were so many intricacies involved. Since they were here, they might as well embrace the experience. Ultimately, they must give it a try. Chapter 57. Watching a performance at the tea house each morning is designated for the distribution of flower tokens at the flower-picking garden. At that time, the first gate opens to the public. Linger and Su Wanwan arrived early at the tea house, observing the throngs waiting below, and decided to descend to join the line. Initially, the queue was orderly, extending across 7 or 8 rows. However, as the crowd swelled, it became increasingly chaotic. Linger and Su Wanwan had initially agreed to separate to enhance their chances of obtaining a flower token. Yet, amidst the crowd surge, they could hardly discern each other's positions. Nonetheless, there was little time to fret. Fortunately, since they had arrived early, they were not positioned too far back in the line. As the appointed hour arrived, a young servant emerged from within, striking a gong and proclaiming, "The time has come. Please remain calm. The flower tokens will soon be distributed. I wish everyone good fortune." The crowd erupted in cheers as another servant approached, carrying the coveted tokens. The gong-striking servant randomly tossed a handful into the throng. Due to the distance of the throw, Su Wanwan had not yet reached for a token before they were snatched away. Linger, too, failed to secure one, anxiously stamping her feet. After the first handful was thrown, the servant grabbed a second batch, this time aiming closer to the front. Observing the opportunity, Su Wanwan rose on her tiptoes, extending her hand, and was mere moments from grasping a token's tassel when a nearby man snatched it away, casting her a triumphant glance. Su Wanwan felt a surge of anger. This young man had clearly snatched the flower card from her grasp. How could he brazenly take it? The man, wearing an impatient expression, retorted, "Whoever seizes the flower card first claims it. Did it call out to you? It is mine, for I was the one who seized it first." Amidst their quarrel, the third round of flower cards was already concluded, and Su Wanwan remained in a state of disbelief. At the tea house of Sherwa Courtyard, a gentleman observed the scene below and shook his head, expressing his exasperation. There is a complete lack of gentlemanly decorum. Opposite him sat a lady. Upon hearing his remark, replied, "Then, Brother Yushi, shall we engage in a wager? Do you believe this young man, who has acquired the flower card, will successfully enter Sherwa Courtyard today?" The gentleman turned to the lady, lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and slowly replied, You jest again." Jiue was the reigning champion of the previous year's Sherwa Courtyard, also known as the Flower Maiden. In her leisure moments, she relished betting, particularly while observing the spectacle below. Murong Yu, typically poised and composed, found himself intrigued by the prospect of a wager today. "Very well," he declared. "I bet that this young lady will gain entry to Sherwa Courtyard, while this young man will be halted at the third gate." Jiue glanced down, noticing Su Wanwan emerging from the crowd, dejected, while the young man who had claimed the flower card exuberantly proceeded towards the second gate. With a gentle laugh, Jiue remarked, "Brother Yu, have you not awoken fully today? That young lady has not even secured a flower card." Murong Yu remained silent, continuing to sip his tea while keenly observing the entrance. Linger, clutching her flower card, was filled with joy. However, upon not seeing Su Wanwan's figure, she decided to search for her. Before long, she spotted her familiar silhouette amidst the throng and called out, "Sister, sister! Over here! I'm here!" Seeing Ling approach with a flower card in hand, Su Wanwan inquired, "You obtained a flower card? It seems luck is on your side today." "I nearly secured one, but was unfortunately outmaneuvered." Ling handed the flower card to Su Wanwan, offering comfort. "It's all right, sister. Take it and go on ahead. I will wait for you at the tea house across." Above, Jiue and Muronyu observed the unfolding scene, each wearing a distinct expression. Muronyu chuckled, "Look, Jiue. Who said she had no flower card? Here it is, haha." Jiue hadn't seen Muronyu this cheerful in a long time. A twinge of jealousy flickered within her as she fixed her gaze on him, yet she feigned composure and said, "This is merely the first gate. How can brother you be so certain she will pass through the remaining two?" Muronyu replied with calm assurance, "Do you believe in intuition?" Jiue chose silence, her gaze fixed on the commotion below. With the flower card in hand, Su Wanwan approached the second gate, only to unexpectedly encounter the very person who had stolen her flower card. What a coincidence! This second gate cannot be breached through mere theft. "I wish you luck." "Young sir," the young man, taken aback upon seeing Su Wanwan, responded, "Is it you?" "Huh. I have been educated by esteemed tutors since childhood and am well versed in literature. My family is a prominent merchant lineage from Maxiang. I have seen much." The second challenge is undoubtedly trivial. As the second door swung open, a young servant appeared, holding a tray laden with envelopes, each containing distinct challenges, some requiring responses in poetry, others demanding skills in sorcery and calculation. The first to formulate an answer would be allowed to proceed. A man, upon opening an envelope, smirked and scoffed. "Such simplicity. I was taught this by my private tutor at the tender age of 10. It is nothing more than that." With that, he moved forward to respond, and the servant verified his answer, granting him passage. As he departed, he cast a derisive glance at Su Wanwan, as if to convey, "Behold, I have breezed through this with ease." Unperturbed, Su Wanwan leisurely opened her envelope. She pondered thoughtfully and successfully navigated through the second door. Now she stood before the fabled third door, the most formidable of all. This door differed in its rules from the previous two. This time, it involved the appreciation of poetry and painting. If one held an answer within, they were to whisper it to the servant. Two attendants unfurled the artwork, and through the painting, they would evaluate and articulate the artist's sentiments in verse. Any response that bore similarity would be deemed correct. The man, glancing at the painting, wasted no time in offering his answer. "The grape wine glistens in the night cup, urging drinkers with the lute's call." The servant shook his head, denying him entry. Intrigued by his swift ejection, Su Wanwan inquired, "What transpired? This well-read scion of a merchant family, reduced to such a state?" The man, indignant and dismissive, retorted, "What is this? What I said was not incorrect. The painting features a beauty, a lute, fine wine, urging drinkers with the lute's call. Isn't that close enough? Clearly lacking in taste." At this, Su Wanwan chuckled softly, finding his aggrieved expression amusing. One cannot merely grasp the surface of literature without delving into its essence. Poetry is especially so. The young master only perceived the beauty and the lute within the painting and hastily reached a conclusion. The latter part of his chosen verse, "Do not mock the Lord who lies drunk upon the battlefield. How many return from ancient wars?" was entirely incongruous with the painting's intent. The artwork exuded a serene and cool atmosphere. Yet where did the battlefield come into play? The verse he selected expressed the soldier's disregard for life and death, while the painting depicted mountains and waters. It is no wonder that he was denied entry for failing to grasp the deeper meaning. The man's face turned pale with anger. "How dare you mock me? If you possess the ability, then go ahead." Su Wanwan chose not to engage in argument, but before proceeding, she felt compelled to impart a lesson. "I suspect I have discerned the essence the artist intended to convey. However, I have a message for you. Young master, one who casually seizes from others, even if well-versed in literature, will ultimately fail to acquire true skill, living within a limited perspective and lacking in depth. I advise you, before immersing yourself in books, first learn the art of being a person." Upon hearing this, The man furiously discarded the flower card he held. Watching Su Wanwan successfully enter the flower-picking garden only fueled his ire. The servant beside him attempted to console him, but he paid no heed, bellowing, "Do you also believe her words are just, The servant quickly bowed his head, replying, "I dare not." The man commanded the servant, "Let's go home. I shall take my revenge for this grievance. I shall remember her." Above, Murong Yu and Jue observed the unfolding events. Jue, somewhat begrudgingly, remarked, "It seems that today, Brother Yu has triumphed. However, that painting, if I am not mistaken, is indeed crafted by Brother Yu." Murong Yu smiled subtly, setting down his teacup. "Indeed, it is my work." Yet, I find myself curious about her response. At the entrance, a servant from the tea house announced that a young lad outside was seeking Murong Yu. With a gesture, Murong Yu invited the lad to enter. The boy leaned in to whisper to Murong Yu that a young lady had correctly identified the painting and had been invited to the terrace. Murong Yu had a fleeting suspicion of who it might be, but he decided to see for himself. He picked up his teacup, then set it down again, saying, "The tea has gone cold. Jue, I shall take my leave. Feel free to stay." Jue watched as Murong Yu departed, glancing at the teacup before him, which still emitted steam. How could it be cold? He always did this, leaving abruptly without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 58. A Hidden Paradise. Su Wanwan successfully passed through the third door. The earlier servant handed her a floral card, replacing the one she had been holding. The servant instructed her to take the floral card to the terrace of the flower-picking garden, and offered no further explanation. As she slowly walked through the door, the scene before her astonished her, starkly contrasting her expectations. She had imagined a setting akin to a bustling tea house, complete with a stage and a cacophony of voices, given the multitude of people she had previously encountered. However, what greeted her was an entirely different tableau. The flower-picking garden was expansive, resembling a vast landscape garden rather than a mere tea house. There were pavilions, rockeries, ponds, shaded pathways, and blooming gardens. The atmosphere was not the raucous affair she had anticipated. Rather, it exuded an air of elegance. From a distance, she could hear the enchanting sound of a zither, its melody exquisite and rhythm tranquil, evoking a sense of serenity. Along the shaded path, there were stone stools and tables where individuals engaged in chess, with a few onlookers keenly observing the game. Others sat by the pond, absorbed in books or occasionally closing their eyes, facing the sky to bask in the sunlight. It was a vision of beauty reminiscent of a utopian paradise, Su Wanwan mused. Though there was no one to guide her, she quickly spotted the terrace, elevated and easily discernible. Uncertain of the purpose behind her invitation to the terrace, she resolved to investigate, hoping to inquire about the whereabouts of the flower maiden. Upon reaching the terrace, Su Wanwan surveyed her surroundings, finding it deserted. She chose a nearby stone stool to sit, gazing at the chessboard that lay before her. It appeared to be a game in its final stages. A complex endgame, she remarked to herself. Since no one was present, she decided to wait, observing the position. The black pieces held a distinct advantage, yet their aggressive tactics seemed overly reckless compared to the white pieces, which were versatile in both offense and defense. Picking up a white piece from the box, Su Wanwan contemplated her next move and placed it on the board. Just then, a gentle breeze carried a voice to her ears. Given that the black pieces have a higher probability of winning, why opt for the white pieces? Startled, Su Wanwan turned to see the speaker and quickly rose to her feet, apologizing. "I beg your pardon for my intrusion. The servant directed me to wait here for a moment, and seeing this chessboard stirred my curiosity, leading me to make a few moves. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion." The gentleman replied, "Oh, it is of no consequence. The chessboard lies here, awaiting a fated individual to decipher its complexities. However, I am curious, my lady, why did you choose to play the white piece?" Su Wanwan observed that the other party did not seem inclined to correct her, so she replied, "The black pieces may appear to have the upper hand, while the white pieces seem to be at a disadvantage. Yet, excessive rigidity invites destruction. As the saying goes, the highest virtue is like water, which benefits all things without contention. What seems weak is, in fact, strong. The white pieces do not seek to annihilate the black pieces, but instead opt to reveal their vulnerability initially, waiting for the opportune moment to turn the tide. Retreat can serve as an offense, and advancement can serve as a defense. Playing chess is akin to navigating life. A single misstep may lead to utter defeat. Yet to make a move without regret is already a mark of excellence. Murong Yu fixed his gaze upon Su Wanwan, admiration evident in his eyes, momentarily rendered speechless. It occurred to him that her ability to interpret the essence of his artwork was no mere coincidence. She must indeed be a woman of keen intellect. As Su Wanwan noticed the man's silence and his penetrating stare, she felt a pang of discomfort and turned slightly away. Sir? Sir? Did I say something amiss? Murong Yu then came to his senses. Ah, I am Murong Yu. I was simply absorbed in your words. My apologies for my rudeness. I hope you will not take offense. Not at all. My surname is Su, with Wan as my given name. I am here today in search of Huanyang, Su Wanwan mentioned, uncertain if the man was acquainted with the flower girl of Shihua courtyard, but felt it prudent to inquire about her. Murong Yu took a seat beside her and said slowly, I see. Miss Su, may I ask what brings you here? Su Wanwan hesitated to divulge her intentions, considering the bustling nature of Shihua courtyard, deeming it a personal matter not to be disclosed. I hope you can understand, sir. Upon hearing this, Murong Yu refrained from pressing further. Uncertain if Jiue was still at the tea house, he summoned a servant to inquire. The previous champion, Huanyang Jiue, happens to be a friend of mine. However, she is temporarily away from Shihua courtyard. I will send word through an intermediary. We may wait here together. With this arrangement, Su Wanwan found it agreeable. The two sat on the terrace, admiring the scenery of Shihua courtyard. Noticing Su Wanwan's silence, Murong Yu took the initiative to speak. To be candid, it was I who requested the servant to invite you to the terrace. The painting displayed at the Sanchong Min is my work. I was curious about how you disowned the essence within it. Su Wanwan had been pondering why the servant had asked her to wait on the terrace, now realizing it was to meet the painting's creator. So it was painted by you, Sir Murong. Indeed, the artwork reflects the artist's spirit. Oh, what do you mean by that? Murong Yu inquired, intrigued by her interpretation. After a moment of thought, Su Wanwan replied, the painting possesses a distinctive style with a palette that is predominantly soft-toned, yet varied. The central figure exudes a hazy beauty in shades of gray and brown. Amidst the landscape, a man plays the qin, accompanied by a woman whose expression hints at a blend of sorrow and joy. Moreover, scattered within the scene are a few temples, subtly depicted. Thus, I surmise, based on the emotions and the relationships portrayed, that it evokes the sentiment, how can one attain perfection in this world without forsaking either the Buddha or the beloved? I wonder if my interpretation is accurate. Murong Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with Su Wanwan's response. He had never anticipated that one day someone would be able to so profoundly appreciate the essence of his artwork. With a joyful smile, he remarked that while beautiful companions are easily found, a true confidant is a rarity. Miss Su's interpretation resonated deeply within his heart. Murong Yu was well known for his reclusive nature in Shihua Garden. He excelled in playing the zither and had a penchant for painting, yet few could truly understand him. As they conversed, unbeknownst to them, Jiue had been quietly listening nearby. Observing that their dialogue had come to a halt, Jiue approached, reflecting on the rarity of finding a kindred spirit. And it was no wonder that Yu's demeanor was more cheerful today than usual. Upon seeing Jiue approach, Murong Yu stood to introduce her. Miss Su, this is the esteemed lady you seek, known as Jiue. Jiue nodded in acknowledgement, and Su Wanwan also stood to greet her. However, just as Jiue sat down, Murong Yu excused himself, leaving Jiue visibly displeased as her gaze followed his departing figure. Su Wanwan, observing the unfolding scene, noted the striking beauty of Jiue, whose reputation for allure was indeed well-deserved. I came today to discuss a potential collaboration with you, Lady Jiue, she began. Turning her attention to Su Wanwan, Jiue responded, Oh? What collaboration do you propose, Miss Su? However, I must express my reservations up front. I am not particularly fond of partnerships. Today I am feeling somewhat fatigued, so I suggest you return tomorrow. With that, Jiue stood and left, leaving Su Wanwan in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Su Wanwan surmised that Jiue perceived her as a rival. On her very first day at Shihua Garden, she had encountered a closed door. Reluctantly, Su Wanwan resolved to return and devise a new plan. Chapter 59. A fortuitous encounter. Upon returning to the tea house, Su Wanwan sat down despondently. Linger poured her a cup of tea and handed it to her. "What troubles you, sister? Did you fail to meet the flower mistress?" Su Wanwan shook her head. Resting her hands on Linger's arms, her expression conflicted. "I fear I may have inadvertently offended Lady Jiue." Linger luokit puzzled. "Sister, did you actually meet her? How could you have offended her after just one encounter? What did you do?" Recalling the earlier exchange, Su Wanwan began to see the situation clearly. Jiue harbored feelings for Murongyu, yet he seemed indifferent towards her. It was likely that Jiue had overheard their conversation, viewing Su Wanwan as a potential adversary. The notion of mutual affection was delightful, but the pain of unrequited love was excruciating. Su Wanwan was resolute. She refused to give up so easily. "No, Linger. Tomorrow, I shall return. This was merely our first meeting. I cannot abandon this pursuit." Though unaware of the specifics, Linger had unwavering faith in Su Wanwan's determination. She believed that if her sister was committed to achieving something, she would exhaust every possible avenue, regardless of the outcome. The following day, Su Wanwan and Linger arrived at the tea house even earlier. They chose their usual spot, and as expected, the crowd below appeared even larger than the previous day. Linger rested her chin on her hands, propping her arms on the table. Before long, she had yawned multiple times. "Sister, if this continues, how will we endure the next few days? Waiting indefinitely, competing. We cannot arrive unprepared and leave in disappointment, can we?" Su Wanwan gently patted Linger on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Why not take a short rest? When the time comes, I shall call for you. We are new here, and regrettably, we must endure a few days of discomfort. I will strive to change Lady Jiue's impression of me." "Oh, who has offended Lady Jiue?" A voice rang out from not far away. Linger hurriedly turned her head, and Su Wanwan followed suit. It was Murongyu. "Wow, what a handsome young man." "Sister, pinch me. I fear I might be dreaming," Linger said, gazing at Murongyu with drowsy eyes, nudging Su Wanwan to pinch her. Murongyu approached. "What a coincidence. Misu, are you here to see Lady Jiue again today?" Feeling a bit shy, Su Wanwan stood up and replied, "Young Master Morong, what a coincidence indeed. I apologize for the trouble yesterday. When I sought Lady Jiue's audience, it may have been an opportune time, as she seemed rather fatigued. Thus, I have returned today in hopes of better fortune." Murongyu chuckled. "Do not take it to heart, Miss Su. Lady Jiue has always been capricious, spoiled by her indulgent nature." As he spoke, Murongyu retrieved a token from his sleeve and handed it to Su Wanwan. "Miss Su, you may use this for future visits to the flower-picking garden." Su Wanwan hesitated to accept it. Recalling her previous conversation with Murong, you had already displeased Lady Jiue. Accepting the token might complicate matters further. Yet, considering the difficulty of entering the flower-picking garden, she remained silent, torn in thought. Seeing the handsome young man was acquainted with Su Wanwan, Linger assumed he must also be associated with the flower-picking garden. Noticing Su Wanwan's hesitation, she took the token and said, "Thank you, young master. I will express my gratitude on behalf of my sister." With Linger accepting the token, neither Su Wanwan nor Murongyu spoke further. Linger called for a servant to bring a fresh pot of tea. As Su Wanwan sought to win over Lady Jiue, and knowing Murongyu was a friend of hers, she decided to inquire about Lady Jiue's preferences. "Young Master Murong, as a friend of Lady Jiue, might you know what she enjoys? My visit yesterday was rather abrupt. I intended to discuss a potential collaboration with her." Intrigued, Murongyu asked, "What sort of collaboration does Miss Su wish to discuss? Please share, and if I can be of assistance, I will be glad to help." Thinking that it might be easier to converse with Murongyu, given their shared connection to the flower-picking garden, Su Wanwan agreed. "Thank you, young Master Murong. I have a shop in Shuiyun town, where we recently acquired a new batch of exquisite fabrics and garments from Cheongshan. I wish to invite the flower girls of the flower-picking garden to don our attire at the upcoming flower girl selection. However, I have yet to discuss this with Lady Jiue, and I am uncertain whether she will agree." Upon hearing Su Wanwan's words, Murongyu found the notion quite intriguing. He had not realized that the woman before him was not merely a pampered lady of a wealthy family, but an enterprising businesswoman. At that moment, his curiosity about Su Wanwan deepened. Oh, I see. That is indeed a splendid idea. As is customary, during the annual selection of the Flower Daughter, many merchants arrive to discuss potential collaborations regarding essentials such as food, clothing, and accommodation. However, the success of any partnership ultimately rests upon the Flower Daughter's own desires. I could certainly convey this to Jiyue. If that is the case, I extend my gratitude to young Master Muro. Nevertheless, we genuinely wish to collaborate with Lady Jiyue. Su Wanwan still hopes to personally discuss matters with Jiyue, but she is sincerely grateful for Murong Yu's recommendation. The Flower Daughter election is a grand affair in Maxiang Town. Previous Flower Daughters are also eligible to participate. However, with new contenders emerging, the older Flower Daughters find themselves at a disadvantage. Since entering Shihua Courtyard, Jiyue has long harbored feelings for Murong Yu. Yet, over the years, he has regarded her merely as a sister, often addressing her as a friend. Murong Yu has always been rather aloof, rarely displaying such joy in the presence of any woman, even amidst the many beautiful young ladies of Shihua Courtyard. Thus, upon seeing him with Su Wanwan that day, Jiyue could not suppress the pangs of jealousy that surged within her. I refuse, brother Yu. You need not act as a mediator. In due course, I shall personally decline Miss Su's overtures. If there is nothing further today, I must practice the pipa, for the new Flower Daughter election is approaching, and I need to hone my skills. Please take your leave, brother Yu. With that, Jiyue closed the door. Before Murong Yu could utter another word, she had firmly dismissed him, leaving him standing dumbfounded at the entrance. Alone in her room, Jiyue, in a fit of anger, overturned the sheet music on the table, sending it crashing to the floor. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Jiyue, exasperated, called out, "Who is it? I have already stated that I will not consent. Brother Yu, please return. It is I, Lady Jiyue Su Wanwan." Jiyue opened the door and glanced around, confirming that no one else was present. Su Wanwan continued, "Young Master Murong has departed, so there is no need for Lady Jiyue to search for him." Jiyue regarded Su Wanwan with evident irritation before turning back to her room to sit down. Su Wanwan entered and noticed the music sheets scattered on the floor. She bent down to pick them up and place them back on the table. "Miss Su, have you come today to discuss business?" Su Wanwan shook her head and replied, "No, I understand that Lady Jiyue does not wish to engage in business discussions with me. I have come today merely to clarify a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Jiyue looked at Su Wanwan inquisitively. Su Wanwan nodded and then asked, "Lady Jiyue, do you harbor feelings for young Master Murong? What concern is that of yours? There is no need for your feigned compassion." Jiyue, feeling a mix of anger and resentment, vented her frustrations on Su Wanwan. Realizing the need for clarification, Su Wanwan explained, "Lady Jiyue, since you are reluctant to speak, allow me to share my thoughts. I have been married before and have experienced separation. In the capital, I have loved, hated, felt conflicted, and suffered. Yet, I refused to be shackled by it. I desired change and freedom. Thus, I left and opened a shop in Shuiyan Town. For the remainder of my life, I wish to live as I see fit. My purpose in coming to Maxiang was solely to discuss collaboration and conduct business, with no ulterior motives. That is what I wish to convey today." Jiyue gazed at Su Wanwan, her words tinged with a hint of sadness, and suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, leaving her at a loss for words. A few tears slipped down her cheeks, landing at the corners of her lips, which quivered slightly before she spoke in a voice thick with emotion. "I arrived at Shuaiyuan when I was 16. The first time I laid eyes on Brother Yu, I was entranced. I had never encountered such a handsome man. He offered me a piece of cake, which was utterly delicious, especially since I had gone several days without food. It was Mr. Sun who took me in. I knew that Brother Yu was well versed in poetry, music, and all forms of art. Thus, I dedicated myself to studying tirelessly, practicing day and night. He excelled at the guqin, so I strived to learn the pipa. He enjoyed painting, prompting me to practice my calligraphy diligently. My only wish was to one day walk alongside him, so that others would deem us a perfect match." Su Wanwan listened quietly, her gaze fixed on Jiyue, and asked softly, "And then?" Wiping her tears, Jiyue continued, "Eventually, at the age of 19, I became the leader of the Flower Maidens. Everyone cheered for me, yet all I heard from him was a solitary congratulations. I lingered around him daily, yearning for just a glance in my direction. Perhaps it is the perspective of an outsider that offers clarity. Wanwan chose not to speak further, instead remaining silent as she absorbed Jiue's heartfelt confessions. Feeling fatigued, Jiue closed her eyes and leaned against the wall. After a while, Wanwan noticed the absence of sound from Jiue and presumed she had fallen asleep, though she could still hear her softly murmuring Murong-Yu's name. Wanwan tucked Jiue under the covers, organized the sheet music on the table, and quietly exited the room. Chapter 60. Set aside upon returning from Jiue's side. Wanwan's heart was heavy with complexity, tinged with sympathy for Jiue. She was unaware that the sheet music on the desk had long been weathered from repeated handling. The peepa by her pillow had become smooth from countless caresses, marked with traces of fingernails. Beneath the dressing table lay a stack of practiced calligraphy, and on the wall hung a painting signed by Murong-Yu. Finally, there was the frail figure nestled beneath the covers. Perhaps with the passage of time, Jiue herself could no longer discern whether her efforts stemmed from an obsession, the judgment of society, or a genuine affection. Did she live for herself? This question echoed in Wanwan's mind, yet she shook her head, feeling unqualified to judge experiences she had not lived. With the new election for the Flower Maidens approaching, life continued as usual during the day. However, each night, all at Shuiyuan retreated behind closed doors, vying for the chance to claim the esteemed title for themselves. The leader would be celebrated, yet the others would remain as mere ordinary flower maidens and young masters. When Jiue awoke once more, the room was enveloped in silence. She observed the neatly arranged sheet music on the table and the covers draped over her. A sudden pang of guilt washed over her. She intended to rise and practice her writing, but stumbled after just a few steps, her body feeling weak. Sensing something was amiss, Jiue removed the hairpin from her head and attempted to take a few more steps, only to collapse onto the floor. In a moment of desperation, she used the hairpin to pierce her arm, blood flowing forth as she bore the pain, her mind still relatively clear. Jiue closed her eyes, striving to collect herself for a brief moment. Not long after, the door of the house creaked open. Two figures, trembling with trepidation, stepped forward. One of them inquired, "Sister, is this truly wise? What if we are discovered?" The other, feigning composure, replied, "She has been rendered unconscious, lost to the world. She will not know. Moreover, we have merely pilfered her sheet music. We have not harmed her in any way. There is no cause for alarm." The duo tiptoed to the table. In a moment of lucidity, Jiue seized the ankle of one of them, clinging on fiercely. "Who are you? Who wishes to harm me? Is stealing sheet music all you can manage?" Startled by Jiue's voice, one of them fled immediately. The remaining assailant, gripped tightly by the ankle, brandished a knife. Realizing their cover was blown, they resorted to threatening Jiue. "I'm not afraid of you. If you agree to withdraw from the competition for the title, we can coexist peacefully. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." The scent of gardenias wafted from the assailant, and Jiue deduced their identity. "Zissou, what a cowardly tactic. If you possess true skill, let it be proven in the competition. Do you think that by stealing a few of my scores, you can ensure my defeat? You underestimate me." Upon realizing Jiue recognized her, Zissou discarded the pretense. She lowered her mask and menaced Jiue. "So confident, are we? What if I mar that beautiful face of yours? No matter how skilled you are, can you still claim the title?" Jiue had little faith in Zissou's audacity and stood her ground. "Let's see if we confront each other later. Do you truly believe this grants you a place in the competition?" Zissou, growing impatient, retorted, "Do not frighten me. Even if you take this to court, what of it? You have no witnesses, and it will merely be slander. In the end, people will think you are envious of the younger, more beautiful performers. Who will they believe? You or me?" As she spoke, Zissou menacingly edged closer, brandishing the knife. Jiue felt her strength waning, relying on the last vestiges of her energy to thrust a hairpin toward Zissou. The pin pierced Zissou's shoulder, and without hesitation, she slashed at Jiue's face with the knife. In an instant, droplets of crimson fell to the ground. In the moonlit room, Jiue gazed at the blurred reflection on the blade, a thin, bloody gash marring her cheek. Ah! Ah! Gus screamed, summoning every ounce of strength. Seeing her goal achieved, Zissou hastily fled, leaving Jiue alone in the room, chilled to the bone, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Before long, someone arrived in response to her cries, hastily helping to slump Jiue to her feet. Upon seeing the blood on the floor and on Jiue's face, they rushed to summon a doctor. The following day, Muronyu learned of the incident and visited Jiue's room. However, Jiue refused to see him, unwilling to reveal her current state. The doctor treated her wounds, advising her against excessive weeping, which could hinder healing and lead to infection. Early the next morning, Su Wanwan arrived at Shuayuan and, overhearing others discuss the incident, hurried to pay her a visit. She saw Muronyu and the doctor at the entrance. "How is Lady Jiue?" Su Wanwan inquired of Muronyu. Muronyu shook his head, only to hear Jiue shouting from within, "Leave. All of you, just leave. Are you satisfied now? Look at how wretched I am. Are you pleased? Go away." Through the door, Su Wanwan called out to Jiue, "Jiue, take care of your injuries. Please do not let your emotions get the better of you. We shall leave now, rest assured." After saying this, Su Wanwan and Muronyu made their way to the terrace. Jiue had always been strong-willed, and now, faced with such turmoil, Muronyu sought to alleviate Su Wanwan's burden. "Miss Su, do not take it to heart. She did not mean it that way. Her emotions are simply out of control." Su Wanwan understood Muronyu's intentions. "I am fine. Given the circumstances, it is only natural for any woman to feel disheartened. I shall visit Jiue again another day. For now, I will take my leave." Though Muronyu wished for Su Wanwan to linger at Shihua Garden a while longer, he did not insist, recognizing her desire to depart. The unpredictable nature of life loomed, with the new head competition approaching. With Jiue's current predicament, discussions of collaboration would have to be postponed. Upon returning to the inn, Linger, having learned of the situation, anxiously asked Su Wanwan, "What are you planning to do now, sister?" After a moment of silence, Su Wanwan replied, "Business will always have its time. For now, Lady Jiue's recovery is of utmost importance. Linger, we may need to stay in for a while longer." Linger comprehended Su Wanwan's intentions and agreed, "I will heed your advice." Chapter 61. Resolving the hearts, not Jiue, secluded herself within her room, refusing to see anyone. During the day, sunlight streamed in, yet she remained curled up on the couch, hidden beneath the covers, too afraid to get out of bed or venture outside. She simply stayed there in solitude. As dusk fell, Jiue finally drew back the curtains. Embracing her pipa, she stared vacantly at the sheet music on the table. Tears streamed down her face unbidden. At times, she wept while holding the pipa, and at others, she buried herself under the covers to wipe away her tears. As night deepened, the moonlight flooded her room, casting a harsh glare on the copper mirror atop her vanity. Jiue stumbled over and slowly turned her face towards the mirror. A grotesque scar marred her visage. In a fit of despair, she knocked the mirror over, shattering the stillness of the night with the sound of breaking glass. Su Wanwan visited Jiue for 2 consecutive days, yet each time, she was met with closed doors. She understood how excruciating the situation was for Jiue. Muronyu informed her that during the day, there was no sound from Jiue's room, and only at night could faint noises be heard. Thus, Su Wanwan resolved to visit her in the evening, bringing along some homemade chestnut cake and osmanthus tea. The night was tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional call of birds outside. Knocking softly on the door, Su Wanwan waited. Jiue, peering into the darkness, cautiously approached and opened the door. Upon seeing Su Wanwan standing there, she instinctively attempted to shut the door. But Su Wanwan quickly wedged the food box in the doorway and slipped inside. She placed the food box on the table in the dark and moved to the lantern to light a candle. "Stop. I'm not accustomed to this. You have come to mock me. Haven't you?" Jiue said abruptly. After being cooped up in the house for several days, hiding away, she had not lit a candle. The sudden flicker of candlelight made her uneasy. Su Wanwan replied gently, "No, I merely brought you some food." Ignoring Jiue's protests, she ignited the candle by the window, and the room was finally graced with a flicker of light. Jiue recoiled in fear and hurriedly shut the door, curling up on the couch. She did not want Su Wanwan to see her current state. In fact, she felt uncomfortable being seen by anyone. I lit this single candle. I wasn't too sure what you like to eat, but I made these myself. They taste quite good, see? Su Wanwan arranged the pastries from the food box on the table and turned to look at Jiue. Jiue's gaze remained fixed on the candlelight, her body turned away, with the scarred side of her face facing the wall. She glanced at Su Wanwan and coldly said, "No need for your pity." Then, she buried her head under the covers. Su Wanwan set the food box down and sat beside her. "I do not pity you, nor have I ever mocked you. You are a friend of young Master Morong, and he is very worried about you. I understand that you do not wish to see him. I am only here to bring you some food." Upon hearing Murong Yu's name, Jiue lifted her head and sat up straight. At that moment, having no one to confide in, she turned her scarred face towards Su Wanwan and coldly pointed at her own face, saying, "You see, my face is ruined. I can no longer participate in the Flower Maiden selection. No one would nominate an ugly creature as the leader. There is no need for you to plead for collaboration. Why do you even bother coming here to suffer?" As Jiue spoke, her emotions intensified, and she began to cry. Su Wanwan remained silent, simply watching as Jiue let her feelings pour out. Once Jiue quieted down, she gently cried out, "Do you feel a bit better now? I know you are hurting inside. I do not mind being your outlet for frustration. I am certainly not here to mock you. Who says I am not here to seek your collaboration? As long as I do not give up, I will seek you out every day." Jiue was taken aback by Su Wanwan's persistence, but then thought of her ruined face and how many were waiting to see her downfall. She did not expect any comfort from Su Wanwan and coldly replied, "Do not jest. I have lost my qualifications. You could speak to any flower maiden outside, and they would have far greater chances than I. Do not waste your efforts." Faced with Jiue's current despair, Su Wanwan felt a pang of frustration, wishing to shake her out of this state. Where had the strong, resilient, and unyielding Jiue gone? Was that spirited version merely a performance for her? Su Wanwan abruptly pulled Jiue from her hiding place on the couch. "Get up. Go look in the mirror and see what a pitiful state the current Jiue is in." Jiue struggled, punching and kicking at Su Wanwan, until they both ended up in front of the copper mirror. Su Wanwan grabbed Jiue's hair, insisting, "Look closely." Jiue winced from the tugging, and seeing the scar on her face only deepened her sorrow. She covered her face and sobbed, burying her head on the table. "Have you truly surrendered so easily? Although our acquaintance is brief, I cannot discern your true nature. Yet, I perceive the imprints on your pipa, the tattered sheets of music, and the countless stacks of practiced calligraphy. In recent days, you shattered a bronze mirror, yet you cradle your pipa, neglecting food and drink. However, I have not witnessed you tear apart the music sheets or incinerate the books within your dwelling. Have you genuinely relinquished your aspirations? You claim that your relentless practice stems from your affection for Murongyu. Over countless days and nights, was it truly only for love? If your heart does not genuinely yearn for it, you should have cast aside these burdens the moment you triumphed as the floral beauty. But did you? In the face of Su Wanwan's probing inquiries, Jiue remained silent. She had often posed these questions to herself, reflecting on her days at the flower-picking garden, where she was perpetually by Murong Yu's side. How could she not sense his indifference? It was merely an endless cycle of self-deception. Yet, upon returning to her chamber, she remained devoted to her pipa and continued her calligraphy practice without pause. Noticing her silence, Su Wanwan extended her hand and gently spoke, "As long as you desire it. There exists no challenge insurmountable. If you're willing, I can assist you." "Kulme." Jiue gazed at Su Wanwan's outstretched hand and instinctively placed her own upon it, wiping away her tears. In that moment, a wave of warmth surged within her, a sensation she had not experienced in quite some time. With a hint of confusion, she asked, "Do you truly wish to believe in me?" Su Wanwan met her gaze, nodding earnestly, "I do." "Do not cry. Come, let me help you rest. After all the turmoil of these past days, you must be weary." Su Wanwan gently took Jiue's hand and led her aside. After a few steps, Jiue pushed Su Wanwan away and hurried to the table, devouring the pastries voraciously. Seeing Jiue eat again brought a smile to Su Wanwan's face as she comforted. "Take your time, don't rush. All of this is for you." Then, she poured a cup of orange blossom tea and offered it to Jiue. Jiue brushed her fingers over the cup before setting it aside. Seizing the cup, Jiue drank it all in one go, prompting Su Wanwan's concerned admonition. The tea has cooled. Do not drink it. Jiue shook her head, managing a faint smile. The tea is refreshing and delightful. The pastries are sweet. Observing Jiue's demeanor, it seemed she had begun to find solace. Su Wanwan felt a sense of relief as they silently finished the pastries together. As they shared this moment, laughter unexpectedly erupted between them. Even Jiue, amidst her tears, found sweetness in the morsel she swallowed. Su Wanwan stirred her from her reverie, reminding her that all these years of diligent practice with the pipa, studying, and calligraphy were for her own sake. She was resolute and refused to be vanquished so easily. Chapter 62. The flower-picking feast. On the following morning, Jiue rose early. Reflecting on Su Wanwan's words from the previous day, she realized that she must not be defeated. Picking up the pipa from her bedside, she struck a few crisp notes. Rising, she slowly made her way to the vanity, where she sat and gazed into the mirror. Noticing the weariness etched upon her face, she traced her fingertip along the scab scar. Grasping the comb from the table, she tidied her disheveled hair before applying a touch of lip balm from her makeup case. Su Wanwan returned late yesterday, concerned about any unforeseen circumstances regarding Jiue. So she hurried to Shihua Courtyard early in the morning. Upon hearing her voice, Jiue opened the door. Su Wanwan looked up to see Jiue with her hair elegantly pinned up and a hint of lip color, her complexion quite radiant. "Sister Jiue," she called. Jiue narrowed her eyes and gazed intently at Su Wanwan, then sat down and said with a tinge of melancholy, "It has been a long time since anyone has called me that in this Shihua Courtyard. Most refer to me as Lady Jiue, and only brother Yu still calls me by my name." Su Wanwan continued to call out, "Sister Jiue? Sister Jiue. All right, stop overthinking. I guess you might rise early today." So I specifically went to the nearby morning market to buy some vegetarian buns. You haven't eaten much these past few days, and suddenly feasting on rich meats might not sit well with you. These buns are fragrant yet light. Do try one. Jiue looked at Su Wanwan. In truth, I am not much older than you. There is no need to call me sister. It feels awkward. When is your birthday? On the 8th of September, Su Wanwan replied. Jiue responded lightly, "Oh, mine is on the 10th of August. It seems my guess was correct. I'm not much older than you. You may call me Jiue, or Yu if you prefer. However, Yu is a name my parents used when I was a child. I was given the name Jiue upon arriving at Shihua Courtyard." As Su Wanwan listened to Jiue, she echoed, "Light breeze and clear moon, a lovely name. You, oh, I have a dear friend named Yu as well. Perhaps it would be best to call you a Yu instead. How does that sound?" "Sounds good. Then I shall call you on if that is agreeable." Jiue nodded, looking at Su Wanwan. Indeed, Su Wanwan also nodded in agreement. Over the past few days, noticing that Su Wanwan frequently visited Shihua Courtyard, Jiue grew curious and asked, "So it's settled, but I'm still intrigued. Why do you wish to help me?" Su Wanwan pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, it feels like fate. Everyone faces challenges. We all experience moments of uncertainty and confusion. If I can lend a hand to others, perhaps in some future moment, I might find redemption for myself." Jiue found it difficult to grasp Su Wanwan's sentiments, thinking, "You are quite different from what I imagined." Uncertain of Jiue's perspective, Su Wanwan asked, "What do you envision me to be like?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiue answered, "I had assumed you were aloof, indifferent to worldly matters, someone who cherished music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, akin to brother Yu. And now?" Su Wanwan inquired, "Do you see any change in me?" Jiue continued, "Now, I perceive you as quite gentle. You are not as cold as you appear on the surface. Your thoughts are intricate, imbued with empathy. It seems you have an understanding of many things, yet possess a certain resilience, much like a blade of grass." Su Wanwan chuckled softly. "A blade of grass? This is the first time someone has described me in such a way. Wildfire cannot consume it. The spring breeze brings it back to life. I admire the vitality of grass. However, I must admit, I do not possess such vigor. At times, I feel exceedingly fragile." "Fragile?" Jiue questioned, perplexed. Su Wanwan nodded. "Yes, it's a chronic condition. It has persisted for many years, but it's manageable. It doesn't hinder me. Do not be disheartened. Those who are frail are often blessed. Jiue offered words of comfort. May it be so. Thank you, sister, for comforting me. Su Wanwan understood, yet became accustomed to the words of solace after hearing them repeatedly. In the past, Linger often spoke similarly. In just 3 days, the new election for the Flower Maiden would commence. Given my current state, stepping outside feels daunting as I touch the scar on my face. Su Wanwan leaned in to observe closely. The scar was elongated, yet fortunately, the incision was not deep. With proper care in the future, it should pose no significant issue. However, it was indeed at a critical stage of scabbing, and 3 days felt exceedingly rushed. Jiue also felt disheartened. How could my face possibly return to its pristine condition in such a short time? Perhaps I should forego this year and wait until next. Su Wanwan comprehended Jiue's concerns, but also recognized her unease. Are you truly willing to give up after striving for so long? It matters not. If the scar does not heal well, we shall devise another plan. Another plan? Yes, it is merely a scar. It does not reflect your proficiency in playing the pipa, nor does it diminish your beauty. Focus solely on your practice. On the day of the competition, I shall personally style your hair. Rest assured. Jiue was somewhat skeptical, but still nodded, choosing to place her trust in Su Wanwan once more. The 3 days swiftly passed, and the Flower Maiden election officially began. The entrance to Shihua Courtyard was already overcrowded. During this season, Shihua Courtyard abandoned its customary 3-tiered approach to hospitality, allowing all to visit. Ultimately, there would be a public voting segment, and the one who garnered the loudest cheers would be the most likely to win the title of Flower Maiden. After rounds of competition, Jiue, being the Flower Maiden from the previous year, only needed to compete in the final round. She grasped Su Wanwan's hand, repeatedly asking, "How do I look? Is everything all right? Is my hair in place? What about my clothing?" Su Wanwan held Jiue's hand firmly, remaining by her side. "Everything is wonderful. You will undoubtedly do great, you. Believe in yourself, for I believe in you." Soon, it was Jiue's turn to perform. This round pitted her against Zissou, who had triumphed in numerous matches and now regarded Jiue with an air of arrogance. Jiue, adorned with a veil and a high coiffure, wore the exquisite attire selected by Su Wanwan. Upon seeing Zissou across from her, Jiue felt a surge of resentment that she struggled to contain, digging her nails into her palm. "Jiue, your outfit is quite peculiar. I have never seen such attire before, yet it does flatter your figure. But why the veil? Are you afraid your appearance does not match your ensemble today?" Zissou mocked Jiue, her words undoubtedly striking at Jiue's insecurities. Jiue turned her gaze to Su Wanwan in the audience, who shook her head with concern. Suppressing her anger, Jiue refrained from retorting, merely nodding towards Su Wanwan. When Jiue played her piece on the pipa, it captivated all present, leaving the audience entranced. Paired with her attire, she appeared as though a celestial being had descended from the heavens, graceful and enchanting, the melodies flowing with elegance and depth. After practicing for so long, her skills were unmatched in Shihua Courtyard, both in technique and artistry. The music sheets had long since been worn from her diligent practice, and every piece was etched in her memory. Zissou skillfully played the pipa, selecting a piece of considerable difficulty titled "Seeking a Kindred Spirit." As the final notes faded, the audience erupted in applause. Witnessing the two performers' equal prowess, they found themselves at an impasse. Observing Jiue's timid demeanor, Zissou deliberately raised her voice, ensuring all could hear. "Is it not disrespectful to the competition that the lady has her face veiled? Which Flower Maiden competes while concealing her visage?" The crowd murmured in agreement, echoing her sentiment. Was Jiue perhaps reluctant to unveil her face due to the ravages of time? Zissou's words had struck a chord. Soon, the audience began to chant, "Remove the veil. Remove the veil." Seizing the moment, Zissou approached Jiue and forcefully pulled down her veil, eager to witness the ensuing spectacle. With a smile directed at the audience, she anticipated their support in crowning her the new Flower Maiden. "Jiue, Jiue, Jiue, you look stunning today. What a marvelous makeup. Pair with your attire. You resemble a celestial being descended to earth." The cheers grew louder. Jiue, taken aback by the scene, instinctively straightened her posture and smiled back at Su Wanwan. Zissou, in disbelief, turned to face Jiue, who had transformed her appearance with a pear blossom makeup that artfully concealed her scars with delicate petals. A pear blossom ornament added an ethereal touch, enhancing her gentle and fresh demeanor. Jiue's departure from her previously vibrant style garnered her newfound admiration. Ultimately, Jiue was declared the winner of the Flower Maiden election, while Zissou, infuriated, stormed off in disdain. After the competition, Jiue returned to her quarters, joyfully grasping Su Wanwan's hand. "Thanks to you, Wanner, for creating this pear blossom makeup for me. I never imagined that this half-hidden beauty would receive such acclaim." "Thank you," Su Wanwan, delighted by Jiue's newfound confidence, replied. "You were always wonderful and beautiful, you. Congratulations." With her victory, Jiue was no longer the despondent figure she had been days prior. She had regained her confidence and was ready to embrace new horizons. Chapter 63. Confiding emotions with a heart full of reflections, Jiue contemplated her triumph. Truth be told, while the previous victory hinged on hard work and talent, this time it was more about courage. The unexpected turn of events had left her feeling unmoored. Had it not been for Su Wanwan's encouraging words, she might have surrendered. During the competition, Muronyu had quietly observed from a distance. His decision not to openly support Jiue stemmed from his understanding of her strong will. He did not wish to disrupt her focus. In recent days, Su Wanwan had informed Muronyu of Jiue's progress, and he was pleased to see her spirits lifting. "Jiue, Muron Gongzi has been quite concerned about you these days. You should consider meeting him," Su Wanwan urged, wanting Jiue to engage with life rather than remain withdrawn. Jiue comprehended Su Wanwan's intentions. During her time of seclusion, she had come to many realizations. Ultimately, she had been stifling herself, lingering in Murongyu's shadow, yearning for the day he would notice her. Yet that day had never arrived. "I understand. I will seek him out. Thank you, Wanner. I believe I have come to terms with my feelings. I no longer wish to evade." The following day, Jiue invited Muronyu to the terrace. This time, she concealed neither her face nor adorned herself with heavy makeup, presenting herself in her most comfortable state. Upon seeing Jiue in this manner, Muronyu felt she was strikingly different from her usual self. "Jiue, today you seem more at ease than ever before." Jiue gazed into Muronyu's eyes, perceiving neither mockery nor disdain, but rather an appreciation that had previously eluded her. Such a gaze could only stem from treating one another as family. "Through this experience, I have come to understand much. Sometimes, physical appearance does not dictate everything. Rather, it can confine and restrict one's emotions. In the past, I was fond of golden ornaments and extravagant attire, relishing vibrant and bold makeup. Yet, that was akin to a mask, granting me freedom only beneath its veil. No longer timid, no longer self-deprecating." Muronyu observed Jiue as she spoke, realizing that one must endure certain trials to grow. "Jiue, you have indeed matured, exuding more confidence than before. You shine even brighter than the vivacious Jiue of yore." Jiue, upon hearing Muronyu's words, likely sought to reassure herself. She raised her hand to touch the scar on her face, forcing a smile before self-deprecatingly remarking, "Brother Yu, do you truly feel this way?" Muronyu's gaze held a touch of sorrow as he responded, "I understand you believe I am merely comforting you. However, every individual is distinct, and those who care for you will be more attuned to your joys and sorrows than to superficial attributes." "Then, Brother Yu, do you care for me?" Jiue inquired, fixing her gaze on Muronyu's eyes. Without hesitation, Muronyu replied, "Of course I care. We have known each other for so long. We are friends. I have always regarded you as my sister. Though we are not related by blood, our bond is akin to that of family, and I will never abandon you." Before Muronyu could finish, Jiue anticipated his words. Muronyu nodded, affirming, "Yes, indeed. It seems you are aware." A sudden sense of grievance washed over Jiue, her brow furrowing slightly. Although she expected Muronyu's response, it still left her feeling inexplicably pained. She raised her eyes to meet his, her eyelids reddening. "But you do not understand. Or perhaps you choose to feign ignorance." Muronyu was momentarily taken aback by her words, sensing her sorrow in her gaze. "What do you mean by not knowing?" I have always cherished you, Jiue. After all these years, did you not perceive it? Are you truly that oblivious? As he beheld Jiue's tears, his heart jolted at the mention of affection. Surprised and bewildered, he had always recognized her attachment over the years, mistaking it for sisterly love. Now, he felt utterly at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Turning away, he stammered, "Do not jest, Jiue. What troubles you today? I think you ought to calm down." Jiue offered a bitter smile, realizing she should have anticipated this moment, yet she was reluctant to accept it. "I'm fully aware of what I'm saying and doing." She touched her scar once more. "I know that in my current state, I am unworthy of you." Yu, unwilling to hear any further from Jiue, turned to leave. "Jiue, you need not belittle yourself. I have never contemplated matters of the heart. I regard you merely as a sister. You appear weary today. It would be wise to return and rest." Suddenly, Jiue burst into laughter. "I know you harbor feelings for Wanwan. You may deceive others, but your eyes betray you." Yu halted her. "Do not speak further." Jiue took a seat. Upon hearing Su Wanwan's name, an indescribable sensation washed over Yu. Concerned that Jiue might continue her ramblings, he simply watched her intently. "See, you hesitated. I have told you, Yu, I am not foolish. Today, I wish to convey my thoughts from these past years. To be worthy of you, to walk alongside you, I have tirelessly practiced the pipa, studied diligently, refined my calligraphy, and honed my painting skills. Everything you cherish, I have endeavored to learn. The things you dislike, I have noted. I participated in the Wanwan competition, and I surrounded myself with you daily. I am elated for the days spent in your company, filled with hope every day. I like you, and I am aware of your indifference towards me. Yet, I must express my affection, for I do not wish for you to perceive me merely as a sister. In recent days, I have contemplated deeply and gained clarity. It was Wanwan's words that awakened me that day. Beyond my affection for you, I yearn for freedom. I desire respect from others, I relish the support of the masses, and I aspire to become a better person. Thus, I wish to articulate that my feelings for you are independent of your sentiments. From henceforth, I shall relinquish my obsession and live life earnestly." Listening to Jiue's heartfelt confession, Yu comprehended her turmoil and sorrow. If she could let go, then living well was indeed the way forward. He comforted her, "I understand now. Since you have come to terms with it, we shall remain friends moving forward. I support all your decisions." Jiue nodded, wiping her tears. "I will strive to do my best, brother Yu." Since Jiue's injury, Su Wanwan had been privately seeking a scar-removing ointment. Coincidentally, with the conclusion of the competition, the preparation of the ointment was nearing completion. On this day, she brought the ointment to visit Jiue. Upon seeing Yu on the terrace, she approached them directly. "You try this." "I consulted the doctor. This scar ointment, when applied daily, will yield results in less than a month." Elated, Su Wanwan presented the ointment on the terrace, only to find the pair enveloped in silence. "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Jiue and Yu replied, almost in unison. Chapter 64. Reunion. The days spent in Maxiang Town held a unique significance for Su Wanwan. She witnessed the locals' fervor for poetry and their adoration for the Huanyang. She observed the bustling crowds at the Shihua courtyard and recognized Jiue's resilience as a woman, a growth of her spirit, the complexity of her emotions, and her aspirations for the future. Initially, Su Wanwan had come to Maxiang Town in search of a suitable business partner. Unexpectedly, she formed an unlikely friendship with Jiue. Ultimately, she successfully showcased Xiongzhen's garments in Maxiang, garnering favorable results. Jiue no longer fears confronting the scars on her face, and has even invited Su Wanwan to accompany her to the market. During her days in Maxiang, Su Wanwan has frequently traversed between the flower-picking garden and the inn. However, she seldom visits the market. Jiue, adorned with a veil, adheres to her old ways, opting for a simple appearance. If she were to be recognized, she would undoubtedly be obstructed by the throngs of people. It is hard to fathom, Ayu. Did you used to shop like this? Might it not seem a bit like hiding one's true self? Su Wanwan observed Yue, who was dressed in layers, her face veiled and her head covered with a hat. Clad in a plain gown, there was an air of mystery about her that piqued the curiosity of passers-by. Jiue linked her arm with Su Wanwan's and sighed. There's no choice. If I were to be recognized on the way, I might as well forget about returning to the flower-picking garden for the day. While Su Wanwan could envision such a scenario, it still felt rather peculiar. Throughout their journey, Jiyue constantly glanced around. Su Wanwan urged her to relax. Don't be so conspicuous, just unwind. In bygone days, Jiyue adored visiting the jewelry shop on E Street, and this time she was determined to drag Su Wanwan along to see if there were any new trinkets. The two of them meandered through the bracelet display. Ah, Wanner, this silver bracelet is exquisite. The bamboo joint design and color complement your attire wonderfully. Su Wanwan picked it up for a closer look. Indeed, it is quite delicate, she remarked before setting it back down. Jiyue pointed to the array of jewelry before them and declared, Wanner, choose any piece you fancy. I shall cover the cost. Consider it a token of our reunion. Su Wanwan chuckled, covering her mouth. A token of reunion? What do you mean? What's with you today? We are not strangers. There's no need for such formalities. Jiyue lifted her veil slightly, knitting her brows as she gazed at Su Wanwan. Are you disregarding my generosity? Just think of it as a gift of gratitude. We are friends now, aren't we? Or do you still favor your other sister, Yuera? As Jiyue continued to tease Su Wanwan, she playfully began to poke her. Su Wanwan, amused, burst into laughter. In the midst of their playful banter, they overheard a commotion from the shopkeeper's side. Dear customer, our humble establishment sells jewelry, but what you are holding is certainly not from our shop. We genuinely have no knowledge of such items. This gold hairpin clearly bears your shop's mark. Are you attempting to conceal something? We are a small business, and the quality and design of this hairpin do not match our offerings. We're not trying to deceive you, esteemed guest. The voices grew louder, and Jiyue and Su Wanwan exchanged glances before returning their focus to the bracelets. Su Wanwan's gaze landed on a jade bracelet, which she picked up to examine closely. The jade was lustrous and smooth, its hue a gentle shade of green. Do you fancy this one? Jiyue asked, noticing Su Wanwan's fascination with the jade piece. Yes. I prefer these over metallic jewelry. I am unsure why, but every time I don metal jewelry, I feel an overwhelming sense of heaviness and confinement. In contrast, jade seems to be more agreeable. Nearby, a man was attentively listening to their conversation. Suddenly, he stood beside Jiyue and inquired with curiosity, My lady, am I mistaken, or are you the esteemed Jiyue? Jiyue quickly adjusted her veil and waved her hand dismissively. No, dear sir, you must be mistaken. However, upon hearing that familiar voice and catching a glimpse of the partially obscured Jiyue through her veil, the man became increasingly convinced that she was indeed the one. Yes, it is you, Jiyue. I have seen you compete in a masked beauty pageant. There is no doubt. His voice rose, drawing the attention of those around them. The shopkeeper was bustling about, and soon a crowd gathered. Su Wanwan found herself pushed aside by the throng and turned to the shopkeeper, hoping he might disperse the crowd. Instead, she caught sight of a familiar profile. Is that Lin Wei? What brings him to Mo Xiang? Lin Wei, hearing the commotion behind him, turned and spotted Su Wanwan. Jiyue struggled to push her way through the crowd, hastening toward the exit. She called back to Su Wanwan, Wait, Wanner, I will give you the jade bracelet another day. I must leave now. You should return swiftly as well. Observing Jiyue's hurried escape, Su Wanwan glanced at the crowd and thought, it seems prudent to leave this place at once. As the crowd surged toward the door, Su Wanwan nearly stumbled, but Lin Wei stepped forward and caught her. What brings you to Mo Xiang? They both exclaimed simultaneously. Su Wanwan steadied herself against the wall. What a coincidence! They echoed almost in unison, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lin Wei cleared his throat and explained, The emperor has dispatched me to Mo Xiang on official business, and I will be here for a few days. Su Wanwan speculated that something must have occurred in the capital to necessitate Lin Wei's direct arrival. What has happened? She asked, her concern evident. Lin Wei, unable to provide a concise answer, sensed her worry and reassured her, it is a matter of state. Concubine Yu is quite safe at the villa. Do not fret. That is a relief. I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger. Should the general require my assistance, he may find Jiyue at Shihua Courtyard, where I often stay. Shihua Courtyard? Lin Wei recognized the name, feeling it was connected to the matters he had been investigating. Wanner, I am concerned for your safety. Before Lin Wei could finish, Su Wanwan interrupted. I am perfectly well. There is no need for your concern. Lin Wei reached out to touch her shoulder, but she took a step back, causing him to withdraw his hand. He felt there was no reason to reminisce with Su Wanwan, fearing her discomfort. He quietly watched her retreating figure, growing more distant. Chapter 65. Another side. Upon returning to Shihua Courtyard, Jue noticed Su Wanwan's troubled expression. What troubles you, Wan? Are you preoccupied with business matters? Worry not. In a few days, during the Flower Maiden's procession, I shall seek your assistance in crafting garments for the event. Su Wanwan glanced at Jue and shook her head. Recently, her concerns did not stem from business matters. Since the last competition, many had approached her for collaboration, and that endeavor had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Yet, the words of Lin Wei regarding the flower-picking courtyard troubled her. Did the flower-picking courtyard have connections to the capital? At this moment, Su Wanwan could not ascertain the truth. Reflecting on Lin Wei's remarks, she mused that if he could investigate the flower-picking courtyard, he would undoubtedly come to scrutinize it as well. Having been at the flower-picking courtyard for such an extended period, have you noticed anything unusual? Jue questioned Su Wanwan's inquiry with curiosity, wondering what she knew. Su Wanwan, wishing to avoid causing Jue undue concern, reassured her. It is nothing, merely a matter of curiosity. The flower-picking courtyard has quite a reputation in Maxiang. I was simply inquiring. Oh, I have spent a considerable amount of time at the flower-picking courtyard, but I usually focus solely on my tasks. As for other matters, I have not paid much attention. Moreover, Mr. Sun seldom visits. Perhaps only a few times throughout the year. He is indeed a rare proprietor, Jue reflected, finding no cause for alarm in her memories. Mr. Sun, what kind of person do you perceive him to be? Su Wanwan had long heard tales of the enigmatic proprietor and was naturally curious. Jue pondered for a moment, reflecting on her thoughts. Mr. Sun was akin to a benefactor to her. Years ago, she had been a solitary figure on the streets, escaping calamity, huddled in a corner, and had her only morsel of bread snatched by a group of street urchins. The recollection of such past hardships made her throat tighten and her eyes brim with tears. Noticing Jue's distress, Su Wanwan embraced her gently, patting her shoulder in silent support. After a moment, Jue spoke. In my eyes, Mr. Sun is a good man. He offers aid without expectation of reciprocity, remaining taciturn. However, his gaze is profoundly penetrating, as if he can see through to one's very soul. Yet he never compels anyone to alter their path, even when it may be misguided. He has stated that some lessons must be learned through experience. Only by stumbling can one truly remember. He believes that experience teaches far better than mere words. To me, he is a person of great wisdom. As Su Wanwan absorbed Jue's sentiments, she recalled the rumors she had heard about Mr. Sun. Yet, without having met him, these tales were merely the judgments of others. Yesterday, I encountered an individual who suggested that the flower-picking courtyard may be entangled in certain matters. I find myself quite concerned, she confided to Jue. What sort of person? Did we not visit the market yesterday? I returned in haste and had not yet had the chance to ask you about it, Wanner. What transpired? Jue recalled the previous day's events, being caught in the jewelry shop's crowd and hastily fleeing back to the flower-picking courtyard. Given that the events at the jewelry shop remained unresolved, their connection to the flower-picking courtyard loomed large. Lin Wei had arrived at the flower-picking courtyard early, accompanied by a few attendants, without making a significant commotion upon his arrival in Maxiang. Upon arriving at the flower-picking garden, Lin Wei meandered around, observing the visitors who were either tending to the flowers, engrossed in books, playing musical instruments, or composing poetry and painting. The weather was splendid that day, and Su Wanwan and Jue were enjoying the breeze on the terrace. As the terrace was situated at a notably elevated position within the garden, Lin Wei paused to gaze in that direction and caught sight of Su Wanwan's silhouette. He found himself staring for quite some time. Wanner, it seems someone over there is watching you. Jue pointed out Lin Wei and informed Su Wanwan. Turning around, Su Wanwan spotted Lin Wei. Noticing that she had seen him, Lin Wei ambled toward the terrace. Jue, watching Su Wanwan turn, lowered her head and stared vacantly at the chess manual on the table, lost in thought. Wanner, someone has arrived. Jue nudged Su Wanwan. As Lin Wei approached the terrace, he softly called out, "Wanner." Before Su Wanwan could respond, Lin Wei subtly shook his head. Observing the awkwardness between the two, Jiyue interjected, "What is this?" Su Wanwan regained her composure and explained to Jiyue, this is Lin. I am Lin Wei, a friend of Wanner. I have heard about the flower-picking garden and came to see it for myself. Indeed, the scenery is extraordinary." Lin Wei took the initiative to clarify his purpose, and Su Wanwan understood his intention. "Oh, I see. This is Jiyue, my dear friend at the flower-picking garden." Since knowing Su Wanwan, Jiyue had never seen her in such an absent-minded state. Noticing that Lin Wei was attentively observing Wanner, who was avoiding his gaze, Jiyue surmised that their relationship was likely more complex than mere friendship. Being perceptive, Jiyue decided that their awkwardness made it uncomfortable for her to linger, so she excused herself. Before departing, she said to them, "Wanner, don't rush back tonight. Brother Yu has gone hunting and will surely return with a bountiful catch. Invite young Master Lin to join us for dinner." Jiyue quickly descended from the terrace, glancing back with a smile at Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan picked up a teacup from the table and took a delicate sip. "Since Yu has suggested it, let us have dinner together, General." A smile crept onto Lin Wei's lips, but fearing Su Wanwan might notice, he feigned interest in the chess pieces. Su Wanwan, however, did not see Lin Wei's expression, focusing instead on the piece he had just placed. Wanwan frowned and queried, "General, you've made a mistake. Placing a piece here gives the opponent an advantage. This is a deadlock." Lin Wei, preoccupied with concealing his emotions, paid little heed to the chessboard's layout and struggled to find a suitable explanation. In a panic, he took a sip of tea. Yet, Su Wanwan continued to gaze at him, leaving him feeling somewhat flustered. "What is it?" he stammered. Wanwan replied, "This cup of tea was just drunk by Jiyue." Lin Wei, startled, spat out the tea, hastily placing the cup aside. Observing his flustered demeanor, Su Wanwan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, which Lin Wei noticed. "Go ahead and laugh. I shan't drink this tea any longer, nor will I continue with chess. I will remain for dinner instead." Lin Wei, usually composed, appeared unusually flustered, which struck Su Wanwan as somewhat charming, prompting her to laugh heartily. Lin Wei quietly gazed at Su Wanwan, having never witnessed her laugh so freely before. It seemed that the oppressive atmosphere of the capital had stifled her spirit, leaving her breathless. Now, in emotion, she seemed considerably more relaxed, shedding the tension that once enveloped her. This, Lin Wei mused, must be her true self. A smile unconsciously graced his lips as he joined in her laughter. Chapter 66. Birthday gift. Jiyu informed Murongyu that Su Wanwan had encountered a friend today, though Murongyu paid little mind to it, merely finding it coincidental to meet an acquaintance from afar in emotion. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied with his catch of rabbits, wild chickens, and wild boars, contemplating an evening feast around a bonfire. Jiyu assisted Murongyu in preparing the ingredients, also planning to whip up a few light dishes. Observing Murongyu organizing the firewood stack, she noted that he rarely engaged in such tasks, and his garments were now soiled with dust from the wood. "Brother Yu, take a break," she urged. "You've just returned, and you're sweating profusely with your clothes all dirty. Please change first. I'll handle the rest." However, Murongyu did not feel fatigued. Rather, he was quite elated. Jiyu noticed a change in his demeanor, recognizing that he harbored feelings for Su Wanwan. Yet, it seemed to her that this affection was unreciprocated. Was he perhaps contemplating revealing his feelings to Wanwan? A flicker of intuition stirred within Jiyu, though uncertainty lingered. Curiously, she asked, "Brother Yu, do you have any plans with Wanwan today?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Murongyu gradually set down the firewood, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, and paused to catch his breath. "Some things, after all, must be expressed. I owe you my gratitude, Jiyu. You have helped me realize that one must be brave enough to voice their feelings, even if the outcome is not as one hopes. At least there will be no regrets." Jiyu sensed Murongyu's determination and understood that harboring such emotions inwardly was merely a fixation. Yet today, witnessing the interaction between Su Wanwan and Lin Wei, she recognized clearly that Murongyu, too, was foolishly enamored with someone unattainable. As night fell, the air turned brisk, Su Wanwan and Lin Wei arrived early at the pavilion, discovering the table set with ingredients and a grill nearby. The flames, though modest, flickered steadily, providing a gentle warmth to those seated nearby. Su Wanwan glanced around, noticing the absence of Ji and Mu Rongyu. Perhaps they were delayed by something. Let us wait a while longer, General. Very well, it matters not, Lin Wei replied, his tone calm. In the tranquil night, with the warm glow of the bonfire, a crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a soft light that accentuated Su Wanwan's delicate features. Lin Wei occasionally stole glances at her, before shifting his gaze back to the moon. Suddenly, a burst of fireworks illuminated the sky, exploding in a kaleidoscope of colors. A breathtaking sight that adorned the heavens above the pavilion. Su Wanwan, captivated by the display, exclaimed, "Wow, how beautiful! Look!" She pointed at the fireworks and turned to Lin Wei, asking, "What day is it today?" "Someone is setting off fireworks. How beautiful!" Lin Wei gazed at the sky and replied, "Indeed, it is lovely. Perhaps there are those who cherish fireworks, taking advantage of the splendid night to celebrate." After speaking, Lin Wei glanced at Su Wanwan, who was gazing up at the blossoming fireworks. "Today is your birthday, Wanner," Lin Wei silently mused, though he did not voice it. Just as he was about to reach for the birthday gift at his waist, he heard Ji Yu's voice nearby. "Vanya, happy birthday. Do you like this display of fireworks?" Su Wanwan approached Ji Yu, joyfully exclaiming, "So you prepared these fireworks, are you?" "Thank you. I truly love them. I'm glad you like them. My brother Yu and I have been busy preparing for quite a while. You left early to hunt, and then rushed back to arrange tonight's bonfire feast. We pondered for a long time before finalizing this plan," Ji Yu explained, while Mu Rongyu smiled silently, observing the two. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Su Wanwan introduced Lin Wei to them. Mu Rongyu cast a glance at Lin Wei, who he had assumed was a lady friend of Ji Yu's, only to find a dashing young gentleman before him. Noticing Mu Rongyu's persistent gaze on Lin Wei, Ji Yu teased, "Look, brother Yu, are you captivated by Lin Gongzi's handsome visage? You are the most charming gentleman in our Hua Hua garden. How do you feel now that you've met Lin Gongzi?" Mu Rongyu quickly turned his attention to the table, exchanging a knowing glance with Ji Yu, and said to Lin Wei, "I apologize." Ji Yu is quite fond of jesting. Please excuse her playful nature during our first encounter. As they settled down, Ji Yu looked at Lin Wei and suddenly recalled that both she and Mu Rongyu had prepared birthday gifts for Su Wanwan, which made Lin Wei's presence somewhat awkward. "Lin Gongzi, I sincerely apologize. We did not anticipate an additional guest today, and these gifts were arranged in advance, which may put you in an uncomfortable position." However, Lin Wei was unfazed. He felt warmth in his heart at the sight of Wanner's friends and was genuinely happy for her. He slowly retrieved the birthday gift he had prepared. "No worries. I came to Mo by chance and encountered Wanner. This is my birthday gift." Su Wanwan took the handkerchief he offered, revealing a bracelet within. Ji Yu recognized the bracelet and exclaimed, "This looks so familiar. Isn't this the jade bracelet Wanner admired at the shop on East Street? Where did you acquire it, Lin Gongzi? Was it from that same jewelry store?" Lin Wei nodded. "Yes, I happened to encounter Wanner that day." "Oh, it seems you and Wanner truly share a bond," Ji remarked, causing everyone present to exchange glances. Mu Rongyu looked at the bracelet in Su Wanwan's hand and then at Lin Wei, suddenly feeling a pang of jealousy as he realized Lin Wei's affection for Su Wanwan. It was as if something lodged in his throat, causing discomfort. He poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Ji Yu observed Mu Rongyu's demeanor, then glanced at Lin Wei and Wanner, before raising her own glass in a toast. "Thank you. I truly appreciate your birthday gifts." Su Wanwan, unsure of what to do, excitedly lifted her glass as well, saying, "Then let us drink together. I am delighted to have met you all. Here's to our shared joy." A few individuals raised their glasses in unison, exclaiming, "It is all in the wine." After dinner, several people tidied up the meal containers. In the kitchen, Ji Yu had jested, "Wanner, you have no idea. Today, even those stacks of firewood were moved by Brother Yu. In the end, he ended up covered in smudges, looking like a hapless little rabbit. Isn't that amusing?" Mu Rongyu cast a furtive glance at Su Wanwan, signaling Ji Yu to cease her chatter. Lin Wei observed everything, noting, "Today Brother Murong and Miss Ji Yu have worked hard. The rest, Wanwan and I shall take care of. You two should return and rest. I will accompany Wanwan home. Su Wanwan also urged the two to return and rest early. Muronyu was reluctant to leave, fiddling with kitchen items, while Jiue tugged at him, shaking her head in a silent admonition. On their way back, Jiue comforted Muronyu, saying, I know you are feeling discontented. However, brother you also witnessed today's scene. It appears that Lin Gongzi and Wanner share a unique bond. Muronyu was not oblivious to Jiue's implication. He felt a sense of unease within himself. The sudden appearance of Lin Wei had taken him by surprise, and observing the way Lin Wei gazed at Su Wanwan only deepened his understanding. Yet, he wished to deceive himself, unwilling to confront this reality. In the kitchen, Lin Wei finished tidying up and sought out some greens and noodles. He heated a pot to prepare the noodles. Before long, Lin Wei presented a steaming bowl of noodles to Su Wanwan, declaring, I almost forgot this. Do try it. Su Wanwan noticed that Lin Wei was struggling to hold the hot bowl and quickly took it, placing it on the table. I'm already full tonight. You needn't go to such trouble, she remarked. Lin Wei explained, this is longevity noodles, which one must eat on their birthday. As Su Wanwan gazed at the longevity noodles before her, she suddenly turned away to discreetly wipe away her tears. In her memories, she had never celebrated a proper birthday. Even the longevity noodles were something her elder brother would prepare for her only when he was at home. Thank you all. I am truly happy on this birthday, Su Wanwan said with a quivering voice. Lin Wei gently reached out to wipe her tears. It is a joyous birthday. Do not weep. Be happy. Lin Wei sensed her emotions and understood the hardships she had faced in the Xiang residence. For her, the capital seemed devoid of a stable home. Arriving in Maxiang and forming friendships with Muronyu and Jiue had warmed Wanwan's heart. He did not speak, but simply accompanied Su Wanwan, watching as she silently consumed her longevity noodles. Chapter 67. Tracing the clue, Lin Wei had come to Shihua Courtyard primarily concerning the matter of the golden hairpin. Yet after visiting, he found himself at a loss. Encountering Su Wanwan again left his thoughts in disarray. On his second visit, he continued to observe the surroundings. By chance, he ran into Muronyu. Unbeknownst to Muronyu, Lin Wei's intentions were unclear. Yet ever since the birthday celebration, he had noted the glances exchanged between Lin Wei and Su Wanwan. Assuming Lin Wei had come specifically to seek out Su Wanwan, he felt a pang of unease. Brother Lin, do you have a moment? I wish to converse, he said. Lin Wei, uncertain of Murongyu's purpose, nonetheless found himself at an impasse regarding the investigation, and thus welcomed the opportunity to engage in conversation. Hoping to glean insights about Shihua Courtyard. What matters do you wish to discuss, Brother Muro? Lin Wei inquired. No need for such formality. Since you're a friend of Wanner, you may simply call me you. My courtesy name is Aheng, Muronyu replied. Aheng? That is a splendid name. Does Wanner also address you as such? Muronyu felt a surge of curiosity regarding the relationship between Lin Wei and Su Wanwan. Lin Wei recalled that Su Wanwan typically referred to her as General Lin. The sole instance she had called him Aheng was during their mutual confession of feelings. Shaking his head, Lin Wei dismissed the thought. Upon hearing Lin Wei's denial, Murongyu's interest was piqued. It suggested that Wanwan and Lin Wei were not particularly close. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Observing Murongyu's reaction, Lin Wei inquired, Brother Yu, do you harbor feelings for Wanwan? Caught off guard by Lin Wei's question, Muronyu hesitated. Their shared meal the previous day and his birthday celebration for Wanwan felt trivial compared to Lin Wei's insight. How do you know this, Lin Wei? I noticed your attentiveness towards Wanwan yesterday, he replied, perplexed. Lin Wei was at a loss for words in response to Murongyu's counter-question. Perhaps, before returning to the capital, he had a chance to mend his relationship with Wanwan, especially since they had grown closer. However, since the turmoil of the autumn banquet, Wanwan had not spoken to him sincerely again. Why have you fallen silent, Brother Lin? Muronyu asked, intrigued as he observed Lin Wei deep in thought. Oh, it is nothing. I was merely reminiscing about the past. I do not deny my affection for Wanwan. It is evident that you sought me out today for her sake. Is it not? Muronyu felt a sense of relief upon hearing Lin Wei's admission, confirming his own suspicions. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Yesterday, After overhearing your conversation with Miss Jiue and observing your curiosity towards me, it became apparent. Wanwan is a remarkable lady, deserving of admiration. She was once married, but has since divorced. Married? Murong Yu was taken aback by this revelation. Noticing the surprise on his face, Lin Wei smiled gently and added, "Did you not expect that? The man she married must not have been her true match. Otherwise, why would she have divorced?" Murong Yu regarded Lin Wei thoughtfully as he slowly responded, "It was I." Murong Yu's astonishment deepened. He had assumed that Lin Wei and Wanwan were merely friends or that Lin Wei harbored feelings for her. He had never anticipated that Lin Wei was her former husband. "Oh no, Brother Lin, I may have misspoken. That was not my intention. I was merely curious. It is of no consequence. Wanwan is a woman of strong will. I failed to cherish our relationship. I understand that you have feelings for her, but I must advise you, do not cling to your obsession. It is best to turn back now." Lin Wei was already aware that Su Wanwan would not be open to new feelings in the near future, as she sought a new direction, possibly focusing her energies on her business endeavors. Thus, he wished to caution Murong Yu against fixation. Having said this, Lin Wei departed to find Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan contemplated that her affairs in Mo Xiang were nearly concluded, and it was time to return to Shuiyun town to attend to her shop. Furthermore, with Lin Wei also in Mo Xiang, their encounters left her feeling somewhat awkward, unsure of how to navigate their relationship. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, Su Wanwan rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, she found Lin Wei standing before her. Noticing her luggage neatly packed on the table, he asked, "Are you leaving?" Su Wanwan nodded and replied, "Yes. The matters in Mo Xiang are nearly settled, and it is time for me to return." "Ah, I see. There is something I'm uncertain whether I should share with you." Although Lin Wei could not find any information regarding Shihua Garden, it stands to reason that since this matter pertains to Shihua Garden, Jiue, as the flower maiden, is likely in danger. Lin Wei is unsure whether the situation will affect Wan'er, hence her internal conflict. Previously, concerning the matter of Xian Fei, substantial evidence pointed towards the Grand Commandant's residence. The urgency with which Xian Fei acted within the palace must have been instigated by the Grand Commandant's court. However, my subordinates discovered that this particular gold hairpin did not originate from the capital, and it bore the name of a jewelry shop on East Street in Maxiang. Lin Wei informed Su Wanwan about her visit to Maxiang and mentioned the hairpin, which explains their encounter at the shop on East Street. The general implied that this hairpin belongs neither to the capital nor to Maxiang. Why then does it carry that name? Is it possible that someone orchestrated this deliberately? Lin Wei nodded, affirming that the owner of this hairpin indeed hails from Shihua Garden. However, when the hairpin was seized, she had already fled, obscured by a veil and a hood, making her identity untraceable. Only a flower token from Shihua Garden fell from her possession. As Su Wanwan listened to Lin Wei's account, she grasped the situation better. However, General, can one definitively conclude that this individual is from Shihua Garden merely based on a flower token? Every day, Shihua Garden distributes numerous flower tokens, making it difficult to ascertain. Lin Wei did not dismiss this possibility, yet she remained skeptical, acknowledging that the details require further investigation. Nevertheless, she pondered that if this indeed relates to Shihua Garden, Jiue, as the foremost flower maiden of this season, may be in peril. The connection between the flower maidens of Shihua Garden and the capital is simply due to the capital's esteem for Shihua Garden's reputation in Maxiang. Upon hearing Lin Wei's words, Su Wanwan sensed the complexity of the situation. If it implicated Jiue, it could indeed pose significant danger. This thought led her to recall the incident from a few days prior, when Jiue sustained injuries to her face. Just before the competition for the foremost flower maiden, Jiue had been drugged and subsequently injured, an attempt to prevent her from participating. However, in retrospect, could this also be linked to the competition for the foremost flower maiden? The foremost flower maiden competition? This does prompt a realization. Given the capital's interest in Shihua Garden's reputation, the competition could serve as a pivotal point. Undoubtedly, there lies a connection within. After hearing Lin Wei's analysis, Su Wanwan felt a chill of apprehension. She had hoped Jiue had narrowly escaped danger, only to realize that this could merely be the beginning. She resolved to delay her return to Shuiyun town until Lin Wei could clarify the matters concerning the hairpin and Shihua garden, after which she would reconsider her plans. I wish to stay and assist you in this investigation. No, this matter is quite delicate. As of now, there are no leads, and I am concerned for your safety. Wanner. Thus, I'm conflicted about whether I should divulge this to you. Su Wanwan was well aware of the dangers involved, but the thought of Jiyue potentially facing peril again compelled her to take action rather than remain passive. I have made up my mind. Jiyue is my friend in Maxiang. If I were to abandon her knowing she is in danger, how could I ever call myself a friend? Lin Wei was already familiar with Su Wanwan's stubborn disposition. Once she became aware of this matter, she would certainly not retreat. In light of this, he resolved to silently protect her by her side. Chapter 68. A rising wind, how can you fail at such a trivial matter and still dare to confront me? A man, masked and fierce, thundered. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, the dense bamboo forest rustling gently with the wind. A woman trembled, her body quaking as she incessantly pinched her own arm. I beg your pardon, my lord, it is my inadequacy. I had thought that Jiyue's face was marred, and thus she would not compete this year. Failing to secure the title of champion is a dereliction of my duty. The man, suppressing his rising anger, grasped the woman's neck tightly, his fingers tracing her delicate features. The woman gasped for air, struggling against his grip, yet felt utterly immobilized. What a smooth visage you possess, so fragile and tender. Look at those willow-like brows, those thin lips, that endearing expression. As he spoke, he forcefully threw her to the ground. But what use is that? You cannot even surpass a disfigured woman. Tell me, what purpose do you serve in my presence? The woman's heart sank at his words, and after a moment of catching her breath, she crawled towards him, her voice barely a whisper. Please, my lord, grant me another chance. I did not foresee that they had assistance. It was my oversight. A chance? The championship has concluded. What chance do you think you have? The orders from the capital have already been issued. Your foolishness has led to this failure. Surely, there must be accountability. Do you believe you still possess a chance at life? The man gazed at the woman, who was now pleading like a beaten dog, his eyes filled with disdain. He kicked her away, expressing his frustration. 3 days. You must decide. Either eliminate Huanyang and become the most renowned among the flower maidens of Shuiyuan, or 3 days hence. Find someone to collect your remains. With those words, he stormed away. The woman, in a state of panic, gasped for breath. After considerable effort, she managed to rise from the ground and slowly left the bamboo grove. After walking for a while, she noticed that Jiyue's room was still illuminated by candlelight. Leaning against a nearby stone, her eyes were filled with bitterness. Sister Zissou, what has befallen you? I came to your room earlier, but you were not there, so I wandered nearby. I am fine, a Yuan. Please help me return home. A Yuan was closest to Zissou, being younger, impressionable, and indecisive. Thus, under Zissou's urging, the two had conspired to drudge Jiyue. However, in Zissou's eyes, a Yuan was merely a pawn. Should the scheme unravel, a Yuan would become the ideal scapegoat. Yet unexpectedly, the timid A Yuan had fled first, leaving Zissou alone. Once back in the room, A Yuan, concerned for Zissou, noted her expression of sheer terror. Sister, where have you been? What has happened? Zissou, lost in thought about the earlier events, suddenly fixed her gaze on a Yuan, as if a plan had formed in her mind. My dear Yuan, if given another chance, would you still run? A Yuan stood frozen, aware of Zissou's implication. However, recalling Jiyue's reaction the last time, she felt a shiver of fear. Sister, about last time, didn't Jiyue already realize it was you? To my surprise, Jiyue exhibits such openness, having suffered such a wound, yet refusing to surrender. Since the competition has concluded, should we not retreat as far as possible? What a disappointing creature. Zissou, feeling exasperated, gazed at a Yuan, who appeared timid and withdrawn. She angrily shattered a teacup on the table and declared, What are you afraid of? If you hadn't fled in fear last time, our plan would have succeeded long ago. Now, Jiyue continues to hold the top position. When will it be our turn? Do you wish to remain a nameless flower girl forever? A Yuan was startled by Zissou's words. She too had been coerced into harming Jiyue previously. For a Yuan, the position of leader held no allure, She was content to stay in the flower-picking courtyard, well-fed and clothed, enjoying her studies and music. Although she wished for Zissou to attain the leadership, she disapproved of achieving success through the suffering of others. Yet, Zissou was her dear sister, and she could not bear to see her in distress. Sister, we are fortunate that Jiue did not pursue the matter from last time. Are you truly willing to take such risks? I do not understand. Your reputation in the flower-picking courtyard is no less than Jiue's. Why, sister? Before Yuan could finish her thought, Jiue interjected, but there can only be one first place. I am no less worthy than her. Why should I not deserve this position? Seeing Zissou in such a state, a Yuan felt a pang of sympathy, and thus resolved to comply with her wishes. Then, sister, what do you propose we do? Zissou beckoned a Yuan closer and whispered, tomorrow you must call. A Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zissou. What? Are you afraid? As long as there is no evidence, we cannot be held accountable. A Yuan replied with hesitation. All right, I will follow your plan. Concerned for Jiue's safety and with Lin Wei needing to investigate, the two decided to stay at the flower-picking courtyard. There were no prepared rooms available, leaving only 2 adjacent side rooms near the back mountain. Due to their less-than-ideal location, lacking sunlight, they were rarely occupied. Murong Yu arrived at the back mountain with Su Wanwan and Lin Wei, and upon opening the door to one of the rooms, they found it tidy, albeit covered in a layer of dust from disuse. The room felt chilly and somewhat cold. The flower-picking courtyard was not available for external rental, so there were seldom any vacant rooms. These 2 rooms, nestled against the back mountain and exposed to the wind, had not been cleaned for some time. I apologize for the inconvenience. Miss Su, I heard from Jiue that your health is frail, if you do not mind. You may stay in my room for the next few days while I move here, Murong Yu offered. Su Wanwan, not wishing to trouble Murong Yu, quickly declined, no need. Young Master Murong, I'm fine here, truly. Just after returning from her patrol, Jiue heard of this arrangement and hurried back to the flower-picking courtyard. Before she even entered, she overheard their conversation. Rushing inside, she spotted Su Wanwan. I just heard you were coming to stay. This room is cold, damp, and not suitable for a young lady like you. How about you squeeze in with me instead? It's all right. You need not trouble yourselves. I am perfectly fine. Do not worry, Su Wanwan assured. Su Wanwan gazed intently at the group of them. Lin Wei surveyed the room and its surroundings before suggesting. Let us heed Miss Jiue's advice, Wanner. I believe this place will suffice for my stay, as it is relatively secluded. Should any danger arise, I worry I may not be able to attend to you in a timely manner. Feeling the sincere gazes of her companions upon her, Su Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement for now. It is but a temporary residence, and being near Jiue means we will be alerted to any disturbances. She nodded in agreement. Chapter 69. Poisoned as night fell, Su Wanwan and Jiue lay side by side on the bed, both staring blankly at the ceiling. Are you unable to sleep as well? Are you? Su Wanwan inquired, turning to glance at Jiue with a puzzled expression. And you wanna? What occupies your thoughts? Jiue gazed at the ceiling, contemplating the events of the day. Several students, preparing for the imperial examination in the coming years, had approached her. However, she found herself at a loss for words in response to their inquiries. Despite her extensive knowledge and artistic talents at Shihua Garden, she had never truly considered whether her efforts were solely for personal validation and public admiration. She pondered deeply, yet found no answers. Wanner, tell me, after all the sage's texts we have studied, what is the ultimate purpose? Curious about Jiue's contemplative demeanor, Su Wanwan asked, is this the reason for your insomnia? Jiue offered a wry smile and continued to gaze at the ceiling before slowly articulating. Today, a few students posed several questions to me. I managed to answer them all, yet one query left me speechless. After years of study and facing harsh selections, if one is fortunate enough to be appointed as an official, can they truly pursue their innermost desires? If not, what then is the purpose of our education? After all, poetry and prose cannot fill an empty stomach. Jiue recalled the scene from earlier, the student's words echoing in her mind, lingering long after. When I heard this, I was momentarily choked with emotion. Indeed, if their years of education do not yield a practical outcome, then the pursuit of poetry and knowledge alone cannot sustain them. What if they had instead spent that time learning trade, honing martial skills, or farming? engaging in the struggle for survival. Would their lives not improve? Becoming an official is merely a new threshold. Once crossed, one may find themselves starting anew, Jiyu added. Listening intently to Jiyue's reflections, Su Wanwan contemplated her words. Ayu speaks truthfully, yet not all endeavors require a favorable outcome to be deemed meaningful. While successful experiences are undoubtedly commendable and rewards for effort are gratifying, failures serve as invaluable lessons. The pursuit of knowledge is similarly significant. It is not merely about seeking results, but about nurturing spiritual growth and shaping an authentic self, an individual with conviction and substance, who does not simply follow the tide. Jiyu nodded in agreement with Wanwan's insights. Yet she expressed her concern, but these thoughts do not resolve the matter of filling one's stomach. That is what I cannot comprehend. Understanding her friend's dilemma, Su Wanwan continued. Engaging in trade, honing martial arts, and farming. These methods may appear to be closer to survival, yet they are merely a result. One must first engage in learning. If one is well-read and possesses a broad knowledge base, then undertaking these endeavors will become a seamless task. As wisdom and knowledge are indeed forms of accumulated energy, the strengths gained from learning can subsequently benefit one's existence. Every action bears significance. As Jiyu listened to Su Wanwan, she found herself gradually drifting into slumber. Wanwan turned to Jiyu, observing her peaceful sleep, and chose to remain silent. However, the words spoken by Lin Wei earlier in the day lingered in her mind, stirring a sense of unease. Where there are people, disputes are inevitable. If the individuals from Shihua Courtyard truly have ties to the capital, what could their ultimate goal be? Scholars? Government positions? Significance? Contemplating these connections, Su Wanwan could not help but ponder the implications. Was it possible they sought to exploit the scholars? Wanwan mulled over the matter, sensing that it was far from straightforward. For now, all she could do was observe how events would unfold. The following day, Wainer and Jiyu shared a meal in their room. In the past, when Jiyu dined alone, she would eat sparingly. Today, however, she had deliberately taken more from the kitchen. Today we have my favorite Crucian carp and tofu soup. Do give a try, Wainer. The Crucian carp soup from Shihua Courtyard is not merely made from fish. It is simmered with a blend of over a dozen traditional herbs, resulting in a delightful aroma. Just take a whiff. Upon hearing Jiyu's enthusiastic recommendation, Su Wanwan eagerly took a few sips. Indeed, it was quite flavorful, richer than ordinary soup, complemented by a subtle herbal fragrance. Yet after only a few mouthfuls, Su Wanwan sensed a heaviness in her chest and a burning sensation in her throat. Noticing Jiyu eagerly about to drink, she interjected, "Wait, this soup seems off. I'm feeling discomfort in my throat. It burns." Before she could finish, Su Wanwan suddenly spat blood, her complexion paling, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Jiyu hastily dropped her spoon and supported Su Wanwan. "Wainer, what is happening? Don't frighten me. Someone call for help," Jiyu shouted. Her voice filled with panic as Murong-yu, Lin Wei, and others from Shihua Courtyard rushed to the door. They were met with the sight of Su Wanwan bleeding and the distressed Jiyu. Lin Wei swiftly scooped up Su Wanwan, hurrying to find a doctor. At the entrance, Zisu and Yuan observed the unfolding chaos. Zisu looked at Jiyu, a smirk curling at her lips. "Epa noticing Fisu." Jiyu glanced back at the Crucian carp soup on the table, a thought igniting in her mind. She pointed at Zisu and shouted, "It was you, wasn't it? You tried to harm me last time, and now you seek to do so again." Everyone turned their gaze to Zisu, who protested with an innocent expression. "Why accuse me unjustly? There are so many witnesses here. Which of your eyes saw that I intended to harm you? Let everyone judge, shall we?" The crowd, observing Jiyu's rising agitation, began to murmur that Zisu had only just arrived and had no motive. "Jiyu, calm down. Let us report this to the authorities. It is a matter for the officials to resolve." Jiyu, however, paid no heed to their words, as Murong-yu hurried to fetch a horse. "We must first attend to Wainer's injuries." When the two arrived at the medical clinic, Wainer had already received her medicine. Lin Wei frowned, visibly anxious. "It's poison. Wainer's condition indicates as much." The physician remarked that a mild affliction could render one speechless, while a severe case could lead to unconsciousness. Jiyu gazed at the unconscious Su Wanwan, overwhelmed with guilt. It was all my fault. Had I not allowed Wanner to drink that bowl of Christian carp and tofu soup, this calamity would not have occurred. Morong Yu, standing nearby, comforted her, urging her not to be too hard on herself. Who could be so malicious as to target you in such a petty manner? You must remain vigilant. Jiyu pondered for a moment before declaring resolutely, "It must be Zissou. She attempted to harm me last time, and she is undoubtedly behind this as well. No, I cannot allow her to escape this time." Jiyu resolved to no longer endure the humiliation, especially since it had affected Wanwan. She hastily rode back to Shihua Courtyard, determined to settle both new and old grievances. Chapter 70. A turning point within Shihua Courtyard. A Yuan anxiously paced, glancing at Zissou. "Sister, what shall we do now? Jiyu has not only escaped unscathed, but it is also that Miss Su by her side." Zissou remained unfazed. "Do not panic. I simply did not anticipate Jiyu's fortune. My intention was merely to silence her temporarily, yet she emerged unscathed. But what if she reports this? If it reaches the county office, what shall we do? We could face imprisonment, sister." A Yuan fretted, pacing so much that she nearly disoriented Zissou. Zissou regarded her calmly, replying, "And what of it? I did not administer the poison. A Yuan alted, incredulu." "Sister, what do you mean? I heeded your counsel. We are in this together. Are you now abandoning me?" Zissou, observing Yuan's furious expression, gently patted her face. "Of course not, Yuaner. You must trust me. What the county office? Even if we are entangled in a legal matter, I shall find a way to extricate you. Once this is resolved, not only will we leave Mo Xiang behind, but I will take you to the capital." A Yuan struggled to comprehend Zissou's confidence and was astonished at the prospect of visiting the capital, a long-held dream of hers, rumored to be the most bustling place. At this moment, she hesitated. Zissou grasped her hand, her gaze imbued with assurance. Before long, the officials from the county office arrived at Shihua Courtyard. In the court, Jiyu accused Zissou of poisoning her with the intent to cause harm. The commoner Jiyu from Shihua Courtyard accuses Zissou of administering poison multiple times with the intent to endanger her life. As she spoke, Jiyu dramatically removed her veil, revealing the scar on her face, which shocked everyone present. Both Zissou and Jiyu were the most esteemed courtesans of Shihua Courtyard, and the poisoning incident had escalated to the county office. The entrance was soon crowded with onlookers. Zissou, confident in the lack of concrete evidence against her, boldly asserted, "I implore the magistrate to intervene. I harbor no animosity towards Jiyu. Now that her face is marred, she falsely accuses me. Such baseless claims are indeed a grave injustice." Since taking office, Magistrate Su Chonglin had amassed wealth through unscrupulous means, favoring the affluent in legal matters while dismissing the grievances of the impoverished. Given the prominence of Shihua Courtyard in the local economy, this scandal piqued his interest considerably. Facing the assertions made by Zissou, Jiyu was momentarily at a loss. However, recalling the events of that day, she reported to County Magistrate Su. Upon awakening, "I attempted to rise and search for my belongings, but after only a few steps, I was overtaken by fatigue and collapsed to the ground. In a desperate bid to maintain consciousness, I endured the pain and used a hairpin from my hair to pierce my arm. Subsequently, Zissou and her accomplice entered my room with the intention of stealing my musical score. When I discovered them, a confrontation ensued, during which I managed to injure Zissou's shoulder with the same hairpin. Every word I speak is the truth. May the magistrate command the officers to verify my account." Magistrate Su gestured for those present to quiet down, his gaze lingering on Zissou with a glint of intrigue. Zissou, feeling the weight of the scrutinizing stares, suppressed a wave of nausea. She waved dismissively at the onlookers and then lifted her left shoulder, revealing no marks. "It is the right side," Jiyu exclaimed urgently. Zissou adjusted her left shoulder's garment and slowly revealed her right side, where a distinct burn scar became visible. Jiyu scrutinized the wound, recognizing it as a fabrication that Zissou had crafted long before, after the conclusion of the contest. At that time, upon returning to her room, she had encountered the trembling A Yuan. Alarmed by the sight of Zissou holding a bloodied knife, A Yuan had inquired about the incident. After bandaging the injury, she remarked, "Sister, as long as you avoid vigorous movement, this shoulder wound will heal quickly, but if it scars, it will be unattractive." The mention of a scar had sent a chill down Zisu's spine. Following the contest, she had deliberately instructed Yuan to create a burn scar using a heated iron, just in case it would be needed, and now it had served its purpose. Jiyue asserted that the scar on her shoulder was a result of an accidental burn incurred while roasting rabbits outdoors with her younger sister Yuan, not from any hairpin injury, as Zisu claimed. "I hope the magistrate sees the truth," she implored. Jiyue was taken aback by Zisu's quick alteration of her injury, leaving her speechless. "Magistrate." Moreover, regarding the poisoning incident, the bowl of crucian carp and tofu soup found in my dwelling serves as evidence. "Jiyue, do you accuse me of poisoning based solely on a bowl of soup? This soup was not prepared by me. You are mistaken, magistrate," Zisu protested. Magistrate Su struck the wooden block, calling for silence. "Jiyue, do you have any witnesses to corroborate your claim?" In a flurry of thought, Jiyue recalled the cook from Shawayuan who might possess crucial information. "I request that the magistrate summon the cook who prepared the crucian carp and tofu soup that day." After a prolonged wait, no one appeared. A voice announced the cook from Shawayuan was newly hired, and shortly after beginning her work, she claimed to have family matters to attend to and subsequently vanished. Ultimately, with no evidence and no witnesses, the case was left unresolved. Upon returning to the medical hall, Jiyue approached Su Wanwan's bedside, overwhelmed with sorrow. Tears streamed down her face, a mixture of heartache, grievance, and guilt over Wanwan's poisoning. Morongyu, witnessing Jiyue's distress and glancing at the ailing Su Wanwan, felt an indescribable turmoil within. "Jiyue, this time you have been overly rash. One should seek evidence before reporting to the authorities. Thus, the current situation has become quite passive. Do not be too disheartened. I have dispatched someone to locate the chef who fled that day." Jun gazed at Morongyu, her eyes filled with distress as she asked, "Brother Yu, do you think I am foolish for allowing things to deteriorate to this extent? Wana has been reduced to such a state. This is not your fault, Jiyue. You too are a victim. Your concern has clouded your judgment. Do not dwell on it. The physician has assured me that Wanner will awaken soon. The poison has been neutralized. Is that truly the case?" Jiyue wiped her tears away, her voice trembling with excitement. Morongyu nodded. "You should return to rest. I shall remain here with young Master Lin. Wana will be fine. However, be cautious on your own. You have clearly severed ties with Zisu, and I fear she may pose a threat to you. Take care of yourself." Jiyue nodded in understanding. "Yes, I shall be vigilant." With that, she returned to the flower-picking garden, hoping to uncover some clues. Moreover, Yuan has always been on good terms with Zisu, so she felt compelled to inquire about a Yuan situation personally. Upon her return to the flower-picking garden, Jiyue discovered a Yuan and Zisu together. Zisu, noticing Jiyue's dejected demeanor, smugly remarked, "Look at our once glorious Jiyue. How the tables have turned. They say your beauty has been ruined, and now you envy the other flower maidens of the garden. This disfigured visage hardly deserves the title of the leading flower maiden." She leaned closer to Jiyue, her expression taunting. "How does it feel now?" Jiyue retaliated with a slap across Zisu's face. "We'll see about that." She then retreated to her room and closed the door. Zisu, clutching her face in indignation, shouted towards Jiyue's room, "Jiyue, just you wait." Chapter 71. Awakening Wanner. "You have awakened?" Morongyu exclaimed with excitement as he looked at Su Wanwan. She shook her head groggily, surveying her surroundings before wearily sitting up, only to be embraced by Morongyu. Su Wanwan felt somewhat dazed, yet the embrace made her feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Wei entered just then, holding a bowl of herbal soup, and was taken aback by the scene before her. Su Wanwan turned her gaze towards Lin Wei, momentarily avoiding eye contact. "Young Master Morong, what has transpired? Please release me. I can hardly breathe." Morongyu then realized that his previous actions had been somewhat abrupt and hastily let go of Su Wanwan. As Lin Wei approached with the medicine, he explained, "Jiyue has been poisoned, and unfortunately, that bowl of soup was the cause. Hence, she is currently at the medical clinic." "Poisoned? What about you?" Upon waking, Su Wanwan was met with such troubling news and could not help but feel a surge of panic as she inquired about Jiue's condition. Murong Yu noticed Su Wanwan's worried expression and quickly reassured her. Do not fret. Jiue is safe and presently at the flower-picking garden. However, what? Jiue had initially refrained from pursuing the matter, but the incident of poisoning had unwittingly entangled her in it. In a moment of impulsiveness, she reported the matter to the authorities, but without evidence, the case was left unresolved. Now, the rumors regarding Jiue's appearance were rampant. After hearing Murong Yu's words, Su Wanwan felt a pang of sorrow. This was not her fault, and she too was a victim, yet she was burdened with the weight of such slander. The tall trees in the forest are inevitably subject to the winds. Her current circumstances are dire. Young Master Murong should return to the Shihua courtyard sooner rather than later. Murong Yu found himself perplexed by Su Wanwan's words and turned to Lin Wei, who nodded in response and then spoke. There are individuals connected to the capital at Shihua courtyard. Its reputation in Maxiang is quite esteemed, and some wish to leverage the name of Huanyang to attract scholars and disciples, essentially strategists. They may entice with wealth or employ the allure of beauty. There are always means to achieve their ends. I have come to Maxiang precisely to investigate this matter. The capital? What connection does Lin have with the capital? Murong Yu felt somewhat bewildered by Lin Wei's words. How could Shihua courtyard maintain contact with the capital? Over the years, Shihua courtyard had remained relatively stable in Maxiang, with no known ties to the authorities or other factions. Lin Wei and Su Wanwan exchanged glances. Given the current situation, revealing their identities was no longer an issue. I am Lin Wei, usually stationed in Yongcheng. Should matters arise in the capital, I will temporarily return there. Lin Wei, Yongcheng? Could you be the famed young general? Murong Yu gazed at him in astonishment. Upon their first meeting, Murong Yu had perceived Lin Wei as a figure of noble bearing, assuming he was the son of a wealthy family. Now, it appeared that he held a different identity. In that case, Wanwan must be the daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Years ago, the young General Lin Wei was betrothed to both Princess Anhe and the daughter of the Prime Minister, a matter that stirred considerable public interest and was widely known. It was hard to believe that these two individuals stood before him now. Murong Yu looked towards Su Wanwan, who nodded in affirmation. My purpose in coming to Maxiang is to uncover the agents that the capital has placed in Shihua courtyard. Lin Wei disclosed his objective. Murong Yu remained lost in the shock of discovering their identities, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Presently, he felt that any connection to Su Wanwan was increasingly unattainable. The chasm between their statuses was insurmountable, a truth he was painfully aware of. He strove to awaken himself to reality, but he remained convinced that Shihua courtyard would have no dealings with the capital. Su Wanwan, puzzled, inquired as to why he believed so. Murong Yu pondered briefly, realizing that the matter must begin with Mr. Sun. There are many rumors about Mr. Sun in the world of Jianghu, but most are fabrications. He harbored a deep disdain for the capital's Vanity Fair and would never conspire with its denizens. If there were indeed a link between the capital and Shihua courtyard, it must be attributed to another party. Mr. Sun had originally been a scholarly aspirant from Maxiang, entering the capital with high hopes and achieving remarkable academic success. However, just before the palace examination, he was approached by a powerful figure from the capital who sought to have Mr. Sun become his disciple. Mr. Sun firmly declined. He thought the matter would end there. But upon his return to Maxiang, he discovered that his entire family had been brutally slaughtered. The scene was one of unspeakable horror. A letter was left on the table, inscribed with blood. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish, written in the blood of Mr. Sun's family. Later, when Mr. Sun reported the incident to the authorities, he found them already compromised. Ultimately, he had to journey alone to the capital, drumming for justice, only to be intercepted en route and imprisoned in an unknown location for a full year. After he emerged, it was too late. The world remained oblivious to this miscarriage of justice, and Mr. Sun's path to retirement was irrevocably severed. Thus, for all these years, Mr. Sun's suffering has gone unnoticed. To him, Kyoto has become both a cage and a hell. Upon hearing Murong Yu's words, Lin Wei and Su Wanwan were both astonished, as they had not anticipated that the rumored Mr. Sun had such a profound backstory. How did you come to know this? Su Wanwan inquired, gazing intently at Moronyu. With his head lowered, Moronyu took a moment before responding, because Mr. Sun is my master. I have accompanied him throughout his journey, witnessing the gradual establishment of the Shuayuan, where he has taken in an increasing number of talented yet homeless individuals. Lin Wei listened quietly to Muronyu's account. Deep in thought, years prior to the palace examination, there had indeed been a scholar whose writings were bold and critical of current affairs, garnering much praise from the emperor at the time. I had caught a glimpse of him from a distance with my father, and I recall that his work was signed Yunwen Yuan. Subsequently, I heard that this individual often frequented the brothels of Kyoto and made disparaging remarks about the emperor, after which he vanished. This must surely be slander, yet Mr. Sun's surname is indeed Yun. He merely changed his name later, and as for his former name, I am unaware, Moronyu said indignantly. After listening to their analysis, Su Wanwan reflected. Sun Yun may have changed his name to distance himself from his past misfortunes. However, he must always remember that he is a member of the Yun family, and his suffering is something he silently endures. Moronyu nodded in agreement and asserted, "Thus, I understand better than anyone that Shuayuan is innocent. Mr. Sun cannot possibly be complicit with the people of Kyoto. Lin Wan, I wish to investigate this case with you and uncover the truth behind the scenes." The three exchanged glances. All right. Lin Wei extended his hand, and Moronyu followed suit. Seeing this, Su Wanwan placed her hand atop theirs in unity. At that moment, Jiwa entered, exclaiming, "And I am here too." "Jiwa, did you not return to Shuayuan?" Jiwa looked at the three and smiled. "Indeed, but I was uneasy. I wanted to wait until Wanwan awakened before going back. I also have good news. I have located the address of the cook from that day. I overheard your conversation and wish to join you. But your current situation is the most perilous. Are you not afraid?" Jiwa. Upon hearing Su Wanwan's question, Jiwa confidently replied, "I, Jiwa, have never feared anyone." With that, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 72. The search for evidence within the county office of Maxiang County. The back courtyard was filled with merriment. The clerk asked County Magistrate Su, "Sir, how do you intend to handle the Shuayuan case?" Su Chonglin smiled without answering, peeling an orange from the table and popping it into his mouth. He then slowly replied, "What do you think of Lady Zissou?" The clerk stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, "Both Lady Zissou and Lady Jiue are highly esteemed figures in Shuayuan. Lady Jiue is striking and graceful, possessing exceptional skills with the pipa, yet her beauty has been marred, leading to much public speculation. Lady Zissou, on the other hand, is both stunningly beautiful and exceptionally talented. It stands to reason that a beauty such as she would not harm others. Why would she forsake her impeccable reputation to engage in such reckless behavior? What do you think, my lord?" Su Chonglin picked up an orange peel from the table and flung it at the secretary's head with a sharp snap. "Foolishness! How could that be impossible? This office believes that the more enchanting something is, the more perilous it can be." As he spoke, he leered at the dancer before him, who suddenly leaped into his embrace. The secretary, witnessing this, retreated and attempted to leave, but Su Chonglin called out to the entrance, "Bring forth Lady Zissou. I wish to interrogate her personally." Shortly thereafter, Zissou was summoned. She observed Su Chonglin, who was cradling the dancer while she fed him wine. Noticing his silence, Zissou inquired, "My lord, may I ask the purpose of your summons?" Su Chonglin brusquely shoved the dancer aside and dismissed the others. He gazed at Zissou and remarked, "Is it not obvious? This pertains to today's case." Zissou replied, "But did we not set this case aside due to the lack of witnesses?" "Why do you say that?" "My lord." Su Chonglin sipped his wine and approached Zissou, who felt a sense of discomfort and took a step back. With a smile, he said, "The outcome of this case lies within my authority. I'm not foolish. Lady Zissou, that scar of yours was deliberately inflicted, was it not? How ruthless you are with yourself. On the surface, there seems to be no evidence, yet the truth is likely known only to you." Faced with Su Chonglin's probing, Zissou did not concede but calmly replied, "My lord jests. These are merely your assumptions. I would never admit to something I did not do. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned toward the door. Su Chonglin shouted after her, "Should you step through that door today, prepare for your reputation to be shattered and for imprisonment to await you." I have declared that the power to decide this case rests in my hands. It shall unfold as I deem fit." Upon hearing this, Zissou paused, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Su Changlin continued, "Is the evidence not straightforward? If one wishes, ample evidence can be produced. However, should I side with you, Lady Zissou, no evidence could threaten you. Have you truly considered this?" Contemplating Su Changlin's threats, Zissou reflected on her precarious situation. By eliminating Jiue and rising to become the most esteemed courtesan of the flower-picking garden, pledging loyalty to her lord was her only means of survival. Yet now, with the coveted position still unclaimed and accusations of murder weighing upon her, her safety was far from assured. She turned to Su Changlin, asking, "What do you mean, my lord?" Su Changlin leered at Zissou, pointing at her. "You come here. Did you see how the dancer behaved? Follow her example. Become my subordinate, and I shall protect you. From now on, in Maxiang, no one shall dare to disrespect you. Do you understand?" Zissou regarded him, thinking, "You, such a detestable person, believe you are worthy? A mere county magistrate, wielding a modicum of power, dares to utter such arrogant words. The forces behind me are far beyond your grasp." Yet, the thought of her unfinished task lingered, and her life remained precariously in the hands of others. These grievances she had no choice but to bear. Slowly, she lifted the wine cup from the table and declared, "A toast to the esteemed one." Upon returning to the flower-picking courtyard, Yuan observed the sorrowful expression on Zissou's face and asked with concern, "Sister, what has happened?" She noticed several bruises on Zissou's arms and her disheveled clothing. The last time she saw her in such a state was when she emerged from the back mountain. Grasping Zissou's arm, Yuan inquired with tenderness, "Sister, what has happened to your hand?" Zissou gazed vacantly at Yuan before hastily covering the injuries on her arm with her sleeve. Coldly, she replied, "It is nothing, just a bite from a dog." Before Yuan could respond further, Zissou shut the door, leaving her outside, murmuring, "Bitten by a dog? There are no dogs in the flower-picking courtyard. Sister, you are truly acting strangely today." The following day, Lin Wei presented a gold hairpin to Jiyu. This hairpin likely belonged to the flower-picking courtyard, yet we are still unaware of its owner. "Miss Jiyu, I must trouble you to wear it. Once its owner recognizes it, we shall identify the individual." "Very well," Jiyu replied, adorning herself resplendently and parading around the flower-picking courtyard with the eye-catching hairpin atop her head. From a distance, Zissou spotted Jiyu and immediately noticed the hairpin. This hairpin served as a token of command for the Mo Xiang faction and a link to the capital, which had been carelessly lost, and Zissou had searched extensively for it. Yet now, it was brazenly worn by Jiyu. As Zissou approached Jiyu, she remarked, "You certainly possess a bold heart. Even in your current disfigurement, you flaunt such ostentatious adornments. How can you wear such an extravagant hairpin?" Jiyu, unfazed by Zissou's sarcastic comments, chose to ignore her. Undeterred, Zissou continued to call out, "How much is that hairpin? I can purchase it. After all, such jewelry should grace the person worthy of its value." Observing Jiyu's indifference to her words, Zissou felt a surge of anger, with the hairpin reappearing. She must devise a plan to acquire it swiftly. According to their arrangement, today was Zissou's rendezvous day. As usual, she ventured to the bamboo grove on the back mountain. The man, seeing her arrive late, expressed his annoyance. "How have you fared with the task I entrusted you?" Zissou responded in a low voice, reporting to my lord. "Although I could not eliminate Jiyu this time, her reputation is now tarnished, and her former glory diminished. Everyone knows her face has been marred." The man let out a cold laugh. "Ha ha ha, you have done well. But I have heard rumors that you have attracted legal troubles?" Facing such inquiries, Zissou appeared weary. "Yes, but I have already made arrangements. These matters will not hinder your grand plans, my lord." Lin Wei resided in a nearby house on the back mountain and had long been accustomed to the sounds of rustling outside at midnight due to his years of guarding the borders, which had instilled in him a light sleep. Thus, whenever there was any disturbance in the night, he would immediately awaken. He followed Zissou and witnessed her meeting with the cloaked figure in the bamboo grove. To avoid alarming the snake by beating the grass, Lin Wei refrained from directly confronting Zissou. "Jiyu, having paraded the hairpin all day without any progress, collaborated with Lin Wei, and together they began to uncover the truth. Zissou had hinted at her desire to purchase the hairpin, yet failed to acknowledge that it belonged to her. Lin Wei pondered for a moment and remarked, "This golden hairpin must belong to her. I witnessed her meeting with a man in black. This pin is of great significance to her, so we should safeguard it." To prevent the hairpin from being stolen, Su Wanwan contemplated its temporary custody. The group had been diligently searching for new evidence, and it now appeared that this was a commendable find. Chapter 73. Is there another? Having failed to resolve the situation with Jiue, Zissou found herself embroiled in legal troubles. She felt immense frustration. Fortunately, with Su Chonglin's cooperation, she was relatively safe for the time being. However, the thought of the hairpin still in Jiue's possession compelled her to devise a plan. A Yuan noticed Zissou's troubled demeanor and asked, "Sister, what is bothering you? You seem preoccupied." Zissou gazed at a Yuan, and a glimmer of light shone in her eyes. "A Yuan, how do you perceive me as your sister?" A Yuan promptly replied, "Of course, you are wonderful. In this flower-picking garden, without you, I would find little joy. You taught me to play the piano and dance. I cherish all your kindness in my heart." Hearing a Yuan's words, Zissou sighed, "Alas, I am burdened by this lawsuit and find myself stretched thin." A Yuan stared at her seriously and asked, "Then, what is your plan, sister?" Zissou shook her head, took a Yuan's hand, and spoke slowly. "A Yuan, I have a strategy. You will take responsibility for Jiue's case. They lack evidence and seek only justice, so there is no imminent danger. I have connections, and once the case is resolved, I will ensure your safety." A Yuan contemplated for a long while, reflecting on how she had never truly repaid Zissou for her unwavering support. Ultimately, she readily agreed. When the court reconvened, the previously fleeing chef from the flower-picking garden timidly stood on the platform, unable to meet the eyes of the crowd. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "To report to your honor, on that day, I was preparing soup when I saw a beautiful flower girl enter the kitchen, seemingly searching for something. She claimed she was merely browsing, then produced a vial, stating it was Jiue's favorite soup. She added that the spices bought from the shop would enhance the flavor, and that Jiue would reward the chef for it. However, I truly had no knowledge that it contained poison. Had I known, I would not have dared to commit such a heinous act. Your honor, I am being wronged." Su Chonglin interjected loudly, "How bold! If this matter has nothing to do with you, why did you flee after the incident? Is it not a sign of guilt? Speak the truth." The chef continued, "It was not my intention to escape. I was simply overwhelmed with fear upon witnessing the event. I returned home, only to find others attempting to kill me, which is why I hid. I was merely trying to survive." Lin Wei, Su Wanwan, Murong Yu, Jiue, and others were present in the court. Lin Wei remarked, "To silence witnesses and frame others. What a cunning tactic." Su Wanwan presented the golden hairpin to Lin Wei, who submitted it as evidence. "This is the adornment of Zissou from the flower-picking garden. I personally witnessed her rendezvous with a mysterious man in black, conspiring to harm Jiue. I can serve as a witness." Su Chonglin stroked his beard and casually inquired, "And who might you be?" "I am Lin Wei, hailing from the capital, dispatched to investigate the treasonous elements in Mo Xiang." Su Chonglin immediately straightened his posture, eyes wide with confusion, inquiring, "Could it be General Lin Wei from the capital?" "Indeed. Come now. Why are you still standing there? Quickly grant General Lin a seat." Lin Wei waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. "Today, I am here to investigate a case. The evidence and witnesses are present, and Su County Magistrate, you may adjudicate fairly." Su Chonglin felt a wave of unease. With such thorny matters arising, he dared not slight Lin Wei's authority, being a representative from the capital. Just as he pondered anxiously, a Yuan stepped forward. "There is no need for further interrogation. I confess to the deed." The assembly stared at Yuan in astonishment. The cook, upon seeing a Yuan, hastily chimed in, "Yes. Yes, it was this flower girl who entered the kitchen that day. I merely felt indignant for Sister Zissou. How could a disfigured flower girl claim the championship again? Sister Zissou is more than capable. This matter is solely my doing. I implore you, Your Excellency, to render a fair judgment." Zissou observed Su Chonglin's indecision and nodded at him. Upon seeing her gesture, Su Changlin immediately admonished, "Impudent flower girl. Out of jealousy for others, you resorted to poisoning. You shall be imprisoned at once, awaiting your fate." Lin Wei chuckled lightly, gazing at Yuan. "And this golden hairpin, is it also yours?" Yuan glanced at Zissou. "Yes. As far as I know, this hairpin is a token of the Mo Xiang faction, evidence of collusion with the treasonous elements in the capital. Do you dare to acknowledge such a grave accusation? The notion of treasonous elements in the capital? A token?" Yuan's heart raced. Could it be that Sister Zissou's earlier mention of going to the capital, leaning against a mighty tree, was indeed about treason? The more she contemplated, the more fear gripped her, leaving her in silence for a while. Seeing this, Zissou stepped forward, saying, "General Lin, surely you jest. Our Shihua garden lies far in Mo Xiang, a vast distance from the capital. To accuse a weak woman solely based on an unknown hairpin is utterly absurd." Lin Wei regarded Zissou's composed demeanor with a cold smile. "True, there are no other witnesses, but that night, I indeed saw Lady Zissou in the bamboo grove on the back mountain. Who were you meeting, and what was said? Surely the general is dreaming. I have never been to any bamboo grove. Yuan can attest. We spent the entire night drinking together. How could I have ventured to such a desolate place in the dead of night?" Yuan looked at Zissou and tugged at her sleeve. Lin Wei considered the lack of a second witness and deemed it prudent to let the matter rest. This time, no one had anticipated that Yuan would come forth to confess. After the court session, Zissou approached Su Changlin. "Su Darren, when will this case be resolved? We cannot allow Lin Wei to concoct slander against a common woman." Su Changlin regarded Zissou with a cold smirk. "Humph. Lady Zissou, you have connections in the capital. Do you fear being tarnished?" Zissou met Su Changlin's gaze, her expression turning icy. "You jest, Darren. I am merely an ordinary flower girl from Shihua Garden. How could I possibly entangle myself with the capital, let alone treason?" As she spoke, Zissou draped her arm around Su Changlin's neck. Su Changlin forcefully pushed Zissou away, fully aware that this matter was of grave importance. If not handled properly, one's life could be in jeopardy at any moment. At present, the true nature of Zissou remains ambiguous, whether she is friend or foe. You are well aware of the truth within your own heart. There is no need to feign ignorance with me. Lin Wei does not appear to be easily intimidated. She will act according to her own will, and I cannot assist you in this matter," Su Changlin remarked, shaking off his sleeves with an expression of impatience. Observing his swift change of demeanor, Zissou retorted, "You had promised before. Now you simply renege on your word." Su Changlin glared at Zissou and bellowed, "I believed you to be merely an innocent flower girl, easily protected. However, your current identity complicates matters. How am I to safeguard you?" Zissou, incensed by Su Changlin's betrayal, thought to herself that he was indeed a cur, devoid of any compassion. With that, she stormed out in frustration. Chapter 74. The turmoil subsides within the Shihua courtyard. Jiyue was fuming, stamping her feet in agitation. It was utterly unexpected that this wretched Zissou would shift the blame onto others for her own transgressions. All our previous efforts seemed destined to go to waste. Su Wanwan approached the irate Jiyue, offering her solace. Those who conspire with the rebellious factions of the capital are not easily apprehended. Yet, it is remarkable that she and a Yuan share such a sisterly bond, capable of committing such acts. This is something none of us anticipated. Jiyue, do not be disheartened. We shall find a way. Murong, you recalled Lin Wei's mention of a second witness, pondering the matter. Has there been any progress regarding the second witness Lin mentioned? Lin Wei sighed. I have been investigating diligently. When I first arrived in Maxiang, I visited the jewelry shop specifically for this reason. However, I believe results will soon materialize. Su Wanwan, upon hearing the mention of the jewelry shop, seemed contemplative. On that day, she did indeed overhear Lin Wei arguing with the shopkeeper. Since it is a token of trust, the fewer outsiders know, the better. However, Maxiang is not vast, unless it did not originate from the jewelry shop. Is it possible that the inscription on this gold clasp was not made by a conventional jewelry shop? Typically, a legitimate jewelry establishment would never consent to inscribing another's name on their wares. Then we should consult a blacksmith. Lin Wei and Su Wanwan exclaimed almost in unison. Jiyue tapped her forehead and clapped her hands. Ah, yes, Consulting a blacksmith would suffice. If he can create iron inscriptions, surely he can craft gold ones as well. Crucially, it would be less detectable. Wanner, you are truly brilliant. And you too, General Lin, have contributed to this insight. Murong Yu observed the seamless rapport between Lin Wei and Su Wanwan, feeling a twinge of melancholy and a tinge of envy at their unspoken understanding. Inspired by this thought, Lin Wei promptly dispatched individuals to investigate all reputable blacksmiths in Maxiang. And indeed, they discovered a young woman who claimed to have engraved inscriptions on gold items. In the county jail, a Yuan cowered in a corner, trembling in fear as she watched the rats scurry about. "Sister, I am so scared. When will you come to rescue me? It is so cold here, so dark, and there are rats," a Yuan murmured to herself, constantly hoping for Zissou to come and liberate her from this grim confinement. As her consciousness gradually faded, she could still hear voices outside, compelling her to fight through the haze and awaken. "Hey, Yuan." Zissou approached slowly, carrying a food box. Upon seeing Zissou, Yuan's countenance brightened, and she sprang to her feet. "Sister, you finally come to see me. It's so terrifying here. You will rescue me, won't you?" Zissou, witnessing Yuan's disheveled state, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Sister, why are you crying?" "Don't cry, I'm fine, aren't I?" Yuan comforted Zissou, gently wiping her tears. Zissou opened the food box, revealing Yuan's favorite delicacies. Yuan's mouth watered at the sight, and she began to devour the food ravenously. Zissou watched her sister eat with fervor, tears continuing to flow uncontrollably. After a while, Yuan, now satiated, noticed Zissou's melancholic demeanor and quickly reassured her. "Sister, I'm full now. It was delicious. I loved it. Thank you for coming to see me." As she spoke, Yuan jumped up in delight, but suddenly felt a spasm in her stomach, collapsing onto the ground. "I'm such a disappointment. Perhaps I overindulged. My stomach feels quite uncomfortable. Please don't laugh at me, sister." Zissou looked at Yuan, who lay on the ground. "Yuan, do not blame me. I had no choice. I'm so sorry, it's my fault." Yuan, unable to comprehend Zissou's words, felt perplexed until she suddenly coughed up blood. It was then she realized that her discomfort was not due to overeating, but rather a result of poisoning. Weakly grasping Zissou's clothing, she implored, Why are you doing this to me, sister? You promised to save me. Why do you want to kill me?" Exhausted, Yuan could barely utter another word, her eyes fixed on Zissou. Zissou struggled to cover Yuan's eyes with her hand, repeatedly murmuring, "I'm sorry." Afterwards, she placed a poison bottle in Yuan's hand, feigning a scenario of suicide out of guilt, believing that this would bring closure to the matter. Little did she know, this was merely the beginning of a grievous error. The following day, the county office discovered Yuan had allegedly taken her own life in the prison, hastily concluding the case. Lin Weisu and her companions arrived with a new witness. "Su Jixian, we have found a second witness. Let us proceed with the trial." Su Jianling, reluctantly acquiescing to Lin Wei's request, brought the blacksmith to the stand. On that day, a lady had requested a gold inscription, an assignment he initially hesitated to accept, fearing excessive loss compared to his usual ironwork. However, the lady assured him that she would not mind any loss and offered a generous reward, prompting him to undertake the task. Zissou was called to the stand, and the blacksmith promptly identified her, exclaiming, "Yes, that is the lady. In my many years, I've rarely encountered someone so beautiful, so her visage remains etched in my memory. Moreover, the reward was greater than what I would earn in several months of labor." Upon hearing this, Su Chonglin realized he could no longer shield Zissou from the implications of the testimony. After all, her family held considerable influence in the capital, and he understood the gravity of the situation. Should this case ultimately jeopardize one's own position, it would be an unworthy sacrifice, with both witnesses and physical evidence abundantly present. Zissou could not evade her fate. Faced with a multitude of proofs, she found herself at a loss for words. Furthermore, the testimony of the jailers revealed that it was Zissou who delivered food to Yuan, only to later discover him lifeless in his cell. They also found that a Yuan had clutched a corner of Zissou's garment in his hand. With multiple charges against her, Zissou could hardly escape the death penalty. Su Changlin cast a furtive glance at Lin Wei, his eyes betraying his guilt. After resolving the matter concerning Zissou, Lin Wei dispatched individuals to seal the county office and presented evidence of Su Chonglin's embezzlement, testimonies of his oppression of the populace, documents of his abduction of women, and records of wrongful convictions. They raided the Su residence and imprisoned Su Chonglin in the dungeon. Soon, a new magistrate would arrive in Maxiang to restore the county to a state of purity. The common folk cheered upon hearing this news, proclaiming the general's wisdom. Su Chonglin deserved his fate. Lady Jiyue was wronged. The troubles in Maxiang had finally come to a close. As for the rebellious factions in the capital, they had already fled upon receiving word, and Lin Wei was poised to continue his pursuit. Jiyue clasped Su Wanwan's hand, exclaiming with excitement, "Wonderful! The flower-picking garden can finally return to its former tranquility." Wanwan nodded in agreement, feeling equally elated. Chapter 75. Until we meet again, all gatherings must eventually part. In the flower-picking garden, within the pavilion, Su Wanwan, Lin Wei, Muronyu, and Jiyue raise their glasses together to celebrate their victory in the Maxiang case. Time passes swiftly, and the vicissitudes of life are inevitable. How long ago it was when the four of us first met at Wayner's birthday celebration. Back then, we were unaware of General Lin and Wayner's true identities. Now, reflecting upon it, it seems I and Brother you were rather presumptuous. Jiyue expressed her sentiments about the changes of late and revealed her innermost thoughts. Lin Wei gazed at Su Wanwan, who offered a gentle smile. Identity is merely a constraint imposed upon individuals. If one becomes overly fixated on status, every endeavor becomes a cautious affair, leading to discomfort. However, during her time at the flower-picking garden, she was delighted to have met a you and young Master Moron. What was once shall remain the same in the future. Lin Wei raised his cup and declared, "Indeed, Wanwan speaks wisely. In Maxiang, I have been pleased to meet Brother Moron and Miss Jiyue. I propose this toast in respect." Muronyu and Jiyue also lifted their cups. Cheers. What are your plans next, Brother Lin? Lin Wei lowered his gaze, contemplating. With matters in Maxiang concluded, it was time to return to the capital to report back. Yet, with Wanwan still here, he felt a twinge of concern and hesitated to respond. After a moment, he finally said, "I intend to return to the capital." Muronyu nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Wanwan. Su Wanwan took a bite of her dish and added, "Yes. It is time for me to return as well. I should make my way back to the shop." Jiyue, feeling reluctant, asked, "Wanwan, must you leave so soon? Can you not stay a few more days?" Su Wanwan politely declined. "I have already lingered in Maxiang for quite some time. I had intended to return after my birthday, but Zissou's situation caused a delay. Now that the flower-picking garden has regained its former tranquility, I must return to my own life." Jiyue furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of loss, yet she understood. Well, every gathering must eventually come to an end. Let us refrain from uttering such melancholic words. I wish everyone a safe journey ahead, and may the days to come be filled with comfort and ease. Muronyu glanced at the three individuals and spoke a few words, which softened a previously chilly atmosphere. "By the way, Mr. Sun has sent a letter. He has heard about the events at Shihua Courtyard and has entrusted me to express his gratitude to Wanner and Brother Lin. It is thanks to the support and trust from both of you that Shihua Courtyard has turned its misfortune into safety. In the future, you are always welcome to visit Shihua Courtyard. Mr. Sun has asked me and Jiyue to take good care of this place. Henceforth, we bear an additional responsibility." Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan looked at Jiyue and then at Lin Wei, nodding her head and saying, "Mr. Sun is being overly courteous. Shihua Courtyard embodies the spirit of Maxiang. If the integrity of scholars becomes tainted by worldly desires, it cannot endure for long. Now that the scar on Ayu's face is gradually fading, I believe she will soon return to her former self. With this experience, I trust you will safeguard this pure land. May everyone attain their wishes." "Indeed," Lin Wei echoed. "Each place possesses its unique customs and traditions. I have witnessed the splendor of the capital, the desolation of the frontier, the poverty at the borders, the elegance of Jiangnan, and now the earnest literary spirit of Maxiang, which is truly remarkable. Protecting our homeland is always a cause for celebration." Su Wanwan looked at Lin Wei, her eyes shimmering with tears. She understood the hardships Lin Wei had faced over the years and recognized his steadfast heart of protection. Though he appeared cold on the surface, his tenderness resided deep within. Observing the gaze Su Wanwan directed towards Lin Wei, Murong Yu, after all these events and days, comprehended that matters of the heart cannot be forced. What is not one's own cannot be claimed. Ultimately, he had to seal this affection within his heart forever, never to be spoken aloud. In contrast to the three, Jiue perceived the situation with clarity. She understood the perspective of an observer. Previously, lost in her own feelings for Murong Yu, she now found herself enlightened. She shook her head, sighing inwardly at the confusion of those involved. After finishing their meal, it was time for the group to bid farewell. Lin Wei departed alone on horseback, and as Su Wanwan watched his receding figure, her heart seemed to settle once more. Upon returning to the inn and packing her belongings, she journeyed back to Shuiyun town with Linger. Although this trip had gone relatively smoothly, it had consumed a considerable amount of time. Lai Shi, seeing that Su Wanwan had finally returned, hurriedly approached and inquired, "Master, you have returned. How'd it go? Was the progress smooth?" Su Wanwan sat down and took a sip of tea, responding, "It was fine, uneventful yet safe." "Uneventful? Did you encounter any ill-intentioned individuals?" Lai Shi asked, raising an eyebrow. Su Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. "Nothing to worry about. It is all in the past. How has the shop been lately? Any improvements?" Lai Shi shook his head and grimaced, then recalled something. "Well, it's about the same as usual. However, there is indeed one troublesome matter." "Oh, what is it?" Su Wanwan inquired. Lai Shi scratched his head and replied helplessly, "Don't mention it, master. A couple of days ago, a fierce woman came in, dressed in rags. Wanted to buy clothes from our shop, but her presence frightened away the other esteemed customers. I hurried for half a day, yet this individual stubbornly refused to leave, claiming that our business was being hindered and expressed a desire to work." "What work?" "Clearly, this person is an unknown beggar who has taken refuge here due to hunger." Upon hearing Lai Shi's words, Su Wanwan was somewhat taken aback. Such a situation could actually exist. Where is this person now? Lai Shi pointed towards the backyard, where, indeed, the individual was competing with a Geo for tasks. A Geo, being quite obstinate, did not drive her away and even shared his rations with her. Now, this fierce woman was akin to a stray dog, impossible to chase away. Setting down her teacup, Wanwan stood and ventured to the backyard. Her curiosity piqued about the formidable woman Lai she had described. In the backyard, a Geo was sweeping the fallen leaves, and beside him stood a woman dressed in tattered garments, with countless patches adorning her attire. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was grimy. "A Geo, do not compete with her. Let her sweep," Su Wanwan said. Observing Wanwan's return, a Geo exclaimed, "The master has returned." "The master?" The woman raised her eyes and was surprised to discover that the master referred to by a Geo was indeed a woman. It was her first encounter with such a beautiful mistress. Quite intriguing. Hearing this remark, Su Wanwan couldn't help but smile. "Miss, are you the fierce woman that Lai Shi spoke of?" The woman appeared somewhat annoyed at the term fierce woman. "Ha, fierce woman? That's sly Lai Shi. I am merely spirited and free-spirited." Wanwan approached the woman to observe her closely. "Miss, do you wish to work for me?" The woman nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. I am capable of any kind of work, no matter how arduous. Please, kind master, you seem so lovely and familiar." Su Wanwan remained silent, hastily waving her hands to halt the woman's continued entreaties. The woman, perceiving Wanwan's gesture as an indication that she was to be dismissed, revealed a sense of urgency in her eyes. "I speak the truth. Just provide me with food. I am not picky. I can work, and I even possess some skills. Linger, take this young woman to my room to wash up, and then provide her with some clean clothing." The woman, noticing that Su Wanwan did not intend to send her away, followed Linger in a daze, acquiescing to the arrangement. Chapter 76. Peace of mind. When the woman emerged after washing and changing, she appeared with a slender and proportionate figure, her black hair flowing gracefully. Her complexion bore a slight yellowish tint, likely due to prolonged hunger. In comparison to her previous state, she looked significantly more appealing, to the point that Lai Shi initially failed to recognize her. mistaking her for a friend of the master. Master, is this truly the same fierce woman? She looks like a completely different person. Su Wanwan nodded in satisfaction, affirming, indeed, she looks much better now. Do you like it, my dear? The woman adjusted her clothing and touched her flowing hair, frowning as she remarked, dressing so formally feels quite awkward. I feel entirely out of place. As she spoke, she shivered slightly, as if insects were crawling upon her. Finding humor in the situation, Su Wanwan replied, you are merely unaccustomed to it. Once you get used to it, you will feel much more at ease. After all, you wouldn't want to be looked down upon. Today, I shall have more dishes prepared and procure some silver from the account. I understand that the young lady has encountered difficulties, and I hope these will assist her. The woman, perceiving Su Wanwan's intention, seemed to sense that she was still inclined to urge her departure. In a fluster, she exclaimed, I do not desire fine dishes or silver. I cannot accept rewards without merit. Food unearned feels inedible to me. Is the owner truly wishing to send me away? Su Wanwan shook her head, clarifying, I'm not intending to dismiss you, dear lady. It is merely that our establishment is still struggling to thrive, and we cannot afford to employ many hands. Regrettably, there are no suitable prospects for you here. The young woman felt a pang of injustice. When she had been hastily urged to leave before, the harsh demeanor had oddly provided her with a reason to remain. Yet, hearing Su Wanwan's gentle and reasoned tone now made her feel less at ease. It is of no concern. I require no money. I do not mind laboring as a common worker. Whatever assistance I can provide, Lin Shuang'er will gladly offer. Please, I implore you, do not send me away. Tears streamed down Lin Shuang'er's cheeks unbidden. Upon witnessing this, Su Wanwan quickly offered comfort. Do not cry, Miss Shuang'er. I promise to keep you here, but I hope you will not find it displeasing. Currently, we cannot offer you a substantial wage, yet we can certainly provide for your basic needs. Lin Shuang, wiping her tears, looked up at Su Wanwan and asked, Really? You will not expel me? Stay, do not leave, she replied. Linger, puzzled by Su Wanwan's decision, later inquired, Sister, have you truly resolved to keep Miss Shuang'er? I noticed her temperament seems rather difficult. I worry. Su Wanwan comprehended Ling's concerns, but felt a pang of compassion. Let's take it slow. She is but a young lady who has endured much. If not for the pressures of life, I believe she would not wish to rely on others. She must have her own burdens to bear. Besides, in a few days, I must visit Xiongzhen. Shuang'er possesses some martial skills, and I intend to take her along. Ling gazed at Su Wanwan in astonishment. What? If she is as careless and brash as she appears, what if she brings us trouble? Observing Linger's conflicted expression, Su Wanwan mused, people can learn from one another, and experiences teach us. Growth often requires traversing challenges. No one is born adept at handling affairs or understanding others. Linger nodded slowly, perhaps beginning to grasp her sister's rationale. Very well, sister. Your decisions may hold their own wisdom, but I too wish to accompany you. All right, come along. Su Wanwan had not forgotten her agreement with the proprietor of the Xiongzhen fabric shop, and upon calculating the days, realized that much time had passed. Matters between the capital and Mo Xiong had indeed been delayed considerably. Now, the previous batch of goods from Xiongzhen had garnered a favorable response in Mo Xiong. Many taverns and affluent households were clamoring to place orders, necessitating the search for new sources and the signing of cooperation agreements to be prioritized. This time, without Lucy Mu accompanying her, only Su Wanwan, a few assistants, and Linger and Shuang'er would make the journey. Before departing, Su Wanwan observed Lin Shuang'er donning a coarse cloth garment, her hair neatly arranged, presenting a clean and tidy appearance. Have you found anything unsatisfactory with this attire, Shuang'er? Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Su Wanwan's inquiry, Lin Shuang'er lowered her gaze. No, it is not that. It is simply that the attire feels too restrictive. I prefer to stretch on my limbs freely. Rest assured, dear master, I shall ensure your safety. Su Wanwan observed Lin Shuang'er and noticed a smudge of dirt on her face. She raised her hand to wipe it away, but Lin Shuang'er flinched. Shuang'er, truly, you need not burden yourself in such a manner. I understand that in the past, you deliberately adorned yourself in a disheveled manner to repel the unwanted attention of ill-intentioned individuals. As a woman navigating this world alone, it is certainly not easy for you. However, You need not fear anymore, nor should you continue to impose such discomfort upon yourself daily. Look around. We are many. There is no danger. You can rest easy and no longer feel compelled to smear your face with dirt. Upon hearing Su Wanwan's words, Lin Shuang'er felt a lump in her throat. She had not anticipated that her subtle anxieties would be discerned. Previously, others would distance themselves from her in disdain. Yet only Su Wanwan could tenderly perceive the depths of her heart. I understand, dear master. I shall not do this again, and I will strive to avoid bringing shame upon you. Su Wanwan shook her head and said, Do not call me master any longer. You may refer to me as Waner. Or like Ling'er, call me sister. Lin Shuang'er hesitantly uttered, Waner? Sister? Su Wanwan nodded, smiling at Lin Shuang'er. Yes, precisely so. Shuang'er possessed a resilient constitution. Having endured hardships in her past, she was capable of hunting wild boars in the mountains and had even crossed waters clandestinely to other lands, thus exhibiting remarkable adaptability. Throughout the journey, she remained spirited. In contrast, Su Wanwan began to feel nauseous as soon as she boarded the boat, while Ling'er fared slightly better, albeit fatigued. Consequently, it was Lin Shuang'er who tended to the two of them, providing them with medicine for seasickness and offering Ling'er a cloth to wipe away her perspiration. Sister Waner, Ling'er, can you two still hold on? It is quite all right. We will soon be on solid ground. Ling'er and I will rest at the post station for a while. We are not from Jiangnan, and we are not accustomed to water travel, which makes us more susceptible to seasickness. It is merely uncomfortable, but we shall endure. As the boat approached the dock, the tumultuous water journey finally came to an end. Upon disembarking, Shuang'er spotted the post station not far away and hurriedly made her way to arrange accommodations. Ling'er supported the weakened Su Wanwan and sincerely remarked, It is indeed thanks to your discerning eye, sister. We owe a great deal to Shuang'er during this journey. Otherwise, it would have been quite unbearable. Su Wanwan replied, Indeed, Shuang'er possesses a warm heart, is swift on her feet, and is easy to get along with. Thus, helping others can also be a form of self-help. Are you feeling reassured now? Ling'er pressed her forehead and said, I can no longer endure, sister. I urgently need to lie down. Even the sky appears to be spinning. Su Wanwan chuckled, Ha ha ha. I feel the same. Even the ground beneath my feet feels soft and unsteady. Chapter 77. Encounters upon arriving in Xiongjian. We adhered to our customary practice. Su Wanwan dispatched someone and spent a bit of silver to hire a local bilingual individual for assistance. Most of the indigenous residents of Xiongjian speak their native tongue. During our initial visit, Yunqi's help had been invaluable. Nevertheless, it is not ideal to continually rely on others for support, especially since this journey was orchestrated by Su Wanwan herself, which was quite appropriate. Lin Shuang'er had never encountered the world beyond Nanshu, and her arrival in Xiongjian was filled with wonder. After a long and arduous journey, Su Wanwan and Ling'er fell asleep early, leaving Shuang'er alone, restless and unable to find solace. Since childhood, she had followed her adoptive master from place to place, earning a living through performances. Tragically, during a time of turmoil among refugees, her master was slain by bandits. From that moment on, Shuang'er became the despised little beggar in the eyes of many. Each recollection of her past brought tears to her eyes, and last night, she wept into her blanket until exhaustion took her, finally wiping away her tears and drifting off to sleep. The following day, Ling'er woke up and called for Su Wanwan. Sister, it's time to rise. We must not delay our visit to the fabric shop. Su Wanwan lazily stirred and inquired, Did you sleep well last night? Ling'er nodded. It was all right. Perhaps the dizziness from yesterday's journey contributed to a deeper slumber. However, my neck feels sore this morning. As they conversed, Shuang'er quietly gathered her belongings, remaining silent for an extended period. Shuang'er. Upon hearing Su Wanwan's voice, Lin Shuang'er snapped back to reality. With her head bowed, she hurriedly organized the items needed for their outing. We will first grab a bite downstairs before setting off, Su Wanwan remarked, noticing Shuang was unusually quiet that day. Observing the slight swelling beneath her eyes, it became evident that she had not rested well. What troubles you, Shuang? You look unwell. I appreciate all you've done for me and Ling'er yesterday. Lin Shuang'er, feeling somewhat fatigued, replied, It's nothing, really. It's just that this Xiongzhen is so novel to me that I struggled to sleep. Though she tried to maintain a brave front, the weariness in her eyes betrayed her strength. I understand your feelings. How about this? Since today isn't particularly busy, you should rest at the inn while Ling and I go out. Rejuvenate yourself for tomorrow. Lin Shuang'er quickly objected. How could I do that? It took so much effort to come to Xiongzhen. I have yet to experience the vastness of the world outside these walls. I cannot stay cooped up. Despite her protestations, her body betrayed her as she yawned repeatedly, prompting laughter from Su Wanwan and Linger. All right, stop pretending to be strong, Shuang'er. You need a rest. Linger and I will be out conducting business, and there is little danger involved, so you need not accompany us. Staying here and resting would be the best assistance you could offer. Upon hearing Linger's assurance, Lin Shuang'er found it difficult to continue declining. Yet, perhaps due to her unsettled childhood, she often felt a lack of security. She looked at them and asked, You want to abandon me and not return, will you? Linger pointed to their belongings in the room. Look, all our things are here, and we've booked this inn for several days. Rest assured, we will return shortly and will not leave you behind. As Lin Shuang'er gazed into Ling Er's earnest eyes, her worries began to dissipate. She softly reassured them, returned swiftly. I shall remain here, avoiding any trouble. Watching as Su Wanwan and Ling Er departed, Lin Shuang'er finally reclined on her bed, her gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. The cacophony of the bustling street outside filled the air, a medley of incomprehensible languages that, to her, resembled the chirping of birds in a forest. To Shuang'er, there appeared to be little distinction between the two. Gradually, sleep enveloped her. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan and her companions arrived at the fabric shop they had previously visited. The shopkeeper recognized Su Wanwan immediately. Miss Su, it has been quite some time. How have the goods from our last transaction fared? We had agreed upon a timeline of 1 to 2 weeks. It seems much longer has passed. I had begun to wonder if you would return. With a gentle smile, Su Wanwan replied, Dear shopkeeper, let us not speak in such a manner. I was delayed due to certain matters. I have come this time to discuss a potential collaboration. Upon hearing the word collaboration, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with interest. Although his establishment was not the largest in Xiongzhen, it possessed its own unique charm. However, the local clientele displayed little genuine interest, purchasing only occasionally for novelty's sake. The arrival of someone from afar, such as Su Wanwan, naturally filled him with delight, as he anticipated an upturn in his business. Thus, the negotiations between Su Wanwan and the shopkeeper proceeded smoothly, culminating in the signing of a 1-year contract. Should sales prove promising, both parties stood to benefit from increased orders. Before departing, the shopkeeper and Su Wanwan chatted at the shop's entrance. Furthermore, the distinct attire of Nan Chu contrasted sharply with the local style, drawing the attention of passers-by. As Su Wanwan waved goodbye to the shopkeeper, the crowd gradually dispersed. Ling Er, clinging to Wanwan's arm, appeared anxious. What troubles you, Ling Er? Why such a worried expression? Sister, I can't shake the feeling that someone has been following us since we left, she replied, tugging at Wanwan's arm. Do not look, Ling Er urged. What if they are ill-intentioned? We lack any guards today, and Shuang'er is not with us. It's better to exercise caution. While listening to Ling Er's murmurs, Su Wanwan glanced back. Indeed, a man from Xiongzhen had been trailing them. However, he bore no malevolent air. Deciding to halt her steps, Su Wanwan noticed Ling Er's confusion. Thoughts raced through Ling Er's mind. Oh no, I assured Shuang'er this morning that we would return safely. Now, it seems uncertain. Sister, you truly fear nothing. Su Wanwan waved to the man, beckoning him closer. As he approached, she addressed him in Xiongzhen dialect, requesting his assistance in inquiring why he had been following them, and whether he meant any harm. The man, upon hearing her words, hurriedly shook his head, exclaiming, I am not a bad person. Please do not be afraid. I merely overheard your conversation with the shopkeeper regarding your collaboration. I find this topic quite intriguing. Our business revolves around spices as well. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan began to comprehend the situation. This young man likely wished to discuss a potential collaboration. Hence, she inquired, Indeed, we are here representing Xiongzhen Mutual Trade. Should you be interested, we could engage in a conversation. The man instantly broke into a broad smile and further elucidated. However, our establishment is rather modest, and I feared that someone of your stature might look down upon it, which is why I hesitated to speak. Stature? Su Wanwan felt a twinge of anxiety at being referred to in such a manner. We are merely at the beginning of our journey, not the eminent figures you envision. Business transcends size, and it should be approached with equality. Thus, the group agreed to convene at a nearby tea house for a more detailed discussion. The prospect of conducting business with an unexpected guest was beyond Su Wanwan's expectations. Yet she believed that all visitors should be treated as guests, allowing events to unfold naturally. Upon arriving at the tea house, the man began to introduce himself. I am Brunel, and we operate a spice business in Cheongju, primarily dealing with culinary spices. You may sample our local delicacies to truly appreciate their effects. Su Wanwan, intrigued, summoned a server to bring forth several signature dishes from Cheongju. The presentation was indeed distinctive. She first sampled a dish devoid of spices, finding it somewhat bland compared to the fare of Nanchu, which possessed a greater balance of saltiness and acidity. Next, she tried a dish imbued with spices, discovering a more complex flavor profile, enriched with aromatic and piquant notes. It was indeed a departure from her expectations. Linger, observing Su Wanwan's reaction, curiously took a bite herself. To her surprise, she grimaced and promptly spat it out, muttering, "What is this? Sister, such a peculiar taste. Is this really considered a delicacy?" Su Wanwan playfully nudged Linger's arm, saying, "Do not speak so freely. This is merely their culinary tradition. Do not worry, sister. They cannot understand what I am saying," chimed the bilingual young man, bursting into laughter. "I can still comprehend you, but it matters not. It is quite normal for you to be unaccustomed to our local cuisine. Each region has its own culinary customs. Such differences have existed for a long time and cannot be altered overnight." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Wanwan replied, "Please forgive my sister's candidness. I hope it does not offend you." Linger pouted slightly in apology. Continuing her conversation with Brunel, Su Wanwan remarked, "The flavors are indeed unique, but the divergence in culinary habits may hinder the marketability of these spices. Do you have any other recommendations?" Brunel, appearing somewhat resigned, waved his hand dismissively. "Well, we primarily focus on these culinary spices. However, we do have a variety of other spices available, and you are welcome to visit our establishment." "Very well. It is settled then. We shall visit shortly." Linger, perplexed by her sister's interest in spices, questioned, "Sister, if it tastes so bad, what good could these spices possibly be? Are we truly going to go? Let's take a look. One may never know what we might discover." After finishing their meal and tea, they prepared to depart. A few individuals entered Brunard's spice shop. Upon crossing the threshold, they were immediately enveloped by a rich emlang of aromatic spices. Observing the slight change in their expressions, Brunard offered them several cloths, explaining that the assortment of spices was vast and potent, and they might find the scents overwhelming. Using these cloths would alleviate the intensity. As they took the cloths and held them to their noses, they indeed felt a marked improvement. He introduced a particular spice, which was suitable for medicinal use, possessing a milder aroma and effective in alleviating pain and clearing heat. Another spice, slightly toxic, could induce hallucinations and was often used as an ingredient in narcotics, though in limited quantities. There is also a spice used to repel insects, particularly popular in regions plagued by pests or humidity. Additionally, there was a floral-scented spice favored by many young women for adornment, imbuing a natural fragrance. The shelves were lined with culinary spices, which were among the best sellers. Listening to Brunard's detailed presentation, Su Wanwan was astonished by the extensive variety housed within such a modest shop. However, she found herself disinterested in the most popular culinary spices. Linger inquired, "Sister, are you truly interested in these assorted spices?" Su Wanwan nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Linger, I have been pondering how to resolve the issue of fabric deterioration due to prolonged storage. This visit has sparked a brilliant idea. Look, the insect-repelling spices and those used for fragrance are exactly what we need." Linger, realizing the merit of Su Wanwan's insight, agreed, "Indeed, we should stock up on those insect-repelling ones. As for the new inventory, perhaps we could procure a batch of fragrant spices. They might sell even better." Su Wanwan shared this sentiment and turned to Brunard, stating, "We shall take both types of spices, quantity is of no concern. Brunard was taken aback, pondering how these unsold stocks could suddenly be cleared. Although delighted, he felt a twinge of confusion. But these spices have been on the shelves for quite some time. Are you certain you have no reservations? Su Wanwan reassured him. It's merely a reservation. Once we receive the goods, we will assess their efficacy. If satisfactory, we shall discuss further. Upon hearing this, Brunard replied, No problem at all. I will ensure the freshest and finest products are arranged for you. Thus, the spice agreement was finalized, an unexpected delight for Su Wanwan. After concluding their business, the group returned to the inn, where time had grown late. Lin Shuang awaited their return, her anticipation palpable. You're back. I've been waiting for you. I thought you might not come as the sky darkened. Tears of joy nearly spilled from her eyes. Su Wanwan quickly reassured her, All is well, do not fret. Look, we brought you some delicacies, do try them. As Su Wanwan placed the food on the table, Shuang eagerly took a hefty bite, only to spit it out moments later. What is this? What an odd flavor. Has my sense of taste failed me? At that moment, Ling burst into laughter, amused by Shuang's struggle to appreciate the local delicacies. How do you find it? Quite difficult to savor. Senti it. Today, I accompanied my sister to indulge in the local delicacies, which nearly turned my stomach. It left me feeling quite unwell. The cuisine here is undeniably difficult for us to acclimate to. It was only then that Shuang realized why the food was so unpalatable. It was merely a local snack. Was today still smooth sailing? After awakening at the inn, I awaited your return until the flowers had withered, worried that you might encounter further troubles in this unfamiliar place. Upon hearing this, Linger instantly perked up, exclaiming, You're absolutely right. Just as we were about to return, we noticed a rather dubious man stealthily following us. I was utterly terrified and clung to my sister's arm. What happened next? How did you resolve it? Shuang curiously inquired, adding, If I had been there, I would have surely knocked him out with a single punch. Su Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle at the dramatic shift in Shuang's emotions, brought on by Linger's tale. Don't be swayed by Linger's exaggerations. We are unscathed. They were not ill-intentioned. We ended up discussing business. Upon hearing this, Shuang playfully tapped Linger on the head. Oh, so you deceived me again? Linger dashed around the room, causing Su Wanwan to laugh uncontrollably. Eventually, when both had tired from their playful antics, Linger remembered to ask Su Wanwan, Sister, now that the business negotiations are complete, where shall we go tomorrow? Shall we stroll around the streets? Absolutely. I have yet to witness the wonders of Cheongjing Street. I'm certain there are many intriguing sights, Shuang added with enthusiasm. Su Wanwan nodded in agreement, but noted, however, I must meet someone tomorrow. Shuang, puzzled, asked, Meet someone? Does my sister have acquaintances in Cheongjing? Su Wanwan replied nonchalantly, Not exactly an acquaintance. We have merely met once before. The following day, Su Wanwan led Linger and Shuang to the largest inn in the area. Shuang was astonished by the grandeur of Cheongjing's architecture. The buildings towered with high, arched roofs, exuding an air of magnificence. Wow, Sister Wanwan, this place is astonishingly vast. It's entirely different from the inns back home. The inn was open on all sides, though somewhat arid. It was lavishly decorated. So Wanwan affirmed, Indeed. This is characteristic of their local style. Most buildings here are designed similarly. This inn is the largest, frequented by numerous guests. Shuang, her eyes wide with curiosity, asked then, The expenses here must be quite substantial. It must cost a fortune. Before long, a voice declared, Allow me to cover the bill for this table. Shuang turned to see a rugged man speaking with a somewhat awkward accent from southern Chu. Who is this brash fellow? We have our own money. We do not require your charity. The man, observing the spirited Lin Shuang and glancing at Su Wanwan, chuckled, Miss Su, it has been some days since we last met, and you have befriended such a fiery individual. He gestured towards Lin Shuang, momentarily at a loss for the right words. Never mind. Ha ha ha. Su Wanwan stood to acknowledge Shuang. This gentleman is the one I mentioned yesterday, whom I am to meet today. Lin Shuang shot a skeptical glance at Lai Muyang, suspecting he was not of good character, and turned her head to sit beside her sister. Miss Su, having not been seen for several days, appeared to be glowing with an even more radiant complexion. This, of course, is largely attributable to the miraculous elixir provided by you. Dear sir, Su Wanwan exchanged a knowing smile with Lai Muyang, while Linger and Shuanger looked on, perplexed. That day, during my fortunate encounter with the esteemed Mr. Si Wui at Xiongzhen, he examined me and assured me that there were no detrimental substances within my body. In fact, my vitality was better than before. I understood that your intentions were to assist me, not to harm me. Lai Muyang observed Su Wanwan with a playful curiosity. Oh, so you were aware during our last meeting at Xiongzhen that I possessed no antidote. Pray tell, what brings you here today? You need not have come at all. Wanwan produced the painting she had taken previously. Having promised to inquire about the individual depicted within, she felt it her duty to uphold her word. For one must not be untrustworthy. Lai Muyang laughed heartily and raised his cup. Miss Su, you truly are a person of principles. I have not misjudged you. Please, refrain from calling me sir. It is rather uncomfortable. If you do not mind, you may call me brother. I see you are quite young, so today I shall adopt you as my sister. Lin Shuanger, observing from the side, muttered quietly, how shameless. Who would want to recognize such a wild man as a brother? Sister One wouldn't care for that. Wanwan playfully nudged Shuanger's hand. Very well, then, I shall call you Brother Yang. Little Sister Wan. Lai Muyang drank from his cup in one gulp and summoned the innkeeper for a few dishes. As they dined, Shuanger momentarily set aside her teasing. I must say, Little Sister Wan, my previous actions were not entirely deliberate. I saw you accompanied by two young gentlemen and found it amusing. I merely wished to test them. So, upon your return, did you indeed meet the person from the painting? Wanwan nodded, gazing at the artwork as she spoke slowly. Yes, as fate would have it. I have met the sister depicted therein. It was a brief encounter, yet unexpectedly, this sister is acquainted with a friend of mine. My friend facilitated an introduction, allowing me to converse with her. Lai Muyang's curiosity piqued as he inquired, and did you manage to bring up the matter? Wanwan was uncertain of how to respond and silently produced a box. Upon receiving the box, Lai Muyang discovered within it the token of love, a silken tie, once shared between him and Yang Wanqing. Seeing that Su Wanwan remained silent, he began to comprehend the unspoken truth. In Yang Wanqing's heart, she must have harbored deep resentment toward him and wished never to see him again. I understand, he said, but I must still express my gratitude. Should you find yourself in any difficulties during your next visit to Xiongzhen, do not hesitate to seek me out. Su Wanwan, oblivious to the intricacies of the relationship between Lai Muyang and Yang Wanqing, observed his demeanor. Brother Yang, do you harbor any concerns? Feel free to share with me. Sister Yang has conveyed her intentions, which I believe you comprehend. Lai Muyang's expression grew somber, and he nodded sadly. It's nothing, little Sister Wan. I understand all. Regardless, your ability to convey this information is a boon to me. Reflecting upon Lai Muyang's evident struggles, Su Wanwan considered that everyone in life carries their own secrets, and it is not necessary to pry into others' affairs. Thus, she refrained from further inquiry. After their meal, Lai Muyang assigned a few individuals to escort Su Wanwan, Linger, and Shuanger back. Throughout the journey, Su Wanwan remained sullen and did not utter a word. Curiously, Linger inquired, Sister, what did you discuss with that person today? It's rather intriguing. Shuanger, however, showed little interest, dismissing it with, what could that wild man possibly have to offer? I believe it would be best for us to keep our distance to avoid any trouble. Thus, Linger and Shuanger exchanged words. Hearing their banter, Su Wanwan snapped back to reality and hurried to mediate. Enough, you two. Must you bicker wherever you go? Let us hasten our return. Well then, sister, since we have completed our tasks, shall we set off tomorrow? Linger gazed at Wanwan, her expression not one of confusion, but rather hinting at something deeper. Understanding her meaning, Su Wanwan replied, Our journey to Xiongzhen has proceeded smoothly, and we have accomplished our mission ahead of schedule. Therefore, how about we spend tomorrow shopping and resting, and depart the day after? Shuanger exchanged knowing glances with Linger, both beaming with joy as they chorused. We shall follow our sister's plans. The next day, the trio donned garments from Xiongzhen and wandered the streets, curiously exploring various sights as they encountered numerous unusual items. Along the way, They came across several local merchants who blocked their path, murmuring in the Cheongjian dialect. Observing the individuals before her, Shuang tightly clenched her fists and turned to Su Wanwan, declaring, "Sister, those individuals do not appear to be of good character. I could easily scare them off with a few punches." In a swift moment, Shuang landed a punch squarely on one man's eye, causing him to stumble back, clutching his face in disarray. The remaining two, frightened, fled the scene in a panic. Just then, Su Wanwan spotted Brunel and greeted him. Realizing the consequences of her actions, Shuang lamented to Su Wanwan, "Sister Wanwan, have I caused trouble again?" Ling watching Shuang collapsed in laughter, mimicking her fighting stance. Chapter 80. Hope it was the final day in Cheongjian, and thus, Su Wanwan did not bring along a translator fluent in the Cheongjian language. Even while shopping, she relied solely on sign language to communicate. Consequently, upon encountering Brunel, it was likely that they would again communicate through gestures. The man who had been struck, still nursing his eye, approached Brunel and mumbled a few words. It was reasonable to assume he was voicing his grievances. Initially, Brunel had intended to invite Su Wanwan to a meal, but this misunderstanding had arisen instead. Ling Shuang remained tucked behind Wanwan, gesturing a sign of apology. Wanwan also waved her hand dismissively. Brunel soon grasped their intent and calmed the agitated man beside him. He then continued to gesture an invitation, which Su Wanwan felt compelled to accept. Ling quipped, "What is the purpose of this, sister? Surely, it cannot be a visit to that spice shop. I felt ill from the mixed scents yesterday, and can hardly bear to return." It was likely a meal, a gesture of amicable cooperation, especially as this was their first collaboration with them. Although customs vary from place to place, many etiquettes are strikingly similar. As anticipated, accompanied by Brunel, Wanwan and her companions swiftly arrived at a local tea house, a venue seemingly dedicated to dining and tea drinking. When the dishes were served, Ling and Shuang hesitated to indulge, fixating on the food before them. Observing the two exchanging polite refusals, Wanwan decided to take the initiative and sample the bite. To her delight, it was quite palatable, even superior to the previous day's fare. This piqued Linger's interest, and she exclaimed, "Really? Let me try." Gradually, both Linger and Shuang began to partake in a meal. This repast had been specially prepared by Brunel for them, lacking the overpowering flavors of yesterday, thus making it more agreeable to their palates. Wanwan nodded in gratitude. Then, recalling the spices she had seen earlier in the shop, she gestured to Brunel, pointing to her nose and then raising her sleeve. Brunel immediately comprehended her intent. After their meal, he escorted them to the spice shop. "Sister, didn't we agree to purchase those spices? Why return today?" Wanwan inquired, as she wandered about the shop until she finally located the spices she had previously encountered. She pointed them out, and Brunel dispatched someone to package them for her. Soon after, they departed from the shop. "Sister, what are you planning to do with these spices? Didn't you mention they were mildly toxic?" Linger questioned. Wanwan replied, "These are for self-defense." "Self-defense?" Shuang expressed newfound interest upon hearing those words. "Sister Wanwan, is there truly such a remarkable item? Please show me." Wanwan handed the wrapped spices to Shuang while covering her nose. Skeptical, Shuang opened the parcel and took a whiff. Instantly, an indescribable discomfort surged from her chest, leaving her feeling weak and unstable on her feet. This is indeed. Linger, observing Shuang's weakened state, asked Wanwan, "Oh no, is she poisoned?" Wanwan supported Shuang and reassured Linger. "Brunel assured me that these spices are merely mildly toxic. They pose no real danger. They only induce temporary weakness, serving as a means of self-defense. That's sufficient for us." Linger stepped forward to assist Shuang, exclaiming, "How clever!" and then playfully tapped Shuang on the head. At that moment, Shuang lacked the strength to retaliate, but muttered, "Linger, just wait. You always bully me. Once I regain my strength, I will tie you up and give you a good thrashing." The journey to Cheongjian had reached a satisfying conclusion. Upon returning to Shuiyuan town, the primary focus would shift to managing the business of Zhan Weitang. This time, Wanwan divided a new batch of fabric into two portions, one ordinary and the other infused with fragrance from spices. The fragrant fabric and garments were sent as samples to their partners in Emotion. Subsequently, They put out the signboard, with Lai Shi responsible for attracting business. His loud voice and eloquence endeared him to the esteemed guests. Meanwhile, Agio was tasked with overseeing the meticulous management of the fabric inventory. Linger prepared tea and snacks for any unforeseen needs. However, Shuang remained uncertain about her role and sat quietly in a corner, scratching at the wall. Noticing Shuang's dejected demeanor, Wanwan approached and inquired, "What troubles you, Shuang?" Frosty pouted and said, "Sister Wan, you haven't assigned me any tasks either. I see everyone bustling about, while I appeared to be idle, like an outsider." Wanwan contemplated for a moment and realized her oversight. "Very well, Frosty. The laborious tasks in the shop are truly unsuitable for you, being a woman. Competing for work with the lads in the back courtyard would only lead to complaints if you outperform them. Since you are quite nimble, why not take charge of the front? From now on, any errands that need to be run by the staff will be entrusted to you, if that is agreeable." Frosty understood that Su Wanwan refrained from assigning her strenuous tasks out of concern for her well-being. Her words served as a comfort, but upon hearing that she had responsibilities, her interest was instantly piqued. "So, do I have any errands to run today?" Su Wanwan glanced around the shop. It was still early, and there were not many errands to be done. However, to avoid disappointing Frosty, she wrote down an address and packed a bundle of cloth. "Here is the address. Please deliver this to Granny Lu and extend my regards. Just mention that business has recently picked up, and I will visit her in due time." Frosty nodded in agreement. When Frosty arrived at Granny Lu's place and stated her purpose, Granny Lu beamed with delight. She instructed Frosty to convey to Su Wanwan that everything was well, and to focus on her business. "When you have time, do come by for a visit. You are always welcome here." Although unaware of the relationship between Su Wanwan and Granny Lu, it was evident that Granny Lu was a warm-hearted elder. The trip did not take much time, and soon Frosty returned, contemplating what other tasks she could undertake. Seeing her drenched in sweat, Wanwan offered her a handkerchief to wipe her brow. "You should take a break. Your health is paramount, and be sure to eat well at noon." Despite Su Wanwan's insistence for her to rest, Frosty felt compelled not to be idle at the shop. Observing everyone busy, she decided to assist in the kitchen at the back courtyard. Aware that her cooking skills were lacking, she opted to gather firewood instead. Her face became smudged with soot, yet she felt elated, perceiving her efforts not as toil, but as a newfound hope in life. Linger observed Frosty's flustered demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, saying to Su Wanwan's sister, "Look at Frosty. She seems to be making a mess of things. With her face covered in soot, it's quite amusing." Su Wanwan glanced at her and replied, "What you see is her joy. She has discovered hope in life. Are we not in a similar situation?" Chapter 81. Joyous news. After several days of diligent effort, the business at Zanwaitang began to flourish. Through a series of tests, Su Wanwan discovered that garments infused with spices were increasingly favored. Many patrons approached her, praising the subtle fragrance of both the clothing and fabric. In the past, one would have to add fragrance to the fabric upon returning home. Now, that step had been eliminated. Some customers even inquired about the spices used, seeking sources for the fragrant materials. Linger, listening nearby, couldn't help but admire Su Wanwan's foresight. What once seemed like a futile endeavor had indeed revitalized the shop's business. All thanks to the fragrant spices. "Sister, who would have thought that your decision that day was indeed the right one, given the current circumstances? It seems our collaboration with Brunel will only increase in the future." Hearing Linger express this, Su Wanwan couldn't help but feel a sense of delight in her heart. In truth, the choice of spices that day was rather unexpected, yet now it appears to be a stroke of serendipity. Who could argue otherwise? Clearly, to ensure a prosperous business, one must continually devise new strategies. Frost was listening nearby, feeling perplexed. She certainly hadn't anticipated that the incense fabric would sell even better. Accustomed to wearing coarse garments, she found the exquisite fabric already quite perfect. Moreover, lacking the habit of using incense, the scent caught her off guard. Reminding her of the day, she felt utterly drained after being enveloped in spices, naturally causing her some trepidation. Noticing Frost's odd demeanor, Linger curiously inquired, "What's wrong? Frost, are you still feeling apprehensive?" Observing Linger's teasing tone, Frost frowned and replied, "Please, don't mention it. I made quite a few blunders during our time in Cheongju. Let us just forget about it. Linger laughed heartily at Frost, recalling their previous escapades. However, since they hadn't caused any major troubles and managed to return safely from Cheongju, it wasn't all bad. Just let it go, she encouraged. Frost shook her head, glancing at the patrons selecting incense materials. Linger, do these people truly not mind the dizzying scent? I can hardly bear it after just a moment. I can't imagine how uncomfortable it must be to endure it daily. Linger, however, held a different perspective. This is quite normal, especially among the more discerning noble families or the flower girls of the flower-picking garden. They enjoy infusing their garments or fabrics with fragrances, be it jasmine, osmanthus, or rose. It all depends on personal preference, and it creates a delightful ambience. Frost remained unconvinced. Well, perhaps everyone has their own tastes. I just don't understand the ways of the wealthy. Linger empathized with Frost's feelings, as she too had once been bewildered. However, having followed Su Wanwan in the residence and witnessed many high-ranking households, she had gained some understanding. One day, you will comprehend this, and that day will signify a life far better than your current one. Yet, it does not necessarily mean you will be happier. Frost disagreed. A good life? I believe my life now is quite good. I have enough to eat and wear. I have work to do, companionship, and I'm no longer alone. I can accompany Sister Wanwan to Cheongju and broaden my horizons. I'm quite content. Linger found some truth in Frost's words. As business in the shop grew increasingly bustling, Su Wanwan felt a renewed sense of hope for life. Recently, she received a letter from Situ in the capital, informing her that the child had been safely born, a boy named Luin, with wishes for his peaceful and joyful life. Consequently, Su Wanwan had become the child's godmother. Following Luin's birth, Liena also moved Situ from the royal villa to the palace, promoting him in rank. On the day of Luin's birth, everyone in the capital was aware that within the imperial palace, the esteemed concubine Yu was residing in Yong'an Palace with her newly born prince. Wanwan also wrote back to Situ, informing her that all was well in Shuiyun town, where she had visited Cheongju and made new friends. Business at her shop had improved considerably, and she had met Schwanger, sharing her experiences in detail. As Situ read Wanwan's letter, tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Since giving birth to Luin, she had become increasingly sensitive, her heart constantly occupied with thoughts of her child. The moment she became a mother, she felt the miraculous nature of life. Delighted by the good news from Situ, Wanwan felt equally joyful. She entrusted Lai Shi to purchase some fabric from her shop and send a portion of spices. It had been a long time since she last saw Granny Lu. Wanwan had been preoccupied with taking care of Jean Weitang's business and hadn't visited her. That day, feeling joyful and having some leisure time, she decided to bring along some of Granny Lu's favorite pastries to pay her a visit. Upon seeing Wanwan, Granny Lu was overjoyed. What a bright expression you have. Have you encountered some happy event? Wanwan replied cheerfully, Granny, I become a godmother. A friend of mine in the capital gave birth to a healthy little boy named Luin. Observing Wanwan et sa pinesse, Granny Lu remarqued, Luin? That sounds like a lovely name. However, my dear, do you not think it is time to consider your own lifelong matters? Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Granny, your shift in topic is rather abrupt. I am not currently thinking about romantic affairs. I only wish to manage Jean Weitang well. Granny Lu nodded. Indeed, you seem quite elated. Business at your shop must be doing well lately. I received the fabric you sent, and it appears quite fine, unlike the goods we usually find in southern Chu. Wanwan smiled in agreement. Indeed, business at Jean Weitang has seen an upturn, which has brought me much satisfaction. I hope this shop continues to prosper. In the future, I aspire to open several more establishments. However, Granny, you truly have a discerning eye. This fabric is not from our locality, but rather something I specially brought back from Cheongju, which has greatly aided the shop's business. Granny Lu, recognizing Wanwan's determination, was somewhat astonished that a young woman could travel so far to Cheongju. You have always been resolute. I cannot dissuade you, but do remember to prioritize your safety. There are many who care for you. Taking care of yourself is of utmost importance. Other matters can wait. Take your time. Wanwan responded, I understand, Granny. You need not worry. And she unconsciously shed a few tears. Seeing her in such a state, Granny Lu felt a pang of sympathy. My dear, Why are you crying when we are speaking so happily? Do not weep. Find joy instead. Wanwan nodded through her tears. In that moment, she felt the warmth of familial love from Granny Lu. Remembering all the kindness Granny Lu had shown her, Wanwan leaned on her shoulder and said, "Everything will get better." Chapter 82. Ignition. As business at Jean Weitang flourished, Wanwan became increasingly busy. The relentless pace took its toll, causing her complexion to pale. One morning, after finishing her morning routine, she fainted. Linger hurriedly summoned a doctor to attend to Wanwan's ailment. Fortunately, discovering that her condition was merely the result of fatigue and not of grave concern. "Sister, once you finish this hectic period, you ought to take some rest. I worry about your health. The business at Zanweitang is not as it once was, growing increasingly bustling, and the employees are quite motivated. Everything is falling into place. You need not oversee every detail as you used to." Su Wanwan understood Ling Yur's intentions, yet since the inception of their business, she had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. The thought of abruptly halting her activities filled her with trepidation, anxious about potential mishaps. After much contemplation, she replied, "It's all right, Linger. There is no need for you to fret. I am considering opening a branch in due time." "A branch?" Linger inquired, puzzled. "Sister, you are already exhausted. Why would you wish to further strain yourself?" Su Wanwan did not perceive her fatigue as overwhelming. She had calculated her resources. Although her current funds were somewhat stretched, she believed she could manage the venture. She was inclined to take a gamble, aware that she could not dissuade Su Wanwan. Linger reluctantly acquiesced to her sister's wishes. "Then, where do you intend to establish this branch?" Su Wanwan found herself at a loss regarding this matter, as the location was indeed crucial. She had pondered over it for quite some time. Suddenly, Linger had a bright idea. "What if we consider Maxiang? We have numerous cooperative partners there, and establishing a branch would be much more convenient. Besides, R&T Master Murong and Miss Jiue are also in that area. If any urgent matters arise, we could ask for their assistance." Wanwan shook her head. "To be honest, although Maxiang is a splendid place that I also cherish, reaching there would take considerable time. While it is indeed a fine location, I share a friendship with Jiue and Master Murong. As friends, it would be inappropriate to constantly seek their support. Over time, such connections could become strained. Now is not the right moment. Once Zanweitang has truly established its reputation, we can consider Maxiang then." Linger found merit in Su Wanwan's reasoning. "So, have you decided on location?" Wanwan pulled out a map, scrutinizing it closely. Although Maxiang boasted an excellent location, it was too distant from Shuiyuan town, making timely access impractical. Luoji town, adjacent to Maxiang, lacked its renown and was not an ideal choice. Wuzhou town, with its excessive waterways and humid climate, was also unsuitable. As for Fancheng town, it was famed for its embroiderers, with a notable number of skilled artisans originating from there. "Do you know, Linger, during my time working at Granny Lu's, I discovered several talented embroiderers hailed from Fancheng. Fancheng was relatively close to Shuiyuan town, yet its commerce was not flourishing, prompting many embroiderers to venture to the more distant Shuiyuan rather than remain in Fancheng. Furthermore, the competitive pressure among embroiderers was greater there, unlike in Shuiyuan." After listening to Su Wanwan's insights, Linger found Fancheng to be an appealing option. "So, shall we choose Fancheng?" After a lengthy deliberation on geographical location, economic viability, and cultural sentiment, Wanwan ultimately settled on this rather unassuming town of Fancheng. "I perceive this as a potential opportunity. It is precisely because of the prevailing skepticism that the number of those fleeing this place continues to rise, while those who remain to cultivate its future dwindle. This trend will only exacerbate the exodus of talent and technology from the region. Every locale requires a modicum of courage to initiate change, and I am eager to embrace the challenge." Linger gazed at the map, overwhelmed by the dense array of symbols that made her head spin. "I truly cannot decipher these things, sister. Please hold it further away." Wanwan sighed as she folded the blueprints, having always encouraged Linger to dedicate herself to her studies. Yet, each time Linger attempted to read, she was beset by dizziness, even reluctant to examine a map. Perhaps it is true that each individual possesses unique talents, and one cannot impose expectations upon another. Linger, We now inhabit this small corner of Shuiyun town, which is no longer akin to the grandeur of the capital. We must live for ourselves and for our passions. In the past, I urged you to read and write, yet you had little interest. I no longer wish to impose that upon you. Recently, I noticed your keen interest in business. When discussing such matters, your mind seems to work swiftly. In the future, our endeavors will flourish, and I hope that one day, you may become a respected shopkeeper. A shopkeeper? Ling'er had never contemplated such lofty aspirations. Her contentment stemmed from merely following Wanwan, avoiding mistreatment and the disdainful gazes of others. Now, Wanwan's hope for her to become a shopkeeper was an entirely foreign concept. Sister, do not jest. How could I possibly manage? I am but a humble maid. How could I ever aspire to be a shopkeeper? Wanwan refused to accept Ling'er's self-deprecation. Ling'er, I have always told you, one's fate is forged through one's own efforts. Whether you're a maid or a lady from a prestigious family, you must understand that you should never undervalue yourself. You have seen the world and possess a sharp mind. Why could you not become a shopkeeper? Beyond that, who knows? Perhaps one day you might emerge as a renowned businesswoman, and I might share in your glory. Ling'er listened as Wanwan's words grew increasingly fanciful. The notion of being a shopkeeper felt distant, let alone the idea of becoming a businesswoman, which was beyond her wildest dreams. Wanwan observed Ling'er's furrowed brow and hesitant demeanor before continuing. Do not doubt yourself. You must first dare to dream in order to take action, and only then can you achieve your goals. Look at the history of our southern Shu. The first female general, Xiao Yu, came from humble beginnings. The poet Wen Ruo was once a songstress, and the famous wandering physician, Xie Zuan, also rose from servitude. Hence, one's origins do not dictate their potential. If you wish for something, why not pursue it? Regardless of the outcome, you will have no regrets, will you? Ling'er pondered Wanwan's words, recalling her own past in the capital, where she had merely been a maid at the beck and call of others, with Wanwan being her sole ally. Upon arriving at the general's residence, she had faced the housekeeper's challenges. However, since escaping that life and arriving at Shuiyun town, she had experienced a newfound sense of freedom under the expansive sky. Frost observed Ling'er, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, and curiously inquired of Wanwan, Sister Wan, what's been troubling Ling'er these past few days? She seemed so distracted. Wanwan smiled softly, hoping that Shuang'er would soon comprehend. Shuang'er, puzzled, inquired, comprehend what? That mischievous Ling might be concocting some playful schemes again. By the way, Shuang'er, in a few days, accompany me to Fangcheng. We shall explore the new shops there. Shuang'er, intrigued by Wanwan's words, asked, new shops? Are we opening a branch? Wanwan nodded in affirmation. Chapter 83. Controversy. Fangcheng town is in close proximity to Shuiyun town, making it possible to return in a single day. However, whether there are suitable locations requires a personal visit to ascertain. Wanwan packed her belongings before departing with Shuang. Just before leaving, she advised Ling'er, reflect carefully on what I previously shared with you. Ling'er had been contemplating this, hence her lack of further inquiries. Although Fangcheng is nearby, Shuang'er and I plan to stay there for several days. During our absence, I trust you to oversee the shop. Have faith in yourself, for I believe in you, Ling'er. Su Wanwan continually encouraged Ling'er, who felt somewhat moved by her words. Rest assured, sister, I will be diligent. Take care of yourself. As she watched the carriage fade from view, Ling'er called out, Shuang'er, look after my sister. Understood. Shuang'er waved vigorously, anxious that Ling'er might not see her. Once back in the carriage, Shuang'er observed Su Wanwan in silence. Wanwan noticed and asked Shuang, are you curious why I did not bring Ling'er along and instead entrusted her with the shop? Do you think I worry you might cause trouble? Although Shuang'er did not voice her thoughts, she could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Do not overthink it. Ling'er has been with me since childhood, accustomed to a life of submission and compliance. Thus, despite her carefree demeanor, she sometimes requires encouragement and a helping hand from others. You, Shuang'er, are different. You have seen the world, witnessed the darker aspects of human nature, and encountered warmth from others. Your defiance and disregard are unconditional. You can earnestly dedicate yourself to your endeavors. Most of what you wish to accomplish will come to fruition. Therefore, I have never worried about you, for I know you are capable of excelling. Suddenly, Schwanger felt a pang of guilt. Wanwan had always treated her with kindness, yet she had harbored suspicions. At that moment, she lowered her head in shame and stammered, "I understand. Thank you for your words, sister." Wanwan placed a hand on Schwanger's shoulder, urging her to look ahead. Schwanger nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Upon arriving in Fangcheng, the streets were eerily deserted, with shops sparsely scattered about. Even the vegetable vendors showed no inclination to call out their wares. It was no surprise to see that many inhabitants of Fangcheng were likely away seeking employment. Observing the desolate scene outside, Schwanger asked, "Sister Wan, do you truly believe this place is suitable for opening a shop?" Wanwan, having only heard tales of Fangcheng, now found the reality to be as woeful as the legend suggested, perhaps even more dilapidated than she had imagined. The carriage came to a halt at the busiest inn, where Schwanger and Su Wanwan decided to settle for the time being. Upon arriving at the inn, Wanwan inquired of the proprietor, "Good sir, has the commercial street always been in such a state? Continually like this, it must be difficult to keep the doors open, let alone earn any silver." The innkeeper, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "My dear lady, to be candid, our weaving town was not always thus. Though it was never exceedingly prosperous, trade was sufficient for self-sustainability." Wanwan sensed an underlying mystery in the matter. If it was once thriving, what has caused the current plight? The innkeeper helplessly shook his head. "Alas, it is all due to the bandits on the mountain. Our town has long been renowned in Jiangnan for its embroidery, with countless talented seamstresses. However, ever since the mountain lord, the notorious Dao Yi, claimed dominion over the area, he has been abducting the beautiful embroiderers to take as his wives. Consequently, the seamstresses have become too frightened to venture outside. Many have either fled to distant lands for work or remained confined within their homes, often smearing their faces with ash for disguise. How outrageous! Such occurrences should not be tolerated. Should I ever cross paths with that Dao Yi, I would surely bind him and seek justice for our people," exclaimed Schwanger, filled with indignation. Wanwan, upon hearing this, asked, "Why not report this to the authorities?" The innkeeper sighed. "The officials are merely mercenaries, serving those who pay them. Moreover, the mountainous terrain complicates matters. Dao Yi's henchmen are skilled fighters, rendering the constables powerless against them." As the innkeeper grew increasingly despondent, he chose to remain silent. After settling in, Wanwan observed Schwanger lost in thought, perhaps still mulling over the matter of Dao Yi. "Are you still considering that scoundrel? From what the innkeeper said, he is a man beyond the reach of the law." Schwanger, hearing Wanwan speak, expressed her deep disdain for those who oppress women. "Was this Dao Yi? I think it more fitting to call him Dao Suanzi. That sounds much more agreeable, don't you think, sister?" Wanwan burst into laughter at Lin Schwanger's jest. "Call him whatever you wish. However, it seems indeed challenging to conduct business in our town. Tomorrow, we shall search for a suitable shop and then devise our plans." Schwanger, astonished, queried, "Sister, if you are aware that business in this town is fraught with difficulties, why are you so determined to proceed?" Wanwan replied, "It is all in the hands of men. I initially believed the locals sought opportunities elsewhere due to the poor location. But today I discerned that the root cause lies with human actions. Sometimes, human-induced troubles can be more easily resolved than natural ones. At the very least, finding a suitable shop should be simpler. Consider it. If everyone closes their doors due to fear of the bandits, they are also hesitant to sell, apprehensive that business will not flourish. If we acquire a shop now, we could save a considerable amount of silver." Schwanger found Wanwan's reasoning quite sound, although the bandit issue remained precarious. "Regardless, we must take one step at a time. No matter what, I trust you, sister," she affirmed, and soon both drifted into slumber. The following morning, they awoke early. After breakfast, they ventured to the commercial street to scout for a location. After much wandering, they felt somewhat disheartened, but at last, they spotted a money exchange at a corner with a notice posted indicating it was available for transfer. Here it is, Schwanger. The prospect of establishing a money-lending business in this location seems auspicious, given its favorable feng shui. Additionally, being at a crossroads, it attracts a considerable flow of pedestrians. Schwanger surveyed the surroundings. The locale appeared decent, albeit currently devoid of patrons. Are you certain? She inquired. Sister Wan here. We might only see a handful of people every hour. What do you make of that? Wanwan gazed at the notice and mused. Just imagine, in the future. What if the foot traffic increases? Very well, Shuang'er replied. Though her skepticism lingered, she felt compelled to acquiesce. Once Wanwan and the moneylender negotiated the terms, they proceeded to formalize the agreement with their signatures. Wanwan queried the proprietor, "How has business been for you here?" The moneylender confidently responded, "In the past, it thrived indeed. With so many people passing through, how could it not? Yet, in these times, it's hard to say. I'm considering returning to my hometown to open a shop. This place seems unpromising." After a moment's reflection, he added, perhaps realizing his words were disheartening, "Oh, it might also be that I'm growing old, unlike you young people. If you manage it well, who knows? Your business may flourish beyond what I ever achieved." Understanding the comforting nature of his words, Su Wanwan replied, "Thank you. We shall take your good wishes to heart." Chapter 84. An encounter with the location secured and a shop found. It was time to address the pressing issues at hand. One day, as Su Wanwan and Shuang'er walked along the street, an unsettling feeling washed over them, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing their every move. Shuang'er glanced up at a nearby tea house, sensing that several gazes bore down upon them with discomforting intensity. Before long, they heard cries for help emanating from nearby. Shuang'er instinctively shielded Wanwan, and they cautiously approached the source of the commotion. At a street corner, two men wielding knives loomed over a frail figure kneeling on the ground. Barking orders, "Listen closely, from this day forth, this young lady becomes our second master's wife. You shall have no further claim to her. If you persist in your delusions, come and meet your end." The man on the ground, battered and bruised, pleaded for mercy. Shuang'er was incensed by the scene unfolding before them. Wanwan grasped Shuang'er firmly and urged, "We are unarmed, and they possess knives. For now, let us not act rashly. We should follow them to learn where they reside, and then devise a plan. Are we to allow them to commit such atrocities without consequence? In broad daylight, they brazenly abduct a woman. What kind of world is this? That man is truly cowardly, allowing his wife to be taken so easily." Wanwan understood Shuang'er's outrage, and was taken aback to witness the grim reality that echoed the innkeeper's warnings, now confirmed by their own eyes. The two women followed the assailants into the mountains, ultimately discovering a stronghold nestled halfway up a slope, guarded at the entrance by formidable-looking individuals. Now that we have identified their location, we shall report this to the authorities. The assistance of soldiers will serve us better than our own meager strength, Wanwan advised Shuang'er, cautioning against impulsive actions. Shuang'er, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, at this moment, the two were unexpectedly knocked unconscious and bagged. In the Qingwei village, preparations for the evening bonfire feast were underway. The village S-chief, the formidable knife second master, was currently in a deep slumber. The second in command, Little Gio, stealthily crept in. "I heard your footsteps, Little Gio. Have you been slacking off lately? It's clear you haven't practiced your lightness technique diligently," Knife second master remarked. Little Gio sheepishly scratched his head, glancing at Knife second master. "Brother, it's you who always admonishes me. I have been practicing, but the village has been busy lately, and I haven't had the chance to focus." Knife second master smiled slightly. "Well, speak up. What is the matter?" Little Gio straightened and replied, "Today, the brothers brought back a woman." "Oh, no, to be precise, 3. He added. 3? Knife second master queried, stepping outside to the banquet area, with Little Gio closely following. His subordinates presented the captured women, Su Wanwan and Shuang'er. By the time Su Wanwan and Shuang'er regained consciousness, the sky had darkened slightly. Shuang'er struggled against the ropes binding her hands and looked at Su Wanwan. "Sister Wanwan, it seems we may no longer have the opportunity to report this to the authorities. We have fallen into a den of wolves." Su Wanwan surveyed their surroundings, realizing they had been rendered unconscious and brought to this village. She recognized the woman beside her as the one she had seen earlier in the street, though the girl appeared somewhat disoriented, with faint bruises on her arms and face. "Fear not, dear lady. We shall rescue you. Trust us," Su Wanwan declared, drawing laughter from the onlookers. One among them jeered, "This beauty must have been knocked silly. She bound and still thinks she can save others? How naive. The laughter intensified. Knife's second master glanced at a few men nearby. Little Gio pointed at the woman. This is the one we spotted in the street today. As for the other two, they merely followed us up the mountain. Brother, what do you think? Knife's second master asked Little Gio. Little Gio grinned. Thanks to your fortune, we managed to seize a little gold from that corrupt official's treasury. It will cover our expenses for a year. Well done. A reward is in order. Knife's second master said, slicing a few pieces of freshly roasted lamb and giving them to Little Gio. Shuang, dissatisfied, shouted at the crowd, I say, you must be the infamous Knife second master. Unbind me at once, or my people will come looking for us, and you'll be awaiting the authorities to level this place. Knife's second master gestured to his men. Silence her. She is disturbing everyone. Su Wanwan signaled Shuang, to cease her protests, and nestled closer to her. Observing Su Wanwan, Knife's second master noted her unusual calmness. He approached slowly, scrutinizing her intently. This young woman is remarkably composed. What brings you here? What is your intention? In response to his inquiries, Su Wanwan remained unflustered, skillfully reframing the conversation with her own questions. Why do you abduct innocent women? Why were we knocked unconscious and brought to this village? When shall we be released? Knife's second master, sharpening his knife, gestured back and forth, contemplating her words. Seeing Su Wanwan display no trace of fear, he suddenly pointed the tip of his knife at her and inquired, can you dance? Wanwan remained silent, her gaze lowered, enveloping the scene in an unsettling stillness. Knife's second master addressed the assembly and Su Wanwan, proclaiming, Today, my brothers are in high spirits, reveling around this bonfire feast with wine and meat, yet something is amiss. I just had a splendid idea. You shall perform a dance for us. Then, I shall tell you how it is. Sound fair? Faced with Knife's second master's proposition, Su Wanwan firmly declined, asserting with conviction, I cannot. Observing her defiance, Knife's second master found her rather intriguing. Then perhaps a fright will do, he thought, summoning his subordinates. You go. No matter, take her away. As Su Wanwan watched Shuang and the other woman being led away by Knife's second master's men, anxiety began to creep in. What are you doing? Why take them away? No, I will dance. I can dance, can't I? Knife's second master, pleased with her urgency, declared very well. Let the performance commence. Shuang, shaking her head at Wanwan, despite the cloth gagging her mouth, fervently gestured, Do not heed their words, sister. They are unworthy. Having been bound for several hours, darkness enveloped the bonfire feast, filled with the savory aroma of roasted meat mingled with the scent of wine. Shuang, enticed by the smell, felt her stomach growl, while Wanwan, having danced several times, succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Knife's second master, in high spirits from his drinking, was interrupted by a shout from his subordinate. Boss, this young lady has fainted from hunger. Chapter 85. Misunderstanding when Su Wanwan regained consciousness. The first sight to greet her was the thatched roof of a hut. Shuang approached, carrying a bowl of rice porridge. Sister Wan, you are awake. Thank goodness. I was terrified when I saw you faint. Thankfully, it was nothing serious, merely hunger. Wanwan extended her hand, inspecting it to find no ropes binding her. She pulled Shuang closer for a look, relieved to see her unharmed. Do not fret, sister. I am fine. After you fainted, that scoundrel locked me in this room. Yet to their credit, they provided some water and food. After surveying her surroundings and listening to Shuang, she slowly rose and seated herself at the table. The room was relatively bright, illuminated by candlelight and the torches outside. Before long, someone entered and gestured towards Su Wanwan. Our leader requests your presence. Subsequently, Shuang was once again confined to the room as Wanwan followed the man to another location. Upon entering, she was met with a room brimming with chests of gold, silver, and jewels, all exuding considerable worth. Knife's second master casually tossed a handful of treasures before her, stating, In this room, take whatever you desire. Confused by the implication, Wanwan asked, What is the meaning of this, boss? I cannot accept such generosity without merit. I am not worthy. Knife's second master scoffed, bursting into laughter. My dear, you dance for us. Consider this your reward. I shall not impose upon you. Take your pick, and tomorrow I shall send someone to escort you down the mountain. As for all that you have witnessed and heard, let it remain buried in silence, as if it never transpired. Su Wanwan carefully examined the jewelry within the room, noting its exquisite quality. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that these treasures were not typical wares from an ordinary shop. They resembled the adornments typically offered to officials or favored by the nobility. Suddenly, a hearty laugh escaped her lips, drawing a curious glance from the enigmatic Dao Eryi. "What are you laughing at? Did you not understand?" he inquired, with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Wanwan surveyed the jewels strewn across the floor and strolled around the room before responding slowly. These items were undoubtedly seized by the leader. When I first arrived in Fangsheng, I heard tales of bandits on the mountain, notorious for abducting women, and even the authorities could do nothing to curb their misdeeds. A sense of pride flickered across Dao Erye's face as he replied, "Indeed, you were one of their victims, were you not? What is the issue?" Wanwan, adamantly shaking her head, exclaimed, "No, that is entirely incorrect." Growing impatient, Dao Erye retorted, "Ah, you young lady, you are exasperating. What is wrong? Where's the mistake?" Amused by his flustered pacing, Wanwan chuckled softly. "While others label the leader a thief, I beg to differ. I believe you to be a good man." The words good man struck Dao Erye as humorous, causing him to smile in disbelief. Accustomed to hearing insults, this compliment felt oddly discordant to him. He waved dismissively. "You've completely bewildered me." "How do you mean?" With unwavering conviction, Wanwan continued, "People claim you forcibly abduct women, commit murder, and plunder wealth. Yet, as I surveyed the surroundings, I found no signs of women having lived here. The day I saw the abducted woman, her arm bore bruises, indicating mistreatment. You brought her here not to harm her, but to rescue her. At the bonfire feast, when Shuang spoke disrespectfully, you merely silenced her. After I fainted from hunger, I awoke to find myself in this room, with a meal laid out for me. You even invited me to choose from the gold and jewels, allowing me to leave. This was not a reward for a performance, but rather a form of hush money for both of us. Most critically, the jewelry undoubtedly originates from no ordinary source. It is likely the work of the authorities." Dao Erye turned his back, a hint of unease creeping into his demeanor. "And so what? You said much, but what can you prove?"